Really? Because I can't hear them.
And Ruby Lou, she's right over there.
I see. Okay.
I would introduce every delegate, but we have too many. So to quickly explain, if you're looking for a delegate throughout the competition, we are wearing a pink swaggy t-shirt, and a staff member is wearing a blue swaggy t-shirt. So if you have any general questions, they'll be able to answer your questions very, very quickly. A quick shout out to our stage leads who are going to be doing this competition: Elijah, David, Calvin, not Kevin. There's quite a few stage leads. Thank you, Michael Larson, Jason Ostiak. Thank you guys so much. Also, thank you in advance to Shane Grogan, who will be leading the data team right over there. And of course, thank you to Matthew Dickman for running the registration outside, but also he will be selling West Coast Cubing specific merchandise. So if you're interested in getting some general West Coast Cubing swag, you'll be able to find it out there and you can browse our catalog. Finally, a quick shout out to some other key information for our events. So we actually have this projector right here. You'll be able to see everything that's currently happening on this projector screen. So hopefully you won't be able to miss the groups. We will also make announcements for every single one. We will also be periodically displaying previous portions of our live stream on this display as well. And where you can find our broadcast is going to be on West Coast Cubing's YouTube channel, on Cubers Live's YouTube channel, and also it's going to be on the SpeedCubeShop official YouTube channel as well. So if you'd like a quick link to the stream, you could also scan that QR code right over there. But of course, any three of those channels, you'll be able to find us, and hopefully you enjoy that as well. And if you have to leave early, feel free to tune in. We want you to enjoy the experience throughout, even if you're not here. Finally, at the very end of this competition on Sunday, we will be doing head-to-head finals for 3x3. It should be a lot of fun. I hope you guys are as well, excited as I am. But without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get started pretty soon. I'm going to give the mic over to our organization team, and they're going to run the competition. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask us. Thank you, guys.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. As you just heard from Michael Chai, this is Western Championships 2024, our regional championship here in the West Coast. I'm a commentator for today, Manu Singhal. You probably saw me on NAC and other live streams. And today we have
Preetham,
who is one of the OG commentators from Cubers Live, back from like the 2020 era, very starting off from Cubers Live. We got a couple other commentators today, Michael Chai himself, as well as Vishwa Sankar, one of the top competitors here, actually, and just a great competitor all around, great commentator. He's on Twitch and stuff too. We got a ton of action to bring to you. 2 days of great competing. Yesterday we actually did our very first day. We did a lot of quiet events, 4 blind, 5 blind, multi-blind. Graham actually got pretty close on some of those multi-blind attempts at getting world record, I'll tell you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all very exciting. If you can hear us all in the chat, just say hello, good morning, how are you all doing? As Michael Chai had mentioned, we are streaming to 3 different channels: the Cubers Live channel, the West Coast Cubing channel, as well as the SpeedCubeShop channel. It's down right here on this little ticker that I made. Honestly, this ticker is kind of trash. I didn't do as good of a job as I usually do, but it does say right there, sponsored by SpeedCubeShop. SpeedCubeShop is the primary sponsor for this competition, and you're gonna see a lot more of that soon. You'll see it once we cut over to the actual competing. You'll see the runners and everything, and just a great opportunity to be sponsored with them. Preetham, tell me how we're feeling going into 3x3 round 1.
I mean, we have a lot of exciting solvers today. Max, Matt, Max, Kyungmin. Kyungmin's actually on right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. Of course, it's not going to be as exciting as some of the continental championships that we've recently seen. We had 3 back-to-back North American championships, and then South American championships, and then Euros. But it will still be pretty fun.
Solving on the green side and ending off with, I think that looks like an 8.5.
Yeah, 8.56 for Kyungmin here.
Mhm.
Not a great start, but it is the very first solve of the day. Thanks for getting us started, Kyungmin.
Yep.
Right next to him, you can see Max Xiao, actually. So he's actually going to be slightly off screen. We only have cameras on one of these blue stages and the red stages.
Mhm.
I can't have this. Max has to be on the camera. We can't do this.
Open judging stations at the purple stage.
All right, Max just off the stream here, but it looks like he finished up with his first solve.
It looks like Max is coming on the stream. So Max just preparing. I guess this is his first solve of the day. Lots of nerves, but also lots of excitement. You can see him also repping the SpeedCubeShop logo. Lots of logos on his shirt. It seems like he might be looking at the green side as well. No, it looks like he found something else. He's going with a white cross. A little bit of a lockup on the first few turns there, but execution at the end, flawless as always, and he ends off with a 5.81 second solve. So that's going to be his first solve of the day. And let's see who comes up next. Welcome everyone to the stream. I can see a lot of people chatting. Looks like Kyungmin is back. He had I believe an 8.5 in his last solve. So let's see what he ends up with now. We have Manu back.
I'm back now.
On the mic.
Okay, Kyungmin here, and then we have Max Xiao on the other side. So we can switch back and forth between them. At least we can let you all know what they both get here. Kyungmin's going to start us off. Oh, actually, no. Max is actually already mostly through his solution. 558.
Yeah, I think that's his second solve.
That was his second solve?
Okay.
Yeah. So we missed the first solve, but that was a good looking.
It looks like Kyungmin just finished his solve, too.
Yeah,
so let's see
Kyungmin
what he ended up
Kyungmin
getting.
ended up getting an 8, it looks like. I mean,
yeah.
3x3 is not his main event.
Yeah.
Definitely Megaminx now.
You can see him practicing with one, right?
Yeah. Kyungmin is one of the best Megaminx solvers that I know. He got podium at North American Championships as Max Park comes onto the stream now.
What is Kyungmin's ranking in this competition, Megaminx wise?
Oh, he's first.
He's first.
Yeah, he's first
by a mile.
He's first by a good margin.
Okay, yeah.
I think it'll be pretty tough for anyone to beat him, but then again, that's what we said about Lexi Sinyavin at NEC, and he had a very, very tragic. He made a move during inspection, got a DNF, very first solve, couldn't recover.
Yikes!
All right,
With
let's go to
Megaminx,
Max
that's
Park.
always tough because those are always a bit looser.
Yeah,
I feel.
exactly. All right, here's Max now on
Start
solve
with
number
yellow.
2. It's a good looking solution. 561. I mean, there's just nothing to really comment on when it comes to Max. Like,
Yeah.
his solves are just incredible. 581 to start off, 561 to back it up. I mean, that's just looking good for Max. It's and so this is one thing that I guess we'll note is it's going to be pretty tough for anyone in this competition to catch Max, but it has happened before. Maddie has beaten Max before. Timon recently beat Max, so it'll be interesting to see how Max is going to perform. After having recently lost NAC, of course, he's still the North American champion as Max Xiao now. On White Cross, he did a very interesting solution.
Yeah, I saw an M move there.
Yeah, 670. Very strange. He kept that white edge, just floating around up until the very end. I'm not really sure what had happened there.
Well,
An
maybe
interesting
he
solution
saw
regardless.
something.
Yeah, almost certainly. All right, as Kyungmin gets started up for solve number 3, I think. I mean, he has 8-8, so this is a pretty terrible start. It's not really going to matter too much for him, because he's going to make it into the next round regardless.
Yep.
This is actually a pretty bad solution, I would say, all in all. Just very long, kind of pausey during F12.
But at the same time, still better than some of his previous solves.
Yeah, yeah. As we have Elijah Brown here, you see that Elijah's wearing that pink shirt. That pink shirt is the delegate shirt. It's a really fun shirt that we made for Western Champs this year. I'm a fan of pink. I think pink is a great color.
I think the problem is I don't have enough pink shirts, and I want more.
Yeah,
I should become a delegate.
Pink shirt is good. All right, everyone. As you saw there, Elijah was one move off. He did not fully solve the puzzle. that is what we call a +2 penalty. So you'll see the competitors are going to be trying to avoid that. If the cube is more than one move off, 2 moves or more, then it's going to be a DNF penalty. That is the worst possible time. It's like getting infinity, essentially. Max, however, I mean, he is one. I don't think I've ever seen Max like DNF a 3x3 solve.
Yeah.
Like his turning is just so good. You'll see he'll never lock up. I mean, other than that mini lock up there, that was a fantastic solution. Other than that lock up, that was a sub 5.
Right.
Like that was absolutely incredible from Max.
And that's the thing about Max. Even with those kinds of like slight inefficiencies, he still ends up with amazing solves. It just comes down to just how incredible he is at all other aspects of cubing.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I definitely want to mention, if you all saw my shirt that I had on earlier, it's this Cube Camp shirt. So Max and Felix, they did like this Cube Camp here in Southern California, and it was just like Felix and Max kind of just like showcasing a couple of like their tips for solvers as we see Max Xiao and Kyungmin on the stage now. One of the tips that he gave, that Felix gave, was to turn slow to avoid lockups. And that's something that I think is a pretty important tip for all the newer competitors, because a lot of people think it's all about turn speed. But there are two factors. If you're locking up, you're not turning, so then your TPS is going down. As Max Xiao gets 602 here.
Yep.
And that's bad. You want to have a high TPS, so then you can get a faster solve.
And I think also if you're turning, you're not looking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you're not looking, then you're not.
Right. If you're pausing, then you're not turning, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of a problem. All right. So as Max Park gets sat down onto that blue stage, he's started off with 5-5-5. I mean, it's just pretty incredible. Something I also learned from Schwan is to note. I mean, this looks really good, right?
On the white cross.
On white, there were four white pieces that were already oriented.
Yeah.
Very pretty good solution from Max. 543, that looks like. Yeah, 543.
Looks like he's gonna end off with a mid 5.
Yeah,
average.
I mean, yeah. So you'll see these things populate. BPA, WPA. We'll explain those in a bit. But that was a great looking solve for Max. Other than just kind of as a little bit of execution error. I feel like that's the only thing. Yeah,
I don't really see where he went wrong. I think it was just a lot of turns.
Yeah, I mean, there were a good amount of turns. I feel like he did lock up a little bit. As Elijah gets another J-perm to get 668. And yeah, I mean, it was pretty good looking. Just everything about Max's solves just looks so good. They look so good. All right, let me explain BPA, WPA. Yeah, I have like this reputation, I think, in terms of the cubing commentating, that I do a lot of explanation. And let me clear the air a little bit. I do a lot of explanation because there are a lot of new people who are watching, right? And when you get thrown this BPA, WPA, you have no idea what this means, and it kind of like alienates you a little bit, right? When I started watching baseball, I had no idea what an RBI is, and there's just so many stats. So let me explain, as Max and Kyungmin solve here. The way that we calculate averages in WCA competition is average of 5. But average of 5 means is that we drop the best time and the worst time, and then take the arithmetic mean of the middle 3 times. As Max Xiao gets 607 here, he got a time that was like kind of in between, and you'll see his 5 times here. His best time was 558, so his worst time was 702.
Remember the 610 and the 658, and then you'll see the average ended up between those.
Yeah, so exactly. So if he would have gotten better than 558, that solve would have not counted because it would have been the best time. And if you got worse than 702, that one also wouldn't have counted. And so that would have been his BPA, basically if he beat 558. And if he had gotten worse, it would have been his WPA, worst possible average. So that's what those stand for.
Yep. So
and it's kind of just sets a range. At solve 4, you get like this range of like, okay, it cannot go any better or worse than this. So Max is guaranteed to get a mid 5 average here, regardless of what he could break the world record right now and he'd still get a 5.
Yep. That would be crazy.
I mean, this is not quite a world record solve, but I mean, the fluidity on that is just the number of turns. I think that's actually what it came down to on that scramble there. Like just the number of turns. 554. This is a great start for Max. 549 is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah. Speaking of world records, Max, I think still the single world record holder for 3x3. I think he got that about a year ago, a little over a year ago.
Yeah, a little bit over a year ago. Yeah. There was actually a really fun ceremony at the last competition we did here in Southern California. Margot Ardero, one of the she used to be a delegate who lived around here. Now she lives in Massachusetts. But she still had the scorecard because all delegates have to keep the scorecards. for 3 months. She still had the scorecard with the 313 written on it, so she framed it up and gave it to Max at a little ceremony at the end of the day. That was really
Yeah,
fun.
that is sweet.
You can see some of that on the WCC Instagram if you'd like. I don't know why Max is stuck here.
I don't know.
He was sitting there a while. I wonder if he was discussing some sort of incident or something that
Yeah.
may have happened. If he needed an extra
I don't know if
solve.
that was an extra or if that was a just sitting around
Yeah, not
trying to keep the competition going
yeah, not
slow.
I don't really know. Not super sure what that was
Yeah.
about. But yeah, that was a whirlwind of 3x3 Group 1. We had a bunch of really fast solvers
Yeah, so
right off the deck.
Who do we have in Group 2?
In Group 2, I can pull this up here.
Yeah.
So there are 5 total groups of 3x3 also to remember.
And that's another thing about Western Champs. You kind of see the best cubers across, 3 states, Hawaii, Nevada, and California, all coming together at this, amazing event. So there's going to be a lot of amazing solves in every single group, and we'll be sure to try to get them on the stream for you guys.
All right, so I have the groups open here. I made this thing a while ago where it shows who's the top competitors are. I don't have that open. Actually, I could probably open. Actually, wait, no, I could open it if I can find it.
All right, well, one name I definitely did see is Varun. So
Yeah, dude, he's like the hometown boy, I would
Yeah.
say. Well, okay, he's the hometown boy for us because
Hometown-
we're in
well,
the Bay Area.
for you, I'd say I'm kind of a San Diego native
You're
now.
you're a SoCaler. Well, okay, I'm also a SoCaler now, for what it's worth.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess I didn't tell you. I moved to Los Angeles.
dude.
Yeah, I guess this is a weird way to find out, right?
Okay, well, yeah, I guess in that case, sure, Bay Area natives.
Yes. Yeah, he's a Bay Area native. Great competitor. He's actually my grandson.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm sure we can probably fit you into this lineage too. So it's me as the grandfather.
Uh-huh.
Then I think Archit is my son,
Sure.
and then Varun is one of my grandsons, and then I think Archit has another son also, but I forgot who was the other one.
Okay.
This is a problem. I'm forgetting one of my grandsons.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good.
You're bad grandfather.
I am a bad grandfather. What can I say?
Yeah.
Anyway, I love Varun. He's a great competitor. He's been competing for a very long time as well. And something that's really interesting is Varun used to be a really TPS heavy solver. He still is to some extent. He's a white only solver, or I think the vast majority of the time he's solving on white cross only.
Yep.
And what's interesting, his solutions have gotten a lot better over the years as he's gotten older. He used to be so small that he couldn't sit down. He had to stand
up when solving.
And
And I
then-
think he still kind of has that habit.
Yeah, so he doesn't stand per se, but he kind of kneels on
Yeah.
the chair, which is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna see some interesting solving and solves from him. Is 3x3 his main event, or I know he's quite good at 2.
Yeah, so he's pretty good at 2x2. He's also really good at 4x4.
4? Okay.
He's one of the top competitors at 4x4 as
Mhm.
well. And I think that just goes to show. I feel like we have a really good event diversity in the West. There are so many people who are so good at a pretty large variety of events.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool. You're gonna see the same names pop
Just
up over.
patting
and over.
yourself on the back there. I mean, the West Coast, best coast.
Actually, West Coast, best coast. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Anyone who thinks the West Coast is best coast, let's put it in the chat.
Western champs, Western champs.
Western champs, Western champs. What
All
can
right.
I say? What can I say?
Mhm.
I will say the other regional championships have gone hard this year. The Southern championships that went really well. From what I heard, Rocky Mountains also seems to have gone pretty well.
And I think that's starting off with Group 2.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So Group 2. This is my good friend Nico Harper. He is a Megaminx main, but he's also quite good at Square One. He's recently got a 4.7 on Square One at North American Championships. He made Megaminx finals at North American Championships, getting a 12, which is a pretty awful solve for him. And as we preview the other competitors that you'll see, in this group, you're going to see Ari Randers Pearson, who is not a West Coast native, but a very good solver, one of the best big cube solvers. Varun, as Preetham had mentioned earlier, he's going to be on blue, and you're also going to see Dan Tran, also technically not West Coast, but he's from Arizona and shows up to a lot of West Coast comps. So that'll be pretty fun.
Mhm.
All right, everyone. I want to hear in the chat what you all think. Who's going to? First of all, who do you think is going to win? I mean, Max Park is going to win most certainly. Who do you think is going to get second?
Well, you don't know. I mean, think about it this way. Max Shao, who is our second rank in the psych sheet right now, got a best average of 5.49.
Yeah.
Potentially, if he gets a PR and Max,
Yeah.
other Max,
Max versus Max.
you know, messes up a solver too,
Yeah.
it could happen.
Yeah. You never know. Like it could just be like an insanely lucky set of scrambles. Of course, in finals, everyone is gonna get the same scramble. We're gonna have head-to-head finals. That's gonna be really exciting.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything can kind of happen here. We've kind of expanded the camera here so you can see both solvers at once. As Dan Tran gets an 8 to start off, and this everyone is Ari Randers Pearson. Yeah, not a West Coast native, but a good solver in his own right. One of the better solvers we have at this competition.
Mhm.
Starting off with 893, that's a pretty rough solve.
Yep. Respectable.
I mean, it's okay, not too bad. Mic is a bit loud. Okay, adjusting. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, do let us know what you want to see adjusted in the stream. It's a little hard for us to tell exactly what everything sounds like. We got Matthew Marinick, the legend from Happy Feet, on the prod, but he's the only prod guy today. So he's got many hats to fill. All right, Nico Harper back onto the stream now. I really love his little head cam.
Yeah, I don't think you see a lot of those, but I feel like whenever I'm watching, some cubing or related content on TikTok, it's always the head cams that get the most.
I mean, it is kind of cool to like see like how the head is bobbing. Like he like moved his head around to like see like the other side of the cube, right? That's kind of cool. I think it is pretty cool to get that like POV. Like it's like me solving the Rubik's Cube, and it's just like a bunch of colors, and then pro solving the Rubik's Cube, and it's just like going back and forth.
Yeah,
and
it's
everything.
kind of the distinction between the top-down view that we have versus the front view.
Yeah.
I feel like the
yeah.
top-down view always gives you a little better view of the cube,
Yeah.
whereas the front view
Yeah.
gives you a view of the competitor, what they're trying to do, what they're looking at, and the GoPro is kind of the best of the both worlds, where you can see what the competitor is doing with their head, looking here, looking there,
Mm-hmm.
and also see the cube in all of its glory.
Yeah. Totally. And yeah, as someone in the chat did mention, we are building up to Worlds 2025. Everything is building up towards that. We had North American Championships 2 weeks ago, South American Championships immediately after that, and then Euros last week. It was an honor to be able to go to both North American Championships and Euros for me. And it's really cool. Everyone is really, really focused on how they can, on just preparing for Worlds 25. It will be in Seattle. So it's going to be back in the United States for the first time in 12 years, which is very exciting. So we hope everyone here is interested in attending. Qualifications are not open yet, which means it's still time. You can learn how to solve and qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, and
really
if
fun.
you can't make it, unfortunately, we're definitely going to be sure to stream
There's
that.
there's going to be at
Almost
least some kind of
certainly.
live stream up for Worlds. It's going to be really exciting. It's just really cool. It's a great opportunity for like the cubing community as on like the global scale to come together once every 2 years. As we're watching Dan here.
Barring a global pandemic.
Hopefully that doesn't happen. So here you go. Here's another +2 penalty. You can see that the cube is exactly one move off. It's simple enough such that it's very obviously one move off. So
Yeah.
can solve it pretty easily.
So what do you think of +4s?
So +4s are possible.
Yeah.
There are multiple ways to get penalties.
What is the highest penalty you can get?
You can get up to a +16 penalty, but
Wow.
you have to really try to do that. Like you have to like
Okay.
start the timer with like your elbow and like stop the
Timer with your...
yeah. You got a karate chop
chop the
while
timer.
holding the puzzle. It's pretty ridiculous.
with the +2, obviously,
With the +2
and inspection,
and over inspect.
inspection.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah. So there's a lot
yeah.
of stuff going on.
Speaking of over inspect,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean,
one of
over
the greatest podcasts
yeah,
on YouTube.
dude. Yeah, yeah. It's one of the greatest. Well, we'll show a little clip of over inspected during lunch as well. But yeah,
Mhm.
Skeeper's Live podcast that we run. Yeah, it's good stuff. I
Mhm.
quite love it. So
Volume is way too low now. Okay. Just wanted to check if that's a little better.
yeah, yeah. We're gonna just constantly be like adjusting it. So
Yeah. It's a very tight balance.
someone got a +6 on a solve and you didn't try to. Yeah, I mean, so +16 is like the one that you really have to try to get. But yeah,
+6 I could see happening.
yeah. I mean, +6 you could get by
like
getting a +2. Like
+2 is very natural.
and then you could over inspect.
Over inspect.
That's also it's not
Yeah.
insane to do.
Mhm.
And then if you stop the cube with like while you're touching it, stop the timer while you're touching the cube, then that's also it's
Yeah.
not absurd. Or if you like karate chop, stop
Mhm.
it where your palms are not facing completely down.
Mhm.
So we got another competitor onto the stream here. This is a good opportunity, I think, to explain a little bit about the speed cubing methods that we
Mhm.
use. You'll see almost every competitor here is going to be using this method called CFOP, and it sounds stupid. Like, what is CFOP? That's not even a word. You'd be right. It's not a word. It's an acronym. It stands for the 4 different steps: cross, F2L,
Mhm.
OLL, and PLL. And those are all the different steps. And it's really funny because OLL and PLL themselves are also acronyms.
Oh yeah.
So they're like it's like an acronym soup. There's just everything is jumbled
Well,
together.
you could say the O stands for Orient and the P stands for Permute without the LL.
I guess that's a good
So,
point. Yeah, I guess
yeah.
you could say that. But
But wait, the F2L.
oh, FTL is also. And you can't just say FTL is first because that
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
But essentially, what you'll see here, actually, we'll just commentate over Ari's solve. You're gonna see things are gonna happen like these steps, and one of the things that's like the easiest to tell is what kind of cross color they're going to pick. Now, because cross is like the first thing, you have to look at all 20 pieces. This is not exactly true, but you have to look at like all of the pieces originally to see what kind of cross is going to be the best solution. You only have 15 seconds to do your inspection, so it's not possible to look at all of the cross colors. Or some competitors can do this, but it's pretty tough to do that. If you do that, then you're not going to see everything. So what people will do is they will pick a cross color to start off with. Ari is probably going to start off with white here, as he takes another second to look around. Yeah, so you'll see that on the bottom layer, that's white. So he started by making his cross. He's going to pair 2 pieces together at a time and put them into the second layer. That's F2L. And then they'll do an OLL step, which is taking all the remaining pieces, which are all going to have yellow on them in Ari's case. He's going to orient them such that they're all pointing up. There are 57 algorithms to do this, and an algorithm is just a sequence of moves. Yeah, so there are 57 OLLs. So after executing one of those, the competitors will do a PLL, permuting the last layer, which is just moving the pieces around. And there are 21 algorithms to do that. So most CFOP solvers know 57 plus 21 algorithms. And as well as some of them know some more algorithms for F2L as well.
Yep. I think we have to move that up a bit. I think it might be a little quiet. Yeah, I can barely hear.
806 for Nico.
Okay.
Thanks for working with us on all of the audio stuff, folks. We have this big fancy soundboard that we borrowed from a benefactor, if you will, and this is the first time we've ever had anything like this fancy. And what's weird is that unlike most soundboards where you have like actual knobs to move up and down, everything is like a touch screen here. So it's a little bit finicky, hard to exactly figure out how everything is working out here.
But once we get everything sorted out, it should be
Yeah, we should be good to go for
perfect.
2 days of a great action.
So thank you, Manu, for that excellent
I-
cubing
excellent. There's some mistakes here and there. but-
explanation. Can't wait till you talk about the blind method in freestyle.
Oh my goodness, I love talking about. So we did blind round 1 yesterday, but we're gonna have blind finals on. I don't remember if it's today or tomorrow. But yeah, the blind methods are also really interesting. And yes, you heard that correctly. Blind method, you can solve the Rubik's Cube blindfolded. The way that works is that you get some time to inspect, memorize the puzzle state, as it were, and then some time to recall and execute. It's very interesting. We'll explain more about it when it happens.
Yeah. Um,
Whispering even at 100% volume on their end, so we might need to jack it up a little bit.
right. Just gonna turn that up.
Just gonna adjust a little bit. Sound level is fine, but there's a lot of buzz when you talk. So the buzz is the buzz means that we're maxing, peaking. That's the word. Yeah, there's always adjustments that need to be made.
Yeah. I think the goal is to get it all down pat by the time we get to World.
Oh yeah. Look, I
mean-
mean, as you all have seen, like live streaming of cubing has changed dramatically in the last several years. The North American All Stars stream, the North American Championship stream, the South American Championship stream looked pretty good. The Euro stream was also really nice, and I also saw Malaysia Championships also had a pretty good stream. I haven't had a chance to like look back at it too much, but it looked pretty good. So it's good to see more cubing live streaming stuff. I mean, we've been yapping about cubing live streaming for like 4+ years. So.
Yeah. I mean, all started with like the over the Zoom.
Yeah.
Everyone's at their home.
Yeah, cubing at home.
Cubing at home.
And
Quite literally.
Twisty Puzzle Cup.
Yep.
You know, and then from there it's like using like the webcam quality where we would literally like extend like 100-foot USB extenders to get the webcams. Man, that was a terrible system.
Yeah.
It was-
Definitely have something that's a lot more well produced now.
Yeah. And there's tons of organizations that are doing it too, which is always good to see. You know, Cubers Live does a lot of stuff. We work in pretty close cahoots with Happy Feet as well, and then a lot of other international groups that are also in it, which is good. You know, I like to see it. Clicky Studios also, shout out to them. Glad to see some more. Just more streaming is just great. I mean,
Yep.
Look, we love cubing, and that's why we're all here. Oh my goodness.
So the mic audio right now, it's kind of like, you know, when you're in a shower and you want to turn the water up a little hot, and
Yeah.
you turn it up like a millimeter and it's too hot.
now it's whispering. It's very, very finicky.
Yeah, it is a bit tough. It is a bit.
Apologies, everyone.
Yeah. We will hopefully figure it out.
Some feedback coming from the mic.
Not sure if I can hear feedback, but
I wonder if that's like the buzzing. The buzzing means that we're peaking. Apologies, everyone.
yeah. So I think the audio should be good now. We seem to be
Yeah, we
Not-
seem to be in like a good. Yeah, we look to be in like a good range here. At least I'm glancing over at the OBS, and it seems to be okay.
yeah.
Everyone in the chat, I'd like everyone in the chat to let us know how the audio is doing. If the audio is like gonna destroy your ears, or if you can barely hear us. Let us know if it's too loud or too quiet. We're in between groups, so this is a great time for us to adjust. And if you need me to keep talking, I love talking, so you know you can hear my beautiful voice. I swear my voice does not sound very yelly. I think I have a pretty good voice. I don't know. Y'all probably know way more. Let me tell you this. This soundboard that we have is insane. It's a 16-channel mixer that we were able to borrow, and I like barely have any idea how to use this. Hey, it's
So-
Gil. How's it going, Gil? Good to see you in the chat.
When is
It-
the main event? Square one.
Square
Don't know if we have
one.
a
So Square
schedule
one,
up, but-
Square one, I think we're going to have today. Some people have already competed in Square one in the staff competition yesterday.
Yeah, I think we have first round today.
Audio's good, but it peaks out occasionally.
Okay.
Okay, as Ari is going to do his last solve here. Ari is kind of locked into an 8 average. It's not going to be any better, not going to be any worse. His cube could explode right now, and he would still get an 8.
Okay, so I see what you mean. It's like the audio levels are like fine, and all of a sudden, can you check if you have any filters put on there, on the audio there? So that looks good, and then you can't close out of this and then go to board. something. So that looks good. And then lastly, on the three things next to board, there should be like filters and properties looks good, and then filters. Okay.
All right.
Is fade to audio turned on?
So yeah, we are fading on the audio, so I'm just gonna keep talking. Let us know if it sounds good, sounds bad.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Is anyone good at the main event?
What
here?
happens if you
Okay,
turn it off?
square one.
It's just gonna be super quiet.
The Americans are insane.
You can try that. It's already
I mean, the world podium last year was all Americans. I think top four. And we have the world record holder here in attendance, Max Xiao. So I think all right. Are we back and unmuted?
I think we were back and muted. Just tried getting rid of some of the audio sources that we're not using.
Okay. Oh yeah, I wonder if that was causing like some interference maybe. So yeah, let us all know if how everything is sounding. Just gonna go back and forth a bit. Do some little tests to make sure everything is good.
Yeah. First group of the day, or not group, but first
First event of the day. You know, we're all like warming up. You know, it's 8 a.m. It's a little early.
It's 9 a.m.
It's 9 a.m. now, but you know, it was 8 a.m.
It's 8 a.m. somewhere.
It's actually I don't know where it's 8 a.m.
very
right now.
likely not 8 a.m. because there's a lot of sea.
In Alaska, maybe it might be 8 a.m.
Oh yeah, I guess Alaska's a state.
Alaska is a state, indeed.
Yeah.
That is further to the
Why
west.
isn't Alaska in Western Champs?
Because
I
they are
think-
in Northwest.
Are they actually?
Yeah, they're
That's
the
fair.
Northwest.
Northwest can get Alaska if we get Hawaii.
I like Hawaii. You know,
Yeah.
if it means we get Maddie. All right.
Which does officially make Western Champs the westernmost champs.
That's true. That's true. All right, Vishwa Sankar here, one of our fellow co-commentators, starting off with a 7. Vishwa is a very good competitor across many different events. You know, 3x3 is not his main event. He's actually one of the best big cubers around. He's scheduled to be making the finals and there as well.
Scheduled.
Well, I mean, it's the script, you know. It's in the script.
Right.
The script says he's going to make it. So.
speaking
Maybe I
of
shouldn't have leaked
scheduled,
that.
he is scheduled to come onto the stream at some point as well. I
Yes.
believe.
Yeah.
You will see him up there when Manu gets kicked out.
Yeah, when I leave. On the stream just now, you can see this is Joaquin Renes Hernandez, a competitor from Mexico. One of Mexico's best competitors, quite good at 3x3. He's good at other events as well. He got the national record average at North American Championships 2 weeks ago. So I'm excited to see how he does at this competition. Now, we are holding this in San Diego. Oh, we never mentioned that. Yes, this is in beautiful San Diego, California. I think San Diego is one of the best places in the entire country. The weather here is absolutely beautiful. The views here are absolutely amazing. It's right next to the beach. We're also right next to Mexico, so it's cool that we can get a couple Mexican competitors here as well. Of course, they are not going to be eligible for the Western Champion title. Only people who reside in the Western states can do that, as one of our cameras has gotten bumped, unfortunately.
Yep. Maybe we can switch down to the top-down view or a different one.
Yeah, you'll see a couple competitors also in like this in this blue shirt, which is very similar to the pink shirt. That is the staff shirt. So they're going to be filling in a lot of these various positions. They're going to be running the cubes, scrambling the cubes.
Just generally making the event try to run as smoothly as possible.
Mhm.
Of course, events are partially run by the staff, but also by the cubers, making sure that the cubers are on time, you know, put their cubes out when they're called, and you know, just help us with judging and all these other aspects of cubing competitions, which I think is also a great way to be a part of the community if you come to a cubing competition.
Oh yeah, totally. Everything is volunteer run here. As Varun, my grandson, is on stream now. Yeah, everything is volunteer run, which is pretty cool. Bit better, but you still have a little peak. I wonder if it's just really finicky.
Yeah, I think we should be a bit better now. Maybe you can turn down the audio on your side if you have put it at 100.
Oh yeah. Please don't put it at 100. Because when I pop off when someone gets a world record, you're not gonna.
Oh
wanna hear
gosh,
that
I am going to die.
Oh
if
yeah,
that
yeah,
happens.
yeah. Breatham and I can hear each other like through our mics, so
Mhm.
it's gonna be pretty wild. Yeah, Varun was supposed to be in the last group, but I think he
Mhm.
late submitted, so he got moved to this group instead. 679, decent start for him.
Yeah,
Not
I was
too bad.
wondering where Vern was, but guess we should see him.
Yeah. So
Right.
as Joaquin is sat down here, Vishwa on the other side. Joaquin 678 official average. That is 233rd in the world,
Mhm.
223rd in the world, and a 4.83 second single. That is good for 136. So he's a very good competitor.
Oh,
Oh,
lots
that's
of
a
lockups
huge
there on
lockup, and
F12.
yeah, there was something weird where he didn't have an edge that was oriented properly. This is a pretty disastrous solve. 1355, unfortunately. Hey, all smiles though. All
Mhm.
smiles, not bad.
He
not
knows
bad.
that's his first solve. He's
So this is
like-
second solve.
second solve. But like you said, you always take the worst and best solve out of the
Mhm,
average. So, you know, he has a shot at not having that count.
Yeah, it's a very interesting format. Taking the worst and
Mhm.
best out. It gives you like a little bit of flexibility, but it also like is not too. It isn't too
Yeah.
forgiving.
I mean, as a cuber, I'd say it's something I feel is very natural, but I also don't really know any other kind of competition that does something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So it is interesting.
Yeah, the other thing is that there is variability in the terms of the scrambles that people get. So let me explain. All the scrambles are generated by a computer. So everything is a computer-generated scramble. But of course, the computer can generate different types of scrambles. Some scrambles will be easier for some competitors. For example, Varun is a white cross solver, right? But if someone is a yellow cross solver, they may see a different solution. If someone's a green cross solver, they'll see a different solution. And so there is a little bit of variability on that end that can also affect how people solve.
Yep. Speaking of Varun, we see his patented solving style here.
Yeah, so I kind of want to say that was a bit of a ZB because it looked like he had a he looks like he had like that UOL where all edges are oriented, but he did something a little bit different than the stock algorithm. The reason I'm not super confident is it may also have been a cancellation into a U perm, which is pretty natural cancellation for most competitors to do.
And if it does sound a little quieter, we are still fiddling around with the audio a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't sound like whispering. We will try to, bump up the gain and do various things to make it sound a little bit better.
Yep.
As we see, I think that is Vishwa
Yeah, Vishwa back
Back.
onto the street.
on the stream.
Yeah, he started off with a 7, had a solve in between. This is a good looking solve. 610. All right, yeah,
it
you
looks like
pumped
he's gonna
that
be
fist,
happy
bro.
with that.
You pumped that fist. Vishwa, a very good solver in his
Yeah.
own right. So, and he's one of my boys. So it's good to see when one of your boys is performing well. We saw 610 from him. That's actually
That's a
PR
PR
by a good margin.
Yeah.
641 is his PR. So, well done, Vishwa. I mean, it looked like a great solution. Well executed and well planned out. All right, let's bring Joaquin back onto the stream now. He started off with a 7.5 and that disastrous 13-second solve. He's going to be very sure to make that not count.
See,
Yeah, a couple pieces oriented on white.
White.
Not the clearest solution to me. He is going to go with the white cross though.
and it looks like he's done with F12.
That's a ZB. Oh no, that he did the stock algorithm and then canceled into a U perm. 632.
Still worked pretty well.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, that's better than that 7 that he had before. So that 7 is now going to be counting.
I mean, what is a ZB besides doing the standard and canceling into a stock?
So there are different algorithms that you can do. Sometimes you can do this. Sometimes it's just the fastest to do the stock, and because you can see what kind of algorithm you're going to get later. If you know that you do the stock and you're going to get a Z perm, then it doesn't really make sense to do the stock. You may as well learn that ZBOL. But there are different algorithms that you can do that will just completely skip the PLL step entirely. That's what it means to do ZB. I would love to tell you what the acronym is, but the acronym is insane.
It's like it's a name, right?
Yeah. It's a Polish name plus a Dutch name. So it's
And then last layer.
last layer. So I don't really want to mess that up.
Yep.
All right, we got Varun over here. He just got that same one that Joaquin got.
Does not do elect for a ZB.
Yeah, so he didn't do a ZB, but he did an alg that gave him solved corners.
Cross.
Solved corners. That's called a COL. From there, he did end up doing a U perm, but yeah, unfortunately, just not good execution from him. 8-16. He's kind of on like a bit of a roller coaster right now. 6 is like okay. 7 is decent, and then 8 is not quite good. At least that
Yeah.
solution, he was not very happy with it.
My
Yeah,
general rule of thumb is, anything within 20 seconds of your PR, or sorry,
20 seconds.
20% of your PR, I would say is like,
Just natural variability.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks Gil, putting it into Cubers live chat what the name is. Yes, Ron Van Broekum is one of the WTA founders. I actually did get to meet him at Euros last week, which was kind of cool. It was funny because I'm walking towards the venue and I don't know where to go. And like I'm just like looking lost. I asked someone like, "Hey, where do you go to get into the Euros venue?" And it's Ron. And it didn't process in my head that it was Ron until after I'd walked in. I'm like, "Wait a second. That was like one of the founders of the WCA." Sometimes it is just optimal to do OLL PLL. Oh, it's Keaton. That's why. Okay, yeah, never mind. If Keaton says so, then we got to listen to what Keaton has to say. How's it going, Keaton? Wish you were here, man. Keaton is one of my favorite commentators of all time. So,
believe from like the
3x3 Group 3, just going steady. Got off to a little bit of a rocky start. I think overall we started a little bit behind schedule. There's a lot of competitors. 240 competitors are registered, so it's one of the bigger comps we have this year.
I think this is Joaquin's 4th solve.
Yep. So Joaquin, I believe, has 7-5, 13, and 6 to start us off. All right, let's see what he can do on this top down. Taking a bit of a pause there to recognize that F2L. Pretty good turning all in all. Oh, but it looks like, yeah, definitely made an execution error there. 9-15, unfortunately.
Yep. At least he didn't get a +2.
Right, because it was definitely faster for him to fix
Yeah.
that than to take the +2 penalty.
I know some people say that kind of as a meme to, just take the +2.
Just take the +2.
But because I feel like, if you take the +2, you can tell people, oh, it was a +2. I actually would have gotten this time.
I guess that's true.
Whereas if you didn't take the +2, all of a sudden it's like, oh, you got a 9, a counting 9-second solve.
Yeah, like you suck, right?
Yeah.
Like clearly your solution must not have been very good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you who doesn't want a counting 9 solve. Varun Mohanraj.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has the momentum to get there, but hopefully he doesn't. There we see some of our amazing graphics. Varun with a 4.44 single and a 6.15 average.
I mean, this is already a better solution that I've seen most of from a lot of Varun solve, especially when he started off. He got an F perm though, not a great algorithm to get. F perm being an algorithm where you have to swap 2 edges and 2 corners. It is one of the 21 PLLs. 762. His F12 looked really good there. So, like I said, Varun used to be a TPS solver. He would just spam and just go as fast as possible. And recently, his solving style has changed to where he's becoming with more and more elegant solutions. You could see that there. He was turning slower, and he was doing a lot more efficient solutions that took less moves.
And that helps because once you start to bring up that TPS again, that naturally makes your solve times much faster.
Yep, exactly. Reducing move count is really important. It's something that, has not been in the history of cubing. Cubing's been around like 20 some years, 50 years if you want to go all the way back to the original cube. It used to be all about just trying to turn fast and getting good finger tricks. Nowadays, the top solvers are really, really looking at efficiency. When Yiheng is able to, he's able to get the insane times he is, partially because he has just really efficient solutions. His solutions are like good now, and he isn't just like going as fast as possible, and that's really important. That's why he's a monster during inspection. Can see like 3 pairs sometimes, if not more. There's a lot of talks about Yiheng one looking F2L. So yeah, the cubing is definitely evolving. It's something I discussed with Maddie a little bit in a recent interview we did.
Bit more lockups there.
Yeah, and he's got a V perm, unfortunately. 822. This is not a particularly good average. He ended up counting a 9 and 8 and a 7.
Yep. But I think most of these, all of these guys are certainly going to make it to round 2.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
They'll have another shot at redemption, getting a better solve, maybe
Yeah.
a PR.
Yeah, there are many solves to come, and It's just 3x3. Some of these competitors, 3x3 is not even their main event. They just happen to just be good at it.
Yep.
Which is pretty wild to say.
And you might notice that cube is slightly misaligned. A +2 is only when it's 45 degrees or more off. So, that was not a +2, if you were wondering.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever wanted to know more about Varun, here you go. I mean, the fact, like, whenever someone makes, so, national finalist, that means he didn't win, right? But he made it into finals. Well, why do you care? Oh, my goodness. If you haven't watched a nationals final, it's just an insane environment. There's so much tension to that's introduced there. So being able to get to that stage is huge. And it shows really the caliber of the competitor.
Yep. There he goes, ending off with his best solve, but still disappointed somehow.
Yeah, I mean, this average was not particularly good. You saw how disappointed he was after solve 4.
Yeah.
721, he did manage to get that BPA. So, it is what it is. We've seen some good solves come out from Max, of course. We saw Max Xiao also get 626 average, just missing out on that Mitch average.
Yep.
All right, everyone. I think I'm going to be hopping off of the stream now. You're going to have Preetham, and I'm going to leave you in the very, very capable hands of the one and only new PR holder, Vishwa Sankar.
Hello.
All right, that is Vishwa on the mic. How are you doing? I don't think I have ever really spoken with you before, so it's
Yeah,
nice
I'm
to
doing
finally
good.
meet you.
It's my first time in California. I'm really liking the competition so far. Just did 3x3 and got a PR single, which was very nice.
I know, we saw that. You were on the stream. A 610, I believe it was?
Yes.
Yeah, that's nice. You kind of popped off a little bit there. Yeah,
I'd say that was a pretty good round for me.
that's good. What was your average, if you know?
It was around high 7, so my goal is sub 8 for every round, and I was able to do that, so it was good.
Yep. All right. I think this is group 3, or
Yeah, I think we're still in group 3.
yeah. That's a little better. All right. I think that is Paul, I believe.
Yeah, he has a 672 average. Very nice.
Yeah. So we've seen a lot of fast cubers so far. We've seen Max, the other Max, Varun, Kyungmin, and Joaquin. So still have a handful more that we're looking out for. But Paul is definitely in our top 10. So can't wait to see what he puts out for us. You can see his single and average there. Definitely a very competent solver. It looks like he's going to be solving a green cross here. Not sure if Paul's...
very nice. 655.
Yeah, and that would be slightly better than his average. So hopefully he can keep that up and, pull off a new PR. All right, let's see who we have up next. Not sure who that is, but close to a sub 10. So lots of fast cubers everywhere. Even people who we don't know a lot about still happen to have really fast solves here at Western Champs. Tell me a bit about the day you're having, Vishwa.
Well, it really just started, but got here at 8 a.m. and then did 3x3. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice round.
Any events you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I'd say 4 through 7. Those are my main events.
Okay.
My goal is to podium in at least like one of them. I'm 4th on the psych sheet for 6 and 7, I think. So the podium will be nice.
Yep. Are 6 and 7 finals happening today, or is that
Yes.
still tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both of them are today.
All right. Well, that's exciting. Good luck with those.
Thank you.
Let's hope they will go well. As we move on to Paul's second solve here. Mic sounds better. That's good to hear. We were having a lot of mic problems at the start of the day. Looks like things are a bit better now, which is nice. And I think as the day goes on, we'll sort out all the other issues that we might be having to. But let's see what Paul has for us here. He is, I think, color neutral, so, or maybe blue, green, is doing green cross now with what looks like an A-perm and ending off with an 8-second solve. So a little slower than his previous, but
Yeah, I think that was a T Olo into an A perm. It was a bit locky though, so not as good as his first, but still good solve for him.
And we see another same cuber we saw last time, getting a sub 10 now. Let's see if we have any other.
Are you competing this comp?
No, I'm not. I'm mostly just helping with stream and production and staff, I guess. But for me, that's mostly just the stream. Let's see if there's anyone else we need to be looking out for in this group.
Oh wait, so this is group 4, not
Yep.
group 3. Okay.
Yeah, this looks like group 4.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
Paul is our fastest.
Paul
for this group.
and Kate, I think, as well.
And then next
we've
group
seen a
we're
bit of-
gonna have Kavin, who is
Yeah.
another sub 7 solver. He uses Rue.
Yeah. All right. So Paul back on the stream with his third solve. Anything interesting you know about Paul?
I know that he's also pretty good at big cubes. He has some good 6 and 7 results, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess you're going to be competing with him for the podium.
Yes. Yeah.
Anything you see on the cube right now? Like good cross?
There is a free pair for yellow, but I don't know if he does yellow. It seems like he's just doing blue and green.
Blue and green.
Yeah, I think he's only blue and green. Okay, 7-13. That's
Slightly better than his previous solve. He's kind of on pace for, I would say, around a like low 7.
Yep. That should put him like near around 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
Maybe even better. But I don't think it's enough for PR average unless he's able to count like a low 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, let's see, we can't tell his best possible average right now, but, you know, it looks like he need to have
He's not
like
too
a
far
5
off. Yeah.
or something, like a high 5 to get there. And I think that might be Kate on the right, but we'll
Yes,
see.
it is Kate on right.
Yeah.
On the blue stage.
Can't really see too much of her cube right now, but blocked by the tripod. We could look at it from
We could
her
look at her phone.
phone screen. That's fair.
860. I don't think that's too good for her. I'm pretty sure she's a sub-8 solver.
Yeah. But it's still first round, lots of nerves, and people maybe warming up or getting ready for their main event, which might not necessarily be 3. And you know, if that's the case, then it's better to save those good solves for later in the day when you're you know, not as tired as or groggy.
What's cool about this comp is that there's 4 rounds and head-to-head finals, so that's going to be exciting to watch. And there's many opportunities for all of the competitors to get a PR average or single.
Yeah. Paul
So
onto a sports solve. Not sure what 3x3 max mains, but looks like Paul now again with the green cross. Solve looks a
Seems
little
like it's gonna be his
slower.
worst.
Yeah,
10:04.
but
So his BPA is going to be around a 7.1.
yeah,
721 BPA.
I think that was exactly what we saw from Varun. Maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Varun had a handful of you know, he started off well and then it went a little bit downhill and then kind of brought it back towards the end. But yeah, I think that was exactly a 721 from him. And we see Kate back on the stage. Solving a white cross, it looks like.
Bit of a lock.
Bit of a lock up on PL, yeah.
Round 46. Also with white cross.
And another 9. Well, I think that was a high 8 last time, now a 9.
So to recap, we've seen Max Park take the first seed so far with the 549 average. And in second seed, Jeremy Belamba got a PR average 642. That's very nice. Seems like he had sub 6 BPA as well.
That's impressive.
Yeah, PR by 0.2. So, who would you say are your predictions for the podium at this comp for 3x3?
For 3x3, I mean, if I had to guess just based off of the statistics, you know, Max, Park, Max Xiao, and I'm going to say technically Varun is the 3rd seed if you look at the psych sheet. I think Kyungmin has a pretty solid shot of beating him. So, I would say those 3.
Very close in average.
But I think Max Park is probably a very, very solid first place.
Yeah, you can't ever doubt him.
Yeah. He's super consistent. I mean, if you look at his
836, seems like it's a good sell for him. It's fist bumping.
Yeah. I think if you looked at Max's solves in that first round, he had like all 5s, so
yeah, all sub 6, very
all
consistent.
sub 6, so
yeah, that's what you're gonna get from Max.
See if Kate saw anything interesting here. White cross again.
Yeah,
a
it's
little
looking
bit of
like she's only
lockups
doing white cross
on
I think.
PLL, and ends up with a 8.5 there.
Based on her previous solves, I think that guarantees her sub 9 average. Not exactly sure though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Was that her 4th or 3rd solve?
I think it was her 4th.
Okay. Haven't been keeping too much count. I mean, things so far seem to have been going pretty smoothly, but then again, at a cubing competition, it feels like time flies.
Yeah, so Paul, with his 5th stall, let's see if he can get his best possible, 721.
He'd be looking for any kind of solve under a 6.5 here to get that BPA. So, won't be making a PR average here, but still has a good chance to get a really solid solve. Ooh, that looked a little fast
Locky
until that
Jeeper,
last
an
step.
861.
Yeah, I think that puts him probably at like a low 8
Yeah, low 8
or
average.
maybe a high 7.
Oh, 798.
Yep,
I mean 789.
789.
Sorry. That puts him in the 6th seed for now.
Yep.
We are also calling up 4x4 Group 5 on the purple stage. Once again, 4x4 Group 5 on the purple stage.
So how does this seating work for 3x3 and just cubing competitions in general for the audience?
Okay, so competitors are seeded based on the average that they get. So they do 5 stalls, and the 3 middle stalls are taken in count to count for the average. So their best solve and worst solves are not counted for the average. And based on whatever average you get, competitors will be ranked, and a certain amount of people will make it to the next round. So, for example, finals, it's going to be top 12.
So I think I don't know exactly how many people are going to make it to the next round for this for 3x3, but I think usually it's like 50% or something like that.
Yeah, usually it's 75% for the
75.
But we can check that real quick.
Yeah. So basically, some amount of people will be making it to the next round. I think what we'll probably do is distribute the top people, within those top 10 seeds to in different groups within the second round, just so that we'll have a good variation and also be able to see a good amount of them on the stream at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to be the top 150 competitors from the first round that make it into the second round.
Okay, so that's I think there are about 250 competitors total here.
Yes.
So that looks like
around 60 to 70%.
Yep. Yeah. Let's see, any other interesting statistics about the competition? I know that there are 10 new competitors here, so that's cool.
Okay.
10 people going to a cubing competition for their first time, which is probably exciting if you're watching the stream, or, even if you aren't, good luck out there. And if you are watching the stream and you haven't been to a cubing competition yet, you should definitely come out to one. As you can see, it's a lot of fun. Just a good place to meet a lot of other like-minded people who have similar hobbies and interests as you. Not just with cubing, but also other aspects. Like, I met a lot of people here who enjoy, watching certain anime or TV shows that I like, and just chat about all sorts of things that are interesting to me and them as well. So.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Through cubing competitions, I've met some of my best friends. So you can meet so many people with similar interests, and of course, the competition aspect is one of the most fun parts about it. You get to really compete in a very nice atmosphere under, you've been practicing for people practice for every day, and then they get to compete, and I think it's a great experience.
Oh yeah, and even if you don't make it on the podium or don't win, it's still nice to be able to see your times improve over time. Like, the more competitions you go to, the more times you get officially recorded, and then you can see like, oh well, last year I was getting 30-second solves, now I'm getting 20-second solves, and then in no time you'll maybe even be sub 10. So
yeah, something cool about cubing is that people compete with themselves more than they compete with others. So you're able to see people are trying to beat their personal best every competition, instead of, well, they are trying to beat other competitors, but it's more so a competition within yourself.
Yep. Looks like that peel over there was a little slow turning, but ends this group, and I think, oh, sorry, ends, I think that guy solves for the group, but
Looks like we have Michael Chai all the way in the back. We can't really see
Yeah.
this all. You can see the time.
I think it looks like group 5 is almost
just-
over.
No, I thought it just started.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's see. So,
Oh, you're right. So group 5 has just started. I guess that means we are a little behind.
and I think for this group, we're going to be paying attention mostly to Kovansov. He's our fastest competitor in this group. He has a sub-7 average, and he's top 10 on the psych sheet for this competition.
And you said he is a Roux solver primarily?
Yes, he uses Roux.
So, and we see Michael there slightly in the back. Roux is an interesting, slightly different method from CFOP, which we were talking about before, where in CFOP you are, doing things kind of layer by layer. Roux is a more sort of block building-y method, where instead of solving the entire first 2 layers, you kind of solve 2 blocks, and then you have this M slice that you get to play around with, and that helps with orienting things, or just gives you more pieces to be able to move things around and solve the cube. Maybe not necessarily faster, but at least typically more efficiently.
Yeah, I think Roux has definitely been proven to be at least maybe not the best method, but some could say that it's very close. We've seen Sean Patrick Villanueva break the boundaries of Roux solving. He recently got like a mid-5 average, and he also broke the one-handed world record single in average this year.
Yeah. I think maybe I might be wrong here, but for OH, one-handed solving, Roux is still the primary method.
I'd say
used.
it is the best method.
Yeah. So, which is surprising, because I think if you told someone 10 years ago, like, Roux would be popular for OH, I don't know if people would give you a weird look, because I feel like OH is one of those competitions where, like, how do you even turn the M slice with one hand? It turns out if you use the table, then it makes the solve so much faster. So
let's see. So Coven is about to do his first solve.
Use the table as your second hand. So you can see how this solve looks a little bit different, a lot more M moves, and not really turning the cube as much as some of the CFOP solvers there.
And I think Gil in chat explained it very nicely. You solve the first 2 blocks, then the top 4 corners, and then after that you do edge orientation to solve the edges and permute them with just middle slice moves and U moves.
Okay. That looks like Ethan Ye on what we're looking at right now.
He has a 763 average and a 576 single as his PRs.
Yep. So it looks
and he
like
only started competing in 2020.
Seems to be looking at the white side. Yeah, 2020 is an interesting time to start competing. I feel like there's not a lot of people with 2020 IDs just because COVID kind of took out the vast majority of that year.
For the people in the U.S., they're those who have 2020 IDs have only started competing in January or February, so it's very rare.
Yeah.
702 for Ethan, that's well under his PR average. So that's a good solve for him.
So what was that, his first solve?
Yes, I think it was his first solve.
And we have
Michael with an 826. That was his second solve.
Anything interesting you see on this right now? Looks like the solver might be color neutral. 'Cause I saw him solving.
Yeah, red cross.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
PLL skip.
Yeah.
664. It might
I
be a
think he's gonna
PR
be
for him.
happy with that. I think that might be a PR because I
He's
was
very
seeing
happy
him.
about that.
Yeah, and I think his previous solve or two were around 8 seconds. So a 6 is definitely on the low end. Seemed super excited. Okay. And I guess we're back on the stream. Not too much cubing happening right now. Although I see Michael back. As you can see, he's wearing that pink shirt, meaning he's a delegate. Also, I think that is an FTO, not a official event, but hopefully.
It could be in the future.
Yeah.
It's a very popular unofficial event.
Looks like he is also going to be doing Red Cross here.
Oh.
Pretty efficient.
Wow.
I think that also was the PLL skip, but
Oh my god.
with the +2, that's
It's-
going to be rough.
To me, it seemed like he did ZB or
Oh,
some. I don't
okay.
think he did the standard out.
Never
but
mind.
It was +2, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And a sub-6 solve. His PR is 606, so that would have been a PR for him.
Yeah, that is rough. Just under. It's a PR in our hearts.
Yeah, in our hearts.
We saw what happened. All right, and back to Kevin.
His turning style is very nice. It's
Yeah,
it
super
seems very
efficient.
relaxed.
I mean, that almost looked like CFOP there. He has like 2 layers built.
But
But
1018,
Gonna be a little
not the
slow
greatest.
towards the end. Alright, let's see what he gets as his, I think, 4th solve here. Solving orange cross. Few lockups there, ends up with the 10-second solve. But I think
He's still
overall
happy
just
about
happy
that
about
6.
that. Yeah, 6. I think that might be even a pretty good PR for him. Looks like, I think that's Ethan again.
I'm not sure what solve number he's on. It should be around 2 or 3.
Yep. I like that little plush he has there. You know what that's from?
What?
The plush.
I didn't see it.
Okay. Looked like some kind of anime. I think Manu, our resident anime expert, our resident weeb, would know a bit more about that. And he's not here to defend himself, so I can say what I want. Ooh, don't. Oh, that's rough.
That seemed like it was going to be a sub-8 solve.
Yeah, and then he just dropped the cube and did 2 extra turns there and almost DNF'd, I would say. Let's see if there's any redemption happening here. Doesn't look like it. Probably not going to get.
925. Not good for him.
Mm-hmm.
His PR average is a 726.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, looks like his FTO popped. Seemed to be collecting some pieces there.
So Coven is also very good at one-handed. He has an 1121 average.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he got 2nd place at 2018 Nationals in one-handed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see if he gets on the podium for OH. We have his psych sheet up, or, well, we can bring it up.
Oh, 909, that's going to be counting.
Yeah, looks like he is
5th.
5th,
So
so
he
he has
could podium.
he has a good shot at podiuming in OH. Probably not going to in 3x3, but you know, it's not about winning every single event. It's about winning your main event. And I think he has a good chance doing pretty well in that.
Yep, and OH is his strong suit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, that was an interesting. I think that was Ciolo.
Oh.
Used some type of F move out for a pie case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, this cuber seemed to know a lot of Alex sets and also was color neutral, so.
Mm-hmm. Scramble's looking nice. I see some pairs. Oh, nice. 737. That's counting. So now we have Michael and Coven going.
Yep. I think Michael is also color neutral here. Pretty efficient.
765.
Fast solve. That's close to his average, but I don't know if.
I think he did lock in a sub-8 average. He has a bunch of 7s, including that 5+2.
Ooh, and there goes Captain with an 8.2. I think that's also counting. Don't know what his average is, but he has one more solve left, I believe. So
I think his BPA is around like a mid-8, so not really close to his PR average, but I'll definitely get him into the second round.
okay. And this might be, I think, Ethan's last solve. So
Yes.
coming to the tail end of
3x3.
3x3, and then we'll be starting with 4x4. What group are you in? Do you know? For
Yeah, I'm in
4x4?
group 7
Group
of
7.
4x4, so
Okay.
it's going to be at
Kind of the
in
midpoint.
about half an hour.
Yep. All right. Sounds good. Ethan,
On his
last solve.
white cross.
That looked very pretty efficient, but there were some lockups.
Yeah, there were a few lockups. I've
Yeah.
seen throughout his solves. I've seen a couple lockups, especially that one where you drop the cube and
Oh yeah, that was
added
rough.
about 3 or 4 seconds to his time. That was
Yeah.
unfortunate. But otherwise, he should be
Now calling up
top
4x4
20 maybe.
group
Definitely got like
6.
around an 8
4x4
average.
group
Yeah.
6 on
I mean,
all stages.
Like we were saying earlier, most of these, not most, all, pretty much everyone we've seen today is going to make it to the round 2. I think probably the cutoff is going to be like 20 seconds or something, like maybe.
Yeah, top 150.
Yeah.
That's a lot of competitors will be able to make that. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna be heading out, and I'll be back for 5x5, and I'm gonna leave you with Manu in a bit once he comes back.
Yeah. Looks like, oh, I was going to say Manu. I don't think Manu's competing, and but turns out he's actually just fixing her camera.
Never mind, I'm gonna be staying.
All right. Yep.
Okay, so now we are on 4x4 group 6. So let's check out the 4x4 live results. So far, for the ones that have been entered, the best solves have been around a minute. So there's a lot more competitors that still need to solve.
Yeah. So I'm mostly standing behind the casting booth, so I haven't seen much of the competition layout, but from what I understand, there are 3 stages we have. There's a red stage, a blue stage, and a purple stage. And so we're having 4x4 happening simultaneously, right?
Yes.
With the with this 3x3 group. And we have to do some of these, simultaneous event shenanigans when we're running a competition as big as Western Champs. Just because there's so many events and so many competitors, you kind of try to streamline things as much as possible. So 4x4 is theoretically ongoing right now. We haven't seen any of the competitors solving because we're only looking at the red and blue stage. Yeah, but Michael, maybe you can tell us a bit about what the purple stage is and what it looks like. Like, where is 4x4 happening?
So the way that the purple stage works, generally speaking, is that they're going to be running simultaneous events throughout the day. It's built specifically in mind of keeping the efficiency of the schedule together, putting people at some different speeds into certain stages, and it helps deal with a lot of the logistical challenges of what an organizer's schedule might look like. But normally speaking, all the red and the blue stages will be standard, but that's pretty much what you'd see in that type of stage orientation at this scale. Yeah.
So it's just happening like kind of off to the side.
Yeah, so we also like did some combinations of 3x3 and 4x4 on that stage as well. Not necessarily that they're doing two events at a time, but that they're doing a different event while 3x3 is happening. So they were doing part of 4x4. Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
hopefully that was insightful.
All right, back to Vishwa. Got a sneak peek of Chai on the stream. I think he probably is going to be coming up.
Yeah, he'll be back for 4x4 Group 8.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, so I'm not sure which group Max is in, but he is going to be one to look out for, of course. He has a world record, both
Yep.
single and average. He's going to be in group...
looks like he's going to be in the
he's
group
in
that's
this
right
group.
coming up right now.
Or-
Looks like,
This is Group 6, right?
yeah, it does look like it. But I think we're still setting up some cameras.
Okay. Okay.
Manu is off there to the side,
Alpha judging on all stages, especially purple stage.
kind of fixing up one of the cameras.
So
So looks like the stream might be a bit behind, but yeah, looks like 4x4 is getting underway. I see a handful of people solving in the background there.
In this sixth group, we're going to have many fast solvers. So the top two seeds are in the Group 6, Max Park and Ari Randers-Pearson, as well as Kate Grimm, who's the 8th seed, and who we're seeing on stream right now. She has a 28.5 average as a PR. Yeah, Max and Ari.
Yep. Can't see too much of her, but maybe you can look at the top-down view and see what she's doing.
And this is exactly why the top-down view is so useful.
Yep. So, seems like she's just doing her edge pairing right now. Finished with that, off to 3x3 stage, super fast.
As per my solve,
25.
25.65.
Yeah,
which is
that's
3
better than her.
seconds under your PR average.
Yeah.
So that's a
I
good
didn't
solve
see
for
any
her.
parity there, so that's,
no
that's always
parity.
good to see.
With 4x4, there really isn't much variation of methods. Almost everyone is using Yao. At the top level, a few people are using Hoya, but no one at the top uses Redux.
Yep. And I think once you get to 5x5, there's still a handful of people using Redux.
Yeah, once you get to 5x5, there's way more variation within the methods.
Or even within the top solvers, like,
Yes.
you know, Redux versus Yao is still kind of a debate there, but 4x4, almost all we're going to be seeing here is Yao.
Yeah. And we have Ari. He's about to do his first solve, I think. And what's interesting about Ari's solve is that he's using OPA, which is OLO parity avoidance. So during inspection, he's able to track the pieces and do certain moves in a way that will make it so he does not get OLO parity.
And so that requires a little bit more thought and effort in your edge pairing stage, but saves a lot of time when you're doing 3x3.
No, actually, after you're done with your first center, I think you don't have to do anything else. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
But the problem is that inspection might take a while. So he's using most of the time he's going to be using almost all of the inspection, and then after he's done with his cross edges in his first center, he doesn't have to track anything anymore, and he can just continue with the rest of his solve.
So, are you keeping like? How do you avoid messing up the OLL parity avoidance that you've set up beforehand?
Okay,
like,
so
do you have to use a reduced subset of moves, or?
I don't. No, you don't have to, but it's based on your slice count. So the middle slice. So you either have even or odd. So whatever you count in inspection. So let's say it's odd. You want to do an odd amount of slice turn during your from the start of your solve until you finish your first center.
Okay.
And once you do that, you can just continue with the rest of your solves, and you won't get OLL parity.
Ah, gotcha. There we end up seeing her.
Lockups, 34.
Lockups to parity. Max back on.
Okay, finishing centers at 11. OLL parity. Very
And
fast transitions. It's going to be at 21.
Yep, and I think that's close to his PR average.
Not really. He has a 1938
okay.
average, but
That's fair.
that's a solve like that. If he continues that, that's obviously going to put him in the first seed.
Yeah.
Max is very dominant, especially at this competition. He's probably going to get first in every round for all the big cubes.
Oh yeah. And so the people we should be looking out for right now are Ari, Max, and Kate. So speaking of Ari, looks like he's coming up on the stream. He had a
2280, which
high
is
22,
which
is
is
a little
below his PR average.
Yeah, so if he keeps that up, he could be in for a new PR average there, which would be pretty good for him.
Ari was able to get third at the North American Championships for North American competitors. I think it was maybe fifth overall. And he also podiumed that in 2022. He got second place.
So let's keep an eye out for that OLL parity avoidance like you're talking about. And so what you're saying is by this point he's like already set up to avoid parity.
So now that he's finished his first center, he does not need to track anything anymore.
Looks like a pretty fast edge pairing.
And yeah, he does not get OLL parity.
Or PLL for that matter.
23.
Ends up with the 23. So still close to his average. I think he's, gets a few more solves like that. And
he's set for PR average.
Yeah.
You can see that there's not many pauses in the solves. It's very fast.
Yeah.
Very nice to watch. Next up, we have Max on his second solve. His first solve was a 21.4. Looks like blue and green are good for the scramble. I think he goes with the blue and green center.
Yeah.
Finishing center is about high 10, around the same as the first solve.
And
but these edges were finished much faster.
Yeah.
It's parity.
It's going to be a bit of a
23,
slower
not the
solve for
greatest.
him.
Double parity really cost him there.
Yeah. And that's why, like you were saying earlier, that OLL parity avoidance, I guess, helps a lot with that variance that you can get with having parity versus not. I think both of his solves had parity, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, OPA is not very common, but I think it's something to look into if you're really trying to get good at 4x4. It has it improves it could improve your time by only a small margin, but very useful for the top solvers. So
Yeah.
I know Ari is someone that uses it. I'm not sure about other solvers who use it. I know Ray Bai, who has a 24 average, also uses this method.
Yeah. But then again, I don't think we can say anything to Max, who is objectively the best. I mean, objectively the best 4x4 solver with both the world record average and single. Getting that world record average just recently, I think a few months ago, or if not last month.
Yeah, and the single was only a couple months ago as well.
Or maybe the single was a couple months ago.
Yeah,
but yeah.
single was sometime this summer. First top 16 solve ever, 1571.
All right.
A
It's
bit
like
of lockups during his centers.
Let's see if his edges are as fast as last time.
Yeah, it's not looking as good.
Yeah.
Oh.
But.
Okay. You know, I thought that was going to be like a 26, but he had a very fast F2L, so it was still 24.08, which is a bit higher than his PR average, but he still has the potential to break his PR.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so Chris Sun also uses OPA. He's another fast solver.
Okay. Max, back up on the stream.
Which center's at 9. Okay, much faster than his previous solves.
Yeah, let's see if he can skip that. Nope.
Oh, almost up 20.
Yeah.
Without all
still
parity, he
had
would have
all
gotten a
parity.
19, I think.
Yeah.
But that's his best solve yet.
Getting a bit unlucky here. Parity is theoretically, I think, a 50-50. So
And it seems like he's gotten them for all three of his solves.
Kate's doing her, what looks like
fourth
solve. And seems to be done with edge pairing round 17.
PLO parity, but 28, that should. I'm not sure. I think we missed one of her solves, but that is counting, so.
You can see a bit of that flare to the stream.
And I think we have Jack Stewart on stream right now.
With a 27 single and 31 average.
Finishes the edges at about 24.
And fast PL.
No OLO parity, but did have PLO parity, 33.
Yeah.
So looking at the 4x4 podium, I think first is basically guaranteed. Max is probably going to win this competition, but after that, we could see
After that, it's kind of anyone's game.
Yeah, there are a lot of people near the top. So
Yeah.
from 23 to 28, there's around 6 or 7 competitors.
Yeah. And
So it's anyone's game for the podiums.
with parity, there's a little bit of variance. So if people get lucky or unlucky, you know, there's a chance that you could see a bit of an upset. Maybe Paul beats Varun or Varun beats Max. And
Yeah, so Ari's about to do his fourth solve. So based on what Gil's saying, he says that Ari traces the amount of center edge swaps just like blind trace. Okay, so that's similar to blind. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but it works.
yeah. So it looks like he's done with the centers, off to edge pairing.
Done with edges. Oh, looks like he mistraced.
Yeah.
He got parity. 27.
Gonna be a bit rough for him.
So his BPA is not going to be PR anymore.
Yeah.
2356.
Actually,
It's going to be right.
right above.
Yeah, right above. Oh,
And Kate
35
with
plus
35.
2. So that means that I think she got a 34. That's going to be counting. So no
Yeah.
PR average for her.
But should be able to make round 2, and I think there are 3 rounds of 4x4.
Yeah, I think so.
So,
Max is on
lots
his
of
fourth.
chances to, lots of chances to get a PR tomorrow. See anything interesting?
Doesn't seem like the greatest scramble, to be honest. Look, he's doing yellow cross edges. Finishes at 8. It's very nice. He's on pace for sub 20.
Yeah. See if he gets parity again. Does looks like it. And
It's going to be a 2262.
That-
So his best possible average is going to be 2138. Not close to world record.
yeah.
But that'll definitely should guarantee him first.
Yep. I mean, one thing about Max is he's super consistent. I feel is like all of those solves were all within a second of each other, like 1 or 2 seconds of each other. So
Yeah, Max never usually has any like big pops or huge fails, like cube drops or anything like that. Solves are
Yeah.
very consistent.
although he did get that sub 16 single, like you said a few months ago. So I'd say that's like a huge pop off, or
For sure.
like pretty good for him. So I
yeah,
think you're gonna be competing in the
Yes,
next round,
we'll
right?
be
Next,
competing in the
next
next
group.
group.
So
And yeah, so now we're gonna see that Max and Ari have guaranteed the top 2 seeds, at least for this group. It's gonna be worst possible 22.5 and 25 flat.
Yep. I don't think anyone else, is close to that, from what I can see. So, I think this is Ari's last solve.
It's crazy how Ari has enough time to track the swaps and look at what his first center is going to be. He finished centers pretty fast. I think it was high 8.
Yeah.
It should be a good solve for him. Done with edges already.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. So close to sub 20.
Yeah.
That's a PR single for him. 2043.
That's going to be he's gonna be pretty happy about that. He is pretty happy about that. And for his last solve, doesn't get a PR average, but the
very
single,
close, very
the
close.
s-
PR
yeah.
single and PR2 average, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
And that single is going to be very highly ranked. So right now
Yeah.
he's ranked 28th in the world for single, and he's now 20th.
and that's the
He's-
thing about cubing is like even if your average isn't gonna break any records, like you can always still get a single PR
Mhm.
or even a single world record. So
yeah, you never know. Any time, singles are obviously more based on luck,
Yeah.
but
anything could happen.
anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean even now, like who knows, Max might end up getting a 15.5. So not gonna jinx it, but we are going to have a little bit of a swap here because Vishwa needs to go to his next group.
Max on his last solve. Fishy says there's a mid-9.
And
Very fast edges. Another OLL parity.
yeah,
I think that's 5 out of 5 for him. It's going to be a 21-26.
and that's going to be putting his average at a 20.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to be
Mid
heading
21,
out.
but
I have
yeah.
to compete in 4x4, but have fun commentating.
Yep. And that was Vishwa.
Don't say stuff like we're going to transition. Yeah, don't say that. Not at all. Yeah, don't say that.
And one more reminder that West Coast Cubing is now selling custom mats, stickers, and hand warmers outside. There will also be the SpeedCubeShop raffle for the Can 14 at 4:40 p.m. right after Square One.
All right.
Thank you.
That was the first full group of 4x4. So as earlier, we didn't have 4x4 on all the stages, but what a treat to be able to see both Ari and Max at the same time.
Yeah.
And if you
Neck
all,
and neck.
I don't know if you all saw at some point, we cut back to that little cam. I was arch back there in the war room, pulling up all these graphics for you guys.
Yeah.
I love these graphics, man. They look so good. Shout out to Tyler Rose for getting them done for us. You're the best, T Rose. But yeah, I mean, a pretty interesting average from both of them. Max, I feel like, has been getting screwed by parodies recently.
Yeah, that was rough. He got 5 out of 5 there, and I think you were
5 out of 5 OLL?
Yeah. I know.
That's insane because so if you all go back to NAC 2024, it's Max versus Timon. Max and Timon are both cooking. They're 3 solves in. Timon ended up getting no parodies on the last 2. Max got, I think, double on both of those 2. So he ended up getting 4 out of 4 on the last 2. That's what ended up costing him, I think, in the end. I don't know if Vishwan mentioned this. Parodies, we say, cost like 2 seconds each. So
Yeah. I mean, if you're Max, maybe a second and a half.
yeah, I mean, good from Ari though to see
Mhm.
he looks like he got PR single.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
On his
Pretty
last
sick.
solve, that 20 point,
That one.
that
yeah,
one,
2043.
2043.
Good to see.
Mhm.
Yeah, Ari with OPA is just so interesting.
Mhm.
So interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting compare. I hope you all enjoyed in the chat.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really interesting also going forward because we got more rounds of 4x4. I think 3 rounds of 4x4 actually,
Yeah.
which is really fun. I really think 4x4 is a fantastic event. So much fun to watch.
Mhm.
Both of those will be tomorrow though.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone. So we're going to go ahead to
4x4 group 7.
7.
I think one of the competitors that we do know is going to be here is Vishwa.
Yeah, so we got
so-
Vishwa, Shane, Jeremy Boombot from, I've actually forgotten which state. Not one of the WCC states. Different state. He's going to be here, as well as Anthony Lauro, who I've actually never met before.
Yeah.
But I believe they're a WCC competitor. They're one of the staff members, so that'll be cool.
Mhm.
Good staff representation.
Yeah,
I love the staff.
You've narrowed it down to 47 states, right?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Right? And I know they're not from Hawaii. Oh, no, I guess I already knew that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess my narrowing down did not do much.
They're probably not from Alaska.
They're likely not from Alaska. We're down to
Yeah.
46. Okay, we're
Okay.
making progress. We're making progress here. Love the production. Thanks to here. Thanks to here, Gil. How's everyone doing in the chat? You know what I want to hear from everyone while we're in between these two groups? Where are you watching from? Are you watching from somewhere in the WCC? If you're watching from California, let us know, like NorCal, SoCal. If you're watching from Nevada, that's awesome. If you're watching from Hawaii, welcome. Aloha to you all.
Yeah,
It's
a bit
quite early. Yeah, it's
I
like,
was
what,
gonna
like
say.
8 a.m., 8:30 or something?
8 a.m.
Is it? I don't remember if they're
4
2 or
hours?
3.
I thought it's like. Is it more?
No, it's only 2 or 3. It's only ever 2 or
okay.
3.
I think 4 sounds about right.
No, it's definitely not 4. It's never. It's
Okay.
never 4.
You know,
yeah.
but with daylight savings.
No, with daylight savings, it's either 2 or 3. Anyway, this guy has no idea what we're talking about. But if you're watching from somewhere in the States, I'd love to know which state you're from. If you're watching from outside, hello to you all international viewers. All right, here we go. This is Jeremy Boombot. The reason I
3.
know that it's Jeremy Boombot is because of the fedora. It's an absolute classic. This guy is an amazing competitor. One of the top competitors we're going to be looking at, 10th on the psych sheet.
Mm-hmm.
From Wales, Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I got to see a lot of Irish cubers at Euros. You guys are amazing, man. You guys have awesome spirit.
Lots of people on the SpeedCubeShop stream from international places.
Jeremy from Arizona. Okay, that's what. Okay, my inkling was Arizona, but I didn't want to be wrong. So thank you. Thank you guys. Your name is just Cuber. That's kind of cool. I don't know how you got that handle. 3854 for Jeremy to start off.
Yeah. Well, I think you can set up your handles on YouTube.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. It
yeah.
can just be anything, right?
Yeah. Does SpeedCubeShop have international shipping?
I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
That's
they
nice.
do. So
Explains a lot of the international representation.
there's actually a lot of international cubers who are sponsored by SpeedCubeShop
Oh,
also.
wow.
At some point, I know Anthony Paterakis was.
Mhm.
I think he might still be. Oh, I met a ton of people at Euros. If I had counted everyone I met at Euros, we would never be done with this live stream. The live stream would only be that. Someone's watching from the south of France. Hello.
Yeah, you already mentioned one. You saw Ron.
Yeah, I met Ron.
Yeah.
I met Mary Hennessy. She was so I was staff and she was my stage lead.
Okay,
which
so
was fun.
we did just say that we weren't going to talk
Okay,
about
I
every
wasn't gonna
single
mention all. I wasn't gonna say all of them, but
But that's cool. Yeah.
anyone with an address. That's pretty good. I think that covers the majority of people on the planet. So it's good to hear. Good to hear.
Mm-hmm. Wonder
Yeah.
if people in Antarctica have addresses.
I actually don't know. SpeedCubeShop. Go find that out for us.
Yeah.
All right, Shane Grogan. He is one of the delegates. He's actually a delegate for North American Championships too. Pretty cool. He was helping to run the data team. He's running the data team here as well. Big Cube enthusiast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting data entered smoothly is super important. I've seen events get backed up sometimes because for some reason data's not entered quickly enough, and
Yeah, definitely not. It's a very overlooked job because it's not something that's very visible. But yeah, we have to read all the scorecards and then we have to submit them, all the results in
and
so
verify them.
verify everything. Yeah, so it's a pretty big task. All right, Shane, gonna get us started here. If you all have already explained Yao, then yeah, I mean basically everyone is going to be using Yao method.
We actually haven't. If you want to
Sure.
do your patented menu explanation.
My menu explanation. You'll see that Shane is holding everything on that left-hand side. Now he's flipped. What the Yao method is basically it's kind of like reduction, where you turn it into a 3x3. The difference is when certain steps happen. In Yao, you actually solve the cross edges first before you advance on to the remainder. So you solve 2 centers first, then you solve 3 cross edges. Store those on the left-hand side. Then solve the rest of the centers in the remaining cross edge. Then flip the cube by doing a Z or Z prime rotation. Actually, I think everyone is going to do Z prime. And then you solve the rest of the edges, and then you end up in a 3x3 state. So it's a little bit different. In a pure reduction mode, you would solve all the centers first, then solve the edges. And this is what you're going to see competitors do for bigger cubes. 5x5 Max is a great example of this. The reason why Yao works a little bit better is it kind of reorders things in a way that is more efficient. Edge pairing is really tough. You're going to see this on the big cubes. Most people are not very good at pairing edges on big cubes. It's just so many pieces to look at. But Yao kind of reorders that, so you get those steps out first. The cross edges are the ones that pop out to most people first anyway. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, that's right, Gil. I saw a lot of that in Europe, actually. Some people do solve the last cross edge on the right, and they're just kind of store it elsewhere. And then they'll go and solve it in at the end. That's definitely something I want to mess around with and see if it's any good for me. Watching from Southern California in the car, hello. Hopefully you are not driving the car. If you are driving, I would suggest you stop watching the stream and drive the car instead. 2940, sub 30 for Jeremy.
I've watched. Well, I wouldn't say I've watched streams in cars. I've listened to
Listened.
streams in cars. But yeah, I wouldn't say typing in chat.
Yeah, don't be typing in chat.
Don't be typing in chat.
I am not going to support this activity.
Yeah.
Cubing Fedora, yeah, I think it's really cool. It's a cool brand. Cubers are so creative, man.
Mm.
You can see Michael Chai in the back there as well as he's competing.
Yeah.
Let's see who we got next on the stream. Hey, you just heard from him. Our good
Vishwa
friend of
Soccer.
Vishwa. So Vishwa is ranked 6th on the psych sheet, and we say psych sheet a lot. Psych sheet is just like the rankings coming in.
Yeah.
Coming into the competition with a 24.48 second average. That is top 100 in the world. So, you know, when Vishwa says something, he knows what he's talking about.
Specifically top 84.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't mess with those 16
Yeah,
ranks.
that's a good point. Good point. Yeah, so there we go. So about 14 seconds he had finished cross and his centers.
Yeah.
So now is the edge pairing. Edge pairing's done now. He's going to go into the 3x3 stage, getting that OLL parity, the dreaded OLL parity. Really can kind of ruin solves, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And probably ended up with PLL parity also for a long finish, 34.53.
Almost 10 seconds over his PR single.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's
kind of a rough start.
the
But
double parity, man. Brutal.
yeah.
Just brutal. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy.
There's worse things. There's worse things out there. And I don't think my enemy would particularly care about getting double parity.
You know what? Actually, I feel like if most of my enemies don't know how to solve a cube at all, so if they got double parity, it would just be the same as just like not knowing what to do.
I personally don't have very many enemies.
That's good. That's
but
good.
Getting back to the cubing, Shane here on 3x3 stage.
Yeah.
Only PLO parity there, but and some
a
lockups.
G-perm. The RUD G-perm hard to execute on a big cube. G-perms are just bad.
I actually like some of the G perms on
So
3x3.
some of the new algs are better now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
I need to learn them.
I need to refresh. All of my algs are like still sitting from like 2016. I need to learn like the RUD G perms. Some of them flow very, very well. So that's why I'm not on the stream. I'm just sitting back here yapping.
Well, I thought you did COO.
Yeah, I do COL, but
So
it's not
does
enough
that
because
mean
I'm
you
good.
avoid G perms?
Yeah, I do avoid most of them.
Yeah.
I do avoid them most of the time, but they still come up. 34-25, Jeremy Boombots.
We need a few judges on the event stage. You have already competed. It is your turn to judge. Thank you.
So yeah, I think on the other side, I think this must be Anthony Loro. Just by process of elimination. I mean, he is a staff member. I know this as well. So yeah, cool. Hello, Anthony. It's the first time I'm meeting them. We are meeting through the magic of the camera. The marvelous invention of the camera.
Does it count as meeting if?
Yeah, not really.
They
I
don't
wouldn't say so.
Yeah.
Looks like okay. Well, it's definitely Anthony because I can see it on the name tag.
Yeah, and
looks like he actually did a yellow Yao edges first, which is pretty interesting. I mean, at some point in the future, we are going to eventually get to color neutral 4x4. That future, I think, is a long ways away. There are so many other things to optimize first.
Yeah. But dual
35-10.
color isn't too far off.
Yeah, dual color is definitely easier. It's the same thing for 3x3.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to be able to do dual color just because it's only two colors that stand out. All right, Vishwa on, I believe, it must be solve 2.
Yep.
At least the second solve that we've seen.
And it seems to be so far a pretty decent solve for him if he can finish off this
Yeah.
with parity.
Yeah, that's not good. And this looks like, yeah, it
another
looked like
parity.
it didn't look like a PLL I knew. So, 33-87, unfortunate. He's got hit with 4 out of 4 parities so far. Only relevant for the first 2 centers. The parity game is like, so I find parity so interesting because, like, the competitors hate getting parity. But if you ask me, from the viewer's perspective, it's just drama. I have no idea. Like, the solve could be going really, really well, and then parity is just going to show up. Or the reverse could happen, right? You could be 2 seconds behind, but then if you get lucky and you don't get parity, then all of a sudden you're, like, back on pace.
It's like a perfect 3-act story. You know, you
Yeah.
have Act 1 where you're doing your centers and your edges, and it's like, oh, it goes really well, or it doesn't. And you have Act 2, where, you know, things are building up, and it's like, oh, you did really good at F2L, or maybe you kind of messed up F2L, and then the climax, like, everything hits at parity, and you're like, you hit parity or you don't hit parity. Or you could be Ari, where you do all parity
Right.
avoidance, but still end up with parity, and like,
right.
boom.
Yeah,
'cause
exactly.
You messed up somewhere, and
Yeah, I think one of the solves that Ari ended up unfortunately mistracing, so got stuck with parity, as Shane demonstrates a PLL parity executed well. 31-75. It's a good comeback.
What's your favorite cube for 4x4?
I am currently using the WRM. I quite like it. I think it fits me decently well. Obviously, I'm not a top competitor, so but I like it. I think it comes in at a good price point also. The Vin Cube is very popular now. I initially was like not sold on the Vin Cube, mainly because I didn't like its name. I thought the name was kind of silly. Like, what kind of Vin Cube? Like, what a silly name.
Yeah,
but it's
vehicle identifier number.
Yeah, it's very silly. But the Vin Cube is very popular, and the major flaw that it did have has been kind of resolved by some hardware fixes that have been made. So,
That's nice.
so yeah, that one's pretty popular as well. It's a pretty good puzzle. You'll see some competitors using the Vin Cube.
As we get on to Vishwa's third solve, hopefully he can avoid that parity. I mean, he's got 4 out of 4. It's only time, right?
Yeah. Parity, a 50-50 chance. It depends on whether or not you have odd or even number of slices. Ooh, that looks like he kind of messed up on edge pairing.
Yeah. Maybe he like traced something wrong, or
Yeah, not sure. Unfortunate.
yeah.
3-3 stage.
And
That's another OLL parity.
I don't know if we. Yeah. it
Almost
looks like
certainly he got PLL
PLL
parity
parity.
too.
Yikes! 6 out of 6. We should stop jinxing him.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
6 out of 6 is brutal. Like, what are actually the odds? It's like it's 50-50, right? So
Yeah.
it's like 1
2 out of 2 to the
two
power
to
6,
6,
that's
which is 64.
So that's like 1.6% or something.
something like that.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Yeah, 1.6. So
Yeah.
that's so unlucky.
That's
Yep.
like getting to dream odds.
We got a bit of ways to go for that. I forgot what the final number was. Like 1 in like 100 billion.
100 billion. Maybe more. It was something more than that.
Some insane number.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's hoping that Jeremy Boombach can avoid those disastrous 100 billion odds and kind of get back on his average a little bit. Number 5, so BPA, WPA already populated a pretty wide range.
Well, if you think about it, if every single person knew how to solve a 4x4, 7 of them would end up with 1 in a billion odds.
I guess that's a good point.
Yeah.
28.47 for him. That not 1 in a billion odds for him to do that. 2 seconds off of his PR, but I mean it's solid. It gets him BPA round 1. You know, it's still pretty early in the morning. I would say competitors still getting warmed up and such. So.
Yep. It would be interesting to get statistics for how many cubers there are. I'm sure you could look at the WCA website and figure that out.
Yeah. I'm sure it's a simple query. It's
Yeah.
I think it's almost 200,000. 200,000 is a very common
Actually, I think
number.
it's over.
Oh, is it over now?
Yeah.
I know at some point we were close to going over. I just don't know whether or not that point had happened yet.
Okay.
If someone wants to run a quick SQL query, let me know.
And that's only people who've registered and attended competitions.
That's correct.
So
That's correct. Anyone who has competed officially. It is very hard to track the people who have not competed because you always get those people like, oh, I solved it once in the 90s.
yeah, I
and
solved 5 sides.
Yeah, exactly. So 31.77, good solve from Shane. Oh, he's shaking his head. I mean, every cuber has to shake their head. You know, you're not a cuber if you like are instantly happy with the result.
Yeah. Unless you're Ari and you get a PR single.
Yeah, PR single.
Yeah.
Yeah, PR single.
That's the only case where you're allowed to be
Yeah,
happy.
yeah. Only then are you allowed.
All right, let's see. Vishwa, I think a little disappointed with his last 3 solves there.
I mean, who can blame him,
Yeah.
man? 6 out of 6. But I mean, he didn't get OLO
but
parity here.
yeah,
it
that's
looks like.
good. And doesn't look like a PL
Yeah,
either.
no PLO
so
parity.
that
27.
already-
There we go.
already
There we
pulled
go.
in his time by almost 7 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
so-
that's kind of what it is because there are 2 things, right? Well, this is my theory at least. There are 2 things with parity. One is actually getting the parity and executing it. So that's like, we say that it's like a 2-second loss. But the other thing that I think is included in that is kind of like a mental loss. Like, bro, if I get 10 out of 10 parodies, I'm just like, are you serious? And then
Yeah.
it's just like my motivation for the rest of the solve is just going to decline. Just in the
Well,
dumps.
If you got 10 out of 10, the solve is over.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, even executing that PLL parody, because I'm
Yeah.
going to be like, oh, like,
Yeah,
I'm just
I
not
see
going
what
to
you mean.
execute.
Yeah.
I'm not going to execute this properly. So,
Every next parody is just like another hit to your morale.
yeah, actually, though, like this one, man, like,
Yeah. Today's not been a good day for parodies.
yeah, I feel like at least like while I've been on and while I was watching Max while doing the production hot seat a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like people have been getting hits. I mean, this is why like being able to do OPA is powerful because you
Mhm.
know instead of having 75% chance of getting some parody, you now only have 50% chance of getting some parody.
Mhm.
And that parody that you do get is a PLL parody, which is significantly nicer.
Yeah.
Not only is it easier alg to execute, it's also what you can do is that you could basically memorize not quite double, but you can memorize more PLLs
Mm-hmm.
such that when you execute your PLL, you also solve parity along with it.
Yeah. It's essentially like, I guess 48.
I think it's
Or-
is 48 right? I'm wondering it's at least double.
Or yeah. Yeah. Never mind. I was throwing out a random number.
As Shane is back on for his last one.
Group 8. 4x4 group 8 on all stages. This is the last group of 4x4. So if you were set to compete in an earlier group, if you haven't already, please bring up your cube.
Looks like Shane is fixing up his practice cube there. Doesn't really need to use that to solve, but hopefully he can figure that out. Fixing up a 4x4 is always a pain. I feel like there's just so many more internal components to a 4x4 that it just makes it so much harder to solve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Or not solve, sorry, fix when you break it, as we can see with Shane's practice cube on the side there.
It looks like Shane is doing pretty good on his average thus far.
Mhm.
It's not going to be quite his best possible, like, personal record, stuff like that, but
Yeah.
still pretty impressive overall.
Mm-hmm. And Jeremy's last solve there, though, I think a 28 40, better than his average, not better than his single, so
Correct.
not a record there, but still something you'd be pretty happy with.
Right, so Shane currently doing the centers for his Yao solution. And looks like, also fun tidbit, it looks like he does his last cross edge on left. Some people do it on bottom.
Already competed in 4x4. We ask that you come up and help judge. There are a lot of open
Looks like he's already done with the edge pairing.
Oh,
So-
no all parity, that's great. And it
And
looks
doesn't
like,
look like any PL parity either, so that's going to put him at a 33. Not the best solve, but
so he got his worst possible average here. Or almost
No,
his worst
yeah.
possible average. But overall, it was still a great average. I think that might
Mhm.
place him comfortably in the next round.
yeah. Probably even like top 10, I think.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people having like, not the best solves. I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of people have been having parodies today.
Yeah. Especially Max Park. I think
Mhm.
I couldn't see a solve where he didn't have at least one parody.
Yeah, I think he had 5 out of 5 OLL parodies.
You think so? 5 out of 5?
I think that is what we saw.
It
so-
was definitely a lot, and every
Yeah.
single time I saw that he started off a bit slower, so
Mhm.
his centers were not done, and his yawages were not done until about like 10, 11 seconds,
Mhm.
and then he really started to turn up the dials, but at the end of the day, the parity is what gets you.
Yeah, it is a bit rough. So I think we're off to group 8 of 3x3.
Yep.
Or sorry, 4x4. Our last group of the day.
And right now, Kyungmin, I believe Kyungmin was actually possibly in the previous group, but the competitors that you might be looking forward to, well, actually, Kyungmin will be
Yeah.
on the stream, but we
So we
have
got
competitors like Varun,
Varun,
Mohanraj.
Paul, and Kyungmin, all like very top solvers in
Yeah.
4x4, especially Varun and Paul. So looking forward to seeing them on the stream.
Yeah, this one is not looking like a great solve for Kyungmin. I
Mhm.
definitely think this might be closer to actually 40 seconds, depending
Yeah.
on how this parity goes. And
Ooh.
no parity, so he lucked out.
Yeah.
He lucked out there.
So looks like that is Max and Paul.
Yeah, so Max and Paul are quite competitive in the
Mhm.
4x4 space. Max having a 23.98 official average, while Paul has a 26.16. Paul's not doing too shabby.
Ooh,
Oh.
looks like some lockups there.
Yeah, very locky.
Yeah.
The 3x3 stage took a long time for him.
Not gonna be too happy about that.
Yeah,
But
so 31.52 to start for Paul.
But again, it comes down to not just how you do yourself, but also some of the other competitors. And no one has been doing particularly incredible today, so far at least. So I think everyone's making it to the next round, and we'll see how well they do there.
And you see Max
Although
doing
Max, I think, had a pretty good solve. I think
Yeah,
25 is definitely at the top end of the spectrum.
it wasn't too bad. He had PLO parity. What was interesting about his PLO parity algorithm was that it was the F2 PLO parity algorithm. So it was, I think people use that mostly on 6x6 and 7x7 big cubes. So not 7x7, obviously. But yeah, just an interesting. I have been seeing more 4x4 competitors use the alg a lot more than the standard slice move.
Interesting. Yeah. What's better about it?
It's got to be the ergonomics, and it might be a little bit more friendly for the hardware, especially with improved hardware. Having F moves in your solutions is just more convenient. So you see on Kelman's first solve where he got approximately a 35, way off pace. His centers are doing decently well. So as you can see, he also does his last yaw edge on the bottom, as we were comparing with, I believe we were watching someone do their last cross edge on
maybe
the left.
Max.
Yeah. That is a great all case, especially if you're trying to look ahead to what the PLO case might be. Yeah. 30-16 for Kyungmin.
Yep. I think that's a pretty solid solve for him. What was his PR again?
Kyungmin had a 30-something second PR, if I'm not mistaken. But he won't be on pace unless he can make that last solve not count. So he has a 30-81 official average.
So a few more solves like the last one, and he'll be pretty solid.
Correct. Oh, Max was the person that did the cross edge on left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, having a very strange lockup on the first two centers there. Having to use his left hand on a slice. Although his centers after that, he saved that solution. It was very, very smooth. Oh, these edges are incredibly fast.
Super smooth turning style.
But the 3x3 stage is definitely locky.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that guy lucked out. He knows it, too.
That's crazy.
What was I think that was an OLL skip.
Yeah.
PLL skip. Apologies.
Not a PR by any means, but yeah, that's still super fast. That was cool to watch.
Yeah.
I think if those centers were a little faster, like you were saying.
I think that might have been. I mean, you never really know. So what's interesting about solves, at least for me, when you're able to have your start go the way you want it, the end of your solution usually turns out better because your brain is in a flow state. You're not. You want to turn off your brain, and you don't want a tunnel vision in general.
Yeah.
So when you have that, for example, cross plus one, or your centers are inspected, it's just so much faster. You can also tell that Kyungmin definitely turns the puzzle a lot slower in comparison to Max.
Yeah.
And Max.
Both Maxes.
Yes. And Kyungmin looks completely lost with those edges.
Yeah. Doing a lot of like cube turns and looking around.
Usually it's a bad sign when the competitor holds their cube in one hand and kind of tilts it.
Yeah.
No turns are happening.
And I think I saw a parody there as well.
Yeah, it's not fantastic for Kyungmin, but it looks like he definitely will be off pace.
And that 35 is going to be counting now, so
yeah.
unfortunate. Let's see if Paul gets a bit of a better solve here.
Paul was doing excellent up until
Yeah.
3x3 stage, and for him, that was definitely not great.
But now he's on 3x3 stage, so let's see how this one
that's
goes.
a
No
great Olo
parity.
case, but with a PLO parity
on
T-perm?
OL. Yeah.
So that was good. That wasn't too bad. That's closer to what you would want to see if you were Paul Mobby.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent turning, though. Definitely not locky in comparison to the previous one. He flew through the first solve, so we might see some good solutions from Paul coming out of this because his turning has improved a lot, and his solutions look fast right now. You can also see Krish in the background. You might recognize him from some casting in the past. All right.
With that Red Bull.
Yeah. Also, Max rocking a swaggy watch.
I like that watch. I was going to
like
say.
it. Okay, center's clearly a smoother start than last time. We're going to have to see if the edges are going to be as smooth as the second solve.
You know what? I think watch sponsors would be really good for cubing competitions.
I agree. These edges are a lot slower for Max. Just some more pauses. Not too many lockups here. An H Olo. I think that was a V perm.
Mm-hmm. So another decent solve from him. Yeah.
It wasn't too bad.
Mm-hmm.
He lost some time on the edge pairing. But you know what? Maximus here is on pace to do something good. He has to get a good fourth solve here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to secure some sort of PR if that 25 counts, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I think it will still be close. We see Varun now. I think this is probably looks like looks like his first solve actually.
It is Varun's first solve, so we'll be able to
Probably hopefully catch all of
hopefully
his
catch
solves.
most of it. So Varun with a 24.78 average. This is not going good for him. A lot of rotations. Olo
And
parity.
Olo parity.
And a terrible Olo. Okay, so he's going to try and recognize the ZB here. So that's EO influence, but actually, I'm not even going to lie. I'm not sure what necessarily is the benefit to doing that on 4x4, especially because when you orient the edges and create. So he had, I think, what you would call a lightning Olo, the bad lightning Olo.
Mm-hmm.
And then he did a Furuf into a UZBLL. But it's 4x4, so you might have PLL parity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wonder if that's part of the reason why it was so difficult to recognize.
I don't think he even, I mean, I might be wrong here, but it looked like he tried recognizing it and then didn't, and then had to do PLL parity anyways.
I think it looked like that.
Yeah.
All I know is it took him a long time
Yeah.
to look at it.
Yeah. I saw a pause of like at least a second or two there.
Mm-hmm.
So that put him with a 36-second time.
Yeah.
Not ideal for him, but again, that's just his first solve, so we don't know. Anything can happen.
So it looks
Hopefully
like
it doesn't count.
Paul and Max are going to be going at the same time. So we'll see who starts, but we'll keep an eye out for both competitors.
Yeah, we can
here.
sort of see Max's solve in that corner with a GoPro. But let's focus on Paul here.
Keep in mind, Max could be on PR pace.
Dump center is at about 11 seconds.
Right. This is a reasonable solution for Paul, but this is not outstanding. Just not the best solution overall.
Yep,
All right.
ends up with the 28, and then on Max's side, with the parity, all parity,
Yeah, all parity with
and PLL.
That was a good Olo case. Just
Yeah.
unfortunately, the parodies are out to get you. Max's BPA will be at least close.
Yeah, I think it'll be, at this point, probably 23 mid.
23.92.
Okay.
So he has a chance. That may involve Max needing to break his single to accomplish this, which is a 20.72 currently.
Yep. I think anything sub 22 would do it.
Yeah, but once you're at that pace, that's like if it's going to be a difference of a parry, you might as well go
Yeah.
for sub 20. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, I think everyone's always going for their PR.
Yeah.
It just comes down to
All right,
how well
so
they can execute
it looks like Varun's on solve 2.
Mhm.
I do hope that we'll be able to see. His first solve was,
A bit rough, 36.
I would say rough is putting it kindly.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a great center
Yeah.
start for Varun here. But the edges transition is not fantastic. He's having some trouble. He's turning a lot of the slice layers.
But looks like he's done here. If he can solve this quickly, he
Oh, it's that it's the
on
lefty
good
version of
pace.
that all case. So
26.
no parity, correct?
Mhm.
So he got the same all case we were talking about last time, except the inverse. So in that case, he just executed. But Varun a little bit off pace here, and Kyungmin is not doing great in the average overall. And as Kyungmin likes to say, he might be cooked.
Mm.
Yeah.
Bit rough for him right now. Still doing edge pairing.
You know, if you're in a rough situation, should you be using Fu Rough more?
Oh, come on. I was trying to parse. I was thinking like, what could he possibly be saying? I mean, maybe.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe you do that and it's just like flexing on the competitors. Do 6 of those and you're back, or 3 free roughs, and
Yeah.
yeah, maybe you should.
Yeah, maybe.
You know
I think Fu Rough is always friendly, except for when you're a Varun. Fu Rough was not the play.
No.
No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
Okay, so Max, we are technically on PR watch. We are technically on double PR watch, depending on how the single goes.
Well, we're always on single PR watch.
Yeah, yeah. So.
So let's watch out for that sub 2246. Is basically what he's looking for.
He had some trouble with his grip a little bit earlier. Yeah, right there. It's just the grip having a lot of issues with the slice turning, which is just 4x4. And the
Yeah.
edges, this is not going to be on pace.
Mm-hmm.
Just not a very homogeneous solve. And
With
then,
parity,
of course, you got to get
it's
the
gonna
parity,
get
yeah.
rough. Yeah.
Oh,
Double
not
parity.
only was it a bad solve, it was nearly his worst solve when he had a 28.
So that's going to put him at like a 26
yeah,
something.
he went on the other side of the spectrum.
Maybe even a 26 flat.
That was
no,
very
never mind.
unfortunate, yeah.
2592.
It wasn't so bad, so you can... That's what I'm talking about with the start of a solve. It's really interesting to see how Max was not able to be fluid in the beginning, and that translates to the rest of the solve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, Paul, good 3x3 stage.
Mm-hmm.
All
Ends up with parity.
Mm-hmm. Paul's doing okay.
But that was a good transition there.
Yeah, Paul's doing okay. Not super locky.
Mhm.
I would just say maybe he's probably just pausing a bit more than the top tier of
Yeah.
current state. You know, on the topic
Mhm.
of great solves, as SpeedCubeShop just mentioned, there is a poll currently.
Yeah.
Are we going to see a world record at this competition?
It's it would be interesting. I'm always hoping for a world record.
So
And with Max here, there's always a chance. So that's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to jinx it further.
yeah, so what I'll say in terms of world record watch is what's interesting about broadcasting cubing competitions, even at the local scale. It would be so interesting to be able to have every single solve be a world record watch.
Mhm.
And there are very few people in the world that can have that experience. So,
Mhm.
Timon is world
Mhm.
record watch. Yiheng is world
Mhm.
record watch all the time. And of course, Max Park
Yeah.
is on a world record watch.
Love to see our SoCal native.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to not root for that world. We're just all waiting for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. That was a very clean lift. I don't know why it just threw me off.
Yeah. And we do have a lot of Max's events today,
Yeah.
specifically 5, 6, and 7, all coming up very soon.
See, Varun's just really struggling with. He's accidentally turning his inner slice moves. Yeah. Do you see that? He's just struggling with his turning. This is usually what happens when you're super nervous. I can't necessarily for sure. He's a long-time veteran. He's been in finals before at Nats stages.
Mhm.
Just not getting the job done here.
Yeah. And maybe that's something that would, fix itself later in the day. I think every person is different, but I think for me personally,
Do
again,
you see
the slice turn where it
Yeah.
didn't mean to, it just happened.
That's so interesting. Like, that might be one of the worst solves I've seen from Varun in a very long time.
Yeah.
But even turning a slice move on a J-perm, You know, something else that might be related to that is sometimes your hardware just needs a lube update. Sometimes you might need to just refresh it, and it gets
Yeah.
really sticky over time.
And you know where I get my lube?
Where do you get your lube, Pritham?
SpeedCubeShop. Use code. I don't know if we have a code, but use the code.
Shout out to SpeedCubeShop for being our primary
Uh-huh.
sponsor and partner for this competition. Of course, West Coast Cubing is also partnering with SpeedCubeShop. So love to hear that and
Yeah.
kind of have an increased collaboration. Of course, in this competition too, there will be some giveaways. I believe there's a raffle for a GAN 14 currently.
That's cool.
Yeah, that we'll be announcing later. So yeah, that is amazing.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, for me nerves. I'll talk about it after Paul's solve.
So Paul also has a 21.96-second single.
And I think he does green and
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if he does blue. Probably not on 4x4.
Yeah. So it looks like he's almost done with edges, and that was at about 20 seconds.
Yeah. You can see the stark difference between Paul Mavi and Kelman Choi's turning versus Max Park and Max Xiao's turning.
Ooh.
And that's a
That's good.
+2 probably.
Is it?
Oh, no, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good for this angle.
Um,
They're definitely just a little bit slower, so you can kind of tell the tiers of solving. And then Varun's just, you know, having a really unfortunate day.
yeah. Start to the day. You know, there's still a long day ahead of us. Everyone getting up at 8 for this cubing competition, and it goes up basically until 8 in the evening. So a 12-hour day for these guys.
Yeah. So Varun is actually Varun's a straggler.
Yeah, I
so
think Varun
we
still
get
has a
the
handful of
best
solves.
solves at the end of the group too, which is amazing.
We did see Varun starting a little late.
Yeah, he did start
So-
pretty late. All right, so let's see if Varun is going to do any better here.
Yeah.
And he didn't start on his last last 4 centers.
Yeah, there was a lot
until
of
7
pausing
seconds.
there with that last edge.
Dude, this is rough.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Oh,
is
another parody. That's
this
a disaster.
this might be one of the worst rounds Varun has ever had for 4x4.
Yep.
Oh Lord. But Varun still has one more solve. We'll see. You never really know with breaking a single too.
That's true. We saw that in group, I think 6 with Ari breaking his single. I think that was a 2048 or 2040 something,
Yeah.
which he got. So pretty nice. And hopefully Vern can get that. His PR single right now is a 2214. So.
Yeah. How was Ari's solutions overall? Was it your first time watching Olo parody avoidance?
It was. I actually did not.
How trippy was that?
It was interesting. I think it's interesting because you see them taking a little bit longer in inspection, and then also on that first center, and then afterwards you're like, oh wait, they don't have parity.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the solve just goes very smoothly. There was one solve where I think he did still end up with parity, so that's unfortunate. But obviously, you know, he's at that level where a parity, it's not ideal, but you're still gonna solve it in like
Of
2
course.
seconds. So he, you know, ended up I think with a pretty good average. Didn't get a PR, but I think he is, you know, pretty squarely at second seed
I think
in group.
honestly
in round
too,
one.
he's chasing sub 20 from my understanding. Like he broke his single by a couple like tenths of a second.
Yeah.
But he's at the stage where he's looking for that first sub 20. He has a very low variance, so he's a 23 average and a 20 single, right?
Yeah.
A high 20 single just until this comp. So I definitely expect big things out of Ari. It depends on how Max is going to do in a final round, right? We're not entirely sure how that would turn out. But with Max getting parodies, you can see that he gets 22s and 23s from time to time too.
This is going to be Varn's last solve. Let's see. He's not, doesn't have a great best possible average, but he could get a good single here. So let's see if
No, he's not.
Okay.
This guy is just cooked to this average.
Oh, that's rough.
It is really bad. Like I think something must be up with his hardware. Either maybe he's changed it, or it just needs a lube setup, because that cube also popped internally, and he had to fix that.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, that
At the start of the solve?
Yep,
Or
he was
oh,
cooked.
wow.
He was cooked from the wow,
again.
man.
The slice turns are not going well for him. It's like he either turns too much or too little.
Varun has to go back to the drawing book, man. Bring up a
Yeah.
new play. That's not working, man.
And that puts him squarely, like, that was basically his average there, the 20, 32,
Yeah.
30. About.
Uh, Now the script is, how does Varun redeem himself? Because of course he's gonna make it to the next round.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not entirely sure anymore, because that was not
Really?
a 30.
To the next round?
Well, even
Don't we have 3
Shane-
rounds here?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we have 3 rounds,
So-
but if he does that again, that would be pretty tough.
Oh,
And-
again. So you're saying, would he make it to the finals
Yeah.
for the script?
I mean, for the script,
Yeah.
he has to redeem
Um,
himself.
We're gonna have to like ask him to pick it up. Otherwise, the script completely goes
Yeah.
out of whack. So
Yeah.
um,
We'll have to see
Yeah.
what happens. But tell me what you're interested in seeing. Which is the most interesting event to you to watch at this competition?
clock probably. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, all right. I
think 5x5.
You think 5x5?
4 and 5 have like a nice place in my heart. 4 is over, so I'm looking forward to 5 that's coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, jokes aside, or we're always hoping for a world record. 5x5 is one of those things where Max could just do it.
Yeah.
He could really just do it. He keeps updating his 5x5
Yeah, his
results.
he has a 5 world record average and single.
Yeah.
So
All right, so we're going to be taking a short break. We will be right back with what's going to be a special interview with Cameron Brad from SpeedCubeShop. And after that interview, we're going to be going back to 6x6 and 7x7, which, by the way, we are always on World Record Watch with Max Park.
yeah. So stay tuned for that. And I guess we will
We'll
catch
be
you in
back
a little
shortly.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, welcome back. All right, so we are doing 6x6 and 7x7 right now. Let me explain a little bit of what's going on because I don't think the stream did not catch it. Competitors are doing both 6x6 and 7x7 kind of simultaneously. What this means is competitors can choose whether or not to do 6x6 or 7x7 first, and then they'll swap after the event is finished. So right now we have Max Xiao on the stream. He's doing 7x7. Max Park is also going to be doing 7x7. So we're going to start off with 7x7, and then when the two switch, we're just going to switch them over to 6x6. So as you can see, Max Xiao is starting here. And as you can see, he is doing Yao. So same thing as we saw for 4x4. He's holding everything really solidly in that left hand as he's going to continue to solve the rest of his centers here. Yao is much less common on the bigger cubes, especially when you get to cubes this big. It's often said that there is a kind of like a trade-off between like surface area versus like the more that the surface area is increasing, the more difficult things get for Yao. I did notice that it was much more common to use Yao in Europe, which is curious. So yeah, perhaps it's just like a cultural difference, but I feel like Yao has been catching up quite a bit more. Yeah, so right here it looks like Max has finished up doing his doing all of his Yaoduction stuff. Now he's going into 3x3 stage. Gonna wrap up here, getting a 206.99. Good solid start from him. Another thing I will explain. Oh, 206 is actually pretty good. That puts him on PR pace. PR 206 mean. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise, you heard correctly, mean. This is the first event that we're running today that is a mean of 3 event. That means that there is no dropping of best and worst solves. Everything is going to count. If the cube explodes and you get a DNF, that unfortunately means that you DNF the entire mean. So the margins are very different on these puzzles. They are a lot bigger, so there are, you know, you can like come back and stuff like this too. And by come back, I mean you can you can start off slow and then you can recover. But yeah, so everything is gonna matter here. So if Max ends up getting a bad solve, Max Park is who's on the stream right now, you'll see that it's really gonna play into his final mean. The other thing I'll mention is Max is not a Yao solver. He's a reduction solver. He uses reduction on all of his big cubes. So that's everything other than 4x4. He's using reduction. So you're going to see that he's going to build all of the centers first. And then once all the centers are built, then he's going to then start doing his edge pairing. Max on edge pairing is an absolute monster. He's just absolutely insane. Edges are some of the hardest pieces of the puzzle to find and do. So you're going to see that he is just not going to stop turning. And that is where Max is just absolutely insane at 7x7. Recently, he set the world record single at North American Championship 2024 with a 134.15. You should go back and listen to that because on commentary, Kevin Hayes, former world record holder, former world champion, he was just absolutely jazzed by that. An amazing comeback from him. We're already past the world record single mark. The world record mean is 49.68. Parodies are possible on 7x7. Max getting 144, pretty decent to start us off here.
So that was Max's first solve.
That was Max's first solve.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, as I briefly explained to the stream and now explain to Preetham who's rejoined us, the competitors can do either 6x6 or 7x7. Max Park and Max Xiao decided to do 7x7 first. So we're going to track the two of them.
So you're saying they can do either for a specific group or either for the entire competition?
For specific,
Yeah.
basically which one do they start off with?
Right.
So yeah, so those are the ones that we're going to track, and those are the times that we're going to keep a track of. We will still see other competitors do other puzzles.
Yeah.
Like Paul's here. Paul started off with 6x6. Yeah, so we got both of those open here. Paul is a big cube. You can call him an enthusiast, aficionado, expert, top 100 in the world, number 88 on mean 131.74.
Yeah, we have a lot of big cube aficionados at this event. Max, Kate, and Max, all basically in the top there.
Yeah, I mean, Kate is definitely one of the world's top competitors. She, I'm pretty sure, holds the female world record in those events. Yeah, so she's very good. Top 25 in the world. Actually, second ranked at this competition itself.
So we will probably see her on the podium. And I think it would be a little tough for her to get to beat Max.
Yeah,
Park,
yeah. I mean,
but
Max is so far ahead of everyone else in these events, and it's nothing against Kate. It's just Max is just so crazy.
Yeah. So the real question is, are we going to see PRs? Are we going to see world records?
Right.
Right. But yeah.
It's always a little tricky with these big cube mean of threes because being able to get a PR mean means that you really have to perform on all three solves. You can't mess up. All right, let's switch over to Max Xiao. So again, he's going to be doing 7x7. We can still see Paul doing 6x6 on the side there. So
yeah, if you're wondering why Paul is solving so much faster.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
he
'cause
literally
he
has a
has-
smaller puzzle.
Yeah.
All right, so in our continued battle of Yao versus Reduction, Max Xiao, the Yao user. Starting off with the 206.99, you can see his PR right there, and so many accolades. This guy is like such a top competitor, and he's been at this level for such a long time too, many years. I feel like there's like a core group of these guys from the Pacific Northwest. It's Max Xiao, Samir Agarwal. You can throw Maddie in there kind of because that was Maddie's first like cubing group that he grew up with and kind of competed against, and Timothy Castle as well. The four of them are just absolutely top competitors in basically everything that they do.
Yeah. And we saw Max's graphic there for a bit. Square one expert, I would say. And
I very solidly the expert.
is going to be coming up shortly after lunch. So a little bit after lunch.
Yeah, you'll definitely want to look forward to that. I'm amazed at watching Square One, mainly because I like kind of know what's going on, but recently the Square One final rounds at major championships have been just absolutely nutty.
Yeah. Super tight.
Very, very tight and just exciting, And that's really what I want to see as a viewer. I just want to see drama. I want to see people breaking records. I want to see people just going for it. I want to see. I mean, someone's got to win at the end of the day. So all of that is it's what I'm looking for.
And looks like it's kind of come to the tail end of edge pairing.
Yep, I want to say he has more than 4 edges. No, he does have 4 edges left now. Now he's on to last 2. He's pretty far behind the pace on his first solve. I think unless he gets something miraculous on the last solve, I think he's probably out of PR mean range.
Yep.
2:15.46 for him. So that's 9 seconds behind his PR mean. So you'd need to get something 9 seconds faster than his PR mean, and that would be a sub 2 solve. He would need to get 1:57 on his last solve, which would be PR single as well.
Yep. 0 out of 0 for parity.
0 out of 0. I mean, there are 2 parodies possible.
Oh.
It's a bit harder to track on the bigger cubes whether or not you have parity, just because parity can be done in a variety of different ways, and you can notice parity kind of in different stages of the solve. All right, let's bring up Max Park here, doing his second solve of 7x7. Started off with a 144, 5 seconds behind the world record mean, and 10 seconds behind his world record single of 134. Whenever Max is on, anything can happen. Even when he's behind, sometimes he can just pull something out of that genius brain of his.
So what are the times that we should be looking out for here? There's obviously the centers completion, edge pairing time, and then 3x3 stage.
And then 3x3 stage.
Any
that's
other
right.
like midpoints, and what would be
Yeah.
a good time for each of those stages?
That's actually a good question. If I were Kevin Hayes, I'd be able to give you an exact answer.
Okay.
I guess it kind of just we'll have to wait and see. I mean, this seems like a
Mhm.
pretty decent start. I mean, Max is he's pausing a lot more than I would have expected. But centers are a little bit are not necessarily his strongest suit.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gonna wrap up here. Last two and last comm, so he's done with centers around 102. That leaves him about 40 seconds to finish the rest, which sounds kind of absurd. I want to say he's pretty far behind, but like I said, this guy can make anything happen.
Yeah, and his edge pairing seems to be going a bit smoother.
Yeah, and smooth is just exactly what
Yeah.
it is. Like, you can just like witness it
Mhm.
here. Just there's only like very small execution errors, but
Mhm.
he's not taking time to pause and look around.
Yep. And I think
So
he has like
He's
3
wrapping up.
left.
Yeah. Looks like he's on last 4 now.
Oh, last 4. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
And-
he does have that one parody that's sitting there, and yeah, I wasn't entirely sure, but I figured this was the case. I think 102 is actually pretty far behind, like any kind of world record pace.
What's
One-
what?
So 102 centers is pretty far behind any
Okay.
kind of world record pace. To be able to, I mean, he did the guy did all of his centers and 3x3 stage in 50 seconds, which is still absurd. 153.32. He would need to be you need to break the world record single by like 15 seconds in order
Mhm.
to get the world record mean. So that I don't think we're not going to be seeing that happen, unless it's very possible that the scramble is just insane. T-Noodle can generate some crazy scrambles very, very occasionally, but it's just so unlikely for 7x7.
Yeah.
I do have
I mean-
confirmation that all the scrambles will be done correctly. At least for Max and Max Xiao as well.
Oh.
So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like they should be done correctly.
yeah,
Will
I mean,
they be done correctly?
Right. Yeah, so I guess that's a nuance that's worth
Yeah.
explaining. For big puzzles, Megaminx 6x6 and 7x7, the WCA does allow a little bit of leniency that the scrambles do not have to be performed absolutely correctly, as long as they are done reasonably correctly. Now, what does that mean? As long as an attempt is made to scramble the puzzle correctly, and the scramble is not overly easy or overly difficult, if it looks like it's about the same difficulty, at least starting off in the centers, then it's considered to be okay. Like this is like an acceptable scramble. Now, why? As you saw right there, even the world record holder solves the 7x7 in let's somewhere between 1.5 and 2 minutes. If we had to do this for every single time you got a scramble wrong,
Yeah.
and that's the world record holder, by the way. If you're a good competitor, maybe you solve it in like 3 minutes, right? If we had to do this every single time, the competition would never end. So it's just a little sacrifice that we make in order to make sure that the competition runs smoothly, runs efficiently, and truth be told, the solutions are going to be vastly different between competitors. Even the center solution is going to look completely different based on what people see, just because there are so many pieces to look at.
Yeah.
It's very unobvious what the center solution is the vast majority of the time. So because of that, there's natural variation in the way the competitors are going to solve. So all of this kind of it points to the fact that we should allow some level of leniency on these bigger puzzles. Megaminx is a little bit different. Megaminx is actually getting to the point where it's fast enough that the competitors can have at least similar starts. And that really is going to go ahead and determine
differentiate the times that you might end up with. Yeah.
So if you're someone like me who's like averaging a minute, it's still probably not going to matter. But if you're at like the world's best, you're like sub 30 solver, then that's stuff that you need to get right. And that's why it was really important at European Championships last week that when it was discovered that the same set of scrambles were used for finals as they were for round 2, that the entire round be redone. A lot of people thought like, oh, this is insane. How can this happen at a major championship? And it's not what you want to see, but it is important that everything gets redone so that everyone has like that fair chance. Unfortunately for Timofey, it meant that he was not able to get the ER in the end. But it was necessary that it had to be done just because Megaminx in particular is an event where things matter.
Mhm.
The starts of the solutions matter. As we see Paul wrap up this 6x6 solve, 145.45.
So for that case, how did the competitors not notice that immediately?
Right. Yeah. So the competitors didn't notice it. We actually only noticed it when clock finals happened. Jacob Chambers, who goes by Cham, they noticed that they had the same 7 simul memo for that first when the first scramble was sent out, and that actually prompted us all to check and see. It seems like actually Megaminx round 2 was also accidentally reused. So, yeah, just bit of an unfortunate situation there. But everything ended up getting resolved, and we're all good.
Would be interesting to have a bit more, wouldn't say scrutiny, but like more process around generating scrambles, storing scrambles, because
Yeah. I mean, so
right now, as far as I can tell, and maybe it's changed, you just print out, create PDFs, and use those.
So this is something that I think is definitely going to be talked about, is the use of PDFs versus computer,
like some kind of
PDFs?
web app, or
Well, you can call it a web app, or even just displaying it on a computer. The major thing that was different with Euros compared to other competitions is Euros printed out the scramble sheets, and they printed out multiple copies of the scramble sheets, just in case.
Gotcha.
And that's where, even though they were marking off the scrambles that did get used, there was a fresh set that didn't. It looked like it wasn't used because it was a copy of an old set, and that was where they kind of ended up in a little bit of trouble. Whereas with the computer scrambles, the computer PDFs, they are password protected. All right, Max Park on the third solve here. It is very unlikely that he can get the world record mean, but being the competitor he is, world record single is not out of the question. He did it 2 weeks ago.
Third and I believe final.
Third and final solve.
Unlike the smaller events like 3x3 and 4, 6 and 7 only have 3 solves.
So last time we saw Max getting his centers done relatively efficiently, and at least his first 2 centers getting done relatively efficiently, but ended up at 102 for his first 6, for all 6 centers getting completed. First 2 centers solidly done now. He's got most of that yellow center already done, so he's looking on good pace. Yeah, I mean, there are just so many pieces on this puzzle. So to be able to efficiently parse like where everything is and get them
Understand
all,
which piece needs to go where, use a specific algorithm, and then it's I mean, if you put it in cubing terms, it's exactly the same as you're doing on smaller puzzles, just at a whole nother level, like a whole nother scale, just because there's an order of magnitude more pieces.
Yeah. So Max is solidly into his edge pairing now, looking around a little bit. Not as smooth as I think his last one was, but he did finish his centers 10 seconds faster. So he's 10 seconds ahead on that split, if you will.
Yeah.
Most edges done. I want to say he's on last 4 now. Yeah, solidly on last 4. Yeah, not looking as fluid as the last one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he had a good first solve, I think, but the other 2 have been a little bit slower than his best pace. But again, with most competitors, it's hard to you can compare their bests because they're always getting closer. It's like Max's best is already the world record.
Yeah. It's just absurd.
Yeah.
147 out for him. So yeah, no world records on 7x7 for Max. But Max is just going to be so far ahead of everyone else. I mean, second place is going to probably either be Kate or Max Yao, who's going right here. He's already more than 2 minutes into his solve. 2:12 for him. He's ended up. So he had 2:06 to start off with, looking pretty good on PR pace. Then I think he ended up with 2:21. No, he ended up 2:15, 2:12. That's going to give him a mean of 120. Yeah, well, whatever. He has a mean that's pretty close to probably 210 or 212. Probably not 212. Probably more like 210. So not bad. It remains to be seen what Kate is going to get, and the reason it's remained to be seen is there is yet another group of 7x7.
Yep.
Of 6 and 7.
Yeah, so now we will see both Maxes, I think, doing their 6.
Yeah, so they should both be switched on to 6x6 now.
And I think Kate and Paul will probably be doing 7.
I think actually Kate is in
Or-
the next group. So she's gonna compete. So she's gonna wait until all of these people are done with doing 6 and 7,
Okay.
and then she will compete.
Interesting. I did not know there was a third group of 6 and 7. Oh, I see. So
Yeah, so 6 and 7 group
Understandable.
1 happens first.
Happens
Everyone
first.
does 6 and 7, and then 6 and 7 group 2 is gonna
two.
happen, and then
Everyone
all of those
does
people will
6
do
and 7.
6 and 7.
okay. I was under the impression that it was more so 6 and 7 group 1 is if you elect to do yeah. It's more so that everyone is in both groups and then they choose which group
Yes.
to do 6 and which group to 7 in.
No.
That this makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way,
Okay.
like the competitors can choose which one is better. Because
Yeah.
sometimes like some competitors want to warm up with 7x7
Mhm.
first, or like let's say like you're better at 6x6, right?
Mhm.
You can use 7x7 to kind of warm up, get ready for it, and then you can actually try for 6x6.
Mhm.
So yeah, some competitors just choose to do one versus the other.
Interesting. Yeah. What is the cutoff time for the events?
That's a good question. I mean, most of the competitors that we're watching are not going to
Yeah.
be concerned with the cutoff
Yeah.
time.
I think I'm
Um,
just thinking more so because you're doing 2 events in one group. If you have a slower competitor there, wonder how much that kind of.
Yeah, I
those
believe
things
we're
cut
going to be
down.
running a cumulative time limit on this also. So,
Mhm.
and cumulative time limit is really interesting. It's a little bit of a different type of cutoff. The way it works is that like you take like the sum of all of the events that you're doing. Oh no, there is no cumulative cutoff. It's just the normal cutoff. 315 for 6x6 and 450 for 7x7. I'm actually not sure I'm gonna make that 6x6 cutoff.
Mhm.
I think my PR is 312. So
And you're going up in group 2.
I'm in group 2.
Nice.
I'm in group 2.
So I think we're seeing Paul's
Paul, this is look like 7x7.
7x7 first solve. So he's aiming for something under 216.
Yeah, his PR, which puts him at 68th in the world. And
Seems like his turning's pretty smooth. I don't see any kind of lockups happening so far. Not too many pauses, and looks like he's
yeah, he's
has
just
just a
moving.
handful of centers left.
Yeah, 3 centers left. Yellow center already done.
Mm-hmm.
Going to town, making that blue center. Yeah, Paul is
just
also
2
a
left.
reduction solver. He also uses reduction on 5x5 as well, so he's similar to Max in that regard.
Is there any method besides reduction for 6 and 7?
Yeah, Yao.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
People use Yao?
Yes, Max Yao was
Interesting.
using Yao.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, a lot of Europeans use Yao.
Okay.
Kieran Bihan, one of the fastest big cube competitors in the world, is Yao on all of his events.
That is very impressive.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. I got to judge, I think, 6. Wait, was it 6x6? No, it was 7x7 solve of Kieran's.
Mhm.
It was pretty cool. It's just insane just to see how quickly he's able to go through and just analyze all the pieces where they are and just look ahead to like what's next.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely takes a lot of RAM to store all of it in your head.
Yeah.
All right, based on the shoes, I can see that Max Xiao is sat into the red stage. So I mean, Paul is. But he may not finish, but Paul's going to get a good bit further, so we might as well watch him.
Yeah, I
on
mean,
this
he's
tail
almost
end
done. I think
of
he
7x7.
will. He's on pace for a very good solve.
Yeah, so Paul's going to wrap up. Max has already started, but that's okay. We don't
Yeah.
really need to watch the first
And
couple seconds. U-perm to finish 222. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Pretty close to his average.
Yeah, pretty decent start.
I think this is Max doing 6x6, so
Yep.
Gonna be much faster. Much faster solve.
Yeah, Yao 5 as well. Yao 5 is the kind of thing that I do. I've heard a lot of people tell me that like Yao 5 is not really worth doing. I like it because it gets rid of stuff away from like the stuff I'm trying to look at. It puts the 2 solved F2L pairs in the back, and then you go ahead and complete the rest of the 4 edges that are left. So yeah, I like it because then the only edges that are left are all yellow edges for me. So then I can kind of ignore those when I'm building my first 4 edges. So, okay, so we got Max and Max both sitting down right now. Max Xiao pretty decently through his 6x6 solve onto that edge pairing step. Looks like he's resolved a parity, and he's looking pretty good here, actually. He's on pace to get like sub 130. Oh, actually, like really solidly sub 130.
Yeah.
124, good start. Only
So
2 seconds behind his PR.
Average, that is. And I can think we should be looking at Max Park now, who's about to solve his, or start his first 6x6 solve.
Yeah, here we go. So inspection time for Max. You can see the puzzle itself looks a lot smaller. One of the great advantages of these overhead cams that are really popularized these years is if you look at it front on, the cube is basically not visible a lot of the time, depending on the table height. It's just so much more comfortable for the competitors to solve when it's down in their lap like this.
Especially for big cubes.
Yeah.
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 With the smaller cubes, I think they still solve it on the mat just because, you want to get that put down time and
Yep,
pick up
because
time
that
as
stuff matters.
low as possible.
All right, as you can see there on this graphic, 59 seconds. Yes, folks, that is seconds to complete a 6x6 Rubik's Cube puzzle. He's just absolutely insane with it. He's the only one in the world to have a sub 1 single. Max quite far ahead, recently reclaiming his 6x6 world record mean from Sung Hyuk Nam at North American Championship 2024. There's a good soundbite of that. Immediately after Max got the world record, Nam is sitting right next to him, and he says, "Congratulations on former world record." something that Max does quite a lot.
Yeah, that's great. And looks like he's just off to his last step.
Yeah,
111.
Decent solve. I mean, that kind of knocks out really any chance of us seeing the WR mean. I mean, if he gets 102,
unless he
102,
gets another, or he could get another world record single.
of course, the world record single always
Yeah.
possible with such a talented competitor.
And
It's just incredible the type of stuff Max is able to do.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Max holds currently the world record average and single in 5, 6, 7, and 4.
And 4x4.
Yep, and the
4x4.
single in 3. So
Yep.
basically every single event he competes in, he has a world record.
Yeah,
So-
almost every single one. And until relatively recently, also had the one-handed world record single on average. Of course, Sean Patrick Villanueva from the Philippines, absolutely smashing some of those records recently. Yeah, OH is definitely going to be one of the most interesting events to watch at Worlds 2025. I can tell you this for certain, as someone who was at the European Championships, the Europeans are not joking. They're going to show up. They're going to be ready to compete. Rue in particular is going to be huge during Worlds. Of course, Sean Patrick, the Rue solver himself, but Magnus Lensch from Germany, Nicholas Archer from the United Kingdom, and Eden, I don't remember exactly his last name, but from Switzerland. Man, dude, that's a good final to rewatch. I'd recommend that for anyone who has spare time when you're not watching the Western Championships live stream. All right. While I was busy yapping away, Max Xiao has
Already on
hammered
3x3
through
stage.
his 6x6 solve.
And this might
This is going to end up being like
Yeah.
125 or so.
gonna be close to
ZBOL.
his previous solve as well. So again, very consistent. I think that other one was also 124,
Okay.
right?
Chai, can you get his times? Max Xiao's times? 6x6. All right, I sent Chai out to ascertain exactly what his 6x6 results were. I mean, we know he started off pretty well. I want to say 124 to start off. So,
Yeah.
you know, that's on the average. If you're thinking of that sense, he's 4 seconds behind on average. So he would need 118 in order to get PR. Inch himself closer to the top ranking. If he gets PR, he's pretty likely to actually overtake Kate Graham for WR23. Of course, she's gonna have something to say about that in Group 2.
Yeah. So we did have a poll up on SpeedCubeShop asking if there was going to be a world record at this competition. Looks like 70% of you guys think that it is going to happen. So
Wow, yeah, who knows?
very exciting.
Yeah, a lot,
you know,
lot of
I'm
solves
always
left.
I'm always optimistic.
Yeah, I mean the best chance we have to see is going to be Max Park.
And at these regional championships, there are 2 days, well, technically 3 days,
3
of
days.
events.
3 days. Yeah.
So, you know, lots of solves going to be happening.
Yeah,
in
we were decently close to
every
a
single
world
event.
record yesterday as well. Graham Siggins doing multi-blind, attempting 64 puzzles. Multi-blind is, yes, you heard it correctly. If you thought 3x3 blindfolded was an insane event, there is an event where competitors literally memorize as many cubes as possible and execute them all in under an hour.
Yep.
Graham Siggins, a San Diego native, is the world record holder. He's the North American champion for that event. Attempted 64 cubes yesterday. Got reasonably close to the world record on both of his attempts.
Yep. Are we going to be seeing him at the 3 blind finals tomorrow?
We almost certainly will.
Okay. And I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. All right, Vishwa Sankar on stream. He is also looks like he is doing Yao.
Another big cube aficionado.
Yeah, he's fourth on the psych sheet here, so he's going to be trying to make
Podium.
onto the podium.
Um,
So as
but
we
Max
said,
had some very consistent solves there, so he's
Yeah.
got a good shot.
yeah, Max Yao, that is. He's starting off 124, 124. Remember, if Max's cube explodes on the last one, whatever he gets on that last time is still going to count.
Yeah. There was a very controversial 6x6 world record a few years ago, I think, which ended up getting DNF'd for Max, right?
I can't recall exactly which one.
Okay. But from what I recall, and maybe I'm making something up here.
Making up
This
some
is
drama?
Pure misinformation. I think he, usually uses a GoPro or something to record.
Oh, yes, yes.
And
I
then
see this
He
one.
moved this, and that counted.
Yeah, that was and actually the regulations got changed because of this.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you're now allowed to do like small interactions, I believe.
okay.
Okay, so Vishwa is going to be finishing up his edge pairing, and not to rag on Vishwa or anything, but you can really see the difference between how everyone else does edge pairing and Max. Vishwa is having to like slow down his turning to kind of see like where all the edges are going to go, but Max doesn't slow down. Like he's going at like the same speed the whole time. So Vishwa's going to wrap up here. 209, actually great start.
Yeah.
Great start. I mean, that's 3 seconds ahead of Max Yao's average. So now, remember everyone, this is round 1. The most important thing for these competitors is to make it into round 2. There are only 2 rounds. If you don't make it into round 2, you cannot win the event. It's just literally not possible.
Yep. Round
Alright.
2 is the finals.
Max Park, he's ready. He's done one solve already. 111.93 to start us off. What can he pull out here? Can we see a world record single? He needs to break 59.74 for that to happen. Gonna start off. Looks like green center is gonna be the first one made. Wait, no, I'm completely wrong. There's a bunch of green pieces.
White
White
center.
yellow. White yellow was the
Yeah.
first 2 centers made. And yeah, I mean the green. I don't see any more green pieces, which
Yep.
means the green one is also completely made. Orange next.
And
Last
now
2
he's
centers
done with
now.
orange.
All right,
Just
those are
zooming
all
through
done.
the solve.
31 seconds, and he's done with all the centers. Here we go. Here's his edge pairing. Man, dude, it's just absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah. And you can just see the difference. The no pausing and just constant turning, knowing what he's gonna do next.
Yeah.
Like, I think I've seen maybe just half a second of pauses in this entire
it's
edge pairing
just
so far. It's like-
absurd, right?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we are not going to see a world record single here. Max did end up getting that OLL parity and PLL parity here. He's going to end up getting another 111. He's looking pretty good about it, though. I mean, the most important thing for him is to secure 3 more solves because that's 3 more chances of getting the world record.
Yep.
So 111.99 to back up 111.93, a very consistent average starting off from him. Here's Max Yao now. He needs to get 118 to break his PR. I mean, it looks like from just a glance, he seems a little bit behind unless he can pull something out for these last several edges. He has a lot of edges left. Last 4. No, he's not going to get it.
Yeah.
here.
Unfortunate. Yeah, it's not even on 3x3 stage yet.
Yeah, here's
now
here's
just
the
starting
3x3
it.
stage. Ended up getting the OLL parity. I mean, if he's not gonna, if he can, no, yeah, it's the 130.
Yep. And you can see that kind of resigned look when he stopped the timer there.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate. There are 3 parodies possible on 6x6. It is the most annoying puzzle, if you will, in the WCA. And so if the odds to get no parody at all on 6x6 is pretty low. It's 1 in 8. That means that there's an 87.5% chance you get some kind of parody.
Yeah, but some parodies are faster than others.
That's
so
true. That's very true. And some parodies can be dealt with.
What's
a
the
lot
what's the
easier.
expected value of parody?
It's 1.5 parody because it's a 50
Or,
that you
well,
get any parody.
What's the expected time gain? I would say.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a similar thing.
Mhm.
I've heard of like 2 seconds is what's
Mhm.
commonly quoted.
Okay.
Obviously, I saw Luke Garrett in the chat. You can correct me if I'm wrong. How's it going, Luke?
So
yeah.
I've always felt like OL parody is a bit harder than PLL
yeah,
parody.
yeah.
So
And I think
is,
like the
is
most
it still
competitors
2
would agree.
seconds? Would you say it's 2 seconds OL, 2 seconds PLL, or would you say it's more
That's a
like
good point.
maybe let's give it 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds OLL versus like 1.5 seconds.
That's a good question.
PLL,
I'm not entirely sure. I definitely need to listen to more top player
or
top player feedback.
we can just have Vishwa come back on.
Yeah, that's a
'cause
good point. Yeah.
He is going to be co-casting with us.
Like obviously Vishwa is not in contention to like win the
Occasionally.
event or get the world record, but he's top 50, right? So he should be pretty familiar with all
He
the
knows a
goings
lot about
on of this event.
Yeah. Exposure on that camera quite high.
Yeah, this one is about. I hate that camera. Like I need to replace it with the other camera. The other camera is the Lumix G7. Absolutely fantastic camera. It's so good. The lens on that is great. I love that camera. This camera is the Sony A5100. I hate this camera. It was cheaper, and it works pretty well, but
Yeah.
it's very strange. I've tried to change the settings so that it doesn't do this like auto
Mhm.
exposure, and then it just continues to do this auto exposure.
Reminds me of the old days of Cubers Live.
We'd have to open the camera hub, Elgato camera hub, in the middle of the solve to
Oh,
try
I'm
and
talking about
fix
the
stuff.
old days when we had the
Oh.
Logitech USB
the
camera.
C920 days. Oh, yikes.
We did I think slow using that.
Yeah. That was a great competition, by the way. That was Brendan Dunnigan's first competition. He recently got the North American record. Clock average in dramatic fashion at North American Championships 2024 in finals. That was awesome. Immediately after that was over, I went and gave him a big hug. Everyone looking forward to it. T Rose, my main man in chat, looking great. All thanks to him. He was working on a lot of these graphics for us. So all the competitor cards and the live tracker stuff, you can all thank him.
Mm-hmm. As we see, Vishwa just done with centers there.
Yeah, going into edge pairing, looking around, trying to find the most efficient solution to solve his edges.
Mm-hmm. And I guess, like you're saying, he uses Yao, right? So that means he does already have.
He already has like
4 of
3 to
those.
4 edges already done.
Yep.
And then just going ahead and doing the rest. And what most competitors will do is like they'll have those. So for Yao, for example, you do three cross edges. You solve the last one. Then you're going to do 4 more. Store that either in the top layer or like wherever you need to put them. Then you end up with the last 4 edges case, where you just go ahead and solve the rest. Visual's looking good, man.
Yep.
209, 210 to start us off. And I
And
mean,
Paul
he's
on
cooking.
the other side had
He's
a 227.
He's actually looking pretty good to get a PR here. I mean,
Mhm.
his PR is like 215, right? So
Yeah.
if you just count that in your head, that's like -6, -5. So like
Tyler
Tyler is the GOAT. Yeah, dude. Everyone say thanks Tyler Rose in chat.
Mm-hmm.
He's the GOAT. I mean, the secondary GOAT is Vishwa though. I mean, he's
Mhm.
-11 on his mean so far, which is giving him a really good chance to just go in there and get the PR. Of course, mean a 3 event, so anything can happen. That's
Mhm.
the very old, very original Cubers Live adage. Anything can happen.
Anything always can happen.
Anything can always happen.
Yeah. So off stream there, I saw Paul just finished a 227.
Okay.
So Vishwa's in good shape here, I think.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Um,
I mean, Kate is going to be in the next group,
Mhm.
so she definitely will have something to say about that. But
Yeah.
he's in position to get onto the podium for 7x7.
Again, this is still the first round, so
Mhm.
no podium contention yet. But if he keeps this up in the finals,
I mean, I know one guy who's going to be sitting on top of that podium. It's Max Park.
Wait, what happened to the anything can happen adage?
There's no way. I mean, his cube needs
Anything
to
can happen
explode.
except for Max Park.
He
Getting second.
like actually needs to like. I think even if 10 internals just disappeared from Max's puzzle right now, I think he's still winning it.
Fair enough.
Something like truly catastrophic would need to happen. I mean, the guy's already done with his centers. He's at what was that, like 28?
Yeah.
That's 4 seconds ahead of both the 111s that we've seen so
Pull
far.
a Kevin Hayes.
Oh boy.
Um,
Oh boy.
yeah. So you see him 40 seconds.
I feel like this
Off
edge pairing is
to-
not as smooth as I'm used to from him.
I think he's on to his last 4, right?
Yeah.
So.
It's just a bit more pausey,
Mm-hmm.
and not as fluid. Yeah, I
that's
mean,
fair.
I mean, yeah, it just ended up just being pretty long, like solidly into 3x3 stage
Mhm.
now. But I mean, he's getting that OLL parity. Avoided the PLL parity. 113. Yeah, so I mean, for Max, nothing to write home about. 111, 111, 113, and those 111s were like basically 112s anyway.
Yeah.
So a very consistent average from him to come out.
Mhm.
So that's looking pretty good. We will have the Big Cube finals at the end of the day today. So for all the Big Cube aficionados, Big Cube fans in the chat, definitely stick around for that. That is going to be
I mean, there's
5:55 local.
Yeah, there's a lot of Big Cube events today. 5,
Yeah.
6, 7 all happening, and Mega.
And Mega Minx. And we had a 4x4 earlier too.
Yep. And I guess the finals for Mega and 5 are going to be happening
Tomorrow. Yeah,
So.
those will be tomorrow. All right, this is Krish Shah Nathwani.
Mhm. We saw him in the back there for a little bit. I think in the 4x4 or
Probably.
one of these events.
Yeah, not particularly known for big cubes, but he is the North American champion for FMC.
Yeah.
Getting a 22 mean at North American Championships
Mhm.
2 weeks ago.
And I guess FMC technically also completed a few weeks ago for Western Champs because it was a
That's
different
right.
event. So
That's right.
do you know how well he did there?
So he's not from the West Coast.
Oh, gotcha.
He's from the Northeast.
So he flew in for this. He did not
Mhm.
compete in FMC
Correct.
for this event.
That's correct.
Okay.
The FMC Western Champion and the winner of the Cubing USA FMC Championship was our very own Kyungmin Choi. Kyungmin, one of my favorite delegates, one of my favorite just top competitors, but just one of my favorite people. I love being around Kyungmin. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
All right, let's
That was fun to
let's
talk
show some love to Naveen. She's on stream right now. She was ranked both 10th for 6x6 and 7x7. She's on 6x6 here. A 147 mean, 141 single. Both of those are top 300-ish in the world. 338 on mean, 393rd for single. She's also a good competitor. Vishwa has sat down onto the other side. We'll likely switch over to him once he has started his actual solve. Hasn't even started inspection yet. He's just staring at the cover. All right, well,
Now we can
he's started
switch.
inspection. Let's give Naveen a little bit of love though. So you can see that she's doing a lot of like those F moves. F moves are much more common for a method like reduction. You're really not going to be doing. Oh, I see. She was just on first 2 centers. Then yeah. Then it kind of. Oh no.
Now she's on the last 2
Oh,
centers.
I wonder if she's using Hoya then. Yeah, I wonder if she's doing Hoya.
Sounds like a question we can ask her later in this competition.
Mm-hmm. Let's switch over to Vishwa now.
We are now calling
Yeah.
6x6 and
Um,
7x7. Group 2. Here at 6x6 and 7x7 group 2. Please come up and choose which one.
And looks like we're just looking at Vishwa's last solve, which means that Group 2 is starting. Vishwa looks like he is done, again, using that Yao method. So looks like he's done with the first 2 centers and edges, doing the last 4 center pairing here. You can kind of tell based off of All right, looks like he's off to the edge pairing step here. Again, he's always a little behind pace because he's using Yao, which means that 3 of those edges are already paired up if you compare him to other competitors. So what do you think of this solve so far, Michael?
You know, it's pretty smooth so far.
Mhm.
6x6 and 7x7 are definitely very interesting events. I'm assuming you guys explained why we're seeing 2 different events on the stream, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, they're interesting events in a sense that they're one of those events currently that there is a very clear difference in TPS. Max just has a very different
Yeah.
level of TPS.
I'm going to hold you off there for just a second because this looks like he's on pace for a PR average right now for Vishwa. That is I don't know the exact average that he has there, but his PR average is a 215.
Right.
And he just got a 205, a 210, and another 210. So
Oh, wow.
or
Okay.
around there. So all under his PR average. He is probably very happy about that.
Yeah.
Talk to him a bit more about that when he comes up later. I think he also got a PR in a different event, a single. I forget if it was 4 or 3, but those were the only events that just happened today. So
Yeah.
he's having a good day so far.
Yeah, it's also Vishwa's apparently, I think, first time in California.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a lot of fun stuff to do here in California, aside from the expensive state that we are. And you can see he's definitely updated his results for sure.
Yeah.
Missing out, although, on a single, like, considering his PR is going to be, like, sub 205, it sounds like. His single's right there.
I mean, this was a super
Yeah.
consistent
Yeah.
3 solves for
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, so very, very exciting to see there. So currently we're prepping for the group 2 of simultaneous 6 and 7. There will be a lot of interesting people, but we're going to have to see who's going to be competing here. Let's see. So, let me see who we have pulling up on this stream here, because I have no idea which tab I'm supposed to look at.
yeah.
Oh, I found it. Okay, so 6x6 and 7. So we have Ari. I wonder, you know, it would be really funny if Ari did OPA on 6x.
I think you'd have to do a lot of. And we should ask him.
I think we'll know, right? Wait, hold on. Let me think about it.
He
There-
could
there's no-
technically get super lucky.
There is no way he does that tracing and inspection.
Yeah.
There's no way. 15 seconds?
No.
Of course not.
Yeah. I think like that's some advanced tech. Maybe in like a few years.
I
Maybe
would
like
give it a few
a few
more years.
decades.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that might be one of those things where
It's just human impossible.
That-
you need a
that's-
you
that-
need a task for that.
that's an impossibility if there was one.
Yeah, you need to do some kind of tool assisted.
Well, okay. As much as
Technology
we
for
say
that.
OPA on 6x6 is an impossibility, I am hearing that this kid Chunyi from China is one looking inspection. He's
For-
basically inspect 3x3. So he's
Oh.
basically inspecting the entire solution up to EO skip and the
Dang.
last layer, and just doing ZB. I hear that, yeah, that's
Okay.
a possibility. So that was an impossibility.
Okay, that's fair. That was an impossibility. Now I feel like if you tell me that, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I can understand how people do that. Like it's kind of natural for people to look to like the second or third F12 pair. Like not natural, but like people are doing it. So
Yeah, but all 4
yeah.
and EO. That's the type of stuff that's a little bit wild.
Fair.
I don't know. I'm feeling spicy today. I wonder 313 if it's gonna get broken today.
313. 313.
Oh, not today. Yeah. What if 313 gets broken
Tomorrow.
on Sunday? Yeah.
Let's not jinx it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Let's not jinx it.
I think I obviously want it to happen. I think that's just a crazy record.
It
Yeah.
is a crazy record. It was also such an interesting solution too.
To break a 313, you basically need to get a sub 3, which, as we all know, is impossible.
Yeah, but we also do remember that Maddie with a 308. You know. Yeah, that was close. That was on a NAC 2022. That was 2 years ago.
308.
Unofficial, on the
unofficial.
region. Yeah.
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 Was that like a recorded or was it a unofficial solve because it was like an extra, or
No,
an
it
extra?
was an unofficial solve for
Okay.
because he did it in I believe it was a region relay.
Ah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
so that was interesting to watch in the moment.
Wow.
So shortly we'll be watching Dan Tran,
Mhm.
Ari Randers Pearson, Kate Graham, and Varun Mohanraj.
Yep.
We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for the broadcast.
And we're back. So, Vishwa, I noticed you got another record. Want to talk us through that? Tell us a bit about those solves.
Yeah, so I got 6x6 PR mean and 7x7 PR mean. So
Oh, you got both.
yeah, I got
Wow.
both.
Okay.
6x6 was by about a second,
Mhm.
so I was happy with that. But 7x7 was PR mean by 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I've known that I could break my 7x7 PR mean by a lot,
Mhm.
but to do that, it was just amazing.
Mhm.
So I was really happy with that.
Yeah, that's nice. All right. Looks like we got Kate on the stream. Looks like she's starting off with 7x7. We'll talk a bit more about your records in a little bit. So, as a big cube expert, maybe you can walk us through the solve a bit more and tell us like what are these cubers looking at and what's good, what's bad, what's
Okay.
going well, what's
Yeah.
not.
So first of all, yeah, Kate is using Yao. So seems like she's on her last four right now. What she just did is she put the edges that she just solved into the back, so now she doesn't have to rotate much for her last four edges. But it seems like this solve's not on great pace. Yeah, finishing edges at around 215, and her
Mhm.
PR mean is 201. Yeah, 226, not the greatest for her.
All right, so let's walk us through that average.
Okay, so
You started with 6 first?
yeah, I started with
Yeah,
6
okay.
first. Throughout the whole mean, all the solves were pretty consistent. I'd say I was like 124, 125, 124.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to finally get like a consistent mean because my last PR average, which I got in North American Championships, started with a 130,
Mm-hmm.
and then I had some better solves after that.
Yeah.
But
Was that like your single record?
no.
Okay.
But
Or like the other solves, did you end up getting a pure single there? Or?
no.
Okay.
It was close though, but I
Okay.
didn't get PR single.
Gotcha.
Yeah, maybe finals, but
Mhm.
yeah, that was 6. And then 7x7 start off with 209, 210, pretty consistent,
Mhm.
and then I had some really easy like edges, I think, and then I got a 205 on the last.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
pretty sick.
So
But you seem to have a sub 2 single. So
yes, yeah.
with a close to sub 2 average, feel like you're probably in good shape to break that too.
I'd say that sub 2 was pretty good for me. I mean, I
Okay.
could break that, but I don't think I will.
No? Okay.
Yeah, so I have that single, and you can see my mean, like my former mean wasn't as good compared to my single, so I'm happy to get better mean.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Thank you.
So I think we also have Varun and Ari in this group, so they should be coming up soon. I think we're running a little bit behind just because I don't know if you've heard that in the background, but the judges are, well, they're not there. So it's always one of those things with these longer events where not as many people want to judge or just not as many judges, especially around lunchtime where people are kind of going out and getting food as opposed to sitting and watching the best cubers in the world, you know? But anyway, speaking of Ari, see him coming up on the stream right now. I don't know if he's solving 6 or 7, but we'll find that out shortly. When you're getting ready to solve 7x7, do you have like a practice cube that you use
Yeah, usually I just do a couple of turns.
on a 7 or a 6?
It really
Just
doesn't matter.
anything?
I had my 6 earlier because both of the groups are like you get to choose which one you want to do first,
Right.
and I already had my 6x6, so I was doing some turns on that. I was trying to make it feel like I was solving at home, and so it was just like trying to be relaxed,
Yeah.
and that definitely helped me in my solves.
That's good. So, what do you know about Ari's solving style?
Ari, I'm pretty sure he uses Yao. I think he's around like 130s, 140s. So yeah, his PR mean is 133, top 99th in the world. So let's see if you can beat that.
Yep, just under the top 100. Yeah, and I wonder where does that new PR mean and PR mean for 6 and 7. Where did that put you?
For 6x6, I think it improved my rank by around 4 places. So not a huge improvement, but definitely an improvement I'm happy with. And 7x7, I jumped up like 40 places, which is crazy. I think I have the same ranking as for my single. The same ranking for my single and average now. So yeah.
Nice. That's
Thank
good.
you. Looks like he finished last 4 at around 120. So
Yeah. Or he still has some edges left, or am I seeing that?
yeah, he just
That's
has
just the parity.
yeah, just parity.
Okay.
Should be around like a high 140s or
OL and
PLL parity.
PL parity.
145. Not too good for him.
Not great, but also I would say not the end of the world.
Yeah.
You know, there's 2 more solves. I guess the difference between 6 and like the smaller events is that you have to make sure all of your solves are good because you don't have 5. You can't get
Yeah,
rid of 1.
there's really no room for error
Mhm.
because if you do bad in, let's say, 4x4, you have one solve that doesn't count at
Yeah.
all. But 6 and 7, everything counts. So if you DNF, you know, you're going to have a DNF mean.
Yeah. All right.
That's why consistency is very important for big cubes. Okay, so Kate is on her second solve, I believe.
Yep. And her last solve, I think, was not the greatest. She didn't seem too happy about that, judging by her expressions. So let's see if she can do a little bit better here. I think her first solve was like a 225 or so.
Yeah, so her PR mean is 201. So let's say to get around that time, you want to finish centers at, I'd say, about 120.
Mm-hmm. Is that with Yao or?
Yeah, with Yao.
With Yao,
Yeah.
okay.
So cross edges and centers
Yeah.
at 120. Maybe even a bit before that.
All right. Looks like she's starting out with white and yellow.
Yeah, finishing first 2 centers at 35, that's not the greatest split.
Mm-hmm.
Done with cross edges.
Yep. Up to her
She's like,
last 4
yeah,
centers.
she's doing green.
Green is done. Last 3 centers. Looks like she could get something like under 125 for the. Never mind. Looks to be a bit slower there.
Oh, interesting. She completed one of her inner bars last instead of the outer bar.
Mm-hmm.
But finishing centers at 135, that's not good pace to get a solve around her PR mean.
Yeah. So you can see her average there, 201.
And 151 single, that's very impressive.
Yeah, already kind of passing that average, so it's not looking too great for her so far. But then again, there's a lot of other events here, and she's quite good at 6x6 too. So let's see if she can pull something out there.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't have like a major pop or anything, I think she's definitely gonna make finals. So
Of course, yeah.
she can redeem herself then.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows? You can always get a good single, but 228. I'm sure she's not happy about
Yeah.
that.
We need like a lip reader there, or maybe
Yeah,
we don't.
If
There
you
were
read her
some
lips,
words.
you could see that she was definitely not happy.
There are some words there that I don't think are particularly safe for work. So, love it when cubers are passionate about their solves, both on the excitement,
and
the
bad.
excitement for getting a really good solve like you. I saw
Mhm.
you like go like that,
Mhm.
and then also Kate with that with those expressions. Some interesting gestures there. So I think we still have one more solve from most of the competitors for 7x7, or actually for both events.
Yeah,
'cause yeah. I guess the
So I
people
guess
who
we
finished
could say we're
6
about like halfway into the
halfway
group.
through, yeah.
Yeah.
Because 6 will be going by a bit faster. There we see Varun. I don't know if this is his first solve or if he's done.
I think he's done
before.
one before. Well, maybe.
And he is doing
Uh-huh.
6, so it looks like he probably has. Yeah, looks like he's already done at least one solve. From the scorecard, you can see on the top left.
So yeah, his PR average is 126, which he got at North American Championship just 2 weeks ago. He was placed like, I don't know. I think it was very highly into the first round. It was maybe around like 6th or 7th, which
Yeah.
was good for him.
That's nice. He is in the top 5 here. Should be in contention for potentially podium. So we'll see how that goes for him. If he continues to solve like he did.
Yeah, but it seems like he finished first center not very quickly. Like, I think,
Ooh, and
yeah, this
you
is
see
not
some
looking like a good
lockups.
solve.
That's something we noticed with Barin's 4x4 solves as well, where he had a few lockups, like some of his slice moves were just not as smooth, maybe like a bit of overturning happening. So, yeah.
That could definitely be nerves. Turning issues, I feel like, are most credited to nerves, unless there's like a big issue with the cube, like the tensions are very loose or tight.
And do you see that happening here too, or?
Well, I'm just gonna assume that it's because of nerves. I feel like I don't think his cube is like super loose or anything. But yeah, this is looking to be like a 140 something.
Yep.
Which is not good for him. Also his 7x7 PR results are on the screen instead of 6.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
That's it would be incredible if he broke his average, or sorry, single by.
Yeah, imagine 143.
20
That would be like 3rd in the world or something.
Yeah. What is 143? I mean, does that even? How close is that to Max's?
Max has a 134.
Yeah.
So.
Max has a 134 in 7x7.
Yeah.
To be clear, so that's wild that his 7x7 time is faster than many people's 6x6.
Okay, Kate on her 3rd solve.
Yeah, let's see if she can redeem it here. Definitely not in contention for a PR average or mean, but
if she can get a
she could
good
get a good
single,
mean here.
I think
Or
she'll
sorry,
be happy
single.
with that.
Yeah. We have that koala there
For good luck.
for good luck. So, once again, starting with white and yellow for those first 2 centers.
Okay, so far for 6 and 7, first right now, I got a 208 mean earlier, and then Max Shao also has a 211 mean, so he's also pretty highly ranked for the first round. And then 7x7, Max got a 126 mean, I got a 124, and Paul Mavi also got 138.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of PRs on the screen, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, even at like the higher,
hard tier.
the faster competitors are getting
Just
PR.
shouting out Nico, Alex, who end up getting both PR single and mean, as well as Owen and Salman. So,
And for 7,
are those all live? Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
and for 7, Nico with another PR as
Yep.
well.
So, that's cool.
This solve is looking much faster. She seems like she finished her centers at like a 120, so this could definitely be like a low 2.
Yep. Just to remember, her PR single was a 151. Just past that, so it's not looking, I mean, not going to break that, but
it definitely will be sub 210.
yeah, will be faster than her other 2 solves in this mean. Unless,
Yep, 207.
yeah.
Nice.
I was going to say, towards the end, it looked like that cube was getting a bit
yeah, she was locking up a
locked
little
up.
bit.
I was like, please don't pop. That wouldn't be good. But that's going to be her last solve for 7x7. She will be back doing 6x6 first. Yeah, how do you make that decision to do 6 or 7 first? Is there anything?
For me, I just picked. Like,
You just
there was no
random.
thought into
Okay.
it. I just did 6.
Yeah, I guess the more you think about it, the more your nerves might come
Exactly,
into play. So
exactly.
it's just, you know, I have this in my hand, just put it in.
Yeah. So I was competing. Do you know how Max did in 6 and 7?
I don't remember. I mean, I think Max Park.
Yeah.
You mean, yeah, he, you know, I mean, he's almost certainly first. He didn't have any terrible times. I don't remember his exact average, but I think his 6 was probably like around 110, and his 7 was like 150. I don't think it was beating his records, but it also wasn't. Yeah.
Okay. So it was a decent meet
Yeah.
for him.
You know.
Both beds. Oh, it seems like Varun has moved on to 7x7, so I guess that was his
Yeah.
last solve.
Yeah. Or maybe he did his last solve off stream just because 6x6 is a bit faster. And
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible we didn't see it.
Mhm. So he's done with his first 2 centers there. And I think he is also using Yout, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you can see a bit of those cross edges on the left that are made.
So his pure mean is 229.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say if he can finish his centers within like 140, he should be on good pace.
Mm-hmm. On to his last 3 centers here. I guess finishing up blue, and then he'll have, or no, sorry, red, and then has blue and orange left. So you said finishing centers at 140 would be a good pace.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a little bit behind, I think, but
Yeah, it
Ooh.
seems like he did the wrong.
Yep, there we
He
go.
finishes at too flat. That's not good.
About
for him.
20 seconds behind pace for him, which puts him probably at like around 240, 250
Yep.
second time, depending on how the rest of his solve goes, which so far is not looking great, I would say. Might even be like a 250 or high 250.
Honestly, it's possible that this is actually, yeah, it's possible that this solve is not even sub 3.
Well, we'll see.
But I think it will be. I think it will be.
Yeah, and I mean the cutoff time is like 4.5 minutes
Yeah,
or
he-
something.
no,
So it's
he doesn't
yeah.
have to worry about
Yeah.
that at all. Oh, end perm. 301. That's I'm sure he's not happy about
Yeah.
that.
Ari now on the other stage. Looks like he's on to last 2 centers at around a minute. Again, this is 6x6, so you're going to be expecting much faster.
Yeah,
solves
once
here.
again, I don't think that's a good split for him.
Mhm. His time on 6 is 130 average.
And one of his solves we saw, that was like, I think it was like a 145.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is looking to be like probably close to that time too.
Yeah.
Maybe a
should be
little,
like
little faster.
Around the same.
So
Okay,
Yep.
141, an improvement on
Mhm.
that one solve, but still not very close to his PR
on to
average.
his last solve, and I think Kate on the right is, I think, doing her first solve.
Yeah,
in
she's done 3 solves in
sevens.
7x7, so she's on 6x6
Yep.
now.
So Varun doing his 7x7 solves, and then Kate and Ari doing their 6x6 solves. And I think who else were we looking at in this group? It was also Dan, but I don't think we've seen him on the stream yet. So might be off stream. We will probably get a a look at his solves, hopefully in the finals, based off how he does here. And shortly after this round, we have lunch planned. Not sure if we have any specific programming scheduled, but we might be able to put on a podcast or some other interview just in the background while we have that break. So stay tuned. We will have a lot of exciting cubing happening shortly in the next, in a little bit. Next events for today are 5x5 clock, square one, Megaminx, and then the 6 and 7 finals, as well as OH.
Can we switch to Kate?
All right, Kate's on to her first 6x6 solve.
This is, yeah, that is finishing centers at
Not
like 107. That is not.
Yeah.
good.
I think that was like even slower than Ari's pace, and
Yeah.
Ari ended up with a 140, 141.
So
So
this is probably going to be around the same 140s.
yep. So yeah, that looks like it's going to be right about 140, maybe exactly 141. Never mind.
145.
145. So about the same as what Ari got on his first solve. Maybe some nerves there from Kate, or
Yeah, definitely.
so we have I think Varun coming back. 3 fingers. Varun is coming back with his second 7x7 solve. Didn't spend a whole lot of time on inspection there. Anything you're seeing so far with his solve?
Looks like he's doing. I feel like, yeah, he's gonna finish at around 40 seconds. So I think this is a good pace for him.
Okay.
I like average pace.
Yeah. And then, what about for the Yao center or Yao edges?
Wait, I think he's done already.
Okay.
Oh wait, is he?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Okay, then he's on good pace.
Okay.
He could honestly. Oh wait, I think he could PR on the solve
Yeah.
if he finished his centers fast enough.
All right. Well, we'll be looking for that. His current PR single is a 219. So, I mean, again, Varun has seemed to have a few nerves here.
Yeah, it seems like the centers were not too good.
So
The red center.
yeah, we just have to, hope the rest of the solve goes as well as his first 2 centers. Looks like there are some pauses.
Yeah, finishing at 146. He still could get himself
Yeah.
under his PR mean,
Mm-hmm.
but probably not going to be PR single.
And I don't think this was his first solve. Do you remember what he got on his first solve?
Not sure.
I remember him not being like too satisfied with it, so must have been a little higher than his. I think it was the 301.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's
so
gonna
this is
make
definitely
it.
going to be better than that 301.
Yeah,
He's on pace for that.
it will be pretty hard for him to break his mean though. So that's yeah, we need like 2 PR singles to break that mean. His current PR mean a 129, or sorry, 229. So in order to break it, he would need like 2 215s, and his current PR single is a 219.
Oh,
Yeah.
252.
So again, not ideal. I think this is Ari doing 7x7 as well.
So his PR mean is 232, and he has a 227 single. So let's see if he can beat that.
Got to his last 2 centers there at around 145.
Yeah, finish at 145.
So
And then
not looking too bad so far. What do you think his pace is right now?
he could probably get like a 230.
Okay. A bit of a pause there. Not sure if there was something specific he was looking for. But looks like he's done with his edges now. Just has some parity in the back that he's gonna have to manage. And finishes up
235.
at a 235. So that's pretty decent.
That's
solve
average for him.
Yeah. Close to his PR average. I think that was his second solve. So I don't remember what Ari's first solve was. Hopefully he's in contention for getting a PR there.
Let's see if Kate can redeem herself from
Yep.
that
This is
140 solve.
Kate's second solve.
Okay, yeah. Already looks like she's on better pace.
That's good. And you can see the statistics there now for
Yeah.
the 3
so
solves.
finishing centers at 48. That's good pace for like a 120 something.
Few pauses on the edges. One thing, like, a big difference between Max and some of these other top cubers is like the amount of pauses. Because with
Yeah.
Max, I don't think I ever see him pausing. But
He literally never pauses. Like, it's flawless. It's amazing to watch.
here you're seeing like a few, like there you noticed like even those tiny like half a second pauses ends up kind of adding up, and
They just make a huge difference once you add
Yeah.
them all up.
and there we go. Finishing up this solve, not going to be as fast as you said it was going to be with that one, with the
Yeah.
137.
Seems like edges were a bit slower than usual.
Yeah.
But the centers were good.
Mhm.
137.
So just keep that up and polish the edges, and
And you could you could see that she's clearly not happy about that.
yeah, not having a great round 1, but again, you know, maybe you haven't had breakfast or not feeling too good. You get lunch, you get some food in your system, and then
I mean,
all
you're
of a
all
sudden,
ready to
yeah.
go. You know,
So-
we have like 5 or 6 hours until
the
finals, so that's a lot of
Yeah.
time to prepare.
Exactly. So things could completely change in the second half of the day. This is interesting. I think he's solving orange and red, which I don't think I've seen that many people do with
Yeah, being color neutral on
a big cube.
Actually, I'm not sure if he's using Redux or Yao. I can't tell. I
Ah.
think it's Redux. Okay, then that makes way
Yeah.
more sense.
Okay.
Being color neutral with Redux centers is not too hard.
Mhm.
So that's something more common you'll see. But on Yao, it's definitely less common.
Gotcha. Just because once you finish the reduction stage, you can move on to 3x3 stage with whatever cross edges you'd normally solve.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't
Or
matter
the
what
cross.
edges you solve,
Right.
because eventually you're going to be able to reduce it to 3x3 stage.
And then, right.
you can still from then
You can use whatever
choose.
cross
Yes.
you want. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, you always, if you choose a color, you have a
Mhm.
set cross for the rest of your solve.
Yep. So you can see some pretty cool live rankings there. That's a new graphic that we have. It just disappeared, but you can see Max there squarely at the top, followed by a handful of other cubers. I don't know if we'll be able to pull back the live rankings. But looks like Varun's on to his third and final solve.
Looks like better centers than his first two solves, which is good.
Yeah. And just to remember, his last two solves were, I think, around 240 and a 3-minute flat, right?
Yeah.
Or like a 250.
No,
I
yeah,
think.
250 in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, KYH Cuber clock is starting at 3:10 Pacific time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Clock, a really interesting event. I think it's one of those events that's a lot different from other cubing events. So that could also change how it appears on stream. So we'll see how that looks. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, clock it's changed so much, and it's very different from all the other puzzles. It's going to be interesting to see now. People have new methods that they're using.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Varun finishing with a 236. That's his best solve.
The thing about clock is I know a lot of people don't do flips these days at the top level. So it's like they're solving it, and you don't realize that they're actually solving something on the back, which you can't see. And that's why it's a bit different as a stream viewer. So,
yeah, so when people are doing flip, like the normal method, you could see when they flip and say, oh, okay, they flipped at XYZ, they must be on this pace.
yeah.
But with 7 simul, you're doing multiple turns at the same time. You're not flipping at all. You can't tell what kind of pace they're on.
Yeah. I'm sure you can tell if you're like an expert, but otherwise it's a bit harder to kind of understand. We see Ari and Kate. I think these are their final solves for the day.
Yep.
Or well, not for the day. Sorry, I
for
shouldn't jinx it. But
for the first half
for
of the
this
comp.
round, yeah.
Yep.
And
Let's see, the scramble doesn't look to have anything good.
yeah, Kate
Goes
so
for
far
yellow.
on pace for around a 140, barring anything too wild from her. So a little bit over her current average, but hopefully she can pull that back in the second half of the day.
Yeah, this solve is already looking much better than the first two.
Yep. And there you can see the live rankings. We don't seem to have Max Park's average there. That's why it says Vishwashankar's in first place right now. You can
Let's go.
You can be proud of that for a little bit.
Oh, I guess I beat Max.
Yeah. That's a good strategy. Just put Max's results in all the way at the end of the day, so you can at least look at the ranking for a little
just
bit.
flex
and feel.
on everyone.
Yeah, take a screenshot now before you lose it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. But Kate finished centers at about like high 50s, so this is not looking like a good solve. Probably on the same, I would say on the same pace as the other two, but seems like she finished her middle 4 edges pretty fast.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is looking like sub 130.
Yeah, she can finish the rest of this step. Oh no,
not
just barely.
131, her best solve, but
Kind of dropped the cube there.
yeah, a 137 mean. I don't think she's happy with that.
But I mean, if you can see the progression, right?
Yes.
And clearly, things are getting better. She does not seem happy with that average.
I feel like,
But
yeah,
I think
you're right about that, but at a certain point, you just feel like, oh, I already have so many bad solves. Even if I get a good solve, I'm not really happy. Which is not how you should think, though. You should be happy.
For the mental, I think you should be thinking not about this round, but about what's coming up. Oh,
Yes.
and that's not a good. That almost kind of popped there for him.
Yeah.
He had
that
to
almost-
fix things a little. That's another thing about big cubes. The hardware definitely has gotten better, like in the last few years, but you still have to worry about, you know, making sure it doesn't like.
Yeah, big cubes are still prone to popping, but something that's cool that's been implemented more in the past couple of years is people are starting to use like core magnetic mods. So for me, the 7x7 that I use, I bought from Ethan Cho, who's also another 7x7 solver, and he modded the Meilong V2M 7x7, which is a budget Moyu cube, and he put core magnetics in it, and I feel like for me it's better than the Alfu.
Oh
so
wow!
So it's my main.
So you just use a modded budget cube
Yes.
rather than like a more higher end one.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Core magnetics definitely help with hardware these days, especially for big cubes. So I think that's good improvement that we've seen in the last few years, and I'm excited to see what's to come in the future.
Yeah, we have Dan on the stream now with a. You can see the single and average that he has. Another top cuber, someone will definitely be looking out for. Both of those putting him almost top 160, 150 in the world, 163 ranked average and a 172 ranked single for 7x7.
Seems like he's the second fastest Redux solver at this competition for 7x7 following Max Park.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy how Yao has
Kind of dominated.
Yeah, been way more prominent as a method for 6 and 7 nowadays.
Yeah, and yet the rank 1 cuber in the world
Still uses
doesn't use it.
Redux
Yeah.
and it is a beast.
Which kind of tells you, like, it's not just about the method. It's
Yeah.
sometimes
it's about
just
turning, efficiency.
being better.
Yeah, exactly. It's cool how you can have variants and people
Yeah.
pick like between multiple options instead of just one method.
And looks like that center's done. Just a bit ago. Down to edges.
Looks like last 4.
Yep.
Oh, it seems like not bad pace. Definitely could be under his PR mean. Oh wait, never mind. Now he's on last 4. Yeah, I really don't know how they do it, but it's interesting. It's interesting to see how people using Redux can solve their last 4 edges using on the M slice.
Interesting. Yeah.
233.
233. That's
not too bad for him.
Yeah, close to their average. I mean, we've seen a lot of people. We've seen a lot of things happen at this event. Some people getting PRs, some people getting like solves, way over their average, and it's nice to see someone who's like kind of squarely in that range of like what they would expect. Nothing great, nothing too bad. And I think this might be Ari's last solve. I think earlier I said that was their last solve, but actually I think they had 1 left. So come to the tail end. We saw the live rankings there. I think Max's results still not put in.
But of course he's going to be first.
I wonder if there's like any extra scrutiny or any reason it's taking longer for Max specifically.
I don't know.
Yeah, but who knows? Hopefully they didn't lose the scorecard. That would not be ideal.
But Ari on his last 7x7 solve.
Yeah.
So his previous 2 solves were around. I know one of them was like a 3 minutes, and then the other I think was sub 3. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah. I don't remember his solves being, anything close to his PRs, but that can change, like we've said multiple times. An interesting thing about Ari is his average and single are quite close to each other, with a 230 2 average and a 227 single.
Oh yeah, at that for 7x7, yeah, that is pretty close.
But yeah.
The following this group, which should end pretty soon, we're going to be on our lunch break, and then after that, we'll have 5x5 groups 1 through 3. It's going to be exciting to watch. Another event where we could see a world record for Max.
Yeah.
We just saw a world record at North American Championships 2 weeks ago with Max getting a 34.76 5x5 average, which is a world record by a full second.
And there we see again with Ari's cube. This happened last time. We were talking about hardware when that happened with his last solve. Looks like something popped, and that completely puts a damper on your solve when you're turning so fast and you're like looking at what you're going to do next, and then all of a sudden you have to deal with this piece popping out. Fortunately, I mean, it didn't completely DNF his solve, which would have been a disaster, because then you don't even make it to the next round. But
yeah, no matter what, you have to continue the solve, even if it seems like it's horrible.
I mean, you know, I wonder, like, how far would someone go if their cube completely, like, well, I wonder how much of a pop you would be willing to fix versus where you would just be like, throw your hands up and say, I'm done.
Yeah, so
there's no way.
I actually have some experience with this. So one time I've popped like just a couple pieces in. Maybe that added like a full minute to my solve, but that wasn't too bad. But there was one competition last year where my cube like completely exploded. Like there was like 10 centers, 5 edges, and I just stopped the timer. I decided to DNF. But it turns out, even with the 6-minute or 7-minute solve and the rest of my solves being 2 minutes, I still could have made it to the second round.
Yeah.
Because that comp was like a local comp where there was not
a whole lot of competition.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to make the second round. So always, if you really want to make it to the next round, always try
to finish.
Don't give up.
Yeah.
And that's for everything.
I do wonder, though, like, there are cutoffs, right?
Yes.
So does that cutoff apply only to the first solve, or does it apply to every single solve?
Yeah, it only applies to the first solve, but of
Okay.
course there's going to be a time limit on every solve. So
Yeah.
in my specific scenario, the time limit was actually 10 minutes because this was a comp catered to people who want to get big cube means that are not as fast.
Yeah.
So
it was like a big cube newcomer comp.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
They had a lot of other events, but that one day they had 4 through 7.
Yeah.
And then like high time limits.
Yeah, that's definitely something that kind of holds me from competing in the bigger events, because, you know, I'm not that fast, so it would be tough to get a mean under if I have to solve a 7x7 in 4 minutes. It looks like we're off to, I think that is Dan's last solve. Potentially the last solve of the group that we will be seeing. For the day, we are a little behind schedule, but I think 5x5 is going to be starting at 1:50. So we have about a 50-minute lunch break coming up shortly. So doing edge pairing now.
I feel like this is another 230 type of solve.
Okay.
Very similar to his previous solve.
So again, kind of that same story of consistency that we've been seeing.
Could be even better, honestly. He already reached his last 4. Oh yeah, he's already done. This could be a PR single.
Yeah.
His PR single is 219.
So let's not jinx it. Looks like it's a little on the slower side.
Very close, very close.
Just barely off by 0.6 seconds.
No, yeah, missed by .17. Wow. Yeah, very
Point-
close.
Oh, sorry, yeah. You're right. So super, super close.
Yeah, but that concludes the group. Um, we've had a mix of performances from competitors in
Yeah.
this group. I feel like some people did really good, some
Mhm.
didn't do so well,
Yeah.
but
Um,
overall, let's see.
I don't know if anyone got a PR in this one.
Oh, yeah, the second group.
In the second group.
Yeah, at least for the faster competitors, I didn't really
Mhm.
see any PRs.
Yeah. But I think that's going to be us for now. We might be taking it to a bit of a lunch break. So we will see you guys again with 5x5 in about 30 to 50 minutes, assuming things go on schedule. Any last words you want to say before we get to the break, to the intermission?
Lava 5 is going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah.
Especially Max.
Yep, Max Park. I mean, let's see, which group is he in? If he's in the first group, you don't want to
Yeah,
miss a second
he's in
of
the
that.
first group.
He's in the first group.
Yeah.
We also have Kate and Paul in that group. All like top solvers at 5x5. So don't want to miss a second of that. We'll be back shortly after this intermission where we have a lunch break. So until then, we will see you in a bit.
Yes.
All right, hello everyone. During our lunch block, we have a very special interview with the one and only owner of SpeedCubeShop,
Hey.
Cameron Brown.
wrong
Cameron,
hand.
how's it going?
Doing well.
Yeah, dude, everything is great. This is Western Championships 2024. We're in a bit of a break, so I thought, why don't we bring you a little bit of spicy content, just so you know, everyone is having lunch right now. If you're watching on the West Coast, anyway, you might as well listen to us talk a little bit. Cam and I, and the WCC in general, has put a lot of work in recently, doing a lot of fun stuff. And so, yeah, we're just going to chit-chat. Pretty similar to the NAC interviews, if anyone watched some of that. So, Cam, first of all, why don't you tell me how Western Champs has been for you all so far?
Really fun. Happy to be back in San Diego again. It's been
Yeah,
a little while
yeah.
since we've been here. But, yeah, it's cool to see some familiar faces. I mean, we've been people that have been, like, shopping with us for years and came out to, like, one of our Bakersfield events. We did
Yeah.
an open house back in 2019. And, yeah, obviously, you know, people got to see our newest Team SCS member today, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about this. This is big news. I've been seeing a lot of stuff going around everywhere on social media. Let's talk about it. Max Park with SpeedCubeShop now.
Yep. Once again, so we started with Max back when he was his cubing career was in infancy, if you will, and yeah, it's just really cool that things worked out, and yeah, it'll be really cool to do some cool stuff with Max and his family moving forward, and yeah, see what we can do to help kind of keep pushing cubing forward.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, SpeedCubeShop has been making a lot of moves recently. Do you want to talk a little bit about other sponsored cubers? I mean, J Perm has been sponsored for a while. I know Kyle is sponsored. I think Lucas Kuchai also sponsored as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, you just want to rattle off your portfolio?
Yeah, I mean, we have like 120 team members.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty extensive list, but yeah, our whole thing is we've been really focusing on not only just growing our team, but looking for quality and also people that we have perspective. Like we have a good track record of identifying people earlier on in their careers. I mean, like, we worked with Max when he was first like NAR and things like that.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
Like we started with J Perm and he was around 10,000 subs, and so our whole thing is we're just really hyper focused on finding people that seem like they have lots of promise or lots of potential and helping do what we can to play whatever role makes sense to help guide them towards their ultimate goal. And we opened up a warehouse in Canada at the start of this year, so we've taken lots of Canadian cubers, which is awesome. And yeah, it's really cool to be able to have a physical presence out in Canada to not only benefit competitors and customers and competitions, and so it's really cool because I like it in Canada.
Yeah,
quite a
I mean, I think it's really cool. Like I was mentioning earlier, I was just at Euros last week, and it's cool to see like there's like SCS competitors out in Europe as well, and there's like not just like one or two. There's like a good number of people out there. So it's really cool, I think, to see it's like kind of like expanding more and more.
Yeah.
And I guess it's like less regionalized in some sense. I think it's also something that's interesting. Maybe you want to talk about this, and we can cut the topic if you don't want. I think it's really interesting because I feel like there's a lot of sponsors in cubing now.
Yeah.
Not just like cube retailers, the manufacturers have definitely stepped a lot more in the last several years. And now we're also seeing like, well, with Max, there are people like outside of cubing as well that are getting in. Do you want to talk a little bit about how the scene has changed?
Yeah, it definitely is really interesting to see the roles that, as you mentioned, companies that are not just involved in cubing. Like, I mean, when Red Bull did their cubing cup, however many years ago that was, and yeah, just in general, I wouldn't really be surprised if we start seeing more brands starting to get attached. I think the biggest thing is we just, as the cubing community, I'm trying to do my role. I know, you guys are as well, of really making a good foundation to welcome in and have these other larger companies, because they might have certain expectations coming into it, and it's really exciting though. And I mean, we're just really, I've always had a very clear vision of what I want SpeedCubeShop to be and what our role within the cubing community will be and will always be. And so being able to kind of go down like my bucket list for the company and just kind of keep checking things off and adding even more stuff. So there are still more moves to be made and they are being made. But,
that's sick.
Yeah, it's just a lot of, lots of time, lots of energy, and making sure that we move quickly but also methodically, and we give, we don't jeopardize the quality that I think lots of people have come to expect from us.
Yeah, totally. Let's talk about some moves that have happened. Let's go a little chronologically. One of the major recent things that had happened was the move from Bakersfield to Las Vegas. Do you want to talk a little bit about this?
Sure. So yeah, we were in Bakersfield, California since the inception of the company back in 2009, and it's so crazy to even say that out loud. I mean, I remember I was just turned 14 and was just a kid out of their room in their mom's house. Selling cubes. And so it's really crazy to have it come that far. But yeah, with Bakersfield, we were having Thanksgiving dinner one night at our place, and all of our family was joking because, like, Veronica, my fiance, her family is in Rancho Mirage, California. My mom was in Bakersfield. My dad was in Los Angeles area, and some of our other family was in NorCal. So we were all sitting there talking about how, oh man, we actually like are a functional family and all enjoy each other's company. It's too bad we can't do this more often. And my dad, he's been coming to Vegas with his dad since he was a kid. So he was like, oh, we should just all move to Vegas. Like completely just like
just as a joke,
threw it out there, and we were like, wait, you might have something here. And so it ended up being a spot that we all agreed on, and it's been great because being there, we've met so many more of our customers than I ever would have imagined. We have a really great showroom experience for people, and it just has allowed us to do a lot more. So not only has it been great for my personal life and mental health, but it's been great for the company, and we've been able to do even more for Cubers.
Yeah, and one of the things I think is a really cool initiative that I don't know if there was, I feel like there was some last year, but definitely this year, Vegas Cubing Cup.
Yep.
I think that's really fun. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So yeah, Vegas Cubing Cup is something that I've always wanted to do, and just finally was like, you know, I've been trying to adopt the whole something is done is better than nothing. So I mean, people do hold us to high quality standards, and I'm my own worst critic. But Vegas Cubing Cup is something I've wanted to do forever, and we decided this is the year we're going to do it. It might not be perfect off the bat, but let's do it, have fun, and people have really had a good reception to that. So we're looking forward. You know, we're halfway through it, and we're looking forward to seeing who the winner is going to be.
Yeah.
And then prepping for next year and seeing how that all goes. So that's been really cool. And we did a large open house when we moved to Vegas, and that was like 850 people came out to that.
Wow.
And then the wind kind of came along, and had other plans for us. But yeah, we're looking just to do a lot more event stuff. We do lots of things around Vegas, like free cubing hangouts for people to come and just cube. They can learn, they can practice, and we've heard from parents and, you know, even like older cubers, they've just made lots of friends and connections there, which is very rewarding.
Yeah,
for me
there
to
we
hear.
go. There we go. Yeah, and Vegas Cubing Cup in particular. I don't know if registration is still open for the one in August. I mean, it's like 3 weeks away.
It is still open, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so there you go. So you can register for that one.
Closing soon, though, so definitely register soon.
Yeah, register soon. And then, yeah, we're going to have the finals of that. I think, I want to say 11-2.
Yes.
11-2, yeah, that's going to be the last one. That one I plan to stream.
Yeah.
Because I think it'll be really interesting to see who ends up winning it all. For those who don't know, it's like it's a point-based competition. As well as a WCA competition. So as the better performing you do, you get more points. I think like first through like 15th gets like some points on the leaderboard.
Yes.
Like that.
So the whole idea with Vegas Cubing Cup is you do earn points based on performance, but we also put a spin on it, no pun intended, that allows people who maybe aren't super fast to still have a fighting chance to pick up points, like if it's their first competition or if they break a PR and things like that. So we're really trying to encourage people just to get out there, cube, have fun, and not go into it thinking like, oh, well, there's no way I'm going to win, so I may as well not do it. So yeah, we're really excited to see that. We have some pretty big cash prizes going for that, which is exciting. So it's kind of cool to see a little bit more resources getting put into cubing. And so obviously people supporting SpeedCubeShop is what allows us to give back to the community. Yeah,
totally. And a cup like thing is something that I've thought about for a while, like having like a seasonal thing where like every competition you get so many points and then you announce like a little winner at the end. So I think it'll be really fun. And if you want to compete in Magic, hasn't been held officially since whenever it got removed. Yeah, we got Magic at Vegas as well, so you can compete in that.
Yeah, Magic it's hilarious how I hadn't touched a Magic in probably close to a decade.
Yeah.
And like I was like hitting like 1.2.
Oh,
like
there we go. There we go.
It's just crazy. The muscle memory just doesn't leave. Say Magic is tons of fun, and we're obviously be doing FTO also and hopping on that.
Yeah.
Everyone loves FTO. And
FTO, especially right now at the Diancheng, is like really popping off. The amount of interest in the community has just like skyrocketed. I think it's really fun. I love like these like unofficial events because they're like a perfect medium in between like is this an official event, something that like people are like serious about, and then also something that's like, well, yeah, but this is just casual. We're just here to have fun, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's really fun. So, yeah, take a look out for that.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of the head-to-head.
Yeah. I mean, head-to-head is like it's an engaging viewer format. As a viewer, I love drama. That's just all I want to see. I just want to see drama, and I want to see people like in high-pressure situations, and then I want to see who's going to be the diamond in the rough to pull it out. So, and I think the other thing that's good about head-to-head is it prepares people for the big competitions, a competition like this one, or we're talking about the like nationals or the continental championships, where the head-to-head is like being able to compete in a head-to-head situation is not just about being able to solve quickly, but how you deal with that pressure. And so doing it at the small stage, I think, is really important, and it just makes for better content.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we've hosted it, every single time. I mean, I put a spin on it, which is no inspection, and you
Yeah.
have to start the timer at like the same time, otherwise there's penalties.
Sure.
And it's incredible how that sense of pressure and not knowing how the guy next to you is doing and knowing that you're in front of a crowd. I mean, without fail, like last time we did it, people that win are people that average 16, 17 seconds normally, which is still really respectable times, but they're going up against people who average sub 10. And it's just really interesting to see how you have your one shot.
Yeah.
And yeah, pressure is definitely on. So big
Yeah.
fan of the head-to-head.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. Okay, I'm gonna take this thread and run with it a little bit. Recently, especially like as cubing has evolved, we've seen like more and more like the summer turn into like this championship summer type thing, where we have like the big competitions that happen. We had NAC 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
We had Euros last week. We had South American Championships sandwiched in between. I'm kind of interested to hear from your perspective as like a sponsor, someone who's like a little bit outside of like the competitive aspect, but more so interested in like the like how the sport is growing. How you think like cubing has kind of evolved towards like these like majors happening every so often?
I think we're definitely making the right steps towards keeping growth. It's cool to see a lot larger competitions happening all over the globe,
Mm-hmm.
and that they are getting that support from outside sponsors like we talked about. I know some larger competitions have had, like, I think Coca-Cola sponsoring in
Oh,
certain
wow,
parts
yeah.
of the world, and it's cool to see that. I think it definitely is the right track. I just think we need to keep working on making it more televisable and maybe finding a way to kind of combine all the competitions to where they kind of lead towards like one big championship
Yeah.
that is more so a spectator event that only certain people are competing in to really go for a big title.
Yep.
And yeah, that's kind of what we're working towards.
Yeah, I mean we're talking like the NAC All Stars, right? And that was like quite the spectacle. To have something in the Mall of America, like it was a very cool experience. So I'm interested to see. Maybe we can host something in Vegas. That'd be very fun.
Yeah, I mean, when Worlds was in Vegas back
Yeah.
in 2013, I mean, it's great. And that's one thing we hear a lot with our Vegas Cubing Cup competitions
Yeah.
is that it's so easy for people to say yes to come out there because there's so much to do. It's a good excuse to get there. And, yeah, the venues are just very friendly to spectators and other parts of the family. So, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I mean Vegas is known worldwide too. It's not like it's just like some random place in like the middle of California.
Yeah, flights are abundant.
Oh, and like quite cheap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, totally. Okay, let's talk about another recent move that that SCS has done, and something that WCC has done as well. The recent WCC SCS collab. So do you want to
Yeah.
talk a little bit about some of those details?
Yeah. So essentially, was sitting there one day just working like everyone at the WCC and I would consider to be good friends, and it's like we all work so closely together anyway. Like, why don't we make it more formal and really work on more of a synergy between the two companies? And so now that we're collabing, we can give more support doing collab merch, which I'm really excited about.
I'm so excited for that. It's gonna
Yeah.
be so fun.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. And then we're going to sell WCC SES collab merch on the website. It'll be in person. We can do like limited edition drops,
Yeah.
things like that. And then it just makes things a lot smoother to work with other comps and make sure that we have a streamlined approach to support competitions in the West Coast area.
Yeah.
So I think it just makes so much sense, makes things easier for everybody, and it provides value and cool merch and stuff for spectators and competitors.
Yeah, totally. And then from the WCC side, we're more than happy to work with you all, mainly because there's so much value that we think SpeedCubeShop offers to the local community. It's like a name brand that a lot of people, especially here in Southern California, know. And to be able to sponsor competitions and kind of give a little bit reward to the people who are competing in the West, I think is fantastic. The collab merch is going to be so awesome.
Yeah.
It's going to be so cool. It'll be available on the website also, right?
It will be, yeah.
Yeah,
and we're
yeah.
actually designing some new stuff already. So
Yeah,
I'm
there
really
we
excited to see how
go.
that comes out. And yeah, I mean, just in general, just seeing that there's some competitions in the West Coast area that don't have sponsors, they don't
Right.
have prizes. It doesn't make sense when we're more than willing to. So the collab, I mean, everyone at WCC was awesome to work with and also receptive towards. I mean, the nice thing is we all want the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not like it was a tough thing to come to an agreement on. So it makes a lot of sense. It's going to really benefit the cubing community, and I think we can do lots of cool stuff with it.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for a lot of that stuff. That also means a lot more live streams will end up on the SCS channel, which I'm very happy about
Yeah.
because it just means more eyes on cubing. And I think it's fantastic. So.
Absolutely, me too.
Yeah, so that's like the big news that I guess has been announced here formally to all the competitors. We've been working behind the scenes to do it, but it's good to kind of get it off the chest and into the open now.
Yeah, no, lots of big things were happening this weekend. I kind of had like butterflies
Yeah.
walking through the doors this morning. So
yeah.
Lots of big things, and it's kind of cool that, I don't know, like obviously bringing Max on the team is something that not a lot of people I think were expecting, and it just shows that the value of having a conversation, and when you're confident in what you can offer, that having a conversation is never a bad thing, and maintaining relationships and just continuing to be friends with people. You never know where things will happen. So I always tell people, don't shut the door, because you
don't
never
let the
know.
bridge burn.
Yeah, exactly. So no, it's really happy, and we're all feeling really optimistic about the future of cubing and just seeing where it's crazy to think where it's going to continue to go.
Yeah, totally. I'm really excited. Do you want to talk a little bit about the Canada acquisition?
Yeah, so that was something I've been wanting to do for years. I mean, the whole goal is to have a SpeedCubeShop in every major area.
Yeah.
So we're looking to do Canada, Australia, UK, and we're making progress. It's such a big undertaking.
Yeah.
I mean, let me tell you, I think
your taxes are going to be screwed, man.
well, it's crazy. I mean, I have separate attorneys and CPAs in Canada now. I mean, I probably have more gray hairs than I did for sure at the start of the year. But it's just one of those things where I just decided that it's not getting any easier as time goes on. And I was just, again, thinking one day I should just reach out, and CanCube and I had always had good relations. And the previous owner, Garrett, is a solid guy. And so I just reached out to him and kind of explained, wanted to hear a little bit more about his situation. And he actually was kind of the one that told me, like, hey, why don't you just buy CanCube from me? Which wasn't really the goal going into it. But even though Garrett and I were friendly, I think he understood that, realistically speaking, we just have more resources. So if SpeedCubeShop entered the Canadian market, he would rather be with us than against us.
Okay,
and I hate to make that sound like it's like a vicious competitive thing, 'cause it really isn't. But it's just the reality. And I mean, I have quite a few employees I need to provide for, so we definitely push hard to make sure we can provide for them. But yeah, we were able to bring on the CanCube staff, and everyone's quality of life enhanced. They were able to get better compensation, better hours, more streamlined approaches, and the Canadian market now is very much benefiting from having new releases so much quicker, better pricing, and I mean, the shipping is insane. It's like a day or two. So
yeah, that's pretty good.
It's really cool, and we're able to vend it lots of competitions, and again, give that in-person experience too. So yeah, it just was a lot of work, but just when we sat down and decided, let's do this thing, and I think Garrett really helped, because working with him, when I made the commitment to him that I'm going to do it, I knew I couldn't just throw in the towel when things get tough.
Okay.
So it kind of forced me to honor that commitment and be like, yeah, this is a pain, and I really kind of wish I hadn't bitten this off, but we're doing it. I'm going to see it through, and I'm so happy I did, because it's been amazing, and it's kind of cool to have that on the resume.
Yeah, no, it is very cool. It was because it was something that, like, I guess, like, none of us really knew what was going on. And we're just like, oh wow, like, this happened. It was pretty big news. So
well, it's cool for me. I mean, I don't know. I'll brag a little bit. Like, first cubing store in the U.S. and the first cubing store to like legitimately go second location international. And so I don't know. It's really cool, and it's just I'm happy that I've learned so much about business over the years. I am always learning more, but it's what I'm passionate about, and luckily being able to put those skills to use and get the almost assurance of, like, I do kind of know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like, going in and working with Garrett and him seeing just how everything runs on the back end was very eye-opening for him and made me feel good about all the blood, sweat, and tears I put into it over the years, because, yeah, it definitely is running a lot smoother. So
okay, for sure. Okay, this next one is maybe a bit touchy, so we can figure out how to exactly navigate it. I basically want to ask about basically how you think the what like the retailer economy is kind of looking like right now, because especially the big news with Daily Puzzles ending up having to close.
Yeah.
And that was like something that was more public, and I think it really goes it showed a lot of people that it was not just easy to just run a store.
yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit about like where the overall market is at?
I could talk a lot about it if you
Okay,
want.
yeah, perfect.
All right, so cubing stores are fun. I love what I do.
Yeah.
But it is a job. It's a lot of stress. When I walk into our warehouse in Vegas and now in Canada.
Yeah.
And just seeing people that you know their story, you know the families they have, you know the bills they have, and you know just everything that I have to provide for them first, and I'm thinking about myself and my family last. It's very humbling, and yeah, like the economy in general seems not really be that fantastic this year, and I think that with Daily Puzzles and SpeedCube.com.au shutting down, cubing, in my opinion, there's levels to it when it comes to like having a store. There's the phase where you're doing it as a hobby, kind of out of the house. You know, you're maybe doing a few orders a day, low overhead, and just having fun with it. But then there's nothing really in between. You kind of jump into you're getting a warehouse, you're getting a location, you have overhead, and then you probably need to bring on staff, and then you need to grow your inventory, and there's more operational costs on the back end side that come along with that. And it's really, you kind of have to make that leap. And I remember when I signed that first warehouse lease, the knots in my stomach were unreal. But one thing that's interesting, though, is as cubing is growing, it is becoming more accessible, whereas we're seeing lots of Amazon. We're even seeing some, like, you know, there's like the Next Cube that's sold in stores. You know, Rubik's is now making like a magnetic 2x2, 3 and 4, which are rebranded like Swift Block. I know for the 3x3 it is. I don't know about the 2 and 4. So with that being said, you don't really have to go to these like boutique retailers, which would be like myself and others, for it. I know that some people like to still shop overseas and just order directly from China, which, I mean, it's not good for me to say this, but I'll say like generally it's cheaper. I mean, they're not having to cross a border and import it. And the labor in China is like nothing relative to the States. The taxes are a lot different over there. It's just a lot different. But with that all being said, it might be tempting to go and shop on Amazon and save the $1, or China and save the $2. But you better hope that you don't have problems.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's like, that's why like people are like, yeah, don't order on Amazon because you don't know what you're gonna get.
Well, I can tell you, we know cubes in and out, and there are. It can be very hard to sort them when they come in. You'll get a huge shipment, and it's like sometimes manufacturers will use the same box, but for different items. More so for like the twisty puzzle type stuff. Like Landland is like notorious for this. Like the box will be labeled as like a Rex Cube, and there will be something entirely different in the box. And you have to look at it and be like, huh, those cuts are not a Rex Cube. It's something different. And then we have to investigate. Amazon, they're just so streamlined. They're just oh, it's supposed to be this, then we're going to put it in there. And so that's why we see lots of incorrect puzzles getting sent out. And, I mean, Pops, we all know it's kind of it's like an evil that comes along with cubing, but for most newer cubers, it's broken. So they go to Amazon, high return rates. And that's where I think cubing in big box stores, it's not, I don't want to say ever going to work, but I've heard that the return rates in the customer experience are tough to where, I mean, we actually sold cubes in a big box store a few years ago, and it didn't end up working out just because it's like big box stores just don't want to deal with like something that could have a high rate of return. And, you know, when someone buys from us and they email us, hey, this broke. Oh, well, hey, it actually didn't break. It's a pop. Here's a quick video on how to get together. And they're on their way. So my point is, when people, I'm not telling people how to spend their money. I understand that it's tough times. People need to save wherever. I mean, I'm the guy that won't order, like Shane was saying, he didn't get jalapenos on his pizza because it was $2 extra and it wasn't in the budget. That's like me. But I will say that I think it's important that cubers do support their local stores or their favorite stores wherever possible, because depending on how things go, there may be a time where there's fewer and fewer options as he will hit the point if they get older and, hey, it's just not, I have to like make a career path, which for me has been terrifying. I mean, I started when I was 14, so I had a pretty early start, and just kind of taking me through life. But if I were at that phase where I was still at my mom's house or whatever, you have to pay bills at one point.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah.
So that all being said, I just always am trying to encourage people without sounding like a sales pitch. It's like, whether it's us or anyone else, I try to support your stores where you can. I mean, I can say with us, there's not really much of a compromise. The service is great. We work really hard to do that. The pricing is really good, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, we're faster than Amazon in some cases, or at least as fast.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's like one thing that I think I even going back many like 10 years or so. It's like one of the things that I've definitely heard from SpeedCubeShop is just like the service is quite good. So, where do you think the retail economy is going to go? Let's say like in the next like 3 to 4 years.
What I think is going to happen is more and more people are hopping on to wanting to sell cubes.
Yeah.
I mean, even around Vegas, it's interesting. I'll see like little mall kiosks that have like G cubes. I mean, they're expensive. Carbon fiber 2x2, $20.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. Not for that puzzle.
No. So I think that people see how popular cubing is. They think it's easy. They want to just import it and sell it because it's popular. But I think that the lack of education with things like popping or just the weird little nuances that come along with cubing, I think does ultimately deter. Kind of like yo-yos. You know, like you can go buy a Dunkin' yo-yo from a big box store, but like the pro level ones aren't really as available. I think cubing is kind of the same way, where I think Rubik's will obviously maintain their kind of like, it's the product. It's like Kleenex and tissue, you know? So Rubik's will continue to kind of capture the newer cubers, or like, you know, if we're out having a coffee, solving like this 4x4, it's a Rubik's Cube. Someone's going to go and buy one at their store. And then they'll get into it and they find SpeedCubing and all that. So I think that'll continue to be kind of the place. I think we might see like things like the next cube continuing. I think it might probably grow and expand more and then decrease, because I think that there's going to be, like, if they ever start getting into like speed cubes that are higher level, I mean, we know how even the best cubes pop, and in 2x2s, the broken corners, like, trust me, big box stores and big retailers do not want to deal with that. So I don't want to deal with it, but we have to. So that's kind of what I think is going to happen. I think it's going to expand, and I think it might contract when the problems start to arise.
Okay, interesting. What do you think about like the specialty? You can call it boutique if you want. Like people like you. Let's throw TC into the mix, things like that. What do you think that that's going to do in the next several years?
I really don't know. Every year that I can keep running SpeedCubeShop is a blessing. I mean, luckily we're a really healthy company. I'm proud to say I've never taken any debt to run it, and that's something I'm really proud of, because not everyone can say that. And you know, my old rule of thumb is, luckily, my lifestyle's pretty cheap. So as long as I can pay the bills and, you know, make sure my family's accounted for, I'm happy. But I think it is really a matter of just, I don't know. I think that more and more stores will continue to open, and I think more and more stores will continue to close, because people don't seem to realize the difficulty. I mean, I've had lots of people that reach out to me actually wanting to franchise SpeedCubeShop,
interesting.
which has been kind of a new thing. And I think that's coming along with the popularity of cubing growing, as people reach out and, oh, I want to open one up. I had someone in Hungary that wants to open one up. And that's actually going well. So, but in general, when I start talking with the numbers and people, they think that this cube, or, I mean, here's again, Mega Minx, this is an expensive puzzle. I think it costs $1. Everything's $1 because it comes from China, and definitely not $1.
Yeah, I can tell you that does not cost $1.
So, I think it's just a matter of when people figure out the barrier to entry, it kind of deters them. So I guess my long-winded answer is, I think that we're probably not going anywhere for any time soon. But I do think that over time, probably the pillars will really be more prominent, because I think it's just harder and harder for smaller stores to survive. Just because, I mean, I'm proud to say that we do a really good job of running a store. So, like, I mean, if someone were to open a store in the U.S. now, it's like, what really can you bring to the table to make it competitive edge for someone to want to take the risk shopping with a smaller operation, other than just slashing prices, which that's another thing we see people do, is they'll open stores, slash the prices down to try to attract customers. And
it's
then
just not sustainable, though. There's no way.
No. And so we see that a lot, where it's kind of like market disruptions, where people will slash prices, hurts us in the short term, but then they just
fizzle out,
can't last. And so it just is kind of like this cycle of just like, is what it is.
I mean, I feel like this probably happens to all businesses. I'm sure like there's like someone who will come up with like a random, I don't know, cookie company or something and try and disrupt the market, but it all comes down to sustainability in the end. Well, all that's very interesting. Anything else you want to mention before I think we're going to get started with the rest of the competition?
Yeah. No, just obviously I do appreciate everybody's continued support of SpeedCubeShop. I mean, the fact that if you would have told me when I started this at, again, 14, that I'd be sitting here with you in San Diego with all these amazing people, and just, it's crazy. I just never thought it would have been possible. So again, I'm really anxious to see what the next 5-10 years looks like. Maybe we'll be having this conversation again, saying,
maybe.
Yeah. So I don't know. Very eager and excited for it, though. And again, just really excited for us to be working together more closely and doing some really cool stuff for cubing.
Yeah, there's some big things moving on. I can tell you a lot of big things moving on in the background as well. So I'm excited to see where cubing is going to go. And I think it'll be really fun to have just more people involved. The more quality people involved.
That's one thing I would like to see. Is it's tough, but I do think that we need to work on key people in organizations getting some form of compensation. I think that is proving to be more of a problem I've observed, is that when you get volunteers, I mean, lots of the volunteers are spectacular. and I think it's really honorable that they're volunteering their time and even the resources. But I think at a minimum, we need to make sure that like expenses are always being covered, not like some of the time. And I can't. That's not a blanket statement for all competitions, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think we really need to kind of posture the cubing community to really be able to grow.
Yeah.
So.
And I think there's a lot of growth to happen. Oh, anything you want to talk about Worlds in 2025 coming up?
Yeah, we're excited for it, and we're gonna put in our bid. So we'll see. It should be pretty cool.
Yeah. As a cuber, anything you're excited about Worlds?
I mean, it's gonna be just crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be
seeing
wild.
So many people from all over the world
Yeah.
being in one place.
To have it
and
back in the States, I think is awesome too.
Yeah, no, I mean, really excited for that. Never been to Seattle.
Yeah?
So it'll be a lot of first time experiences, but I'm very excited to be there either way.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's wrap up because
Yeah.
we're gonna start 5x5 soon. Thanks a ton, Cameron.
Yeah, thanks a
awesome
lot for
talking
having
with
me
you.
on.
Yeah,
Always a
totally.
pleasure.
Everyone, we're gonna cut to a short break as we move everyone off and on, and then we'll be back with 5x5 round 1. So stay tuned, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Ta-ta. Okay, I wish I had something to change it like right here, but I have to like go over here to do it. So. All right, everyone, welcome back. We are on to 5x5 Group 1 now. As you can see on the screen, we got Max Park, the one and only, the world record holder. One of the greatest to ever do it. Recently, breaking the world record average. Just absolutely insane solver. And yeah, I mean, yeah, we're just gonna get right into it. My production guy is out on a bit of a break now, but yeah, I can tell you I have my little sheet here. Max, yeah, breaking that world record, 34 average and 32 single, 36.67 to start stuff out with. As we get Vishwa on the mic here as well. Hello, Vishwa. First time the two of us are together.
Yep.
And yeah, so Max starting off with 36, 2 seconds off of his WR average. What do you think he's going to be looking for here? And the one thing I'm interested in, do you think we're going to see the world record get broken today?
Okay, so I think that the world record average, he beat it by a second. It seems so hard to beat. I feel like he's not going to beat it for a while.
Yeah,
But the single is definitely more likely. I feel like he can get sub 32 this competition.
Yeah, it's
Definitely.
prime time. Like,
Yeah.
like look at how close this is. Like, you know, the average is 34, and you're telling me the single is 32? Like,
Mhm.
that's insane. I feel like there's definitely room to grow on that single.
Yeah, but I expect him to get like around 36, 37 average. That seems like what he's averaging.
Okay, so we're really on single watch then. Well, that means that, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. Even if Max, gets a bad start, he could go insane on the last couple and get a really good single.
Mm-hmm.
While Kate is solving here, you want to talk a little bit about Yao for 5x5 because it's way more common than on the bigger puzzles.
Yeah, so Yao for 5x5. For those who don't know how Yao works, it's you try to reduce the cube to a 3x3, but in a different way. But so what happens is you solve your first two centers, then you solve 3 cross edges of all of the same color, and then you go on with your centers and then edges. So similar to Redux, you solve your edges, but at the end, but differently, you start with your first 3 cross edges. And it's starting to be more popular on 5x5, where you see Kate just got a 52 using the Yao method, and you're really only doing R and U moves throughout the whole time solving centers. You're not doing any other moves, unlike Redux. So there's certain things you can and can't do, but it's now a very popular method for 5x5.
Yeah, I would say Yao is so interesting because initially you consider yourself bandaging your ability to solve centers efficiently, right? But with a small trade-off, your edges fly, right? It's completely different.
Exactly.
All right, so I believe Max Park got a 36 on his first solve, right?
Yes, 36.67.
Awesome. All right, so as he's getting ready, we're going to see how he does in his solving. All right, so Max started his inspection here. Keep in mind that Max is one of the few cubers at the top level also still using Redux. So you'll see as he's building the white bar and now quickly building the yellow center. That was just immediate. So he's working on his last 4 centers right now, blazing fast right now. And he's not even rotating into the edges. He's going straight onto red-orange at this top-bottom. You know, this is a very fast solve. The edges are not quite as fast, but the centers, he finished it in 10 seconds.
He's about to finish his edges.
Yeah. The edges were a little bit tough, but overall, this is an excellent solve. And, of course, a solving on a green cross. And, unfortunately, the RUFV perm to end it.
Yeah, so 38.66. We saw that. Honestly, I thought that could have been even way better. So he finished centers at 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is, I'd say that's a split you need for world record.
I think so.
Or maybe you need right below that, like 10, high 10.
Yeah.
But anyways, his edges just weren't as up to par as his centers, so he couldn't get a solve near world record. But 38 still solid solve.
I would say his edges. I wanted to say his edges took 20 seconds, which is an interesting split.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did.
Because he finished edges, and Visual, correct me if I'm wrong, around the 31 second mark.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
so.
So that was very interesting. But yeah, very fast solve. We'll see if he'll be able to capitalize it, but it will take a lot to beat his average with counting 36.
Yeah, 34 seems like a very good average for him. I don't know if he, I would say I don't know if he'll get close to that, but it's Max Park. He can do anything. He always pushes the boundaries, so
Correct.
we'll see what happens.
All right, so Kate working on 5x5 right now. As previously mentioned, and as you guys saw on her profile, with an average of 46.36 as her personal record. Starting inspection now for Solve 2. All right, so obviously starting on white, yellow centers, and looking to build those Yao white edges. So if you're going to see that she's going to build 3 sets of white edges, that's going to be stay pinned on her left. And finishing the last 4 centers, only using wide R and R moves and U. Unfortunately, a little bit locky, and there was an internal pop there that she had to fix. Flipping to her edge pairing right around the 22, 23 second mark. You can also tell that the way that she does edges is extremely different from Max Park, in that Max Park does a lot more flips, Y2 flips, U2 flips. That's the nature of the method. Wow, very fast Yao edges, though. So it was pretty impressive, 48-39. Vishal, did you see anything interesting in that solve?
Yeah, so she actually had a very fast center, or she was going to have a very fast center center split. Like, it would have been like around 18 or 19 had the internal pop not happened, but she flowed pretty well throughout the rest of the solve. But I did see on PLL she did an E perm and then got an H perm. So she did the E perm at the wrong angle, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which cost her maybe a couple of seconds.
And that's a very classic thing to happen. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever dealt with that if you're listening, but doing an E perm at the wrong angle is one of the more annoying things, and I've definitely done it before. All right, so Nico finishing up, obviously doing Yao as well. Finishing up, I believe, what is to be last 4 edges right now, and 3x3 stage will be coming up shortly. Yep, as we get the edge parity algorithm. What? Oh, Nico left the Yao edge for last, right? Or not the Yao edge, but the flipped edge for last.
I think so. I didn't really catch it, but yeah, it's interesting to see how almost all of the competitors are now using the GAN 5x5, but Max is actually, I don't know if he's using the GAN. I think he might be using the X-Men Ambition. I'm pretty sure that.
I believe Max might be using the Ambition here. At least the logo is not apparent.
I guess it works for him.
Yeah, did good splits. So the center's done at 11 once again. Now, he looks like he does a lot of rotations, but it works out really well because you can't really see it from here. He does a lot of D moves, and there's always something turning on his puzzle. Wow, he's on 3x3 stage at 26 here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Of course, 5x5, 26. Oh, my God, he got a PLL skip.
33-39. That is probably a top 5 single ever.
Odds.
In terms of results.
It's got to be. I mean, if it's not top 5, obviously it's just between Max and Timon.
That was flawless.
That was incredible.
He finished centers at 11.
Yeah.
Edges were very fast. I think 3x3, actually 3x3 maybe not as fast, but it got saved.
Yeah.
With the PLL skip.
Did you see anything specific about that solve that, you know what I was interested in seeing, like, did you see how he did the last layer specifically?
No, I kind of missed that.
Because what was interesting was, I believe it was R. I'm trying to use not the wrong term. The RU, R prime, U prime, and then sledge. But that Ola, but he did it lefty because that would give you.
Oh, I did see that.
It would give him a skip instead of.
Okay. Yeah, so he forced a skip.
A diagonal PLL.
Yeah, very
which
efficient.
Awful. That was a very impressive solve by Max. But Kate starting here, starting that 5x5 solve. And you're going to see that really the biggest benefit as you're watching, obviously, with our GoPro cameras here, is how easy it is to watch 5x5. It's amazing.
That's why I love this over-the-head angle.
Yeah.
It's perfect for big cubes where a lot of solvers are going to have their cubes under the table just to make it easier to solve.
Exactly.
Because you would have to rest your hands on top of the table for the duration of the solve, which is not ideal.
Yeah. Kate doing her edges starting at 26, and she's making progress right now. It's a little bit of a slower solver for sure, and you can definitely see some more pauses in comparison to the last one. Transitioning to 3x3 stage here, all her edges are done. Getting a diagonal U and just throwing to solve. Yeah, very unfortunate.
She just gave up.
Yeah. What was her PLO? It was a U-perm, right?
No, yeah, it was a U-OLO, but she did like a C-OLO.
That's what I thought. She did the F move C-OLO with the diagonal colors, right?
Yeah, I believe
so. Yeah.
And she got a Z-perm, but turns out it seems like it didn't work.
I think that's one of the things about COLL that's really unfortunate is that you spend so much time to do COLL just to get a Z. You know, Z-perm, that's tough.
And that's like exactly why I feel like a lot of people at the top will recommend that you do not use that method for 3x3 or any other N/N unless you know ZB.
Right. But a lot of people at the top will say you still need to learn COLL for the corner recognition.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's super interesting how it works.
Maybe you want to learn it for OH?
Yeah, of course. All right, so Max is on solve 4 right now. Of course, it's the blazing fast third solve, 33-39. All right, so it looks like Max is doing white-yellow for his first 2 centers. Of course, with Redux, you can kind of be color neutral very easily. And again, he flips at 10. This guy is blazing through his centers. He is doing very impressive. The edges are... He looks a little bit more lost on the edges. It's definitely something where, especially in Redux, you have to look for the edges at the bottom of your layer. So he's starting 3x3 now, right at 29, and it's going to be a very fast solve. And he's got that odd all case.
37.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't a bad solve, but I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
those
then again,
centers are impressive.
Those centers are very impressive. Finishing them sub 11 is absolutely insane. So
he's done that like 4 solves in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 3 of his, I don't know if all of his solves have been like that, but 3 of his solves, he's finished centers at around 11 seconds, which is a very good split.
Yeah.
You saw that he got a 33 on one of them. If the edges were up to par as or were like the same as a 33, he could have gotten another great solve.
Yeah.
But instead it was a 37. Still solid.
But yeah, Visual, what you point out is right. It does look like he is using the Qi 5x5 currently. But yeah, I think most people these days have been using the GAN.
Yeah,
it has been a very popular product. Yeah,
very popular option. I feel like for me, I use it as well. It's the best. I think it's the best option available. Yeah. And there's 2. You can either get the matte version or the UV coated version.
Yeah. And Paul, I think Paul is doing for the first time in competition doing Yao in official solves because he was also Redux. Okay. Paul doing green blue for his solution, because that's what he does on 3x3, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so it looks like he's almost done building those Yao edges. I think he's on centers now officially. You can tell he's also a little bit slower paced than Kate, but he also flipped right around 28. So this is seeming on pace to be a 50-second solve, give or take.
Yeah, low 50s.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. All right, so we got like a couple more edges to go. He's on the last 4 edge cases right now. All right, 3x3 stage. Very fluid. He has very good solutions right now. And what looked like a J-perm?
Yeah, I think his edges weren't the greatest on that solve.
Oh and my God. Kate's phone fell down.
I wonder is going to throw her off.
I wonder if Paul accidentally knocked it over. Or let's see what happens here. I don't think anything's going to happen out of this. But we're going to see if she's not going to protest the solve here. I wonder what happened. I can't even confirm if Paul actually knocked over the phone.
Yeah, I have no clue. But if that was the case, I think she could request an extra.
She probably could request an extra. Whether the delegate would provide it, maybe a different story, you know?
Yeah.
We'll see. But it definitely was an interesting situation. So Nico back onto the red stage, and I think we're going to see Max Park solving shortly. All right. All right, so Nico doing white, yellow, and I believe, yeah, building the white cross edges for Yao currently.
Okay, Max on his
Yeah.
final solve.
You know, apologies to Nico for getting cut, but you know, respectfully, you're not in the same field, man. So we're looking at Max Park, beginning inspection here. So he's looking around. I always heard it was very interesting if you're looking around your cube more, where you don't have a concrete solution. But if you're keeping it stable, you know what you're doing. These centers are a little bit slower. The split is around 13 seconds, probably what you would expect. These edges are pretty good so far. I don't see anything blatantly wrong with them. Just seems like very difficult cases through and through. Yeah, it's not like he's been locking up or anything like that. 3x3 stage at 33. Oh. Nice OLO prediction.
Yeah, very, very standard solve,
Yeah.
I'd say.
That's as classic as it gets for a Max Park solve.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong, but the cases weren't, like, lucky at all.
No, no.
So-
He had to do a lot of work on those edges. That's one of the things. You can tell he works twice as hard on edges as other people at Yao. Like, the amount that he has to put into solving those edges is monumentally more complicated.
And that's going to be a 37.56 average for Max.
All right, so let's see how Kate is going to stack up to the rest of these solves. Does Kate have one or two more? I believe one more.
Yeah.
And we got all these fluffies here.
We got a bunny on the left
Yeah.
side, then we have a koala.
Okay. Cool. So Kate's starting her solve. And then it's always so interesting to see how quickly they're able to build their Yao edges. Because a lot of the times Yao edges too have a lot of variance with how quickly you can make them. And dealing with the last two center cases, you know, last two centers take a lot of effort to get good at as well, especially with the bandage puzzle in Yao. Kate doing okay. She's about to actually hit her last 4 edge step, which is not too bad currently. She might also, yeah, she left her last flipped edge pair into the OLL phase, which is what a lot of top cubers were doing, which is what we saw earlier, right, Vishwa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's done that before. Me personally, I don't do that. I just,
Interesting.
yeah.
Well, where do you see the benefit for like doing that versus where do you see like where it's not worth it?
Well, for 5x5, I mean, I guess that you could definitely do that. I just do like an F move to set it up,
Yes.
and then go for parity. But 6x6 is different because you can avoid triple parity.
Right.
But I still opt to do it because usually, in most cases, I'll get
Yeah.
a parity last 2 edges instead of just like one parity out. And you don't really need to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They caught us off guard. So
They said I was Cameron Brown for a second.
they they set us
I
up.
didn't know you were a Manu.
I was trying so hard to take it serious, and like we're here talking very concernedly about flipped edges in 5x5.
And they just made it to us.
It is a very serious topic. So you were talking about 6x6, leaving your flipped edge into the 6x6 OLL step. You can skip parity.
Yeah, but I just go straight into it, no pause.
Wow. Okay, so you're just changing the game that way, huh?
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, I don't get that case as often because if you know full last 2 edges, you can get just a different case where you're gonna end up having parity. But if you know the case, you can just do it in one alg anyway, so
Yeah.
it's faster that way.
And we just got feedback from Kate Graham about her average.
She doesn't think too highly of it.
No.
But-
To quote her, she said her average was garbage.
Yeah.
So
But-
that's why we had multiple rounds. At the
Yeah,
end of the
like
day.
it seems like 6 and 7 maybe didn't go her way either. But the finals, we have many hours until the finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a lot of time to prepare, get ready.
Yeah.
Change your mindset.
Yeah. I actually think Megaminx will be quite competitive as well.
Yes.
Vishwa, you're competing in Megaminx as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you expecting out of that?
So who are the best Megaminxers here? We have
Uh,
Kyung and Choi.
Kyungmin Choi, Nicholas Harper, Nolan Yu is actually very decent as well. And the western side is really good. Michael Muething? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Of course, we have Max Yao as well. And then you're up there.
Yeah, you're also up there.
Uh,
Seems like we're pretty close.
you know,
You know what I noticed about us?
yeah.
We both have close to the same average, and we both don't practice anymore.
Yeah. You don't practice Mega anymore? Oh,
no,
not
I don't practice Mega
What about
anymore.
Clark, former, NAC
I
champion?
might be the former NAC champion, but I don't practice at all anymore.
No, interesting.
Sometimes you find certain interests, and then you lose them.
Yeah.
And then you find more different interests. That's what happened to me. I'm liking my big cube grind right now. What about
Yeah.
you? Are you doing any events?
Right now, I'm going to be quite honest with you. I find 3x3 more interesting than I used to in the past. I find that I didn't practice Megaminx as much as I used to. I still do it. I'm doing it to kind of stay up to speed for Western champs. But beyond this, I'm really starting to try and dial in my 3x3 solves. So I've spent the past couple years trying to be CN. But now I'm starting to see the benefit of just staying dual neutral.
Yeah.
Because now I'm able to capitalize on truly easy scrambles. So like if there's an easy red scramble, now I can just do it. But it doesn't mean I still can't bias green blue. In fact, that's what Max does.
That's what a lot of people do.
That's what a lot of people.
Yeah.
So
now you have the option.
Yeah. So what is it called? It's called dual a color neutral but DN bias. Like there's got to be a better way to say it. Of course, the better way to say it is you're just dual neutral, but you can do any color.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's technically color neutral, through and through. But 3x3 is interesting. I do find that my solutions are getting better, more efficient. I'm trying to take into more consideration edge orientation.
Okay.
I think that's a big deal because I can it helps me
Less
predict.
rotation.
Yeah, it helps me predict whether or not I do need to rotate. I think that's the better question. And like, do I rotate or not? That helps a little bit. But 3x3 is more interesting. I've just enjoyed the hardware that's come out recently.
Yeah, so I can't even keep up with all the new hardware. It's like every month a new
Yeah.
Moyu cube comes out.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with.
And
Yeah.
from what I know, and from the cubes that I've tried, they're just amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, the cubes have all been great. I would say, for 3x3 hardware specifically, having a huge lull in the last couple years of just nothing interesting coming out, at least to me. It was very dry.
I feel like there's so many good options, but certain options are just different.
Yeah.
They're as good, they're just different.
Yeah.
One cube might be super fast, one cube might be super controllable, but they're all very good options.
Yeah. So Varun Mohan Raj also quoted to saying he won't let us down on 5x5.
Shout out to Varun.
I was talking to him off stream, and it actually. So were you with me for his 4x4 average, or was that? I think it was Preetham. So
No, I wasn't.
yeah. So I was talking about on the commentary that Varun must have had, because he was struggling to turn just the outer layer. He would constantly turn the inner slice, and it would cause him to lock up. And I called it. It was a hardware problem, and he said he hadn't touched his cube since NAC, which is like a couple weeks ago. All right, that totally makes sense. So he's gonna make it back up to us with a great average.
Yeah.
All right, so we actually have someone who's not quite as fast doing 5x5. So let's break it down in depth exactly what this person's doing.
So it seems like they're solving the yellow center.
Yeah, and I don't think the white center has been built yet, but currently building the
I
bars
think it
for
was, but they messed it up. That's what it
Oh,
seems
yeah, you're right. It's interesting how they use the E slices a lot, and they turn just a slice, which is not something you see at the top level. So there's a lot to learn from watching faster people solve in general. All right, so it looks like, you know what's interesting? This guy is actually building the centers
Oh,
on the
I don't know if. Oh, he's about to finish his last 2 centers.
yeah.
Wow.
He's doing it on the E slice.
I don't know if that's ideal, but
It works.
Hey, you do you.
Yeah, you do you, man.
He's going to be able to solve it.
Pretty impressive. It does make me wonder how his edge pairing is going to look. Like, is he going to rotate?
See that way, he actually saved the rotation.
Yeah.
by not doing a Z rotation.
Yeah, actually,
But-
super interesting.
But unfortunately, his centers were probably not efficient at all.
Right. So we're watching this competitor solve the edge pairing right now. So you're gonna see this is a contrast to top level and advanced solving. That actually he's resolving the center every single time he completes an edge pair. Whereas at the top level, it's actually funny if you have an understanding of how 5x5 works. You can actually consistently misalign your centers, and at the very end of your edge pairing, you can put it all back together.
Yeah, so it seems like he doesn't know how to use free slice, and he just has the normal beginner techniques.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. 2 minutes in, maybe he's going to get around 3 to 4 minutes.
And
But we have
Varun.
Varun going off for 5x5. He said he's not going to let us
He
down.
said he's not going to let us
I'm
down.
excited to see this.
We're going to have to see if he can prove us wrong. So, Varun coming into the game, averaging 45.11 officially.
And a single with 41.86.
So,
Very fast.
first 2 centers done. Of course, building those Yao edges. First one, third one is now done. Building his last 4 centers right now. And this has got to be one of the faster Yao steps we've seen thus far because we've only seen K up to this point. Done at 20. Very interesting. You can also tell that Varun has that TPS that you'd really need to kind of get to that next level too. Are the edges done now?
Yes, they are.
Wow. Okay. So we're going into an OLL PLL.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
Okay.
a bit of a
great
lockout.
start. Yeah.
But still below his PR average, 44.65.
Yeah. Vishwa, anything interesting you saw in that solve?
I didn't really see a specific thing that was like really interesting, but I noticed that throughout his solve, his TPS is very high. That's that's something about Varun's turning style. It's very, I don't know if it's I would say it's TPS based, but I just noticed that maybe there were a few pauses, but his turning made up for it.
So there's a lot of philosophical differences with turning faster and when that's appropriate. In your opinion, where do you think it should be?
Wow, he's
Wow.
solving this. Wow.
Ah, nice. That was an interesting solution.
I know what he was doing.
Well,
I think he was using the cage method.
oh, that's what it was.
So maybe he finished his solve using the cage method.
That is interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
But do you think that it is important to practice turning as fast as possible and have your look ahead catch up, or slow down only to what your look ahead allows?
I'm going to go with the second option. I think it's more important to focus on pauses and efficiency over how fast you're turning, because your turning will eventually catch up in most cases.
Yeah.
But working on your efficiency and is what you need to get to that next level. That's going to help you way more than improving your turning.
Interesting. You will hear a lot of different people give different answers, though.
Yeah.
Like
It's just my take.
You're
I
right,
feel
yeah.
like in big cubes that this is the most important.
Oh yeah, I think
At the start,
yeah.
you might want to turn. You could turn really fast, but eventually, as you get faster and faster, you're gonna want to focus on efficiency more so.
Yeah, I agree. I think, especially for big cubes, there's so much more to unlock. Vishwa, like watching Max solve was just, that's what it really means to maximize your turns per second. Everyone
Exactly.
else you've got to slow down a little bit. Like, there's got to be something else you got to work on, probably.
Max is something else, you know. Everyone wants to mirror his solves, but
Yeah.
he turns so fast that it's like not even possible to reach his turning speed.
Right, yeah. Oh, we have Dan Tran starting his solve. It probably is solve 1 from my understanding, but Varun is also going to be starting his second solve pretty soon. Varun on great pace with
Yeah.
a 44-second solve.
He said he wouldn't let us down, and he is not letting us down.
No.
First solve, very nice. Bit of a lockup on that PLL, but he
Right.
still clutched it up.
Yep. Dan with the classic earmuffs. I believe he does wear that to every comp that he attends. And Varuna's already started inspection. There's a lot of green, but I don't think you'd be able to capitalize on that being white-yellow bias. Oh, dropping the puzzle.
He dropped it, but he still finished his centers very fast. So I
Yeah.
think he should be fine.
So right now we're looking at his yellow edges were done very fast too, and this is actually faster paced than the last solve, or if not the same.
I think it's around the same.
It's around the same, but if he didn't drop it, it would have been better too.
Yeah.
Interesting. That is actually a lost opportunity because, you know, every solve matters for this PR that he's trying to break, right? And while already on 3x3 stage, 37, we're going to have to see how long he takes over here. With a nice OLL, should be an easy PLO prediction
Nice.
there.
Another 44.
Was that H-perm or Z-perm?
I think it was H-perm.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I could see him smirk.
Yeah.
He knew that it could have been faster, but 44.
It's right up. He's currently on PR pace. 244s is exactly what you're going to need here. Counting that 44 is going to be so important.
Yeah, this is, I'd say that, I don't know if it's his main event right now, but at one point it was. So
Yeah.
he, out of all the N-by-Ns, he definitely practices 5x5 the most. And it's always cool to watch him do 5x5.
Yeah, he is very impressive, and he's about to break through, to be quite honest. Like, in the average currently, he's 26 in the world. There's not that many people in front of him. And then considering that there were so many mistakes that you could still see in the solve, very impressive.
Honestly, I could see him getting a national podium at Worlds next year, like getting top 3 for the U.S.
Yeah, I think that's a strong possibility depending on how he improves this next year.
Yeah, like this year, I'm not exactly sure where he placed, but he was at least close to that.
Yeah. Agreed. And we're watching Jack Stewart complete his 5x5 solve. Jack Stewart, also quite an accomplished cuber in his own right, also participating in the region relays at North American Championships not too long ago, representing West 2.
And also, I think he's going to be doing the crew battle.
Yes.
And that's going to be really fun to watch. So, Chai, why don't you explain how that works?
Yeah, so the crew battle will be interesting. It's going to be, if you've never seen that format before, there's going to be 2 teams that go head-to-head, and you're going to draw a card, and that card will show you an event. And then in that event, you're going to be able to draft up anyone from your team to go compete. And once that person is done, they can no longer come back to compete. So you need to be very particular with who you draft in your team. Do you want to draft specialists, or do you want to draft all-rounders? It's a valid question to ask. Of course, we're watching Ari start what could be his first solve. It is his first solve, interestingly enough.
Ari is our 5th seed on the psych sheet, 47 average for his PR and 43 single. We saw that earlier today. He got a PR in 4x4.
Yeah.
20.4 single.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can get a PR in 5x5.
Ari, a lot more meticulous with Yao. And the centers, they're coming together, but this is definitely a little bit slower, right behind where Kate was a little bit earlier. And right around where Paul was as well. Ari going on to edge pairing right now, and as we were contrasting with the beginner cubers solving the 5x5 earlier, those centers were just misaligned, and you can solve them at the end. On 3x3 stage now, you know what? Actually, Ari has very efficient edges in comparison to what we were seeing from Kate earlier. Yeah,
but 51, I don't think that's good for him.
Yeah, it's going to be all right. Gets the job done, of course. You can't quite use OPA the same way on 5x5, even if you could. Tracing those edges must be complicated as is.
Luckily, there's no OL parity for
Yeah, you no need to.
If only you could skip edge parity.
If only. I mean, maybe there is a way. We just don't know yet. Yeah.
Like, who knew about OPA?
Yeah.
Actually, I think people knew about OPA a very long time ago, but they didn't know how to make it work. They didn't know it was possible.
Look, they didn't know if it was viable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, especially in speed. No, they did know about it, but in speed solving, no one thought it was viable.
Yeah.
So now, only a couple of years ago, Ari has really been the pioneer for that.
Yeah.
His tutorial on OPA has helped a lot of people.
Yeah. All right, so Varun on solve 3. Varun currently on PR pace.
Very consistent.
We're going to have to see how. So last few solves, he's been finishing last 4 centers at around 20 in the Yao method. So we'll see what happens here. Had a little bit of trouble on the pickup there. The transition's a little bit tough, yeah. This one's a little bit more locky. I think Varun's nerves might be getting him to a little bit more. Yaw edges are officially done now, and last centers. This solve is a little bit slower, Vishwa. And yeah, struggling. Last two centers are up to the plate now with orange and blue, and of course, got to build that last yaw edge, and that's only 28 seconds.
Yeah, it was about the same as Ari.
But you know what? That's the beauty of an average, is that you can lose your worst solve. It's not gonna do too much to your average.
If it's one solve, it's completely fine.
If it's two solves,
It's not.
cooked.
You're cooked.
Yeah. So this has got to be the type of situation where Varun's got to tell himself, like, hey, you know, I got to move on to the next
Gotta
one.
lock in.
Actually, that's the more interesting side of cubing recently, is that what do these top guys really think about when they're in a high tension situation, or when they're in a situation where they can get a very significant record, even for themselves, if not for the WCA, right? Like, how do they approach clearing their brain? And like in North American Championships, like we had that interview with Madihiro Toanaba, but watching him read a book right before like competing, you hear about these type of like activities, like LeBron James reading a book before the 2013 finals, right? And it's just the same type of like idea. Like, at what point is everyone the same skill, and who has the better mental space that day?
Yeah, improving your mental is very important for cubing. I actually read a book that Maddie recommended. It was it was like a golf book, I think. And it definitely helped a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me to see him doing those types of things.
Yeah.
If you, for top solvers, you have to keep your mental in shape, because if you don't, you might have all the skill in the world, but if you don't have your mental in shape, you could get a solve that's like 5 seconds worse than what you average at home.
Exactly.
You got to make sure. What you have to do is you have to make sure that your solves in competition are on par with your solves at home. That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah. All right. So Ari looking to build that last white-blue yaw edge. Building that. Oh, actually, Ari finished the green-white yaw edge and is waiting to finish. I believe he banished it. He's hiding it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I saw that earlier. That's very impressive.
Some people do that.
Yeah.
They save it for...
Yeah, see, he already did it. That's actually very interesting.
Okay, so when we see him finish centers, maybe a bit later than some of the other solvers.
It might be because of that.
Yeah, and he already has done.
Yeah.
That's cross edge.
So Ari,
the
edge pairing has been awful on this solve.
This is not good.
All right, so we got the UOLO and yeah, PLO.
One flat.
So let's explain that a little bit more. So Vishwa, could you tell me more in depth about how Ari solved his last yaw edge?
Yes, so using the yaw method on 5x5, it's common to solve 3 of the cross edges and then leave and not solve the last one, so you can leave the slot open to solve your centers. But instead, he not only solved the centers, but built the 4th edge before solving it, hit it in the D layer or in the back layer, so he could insert it straight away after he's finishing his centers.
So it's kind of like building it in advance and preserving it.
Exactly.
All the while maintaining the flexibility of finishing the last centers. All right, so Varun getting started here on solve number 4. Now this solve counts. He needs something. If he wants a chance at PR, he's going to need something at least sub 46 to sniff at it.
If he gets another one of those solves that he got on his last.
He's starting much smoother, though, than last time.
Yeah, he is.
He's on red-blue last 2 centers, and of course
22.
Nice. And he's building his last yaw edge. Now it's all done at 24. He's trying to spam TPS on these edges.
Oh, these edges are not good.
I just see a lot of things.
Were horrible.
Yeah, a lot of stuff unsolved. He's on his last 4 edges, I think, right now, and finishing that parity algorithm. Oh man, this 3x3 state. Oh, it's a great sexy sledge and an A perm.
Okay.
I don't know if his BPA is gonna be enough here.
No, it isn't.
No.
But he could get PR2 average.
He could get PR2. That 3x3 step saved him a lot, dude. Those edges were awful.
Man.
Yeah.
If those edges were good,
No blocks.
he could have gotten would have been on pace for PR. But
Yeah, and if you're watching that solve and you're curious, Vishwa, like you can sort of tell when edges are good, right? Like you can see
Yeah.
because edges are a combination of one wing and one center edge, right? A medge, as they call it. And then when you have those, when you have 2 out of 3 solved, like the one wing and one center, it's a very good case, generally speaking.
And I didn't see any of those
No.
outside. Like after he finished his last cross edge, he tried to get a couple more edges, but for the first like 5 seconds there was nothing.
Yeah.
You're just looking for best possible case, and you couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
So
That was tough. So he can't get PR, but comfortably making finals and doing quite well overall. All right, so Ari a little bit slower on the pace for 5x5 currently. But we'll see what happens. I'm also curious to see if that last yowage, if that's a consistent method or if it was a situational thing. Because I could definitely see it's only used situationally. And Ari with a very interesting wide F move on 5x5. Ari has very impressive finger tricks, I will say.
yeah, Ari's turning is one of his strengths.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ari's turning mimics that of the Songhak Nams of the world and Team Uncle Lisinski's of the world. It's very similar.
Yeah. Looking to be another low 50 type of solve.
Yeah. Last 4 edges is coming up right now. And it looks like all done. Yeah, 3x3 stage. And some H OLL case. And yeah, PLO 52. You know,
52.
reasonable solve. Consistent, I would say, for the most part. But Ari not quite up to standard, as we would call
Yeah,
it. But I think Ari also is, generally speaking, a 4x4 guy through and through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that's his
His
forte.
5x5, I don't know how much he focuses on 5x5.
Yeah.
He's 46 in the world, but compared to 4x4, he definitely doesn't practice it as much.
Right, right. All right, so Jack Stewart starting the 5x5 solve. Also white-yellow. And it would be very interesting to see if Jack Stewart was Yao or Redux. But, of course, more importantly, we got to see what Varun can break out here. It would be interesting to see a sub 40. Should I?
Yeah.
Would that be jinxing?
I would love to see that. Though.
Yeah.
It's not jinxing. You can't hear it.
What is a big yellow bar and a nice 1x2 to start. But, yeah, starting on... Oh, interesting. Interesting choice here.
Oh,
Yellow is
no.
completely messed up. Yeah.
He messed up his...
That was. I think he tried to solve them both at the same time by, like, slicing the white and yellow back together. I
And it
don't
just
think that
didn't
worked.
work.
No. There was definitely some potential.
And he still finished centers at 26.
Yeah, this
which
is
is
yeah.
incredible. Wow.
Definitely sending it. The edges, the cases are a little bit better, but he's just not as fluid as maybe the last solve. And then obviously the last edges right now, and he's on 3x3 stage. It'll be sub 50, right?
Yep.
Good OLL case. Good Z.
Sub 50 average.
Yeah.
Around a 47, 46.
You know, if I'm Varun, I kind of know where I'm at. Like, I'm frustrated with the average because I could have broken my PR. I had many opportunities to do so. But that fourth solve was just really difficult through and through.
T-Rose said caster curse. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, Varun must be feeling it.
Yeah, I guess we did jinx it.
Oh, man. All right, so Ari on solve 4 right now. But yeah, I want to harp in again on Ari's turning. Of all the people we've seen on stream thus far, Ari definitely seems to be the most controlled and, what's the best way to say, intentional with every single turn, right? That's something that, you know, I admire a lot about. Songhak Nam used to be like my favorite keyboard. Obviously, you know, like your favorite keyboard, it switches from time to time, but the turning, it reminds me a lot of that. All right, so let's see what Ari's going to be cooking here. Definitely don't want to implement a caster's first scan, so Ari's definitely getting a 1 minute 15 second solve here, Vishwa.
Doing it the opposite way.
Yeah,
Hopefully that
exactly.
works.
Exactly. All right. So finishing that white bar. See, he did that again. I didn't notice that before, but he definitely does do wide F on 5x5. And of course, saving that last Yao edge, already preserving it. So Ari's
Oh,
very
this-
efficient in the solutions.
This solve is
Yeah.
actually I thought it wasn't as good, but with that last cross edge,
That last
You
cross
know-
edge, yeah.
should be fine.
Yeah. Because he spends a little bit extra time at the beginning to save time at the end,
Yeah.
essentially.
Looking like a sub 50.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this might be his best time so far. If he can. Oh, wow. There we go. Clutching
49.
up. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. That was an impressive solve. So when he was doing that last Yao edge in those centers, it definitely looks like Ari has room for improvement, specifically that he could turn faster. Like, would you say so?
His turning is so smooth that I think, yeah, he definitely has room to improve on that. But I feel like it's already so good. How do you improve from that? It looks so clean, but to have clean turning and be super fast, that's something else.
Yeah. I think that's where the skill gap really shines through, and you got to spend a lot of time practicing that. This is also a very decent solve for Jack Stewart. Yeah. G-perm, though. Vishwa, do you do
Oh,
R?
look-
Yeah. I don't know. Was that a PR for Jack? That might be.
What were you asking me?
Do you do RUD G-perms on 5x5?
That's a funny story because until a couple weeks ago, I didn't. For the GB perm, I actually used the F prime U prime F alg, and it worked fine. But the RUD alg, I'd say, is definitely better.
Right.
GC perm, I used the R2 F2 alg, which is still fine. I feel like you don't need to switch, but yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. I believe we're going to be taking a quick break right now, and then we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit more. But it was interesting was that Jack Stewart actually did get a PR by 4 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
4 seconds.
He had a 55 PR single, so that was very,
Okay.
very impressive.
So that's why he was shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back, and we'll be panning to commercial break right now.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Wow, this framing is awful. Okay, let's fix this framing. Hello, welcome back. It is Western Champs. We're doing 5x5. I have with me the incredible, fantastic Kate Graham. Hello, Kate. How is your Western Championships going so far?
Hello. Friday was good. I got like 3 PRs, and there were only 3
nice.
events. That was fun. And today has been like, I don't know. Big cubes were really, 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 really horrible. Like even worse than I could have ever thought. How like.
Yeah, I saw like some 7x7. I wasn't commentating it, and I was just like, dude, what is she doing? Like, this is just not
I
it.
didn't know either.
All right, whatever. It doesn't matter because round 2 is later today, and then 5x5 is tomorrow. And those are the ones that really matter. So.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like reset
Yeah.
before then. I hope it actually works. But like, yeah, I just hope I don't do horrible in finals.
Nah, dude, you got this. You got this. All right. Yeah. So as we have Kate here, anyone, if you have questions for Kate in the chat, feel free to drop them. We're just gonna chit chat about random stuff as we watch the tail end of 5x5 Group 5 here. Kate, tell me a little bit about being a big cuber. Why are you a big cuber?
I started doing big cubes like during quarantine because I just thought they were fun. To be honest, not really any other reason. I just found them to be like the most fun out of any event.
Like what makes them fun? Like, is there like a particular thing you like seeing like come together, or like the length of it?
I don't know. It's just fun. I really don't know.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
I guess this is something more recently, but like just maximizing efficiency as well as I can especially on 7x7. Like, there's so much like untapped potential that like I don't want to sound cocky, but like being like being kind of a top level solver, like it I guess feels good to like know that I'm like one of the people to have maximized my efficiency. Like but I don't know what I'm saying.
Okay, wait. So let's try and piece this as we watch Max Xiao solve here. So do you think you're like particularly efficient at big cubes compared to other people?
I think that's probably my biggest strength. My turning really isn't great, to be honest, especially in comp. It's really sloppy, and my look ahead is also like I'm a little bit lacking there. But my efficiency is probably my greatest strength.
Interesting. How do you think like you did you like work on that efficiency at all, or is it just kind of like something you were just like always kind of good at?
I mean, I just did slow solves. I try to like play around with different ways of solving cases and different like styles of like center building. Yeah.
I guess like one thing I want to ask is like, how does like your let's say like you're doing like some big cube, right? One thing that I find interesting is that the length of the solve is long enough to the point where like there are like distinct phases, and also like if you are bad at like one part, you can kind of like catch up in the other part. Does that ever like go through your head also?
I am honestly really bad at that. Like I feel like if I start with bad first 2 centers, it's already over. Like
okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a momentum thing almost.
Yep.
And
like if I start doing bad in one thing, the rest of the solve is going to go bad.
Interesting. What do you think about, does it also go the opposite direction where like you start off strong, you feel like you can finish strong most of the time?
No, not always. Sometimes I can have really good centers and then screw up edges really bad. I've had plenty of 5x5 solves where I finish Yao centers at like 20 and get like a 49 or something.
Oh damn! All right. Wait, yeah. What the? Yeah, that's quite a bit ways off.
20 is like 20 is 40 or sub 40 pace.
Yeah. I was gonna say like that's like really far off. Interesting. So how do you think it's like something that like you've like worked on over the years then is like to try and like combat like this like momentum like thing?
No, I think I really just still suck at it. And like kind of going off of the momentum thing, if I start an average bad, the rest of the solves are going to be bad. I can't like get one good single out of it. Like the rest of the average is going to be bad. The one good thing about it, like if I start an average well and I like have good momentum, it sort of carries between 5 through 7. If I do well in one, I can kind of carry that to the others.
Ah, interesting. So it's like more like a on the day type of thing rather than solve to solve or even like mid solve.
Sort of.
Interesting.
Even comp to comp, like I did embarrassingly horrible at NAC in 6 and 7. And that carried to here, like, and I did even worse here. And I did kind of bad the comp before that, a little bad before the comp before that. I haven't done well in a comp in big cubes since like April.
Well, I mean, another way you could say is that you're kind of due for it, right? Is like, you know, like,
Am I though?
I mean, look, like, I feel like at some point you're gonna break the trend, right? Like it
hope
it can't just keep getting worse. At some point it's gonna reverse, and it's only gonna get better. So interesting. But do you think that's like something that like you're more focused on, is like trying to improve mindset, or is it more so like you're just trying to like suss it out and trying to feel out exactly how it's like shifting, if you know?
I don't really know how to improve that.
Yeah.
And it's really something I need to work on, but I don't even know where to start with trying to work on it.
Well, I think it's pretty hard because you know, I'm like nowhere near like as good of a level as you are, but even for someone like me, like I'll feel like, okay, like I'm solving decently well, and then I show up to the competition and I just do badly, and it's just like, well, what was all this for? Like I like wasted a bunch of time like practicing, and you know, it didn't matter. I wasn't able to perform where it really mattered the most. So I think it's like not a trivial thing. I think only recently have like people started talking about like the mental game in cubing, and I think it's pretty tough. But I think it's something that definitely is going to be, I think it's certainly interesting to try and think about. And I'm curious to see, like, as more and more people talk about it, like, kind of like what the solutions are, because I would definitely like to learn from that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, let's shift a little bit. You've just finished like your first like year like living in California for the most part.
Yep.
You're originally from the Midwest. How do you like California?
I like LA a decent amount. I like being on campus. I don't know. I like California, like parts of it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't really want to live here like outside of college. I could not afford it.
Yeah, bro. Like, yeah, this place is extremely expensive.
I feel like for how expensive it is, I would rather live somewhere that I like is more worth my money. But I like being here for college.
Okay, for sure. Have you ever spent like significant amount of time in California before?
Not significant, but I did live in Portland for a year.
Okay.
Like a while ago.
Yeah.
And that's sort of like my family like has ties to like the West Coast and stuff.
Okay.
So that's kind of how I ended up going to college out here.
Okay, for sure. Tell me a little bit about how like the cubing scene is different in like the Midwest as opposed to Southern California.
SoCal, like, it feels a little more relaxed. I don't really know, like, different vibes. I guess also, okay, I guess the main thing I've noticed is that like SoCal prefer, like, people in SoCal like big cubes more.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot more faster big cube solvers here, and people in the Midwest like terrible events like Pira and Flock. Like, Ohio is a hellhole for.
Oh, there's a lot of pyraminx. I know Harsha may be listening in, so I think you just shot one directly towards him. Perhaps.
I don't care.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think it is actually really interesting. Like, there's a lot of like event diversity across the states. I remember like. The main thing I remember, it was many years ago, the first region to actually hold like consistent rounds of clock was like the Southeast.
Yeah.
And it really showed because like a ton of like the best clockers in the world ended up coming from there. I mean, Tommy Cherry's from there. Carrie Creech is also really good. I'm forgetting like lots of names right now. I apologize. But like it really became like a hub for like all of these like fast clock solvers. Now that like the hardware is a little bit better, the regulations have changed. It's a lot easier for it to grow outside of those regions.
Yeah, for sure.
But I do find like the regionality like very, very interesting. So yeah, it's interesting that you say that because I'm not someone who's like super into big cubes, so it's a little hard to notice. Why, if you had to convince someone to get into big cubes, like what would you say? Like
they're
why?
Fun.
Yes, but they're fun. But why? What might be a reason to give up? Like, because so a lot of people think that like it like takes like it's like a really long event, right? So like,
sure it is when you're starting out, but like.
But the improvement curve is good.
Yeah, I'd say so. I guess I don't really think I can convince like someone to like a different event. Like, if you don't like big cubes, like, okay.
That's actually kind of base take, because I feel like there's a lot of people that are like, oh, like my event is the best event, and like if you disagree, then you don't know what you're talking about. You need to quit cubing. So that's actually kind of a base take. Is like, yeah, maybe people just enjoy what they want, right?
I do also like, I guess, sort of going away from that, like 5x5. I guess if you had to really rank events objectively, 5x5 is probably one of the better events because there's minimal luck involved. It's just skill and look ahead.
Okay, for sure. What do you think is the best event? Let's do your list.
I don't know. I mean, my favorite event is 7x7, but I can see like not that many people like it because it takes a while. And like, yeah, sure. Probably like the best overall, like 3x3 or 5x5.
Well, I think 3x3 has to be like one of the best events, just because of the like the mass appeal, and 3x3 is just so fun.
Yeah.
I actually like 5x5 a lot. I think 5x5 at the top level is really fun to watch.
Yeah.
I think primarily, so there are two factors. One is like, for the competitors, it's a little bit better because it's less luck based, so you kind of know what to expect, and like the storylines going in. But it's also like feels like at the top level, like the sub one solvers, it's like a good length to watch. Like it keeps my attention for like just the right amount of time. Whereas like I can't watch. It's impossible to watch 2x2. I think. Everything just happens way too quickly. And 3x3 is also a little tough. When trying to commentate some of like Timon's solvings, I'm just like, okay, he starts on white cross and the cube is done now.
Yep.
So, I think that's something that's really nice about 4x4 and 5x5, I think, is that like there's like a progression where you can see like the cube like getting more and more solved. Talk to me a little bit about Yao. Have you like always used Yao, or like when did you switch?
So when I first started like mainly practicing big cubes, it was like at the start of quarantine. I switched to Yao on 5x5 in like September 2020, on September 14th, 2020.
Damn, you know the date exactly?
I'm good at dates. I don't know why. I just am. Yeah, I switched to Yao on 5x5 then, and I got faster in like within like a few weeks, and it just ended up being more fun.
Yeah.
And then on 6 and 7, I switched in January 2022. I guess before that I hadn't really thought about it a lot. I was kind of just being kind of dumb, not gonna lie, because I have always been better at centers, and Yao is really good for people who are better at centers. I just never really thought about it that much, and I tried like a few solos with it in January 2022, and I guess this was after being stuck at like the same times with Redux for like 6 months or something. So
okay, that's a pretty long time. Yeah.
I needed like something fresh.
Okay.
So I tried a few Yao sols, and I was like already averaging about the same. So I just kind of stuck with it, and I started improving like way faster.
Okay, interesting. It's something that I find very interesting because I've been using Yao forever, mainly because I just think it's more interesting than doing Redux. It kind of like breaks things up. I'm also like absolutely awful at like doing edges, and so I like doing some of the edges earlier just so I don't have to look at the D layer. That helps me a lot. When I was in Europe last week, something I noticed is that there were a lot more Yao solvers in Europe than there were here. Do you think like Yao is like gaining popularity, and if so, like what do you think the future of like Yao on big cubes is?
I mean, I think at this point, other than on 7x7, it's already taken over as the dominant method. The only top solver that still uses it on 5x5 is Max Park.
Right. Yeah.
And Mark Zimmerman also uses Redux and is pretty good. But for 5x5, it's really only Max at this point. And 6x6, Dongsu is also kind of top level. But it's basically also just Max. And 7x7, that shift is slowly but surely happening as well. Lim Hung, a longtime Redux user, just switched to Yao.
Oh, he just switched. Okay.
And he, within like 2 weeks, is almost like as fast as he was with Redux. And is improving faster.
That's really interesting. I didn't realize that there was so much of a difference like already at the top level. I thought it was like something that was like still in transition. I
think maybe the thing you were saying about Europe, the top 3 solvers in Europe, was it Kiran, Timon, and Janos? They all use Yao. Like, I guess the fastest Redux solver in Europe is Mark, but like everyone else uses Yao. In North America, the person at the top, Max, uses Redux, and that might be responsible for like more
Yeah,
people
no,
using
that's
Redux.
definitely possible.
Yeah.
That's really really interesting. So I remember hearing many years ago. So it's very outdated knowledge probably. That Yao like kind of loses its efficacy as like the surface area kind of increases. It was like a surface area versus volume thing. So like on the bigger and bigger cubes, Yao just like wasn't as good. So do you think like this theory is just bunk now?
Well, I never even heard that, to be honest.
Okay.
But also, big cubes have gotten way smaller. Like,
Hmm.
I don't know. Doing Yao on like an MDC 7x7, which is 5 millimeters bigger than my main, the Meilong V2, it's harder. Yeah, I mean, I'm still better with it, but
Yeah.
I'm better at centers. Like, but it is significantly harder when like hardware is bigger. Like, the improvements in hardware recently, and like, I think that's mostly responsible for like Yao being better.
Right, because I guess you need to be able to do a lot more of those. Because you need to be able to like be able to grip that one side while like
Yeah.
turning everything else and not have everything explode.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, interesting. So I think I need to rethink my theories about Yao because I was under the impression that like on like the bigger cubes like 6 and 7 that like it was like slowly starting to gain popularity, but I think okay, so I need to rework that. Okay, noted, because I think I said that earlier in the broadcast. So I will fix that for
Yeah.
finals. Okay, interesting. Okay, tell me a little bit about this fun little puzzle called the domino cube.
Oh, that.
Oh, that,
So,
yes, indeed.
I guess there were like 12 of us California cubers that went to Tijuana back in March for a comp. There's something in the air. So Carrie Huang, actually, he forgot all of his cubes. Or like he didn't bring any cubes on the trip because he came directly like from his parents' house or something, and I guess he just didn't bring any cubes on that trip. But he had one cube in like the bottom of his bag. It was a 3x3x2 domino cube. And we just started like messing around with it during lunch on the first day, and we just kind of got hooked. Like we were walking around this mall for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
We were, yeah.
Oh my
We
goodness.
were just doing domino, trying to like figure out like what the best method is for it. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it still under wraps? Can we reveal?
I don't really care. Like,
Ar-
who's actually going to capitalize on
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's true. I mean, it's never like domino's never gonna become a real thing, but
it? No.
yeah, that was quite fun. I thought it was really fun to like mess around with like this like unofficial puzzle, and it's like such a silly puzzle because it's like so small.
Yeah.
But it's like has like an interesting amount. It has like just enough complexity to where like you can actually do some interesting things with it.
Yeah.
Like coming up with the method that like we came up with is called loose tooth. It's a funny thing based on like the way that the chi puzzles work. Like you can kind of like
yeah.
loose tooth it. I don't know how to
So
describe it.
Basically, if you move a middle layer of the 3x3 part, I think it's like there's like 2 parts on the cube where you can move it like that. I'm trying to think, what is it? I got like
It's hard to describe, right?
but basically, like, if you move it, the middle layer, like, the chi 3x3x2 is kind of built like a 3x3 on the internals, so sometimes it, like, makes weird moves that it's not really supposed to do. You can basically, like, jiggle an edge piece around, like, in its place.
Yeah,
with, like, a certain move, and we called that loose tooth, and we named our method after it.
Yeah, loose tooth is fun. I suggest anyone who wants to learn more about loose tooth, talk to one of us at some point. It's a fun method just because the domino cube is so silly. I think it's great. I think we should add domino cube to like the unofficial events list,
I
like
think that
on
would be
cubing
fun.
contests. I think it would be like because we've done like time solves of it, and it's like a short event, so it's actually really fun to do time solves of it.
I don't think I've done a solve in, like, 3.5 months, but...
Yeah, neither have I. But it is. I guarantee you, it's fun. I have a fun comp idea where like I want to have Domino Cube and FMC, and I want to call it like Double Domino 2024 or
yeah.
something. I think it'd be hilarious. In any case, let's shift back. One of the other things I want to mention, because this is like going to like the goals and things like that.
Yeah.
How do you think like your availability to cube has like kind of changed like going into college? Like, do you find like you're not able to cube as much?
So, as far as like my first year workload, I honestly cubed around the same amount as I did in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit less first semester because I had this one calc professor that was like dumb and strict. But anyway, like I cubed like close to as much as I did in high school because I don't have a life. So like I'm spending less time in class. So I have like sure I might have more work, but the less class time sort of like gives me more time to do that and like more time to cube, if
Okay.
that makes sense.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
that does make sense.
And
that
like
does make sense.
like I said, I don't have a life. I'm not doing anything other than cubing. So yeah, I just kind of have a lot of time to cube.
Okay, interesting. Do you see that like kind of like changing going into like the future years? Like, you think as like classes get harder, like work increases, that it's gonna shift?
Probably a little. I guess I'm a little scared for next year. I hope the workload isn't like too much more.
Uh-huh.
Because I mostly had gen eds last year, and this year I have like 3 different like math comp sci-ish classes. I'm a stats major, by the way. And I think, yeah, once I get like more of those classes that make me like actually think, I'm probably going to have a heavier workload and maybe less time to cube, but I think I should still be able to cube a decent amount because I really still care about cubing and I find it fun, so I know I'll be able to make time for it.
Yeah. So how do you like kind of like, I guess like it's not really a problem, but I guess like balancing it is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Especially since a lot of cubers are younger. You know, to where like, if you're just like in like middle school or like elementary school, you don't have like the same responsibilities, so
No.
sometimes it's a little bit easier to balance. But yeah, definitely I feel like as adults and as like college students, it's definitely a little bit trickier. So I think it's an interesting topic and one I definitely want to hear more about from other people. That'll be fun. All right, let's look ahead a little bit to Worlds 25. What are some of like your goals for Worlds?
I guess I was just thinking now, like, don't completely bomb first round, like, make it into 6 and 7 finals.
Yeah.
I guess I highly doubt I'm going to be able to pull any sort of world podium, especially with nerves in finals.
Yeah.
But I know they're still doing U.S. podiums that year. Like
They are, yes.
They're not
yes.
announcing anything because they suck at that. But they're doing it like as a championship podium under your profile, and I really want to unlock that section on my profile.
Yeah. I think it'll be pretty cool. What kind of things do you think you need to work on between now and then?
Definitely my mindset. Like, I think I can get faster to the point where I'll stay relevant enough. I just need to work on my mindset.
Okay.
And, like, I guess, yeah, I need to work on my consistency. Because, like, sure, I have pretty good PRs in big cubes, but all my other averages are quite horrible, to be honest.
They're good?
Like, I just find it hard to get, like, a decent average. It's either, like, pretty good, like PR, or horrible. And I need to find a middle ground, or I need to do well in finals. One of the two.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. How do you feel about it being, like, back in the States since 2013?
It's nice, because now, like, I know I can go to Worlds. Whereas, like, if it wasn't in the States, that's definitely not a guarantee. I couldn't make it to Worlds 2023 because Korea's, like, really far away and expensive and everything.
Yeah.
So it's nice that I'll be able to go and see a lot of my international friends. It's not, like, the greatest for tourism in like, I guess I'm saying this as someone from the U.S.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine for people outside. I've been to Seattle, like, so many times in my life that it's really not a tourism thing for me. I'm just going for Worlds.
Yeah, totally.
But Seattle's a cool city. I think it, like, for the U.S., like, it's a good choice for the location. It's probably my favorite U.S. city.
Okay, wait. There you go. That sounds pretty fun. Tell me a little bit about, like, kind of, like, interacting with people at, like, these major competitions. I saw, like, I think, like, you took, like, a ton of photos and hung out with, like, a ton of people at NEC.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about that.
So I feel like a decent amount of my, like, close friends, like, almost all of my friends are through cubing.
Yeah.
but I feel like some of the close ones, like, they still live in the U.S., but they live really far away, so I only really get to see them once a year at major championships.
Mm-hmm.
And I just try to make the most of it there, like, whenever I can. So that's usually a lot of fun when I get to see, like, all of my friends in one room.
Yeah. Because everyone's like bonding, doing the same thing, right? And
Yeah.
it's like 4 days of just like hanging out with
Yeah,
your friends in the
exactly.
middle of the summer. So, yeah, for sure. I think that's like one of the greatest things about cubing is that like, it is competitive, but on the other side, it's also like kind of relaxed too. So there's like a nice little balance that we have in cubing community, and I think it's very fun.
Hold up, can I check my clock
Yeah,
group really quick?
Yeah, no, totally.
I
It's
don't
all
know what
good.
group.
Don't worry about it.
I'm in group 2. We're fine.
Okay. I think we're probably gonna wrap up anyway, actually.
Yeah.
So we can move on to commentating clock. So let's ask the last question.
All
From
right.
Eddie Vac in the chat. Do you like cake or ham better,
Cake,
and why?
because it tastes more gooder.
I absolutely agree. Well, as also as a vegetarian, there was only one option anyway. Everyone, this has been Kate Graham. Thanks for hopping on the stream, Kate.
Thanks
Best
for
of
having
luck
me.
in the finals.
All right. See ya.
Thanks. Yeah, and we'll move over to clock commentary real quick.
Can you scoot your foot?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
That was live on the air, by the way. In any case, welcome back, everyone. We are now on to the
Best event.
the best event, Rubik's Clock. Actually, it's not even called Rubik's Clock anymore. It's just called Clock. The event is called Clock. It used to be called Rubik's Clock. Like, that was like the official name
Was
for
that
it.
like a trademark thing?
I don't think it was a trademark thing.
I'm surprised Rubik's allowed WCA to call something Rubik Clock.
Well, 3x3 is not called Rubik's Cube anymore. It used to be called Rubik's Cube. Now it's just 3x3 Cube.
It used to be called Rubik's Cube in
Yes.
WCA?
Yes.
So
Like, that was like the
did they
official
call
WCA name.
4x4 like Professor
No,
Cube or
no,
whatever?
no. We still call it 4x4 Cube. So I think
Okay.
that's why it got changed.
Gotcha.
Hello everyone, it's Manu. I've been here for a while, but we also got Pritam on. He's budget Vishwa for a while because while I would have liked to have Vishwa on as the actual clock god commentator, we got to deal with budget Vishwa.
That's fair.
In any case, we are watching Rubik's Clock, a very interesting event. It's unironically actually a very interesting event now
That's
because
not a clock.
not in his hand. It's not a clock, but inside this funky looking cube cover is the puzzle called Rubik's Clock. It is a very strange puzzle. It's not like the other puzzles.
It helps you tell the time.
It actually does not. It's actually a terrible tool to tell the time. There are 18 clocks, 9 on each side. You can see 9 on the front, 9 on the back, and you have to turn all of them to 12. Yeah, it's a very interesting puzzle because it for the many years it had only one solution, only one way to solve it, and now with the advent of this new method, 7 simul, and its related methods, it now is a very interesting puzzle where competitors no longer need to flip the clock over. They can solve all of 18 clocks on both sides with just one, just memorizing the turns you need to do on the back side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
So any specific cubers we should be looking out for here?
Yeah, we got loads of interesting cubers. In this group,
Or should I say clockers?
Clockers, perhaps. In this group, we have Evan Millsap, Luis Garcia, Alex Bohak. I don't know how to say that. And Ethan Mendelson. So this on the screen right now is Luis Garcia. He's a clocker. A clock is his main event. He's using a method called 7 simul flip, it looks like, so where he is still flipping the clock over, but he's still memorizing the moves that need to be done on the back. So it's an interesting event. 7 simul. What does simul mean? Simul means simultaneous, and the way that that's working is you make moves on the front and the back face at the same time. The reason you're able to do that is the way the clock works, there are pins. The pins basically determine which clocks you're turning. If the pin is up, then you're turning the front clocks. And if the pins are down, you'd be turning the back clocks based on the dial that's closest to it. So what happens when you have one of the pins, there are 4 different pins, one for each of the corners. So when you push one of the pins up, you can turn some clock dials on the front side, and you can use your other hand to turn some dials on the back side. That is where the simultaneous moves come from, and that's why this puzzle is actually really tricky, because at the top level, competitors are making 2 moves at the same time. The other thing to note is clock is not an event with +2s. You cannot +2 clock by misaligning it. You can only +2 by the other methods, over inspection, touching the puzzle at the start or end.
So even if you're literally just one clock twist off, or
yeah, it's a DNF. It's gone.
Yep.
So
all the pins don't matter.
The pins do not matter. So by some metrics, and Stanley Chappell pretty famously said that clock is one of the hardest events, just because the margin for error is that thin. It's a 30-degree margin for error, but that 30 degrees is just a single tick, and it's very, very easy to overtick. All right, as I can confirm from the scorecard, this is Alex Bohak.
And it looks like he's on his 3rd solve.
Yes, on the 3rd solve. Second solve was a 3.5. This one a 4.7. Now there are a variety of no flip methods. One method is 7 simul flip. Another one is Sheeran. And of the 7 simul flip, there are 2 different variants as well. Actually, I think there are multiple variants. There's Tommy 7 simul and B Paul 7 simul. So all of it is kind of complicated, a little bit hard to tell from the commentary booth. So if anyone, if we make a mistake, feel free to correct us. Here's Luis getting a 465. Good bounce back from that 9-second solve earlier. He did end up flipping the clock back onto the other side to make sure that everything was correct, mainly because he had a bad solve in number 2.
And you don't want that to end up counting by DNFing that.
Yeah,
solve.
exactly, yeah. So I think that's what you're going to see in this round 1 here, is you're going to see competitors kind of be a little bit more consistent. So you're not going to see people go all out unless they really need to in order to make the final round. This is a classic flipping method, which is, it used to be the only method for many years. People there, and even then there used to be some people use like particular pin orders. For many years there was just basically one pin order that everyone used. And now with the advent of all of these no flipping methods, you can now push the pins in inspection. So clock is a lot easier to hold as an event now. A lot less extras are given out for clock. The event has changed significantly.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good catch by this competitor, making sure not to DNF.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah, I mean a 10-second solve like might be a pretty bad solve for them, but nothing. It's definitely like way better than the DNF.
Yeah, some might say infinitely better.
Yeah,
I
infinitely
would
better
say
is
it's only
accurate.
about 20 times better.
Only 20 times better.
Yeah.
Primarily because you still have to solve a clock.
Yeah. See, if it were up to me, I would just DNF all my solves because I don't need to.
Yeah, so we got Alex Boak back on the stream now. Solve number 4.
Yeah. Have you ever DNS'd a solve?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah. I DNS all the time.
I mean,
It's like 5 blind, and I just don't want to do any more solves.
Okay.
Yeah,
Official.
I'll just
Yeah.
DNS. Yeah.
nice.
Ooh, this is a good catch because that backside is. Oh,
Oh.
well, he ended up DNFing it anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
th-
this is his 4th solve. He does have one more solve that he probably doesn't want to DNF, but
oh yeah, he definitely doesn't want to DNF.
I mean,
he's definitely gonna want to safety the last one
Yeah.
really to make sure that he doesn't DNF.
but again, this is quite literally someone in our top 3, so
Yeah, so it'd be big. It'd be big news. Because if too many people DNF, then I have to compete in finals, and that's not, we don't want that.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, his safety would still be very easily better.
Yeah.
Your worst solve.
Oh yeah, easily.
Or sorry, your best solve.
Yeah.
Because Manu,
easily.
you're like, even though clock is like one of your main events,
I'm just
you're
bad.
not good at it.
I'm just bad. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I only recently, after like many years of trying, have finally gotten a sub 6 single at Euros last week. So that for that I'm like, finally. It's taken so long. I was at 616 PR single, then 612, then 610, then 6 flat. I was stuck at 6 flat for a little bit. Now to get sub 6 single, I'm just happy with that, man.
That's exciting. Yeah. I remember a while back you were looking to be in the top 100.
Yeah, so that was back when, like, before we had this puzzle. The Chi clock has really revolutionized everything. Because it's a magnetic puzzle that's like factory magnetized. You don't need to do anything to it. And it just changed the game. I used to be top 200. I had my own like custom clock that was like very particular. I used magnets to magnetize it myself. And that was great. I love that puzzle. And because it was not as accessible at the time, it's just simply because there were less competitors. Nowadays, and the puzzle was more the event was like more straightforward.
Yeah.
And there weren't as many avenues to differentiate yourself. Now, like, there are like all these different methods. Everyone is like improving at like a really, really rapid rate. Clock has just advanced so much since the days of yore, whatever. In any case,
Since the good old days.
yeah. So there's Alex Boak. Like Preetham said, he easily crushed my PR, getting 508, even flipping to the other side and still fixing it, and he's all good to go. So he should be making it into the next round without a problem.
Yeah. And you're competing in clock in the next group?
No, I competed yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, so
That makes sense.
we had some people compete in a staff round early, and the main reason to do this is clock is not the easiest one to puzzle to scramble, and it is not. I don't think it's too hard to scramble, but it's not necessarily the easiest one either. And so because of that, sometimes you need like specialty scramblers in order to be able to get the thing done efficiently. So that's why we did a staff round yesterday, where everyone competed on a completely different set of scrambles, so that we could just have people who are just spending all of the time during the main group helping everyone get through without too much of an issue.
So, back to clock.
Back to clock. As you can see there, that was a classic flip method. So the way that the flip method at least works for clock is you build like a cross on one side where you align everything to 12 o'clock. Then when you flip the clock over, you align all those cross edges again, and then you go through and solve all the corners. It's a very simple method, and actually the main reason I like clock is just because I figured out the method by myself. It was like the only event that I was able to do this for. And
That's
it's very straightforward. It's a little bit confusing to get used to initially, but once you get used to the way the puzzle turns, you can come up with the method yourself.
That's cool.
Cheers.
Oh,
Did you what? Oh my goodness. All right, there's a bit of a spill on aisle 5 that we have to clean up now. That's when I said I like drama, it's not like this. Yikes. Well, that is something we're gonna have to deal with while clock is going on. That was a bit of a disaster. I think what happened is that like he put the straw in and he put it in kind of like sideways, and so he punched it. And I wonder if it like punched a hole in the side of the cup.
no, I think we're good. I think maybe I was like squeezing it too much or something. But
Oh, and it gushed out of the top?
yeah, but I feel like
Hey, keep it alive. Anything can happen, everyone.
all right,
Oh my goodness. Just an absolute
we're
disaster.
okay. Everything important is
Everything important is okay. I mean, it's
Yeah.
fine. If we need to print more stuff, it's fine. That's not that big. My laptop is okay. Thank God.
yeah.
That laptop cost me some money, so
Yeah.
I'm just flabbergasted. Like what is this like what has happened in like the last like minute?
Dangerous boba, yes. Very
Yeah, extremely.
dangerous.
How's it going, Eddie, by the way? Okay, good to see you. Were you at NEC? If you were, I didn't get a chance to say hi, but hello.
All right,
Okay.
let's try that again.
Cheers for real.
Cheers. The
I don't-
safest
I don't
cheers in
wanna-
the world.
I don't want to get the boba all over me. Also, mine could explode too.
That's some good boba. Manu's making a face that might imply otherwise.
All right, there we go. I didn't want to look. We're gonna get into ASMR mode later. I didn't want the chewing ASMR.
Yeah.
that was not necessary.
All right. Anyways, so you were talking about the clock method. How is the cross corners method with flip different from 7 simul?
Yeah. This is a great. I'm realizing is the soaked
Yeah,
wire
soaked
might be a
wire's fine.
problem.
No, it's fine.
Okay, well,
We'll
we'll resolve it. In any case, how is it different than 7 simul? That is an excellent question, Preetham, as the cleanup crew has arrived to clean up our workstation here. Yeah, so 7 simul, the way it works is actually, for all of you who are in school, if you know about this thing called linear algebra, it's linear algebra. You're solving simultaneous systems of equations. The way it works is you look at the front and you look at the back of the clock, and you do a little bit of math to try and figure out what turns you need to make where in order to solve certain parts of the in order to solve the back side of the clock. So you'll see competitors are going to look at the front, look at the back. They're going to keep flipping back and forth, and then they're basically like calculating in their head a certain number of moves that need to be done, and then like executing those simultaneously. So that's like what I said. Some things are moved on the front, some things are moved on the back. And those are going to happen at the same time in order to solve the clock. So you're more or less essentially doing the same. You can think of it as doing the same cross corners method, except you're doing the cross on both sides at the same time. And then you do a little bit to actually solve the rest of the corners also. So we just had Caleb Kearney and Vishwa Sankar on stream. They are in the top 10 of our competitors. Vishwa with he's WR top 100. He is what I could never be. WR 91 with a 410 average and 307 single. That's good enough for WR 65. Caleb Kearney was on the stage earlier. 466 average, 194th in the world, and 394 single, 273rd.
Yeah, and the cutoff for top 200 in the world right now is about 468. So it's it's incredible how far things have gone. I mean, you said you were
I used to be top 200.
Top 200. And that was without a sub 6.
Yeah.
So.
All right, here's Jaden Pomerantara Lin. We were talking about 7 simul flip. He's the fastest official 7 simul flip user. He's one of my hometown boys from the Bay Area in California. He is seated at the top, 3.66 second average, WR32. He made it into finals of North American Championships last year. He is a good competitor. He is really skilled at this event. But, as always, the danger looms of getting a DNF. It is not trivial. And it is something that is definitely going to be in the competitor's mind, especially after one DNF is going to be avoiding getting another DNF and just safetying. But even safetying is not a guarantee.
Even getting a rough solve, you're suddenly that much more worried about getting a DNF or another bad solve. And
this is a really good scramble.
Having to count.
Yeah, and you can see Visual got, what, 407?
Yeah. That's
better
than his PR average.
Yeah, that was a really good scramble. Oh, wait, no, he DNF'd it.
Did he?
Yeah, he DNF'd it.
That's rough.
You can see there the clocks are not all aligned to the top. They are off by 1 tick, and that is the sign of a DNF. The reason why that scramble looked so good is if you do a flip method for a clock, there are these things that you can take advantage of called lucky cases. It is where some of the clocks are aligned as part of the scramble. Now, they're called lucky cases, but they actually show up extremely frequently. Getting a set of 5 clock scrambles without any lucky cases is basically impossible. It is extremely unlucky not to get any lucky cases at all. When using a flip method, there are 2 different types of lucky cases you can get. There is the center edge case, where the center is already aligned to an edge that skips 1 move. And the luckier case, in my opinion, is where you get an edge-edge match. So that's where 2 edges are matched up, and that also skips a move. And you can use that to look basically further ahead. So as we watch all these competitors do clock, pay attention to solve number 2, I think, because that's the one that Vishwa was doing. All right, Caleb Kearney now. 560 single here. Started off also with another 5, so he's looking in pretty good position. Vishwa back on the stream now. He's got that 3rd solve, same one that Caleb had. He has a different orientation. Okay, 657. He is already DNF. That's why he flipped the clock over. Most of the time, he would not do that.
He got that fully solved and checked out. Again, there's 2 rounds of clock.
There are 2 rounds.
So you want to try making it to that final if you can.
Yeah.
And a second DNF would not help.
No, it would not. It would actually do the opposite of help. It would actually hurt him incredibly. If you double DNF, there's no way you're making finals. Like, literally not possible. Unless there's only like 3 competitors, then you make finals. But
let's say, theoretically, because I'm not a WCA regulations person, there's 10 people competing.
Yeah.
5 people make it to finals.
Yeah.
What happens if 6 people DNF?
So then you do it based on single. So you can double DNF and make it. Yeah. That's been done for FMC before, because FMC is a mean of 3 event. Yep. And then people sometimes will advance on single. But there will be enough people who have an average in clock that if you get a double DNF, you're not going to advance. Basically, like the cards are out of your hand now. If you double DNF, you have to like hope that everyone double DNFs, and no one is gonna most people are not going to double DNF. It is
not
rare.
Gonna single DNF.
Yeah, as we just watched Jaden DNF a 2.5 second solve.
Oh, that's unfortunate because
that would have been one of the top if you put it on like the WR rankings, that would have been his PR. That would have been top 20 in the world. All right, here's Taj. She got 841 on that solve there. She's quite a bit faster than this, but might have just been like a safety. What did bro just do? Yeah, he wiped clock. It is legal to do this, I think. It is legal to do this.
Because you are allowed to move pins.
You
I
can
think
move
that
pins.
was
You can move pins
not
in
allowed
clock.
before.
That's correct. It is a new regulation as of this year. You are yeah. All right, here's Vishwa again on solve number 4.
Again, has that DNF, so gonna make sure that everything is solved.
Yeah, before
this time he didn't check. Just got a really good solve and decided to go all.
yeah, I mean
all
408 is good. 408 beats his PR. So yeah,
And
BPA, WPA populated up there.
I think he does have one more solve.
All right,
Um,
Jaden in the back. I guess we're just gonna see what time he ends up getting.
We do have his stream up top, or solves up top. So lots of DNFs there. I do like how once they do get a DNF, your worst possible average is technically.
Oh
set
my
up.
goodness, he's
Oh.
throwing. He's throwing so badly. 1031 because he already had the DNF. He needs to make sure not to DNF,
Yeah.
and so that's
So
tough. It's tough.
there's a chance he gets 2 more solves like that, and his average is a 10.
That was interesting that we saw from Taj over there.
Yeah.
Just I don't know, like through the clock. Clock is a very funny event because it's so tight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it's just very tight.
8.7 from her.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. There's a lot of DNFs going around. A lot more than I thought.
Mm-hmm. It is funny. We talked about DNFs, and twice the DNF happened right after. So let's hope that doesn't happen here. This looks like one of the old school.
Yes, this is a
clocks.
Sengso clock. It is a old school puzzle. It's not nearly as good as a Chi clock.
I think not nearly is an understatement.
It's a terrible. It's a
yeah.
terrible puzzle. It is actually worse than like the puzzles I competed with in 2013. Vishwa 505. So he's secured himself an average. He's good.
He's
he's
officially
good.
going to make it to the next round.
He's gonna make it to the next round. He's gonna end up getting like what, a mid 5. Actually, ended up getting mid 5. I don't know why the BPA is still there. It's not possible to BPA anymore. But he got like a 5.6 average.
Well, that could have been
which is
his
okay.
best possible average after the 4th solve.
After after the 4th solve, it was the best.
Yeah.
But he
so it
did all
kind
5
of tells
solves.
you
So.
how much did you choke that last solve.
All right, here's Jaden Lin. The spelling of his name is incorrect also. And I think this can only be expected with Chai doing production. I think we have made a horrible mistake.
Yeah.
In any case, here's hoping he doesn't throw again, because if he counts another 10-second solve, then it's actually all over. He's going to get a
Yeah.
worse average than me.
And the question is, does he wipe the clock? No.
No clock
No,
wipe.
he doesn't.
so.
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting technique.
Wow,
oh my god.
that was going to be a disaster. That was going to be an
You were
absolute
so
disaster. He was going to
close to
stop it,
almost
and it was not
DNFing.
going to be solved. 7:03. He's still in it. He's safe for now. Evan Millsap, one of his good friends, one of my good friends as well, another clocker. 732 BPA. Wow, that's bad. That's bad. He's gonna count both this 10 and a 7.
Yeah. I mean, for some context, we can see his graphics hopefully on the left, but his average is a 3.66. His PR single is a 2.64. And, frankly, these solves are worse than
horrible. They're
Vishwa's,
they're so bad.
who is a...
They're like worse than mine, man. You can see
Actually, yeah, they kind of are.
Yeah, they're bad.
Yeah.
They're bad.
Not great.
Man, I don't know if he's gonna advance with the 7.
Well, if he was so close to stopping the clock on a DNF.
Let me go fix your rotation.
Yeah, I mean,
As long as he doesn't do that, I think he will make it. But yeah, it's tough. How many people are making it to the finals, by the way?
I believe
You know.
16.
16?
16 will advance.
Okay, so it is a bit tighter than
Yeah,
I
it's not
I mean,
It's not super trivial, at least.
Let's see. What was his best possible average, if you remember?
It was
what he had?
739.
A 739. Really, that was his best.
739 is best. I mean, right now that
Oh, man.
advances. Right now that would
Yeah.
put him in the middle of the pack, number 8.
But again, this is only entries from the first round.
These
So-
are only entries from the first group and plus the staff comp because my name's in
Yeah.
here also.
So, yeah, first group, sorry. So, there's, potentially going to be a lot
Yeah,
more people with better times.
Yeah,
With
it's
that
possible.
BPA, it might be tough. So let's see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's not, and he needs to count the 4.62 in order to
yeah.
make it happen, and he needs to count He needs to count
So
a
basically he
4.6
needs-
without DNFing.
He needs a 4-second time.
Yeah.
I think anything more than that, I think he should go ham here. Like, he cannot safety this.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's going for it.
Yeah.
He got
There
it.
we go.
He got it. 3:39.
That will get him the best time that he could have gotten. Now is the
Dude,
question
he
is-
escaped.
The question still it remains: will that 732 average be enough?
We'll see. We'll see as the results get entered. Call him Jaden Houdini Lin, man. That's wild. that's wild. I
And we
mean,
can
just an
see
absolute roller coaster.
The bottom of Michael's head, he is fixing something. There we go.
Yeah, sorry, I got really excited. So, so I'm mega peaking. I'll turn myself down. It's tough when your boy is like supposed to do like really hot and then he's not, and it's like, ooh, you know.
I mean, it shows your passion, right?
Dude.
It shows that you care. And if you don't care, what's the point? What's the point of doing anything?
Yeah, true. I'm telling you guys, Clock is an event. It's a fun event. It's it's drama.
I will say, of all the things that have happened so far today, I think this is
It's high drama.
This
Anything,
is pretty
dude,
high drama.
In what other event is the first ranked individual like almost gonna get knocked out?
Yeah.
Because he counted a 10, which is 3 times worse than his like PR average. 3 times worse.
So remember the DNF that he had, right?
Which
That
was a 2. It was a 2. He DNF'd like a 2.5, which would have been like a top 15.
Yeah.
A top 15 single. He's done this several times at this point. Also,
It's
just
crazy.
wild. It's just wild.
And then at the end, his last solve, he just casually throws out
Yeah.
like what was that, a 3-6?
Yeah, he got like a 3.6 just at the or no 3.9. He got a
3.9.
3.9 just at the end. Like
Yeah.
you know, where we're like, oh, he's gonna need to safety this. Nah, he's just
Yeah.
like, nah, I'm just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
I don't know what goes on inside that kid's head.
I think
It's
it was
just
a
insane.
3-3 actually, was it not?
Oh no, 3.39.
Yeah.
3.39. That sounds
Yeah.
right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what goes on in that guy's head. It's just insane. I don't know what I'm gonna do during finals. I'm just not gonna survive. Like I cannot.
Calm down. Calm down.
My nerves. I need my boba.
Yeah. So a lot can happen. There are, let's see, how many groups of clock do we have? We have another 2 groups of clock. So, oh, sorry, another 1 group of clock. 1 group of clock. We're going to see Max, Ethan, Ryan, and Vinicius.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
All good clocks are. I mean, they should be slotted to. Actually, I don't know if Ethan already competed because he may have competed in staff round. Let's see. No, Ethan did not compete yet. Ethan Mendelson competed, not
Yep.
Ethan Ye. I think Ryan Fong might have competed. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Ryan already competed. But Vinny and Max Yao are yet to compete. All right. So here's Ethan Ye.
All right.
He has a. I think.
Oh, when we see Graham on the right
Yeah. Yeah. We got Graham.
judging.
Um,
Are there any blind events today?
Not today. I
So
think.
he's just
Our little sheet that had all of the events on it got spoiled by a little someone.
yeah. So
No blind events today. The only blind event left is 3x3 final.
do you know if he's competing in anything, or is he just here for the vibes?
No, he was competing earlier. He was
Okay.
doing 5x5s.
Okay. Okay.
All right, we got the anime clock from Ethan Ye, quite the anime fan himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's quite good at this event. Almost world 100.
Yep.
I believe he's a 7 simuler. Yeah, there we go. Oh, he's got Fubuki on the as a little plush.
Nice. I was wondering
yeah,
what
you
that
guys
was.
said this earlier.
And I was like, Manu would probably know.
I do know.
I
yeah,
did say
that's-
that kind of jokingly,
No, I know.
but no, yeah,
No, I
you
know.
do. Yeah.
I know exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a decent start. Not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that first scramble just looks pretty good in general. I mean, obviously I'm saying this in terms of like as a flipper. There are certain lucky cases I'm looking for. There are different cases for
7
people
simul,
who
that
use
would
7
be
simul and
lucky or not.
other no flip cases. Yeah. I'm just glad that like we don't have to. I'm just glad that we don't have to give out many extras for clock, because now it's like a much more chill event. You can push the pins in inspection. If you know the cube falls over, it's okay. As we watch Max Xiao, so he's not in the top 100, but you know he's just a top tier competitor. It's always fun to watch Max solve. Yeah, that first one just looks quite good. Just looks quite good. 692, as I'm joined by a man who had a roller coaster average of his own. Vishwa Sankar.
Yo.
Tell me about that average. That was kind of wild, no? Those scrams seemed pretty good.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
The one you got the 4 on seemed really good.
Yeah, I didn't do so good, but then again, I don't care too much nowadays about my clock performance. But yeah, so I think I got like a low 5 average, but it was no, actually it was mid 5, but it was a DNF out of like a sub 5 average.
Yeah. All right, we have Ethan Ye back on now. Started off with 395. That is below his PR of 4.14. As I mentioned earlier, almost WR top 100. It's 103. I don't know this pin order.
Another sub 4.
But yeah, another sub 4, 3.91.
So his PR is 414. Okay.
Yeah. So
he's on pace.
So yeah, he's counting. Well, yeah, he's almost certainly going to count one that's under his PR. All right, we got Vinicius Shaw now. I like to call him Vinny. He's a local cuber, 10th on the psych sheet, 5.46. That's WR 392. So yeah, this is a no flipping type solution. 570. Good solid start. Always looking to start off with not a DNF. I feel like DNFing in this event is just absurd, because if you DNF, you just kind of get screwed.
It's so easy to DNF.
Yeah, it's so easy.
Especially in 7 simul. If you memo wrong, you're gonna DNF.
Yeah. If you memo wrong, you instantly DNF. It's interesting. There's like 2 different parts of 7 simul, right? It's great because you don't need to flip the clock. Flipping a clock is basically reducing your TPS, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's also bad because there are 2 ways you can mess up. 1, there's the execution error, which is present for all clock solvers. 2, there's that memo error. If you miscount, if you do your math wrong, you just don't solve the puzzle. This is a pretty good flip solution. A bit of a non-traditional flip, doing that x2 wait y2. Forget it. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Here's Max Xiao, struggling a little bit on that last corner. 776. Still not too bad overall. I don't know if you saw what other people got also, but
No, I haven't yet.
Okay. So we can talk a little bit through the rankings as we wait for next competitors. Ethan Ye just coming up to the stage now.
Okay, so Ethan Mendelson with the 446 average, he's in first right now.
Yeah, he's
I
a
don't
good
know him.
competitor. He's quite good.
Very consistent as well.
Yeah,
His
I
worst
mean,
off was 4.6 and the average was 4.4.
Yeah. He's also like a clock main from Northern California. He's been practicing a lot. Has not gotten like good results because of nerves, right? But because if you're a little bit nervy, a little bit twitchy, then kind of messes you up, especially on clock. All right, here's Ethan Yam. Starting off pretty strong here. He's ahead of Ethan Mendelson by quite a margin so far. Can he keep it up? That looks good.
Yep.
That looks
Another
good.
sub 4.
3.64. He's solidly sub 4. He's running away with it right now.
He has let's see. It's gonna be a 383 BPA. Or wait. Or no.
He's only done
Yeah,
one solve.
wait.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry. He's only done 2 solves. 3 solves.
No, I was just thinking about if he, let's say he counts those 3, it's gonna be 383.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
otherwise, he's still on good pace to get a good average.
Yeah. So this. Yeah. So here's. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, he's like put himself in the driver's seat, especially with
To get first.
To get first. Especially with, I don't know if you heard it, Jaden Lin had a pretty bad average. Started off with a 4, pretty good.
Okay, I did see that.
DNF to 2.5.
Oh my, wow.
Followed it up with a 10 and a 7. 339 on solve 5 to get BPA. Ended up with, I think, 737. But as we see the results come in, it's gonna be really tight. It might not make finals.
So you're saying he counted a 10, 7, and a 3?
A 4. 10,
4?
7, and a 4.
Wow.
Yeah, just nuts. That's what I'm saying, dude. This event is insane. Like, anything can happen at any time because someone DNFs and the whole average just exploded.
Clock is so unpredictable.
It's
You saw it at
crazy.
North American Champs. Who knew what the podium would be? In round 1, no one would have expected the podium. Round 2, I think, was the same thing. In finals, very nice job to Brendan
Yeah,
for getting
man,
NAR.
dude. Bendy.
But the podium is so like, you never know who's going to win. Everyone is so close in times. So
Yeah, everyone's really close, and it's the thinnest of margins.
yeah, very, very close margin.
All right, here's Ethan. He's just composing himself a little bit. You saw him doing those 6 turns. 6, I find 6 to be a very, very annoying turn to do on clock. He's in the driver's seat right now. He needs one more good solve, and he's locked in first place. I mean, this is just solid.
Oh,
that's just
okay.
so good.
Wow.
That's so good, man. That is
Oh
some
my
kind of
God.
composure.
Pure sub 4.
Yeah,
You
I
locked
mean,
in the sub 4 average. Wow.
I mean, he's
385,
he
worst
blew
possible.
it out of the water. I mean, you could see that. Actually, he's not gonna get. Oh no, he's guaranteed to get his BPA also.
Yeah, so let's say he gets his BPA, that's going to be PR by 0.4. But otherwise, if he doesn't and it gets worse possible,
Wait,
it's still.
I'm realizing I said he's guaranteed to get his BPA. Sorry, he's guaranteed to PR.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm all scrambled, man. Everything is insane. As you see,
That's what
this
clock does to you.
dude. Actually, I mean, those are the results that. Actually, I don't know what those results are.
So have you competed?
I competed. I competed yesterday during the staff
Oh, the
comp.
stat. Okay.
Terrible idea. I just completely bombed. I got like an 8 average. It was horrible. And I'm not gonna make finals, which is kind of good and bad. I feel like I
You in the finals would have been hype.
Would have been crazy. All right, here's Vinny. Vinny looks like he
Oh.
messed up. I feel like he messed up both his memo and his execution there.
So that
877.
7-9 is going to be counting.
Yeah, he's gonna count that. And yeah, I mean, as you saw on our little like rankings thing that showed up earlier, those are pretty tight now because these are just like as the results are coming in, it's going to be pretty tight. 446 is at the top right now. That is going to be replaced by Ethan Ye once he's done with his solve number 5. He's guaranteed a sub 4 average. Alex Bohawk, we saw in the first group, ended up with a solid 492.
Yeah, Alex Bohawk is another front runner for a sub 4 average. I wouldn't be surprised if the next few rounds he gets sub 4.
I mean, his PR is 4 flat, so
Yep.
he's due for it. With a 299 official single. It's crazy that like a 2 is like top, like 299 is like top 50. Because when I started, 299 was like world class. I mean, I guess it is world class. Top 100 is nothing to scoff at,
But when I got my PR single of 307, 299 would have been third in the world.
yeah. So
And that was only a year ago. Like
yeah,
a year and a half ago.
everything has changed. If you talk about velocity,
Wow.
Did
So
he-
he
did it.
improves the average.
he did it.
Best possible, 374. PR
Now
by
he's guaranteed to get BPA.
yeah, PR by 0.4. What's
Yeah,
that ranked in the world? It's got to be around like the 40 or 50 range, I think. we can see exactly how
Yeah, I
much
mean,
it
so
is.
for reference, Jaden is he has a PR of 366. That is 32nd in the world.
So this is 374.
We just watched
Which
Ethan
is-
Ye
wait, this is
get.
single.
Oh, this is single. Yeah, let's look at 338.
Yeah, double PR.
Double PR.
Yeah, not to mention that he also got PR single 338. So that's going to be
374 is going to put him
38th
at
in the world.
38th in the world. He's put himself in top 50. He has improved his WR ranking from 103 to 38.
wow. And that's going to be ranked 12th in North America,
12th in North America.
11th in the US.
That's impressive. Wow. Wow. Absolutely fantastic work from Ethan. So I know that Ethan has been grinding, and he's been grinding hard because I've been seeing these conversations in the Discord server, the WCC Discord server. We have like a special clock section. We have one for every single event, but yeah. So I know he's been grinding hard, and it is very good to see that it's kind of all panned out for him here. Yeah, just top class solving. I feel like all of his turns were so precise. Looking at that top-down cam, like none of his turns looked tentative, and he just looked smooth and composed just throughout the whole thing, which is tough to do. All right, Vinny solve. Actually, it looks like this is solve 5 based on the scorecard. I think we must have missed one.
Much better.
That's a DNF.
Oh, it's DNF. Oh,
I think
that's
he sent it
unfortunate.
because he his other solves must have been okay, good enough to make finals.
They just want to go for it.
And yeah, he just wanted to go for it. I mean, who can blame him? 552, that would have been a PR. So you know, not too bad.
No, it was
fault-
452.
Sorry.
Yeah.
452.
Yeah.
Can't fault him for trying.
But next up is Square One. And in Group 1, we have Max Shao, the
Yeah.
current world record holder for average.
I mean, there he
And
is.
Yeah, there
Speak
he
of
is
the
right
devil.
now. He's about to do his maybe his 4th or 5th clock solve, but
Yeah,
after this, we're going to see him do Square One. That's going to be very fun to watch.
dude, Square One. I was kind of a sleeper on Square One. Not gonna lie, because I'm like, you know, it's this puzzle. I don't know how much I care. The thing that changed
It's
my
so
mind
different.
was NAC finals. Being back behind the production, trying to like keep track of everything that was going on during that finals was absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. We mentioned it just earlier. He is the world record holder for average 4.91. I believe that was the first sub 5 average
Yep.
that we've seen in Square One. Previously, he was the world record single holder. He was part of that chain. Actually, he might have broken the chain of 18 different world record holders.
Yeah, he did break the chain. He was the first person to get 2, and now Ryan Pilot also has 2.
Yeah. So that means that Max Xiao is at 369. That is the world record 2 single. He is pretty comfortably, I would say, ahead of the pack here. Of course, there are many competitors who are going to challenge that. Calvin Nielsen being one of them, Christopher Chi being another, Ivan Vanek another one, and our very own Kyungmin Choi, all of them residing in the top 100 for Square One. It's going to be pretty fun, going to be pretty intense. This one is not a final. This is just round 1. Some competitors did compete yesterday in the staff round. Once again, the reason for this being Square One is a little bit of a tricky event to scramble. If you mess it up, it takes a good amount of time to solve. So for that reason, some competitors have competed yesterday on a different set of scrambles and are going to be scrambling the entire group today. I'm almost positive Calvin Nielsen is one of them. All right. We're looking back on the chat now because we had WCA Live open earlier. I can see. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh yeah, his clock insert. Yeah, he's a mega weeb. Ethan Ye is. I think they're great. I think clock is a really fun event because you can customize so much more of it. In other puzzles, you can only customize like your like center logo or whatever, right? But on this, you can actually like change the way your entire clock looks. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I gotta do that for my clock as well. Yeah, he's popping off. He didn't. No, he did. He did PR single. Yeah. I have no idea what he ate for breakfast. That's a good question. I'll ask him something. I think he'd be a fun guy to interview. All right, everyone in the SCS chat, rooting for Vinny. Let's take a look. I wonder if we can pull up the results from clock round 1 on the big screen so you all can follow along with me. I'm just scrolling through. Yeah, no, there's loads of data still to be entered, so we can actually kind of see that as it updates live. We mentioned that Ethan Mendelson was at the top. That's going to be replaced by Ethan Ye. And actually, all right, clock was fun. Forget it. I would love to talk more about clock. Let's dial in. We're watching Square One now. Ladies and gentlemen, the world record could be set here, which would be pretty wild. Max Xiao now on a pretty good looking cube shape. Kind of locking up there on OBL 621. Not too bad. Not too bad to start things off. There you can see the same scramble that that Max had gotten. Square One is this very interesting event. It's this shape-shifting event. It literally changes its shape with every move you make. One thing that's interesting is it's actually not a cube because of it. The slice has to be the same length as the entire length of the cube. The entire, the side lengths of the cube. So because of that, it's slightly taller than it is wide. So it's very interesting. This was probably one of the hardest events to try and figure out how to solve by oneself. All right, but yeah, as you see right there, that's kind of how it's done. We have Caleb Kearney back on the stream now. He's known for clock. Actually, I'm not super sure about his Square One results, but we've got him on regardless. The majority of competitors are going to use this method called Vandenberg, or some type of modification of Vandenberg. In this method, you first turn the cube, turn the puzzle into a cube shape. So that's just called cube shape, or CS. Then you'll do a step called orienting both layers. So that's getting it so that you have all white on one side, all black on one side, all yellow on one side. And that's going to be on the top and bottom. And then you're going to do a permuting step where you're going to move the pieces around to solve the rest of the puzzle. So with Ethan Ye on the stream now, you can see that that's the same Scrabble one that everyone else has received. And yeah, there you go. He showed you exactly what that looks like. Top 10 competitor ranked within all the competitors who are here is Ethan Ye. 887 average. He started off with a 7. Pretty good start for him. Oh, we got some folks watching from Kenya. Hello, everyone. Hope you all are enjoying the stream. Now, there is another method for Square One called the Lin method. If you've heard that name before, yes, it is Brandon Lin. In that one, you kind of solve. It's a little bit different. Instead of orienting both layers, you're going to orient the corners, but then you don't orient one of the edges. Then you kind of solve a bunch of stuff around it and then finish the cube off. It's a little bit of a different method. If you listen to some of the NAC commentary, they explain the differences. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough to be able to tell you that myself. One thing interesting that you could see Kate there quite clearly, those who do use Vandenberg use this thing called cube shape parity. Oh, it is not Brandon Linsman. Okay, yikes. Okay, we're going to skip that part. But yeah, so there's this thing called cube shape parity. Parity can also occur in Square One. That's why Max is flipping back and forth here. He's trying to count things such as the number of slices. If you have odd slices, you're going to end up with parity. Parity, then you have to do a parity fix for that usually, which is a long algorithm that's very easy to mess up. Anyone who has solved a Square One knows about the dreaded parity. So instead, what top competitors do is they learn cube shape parity algorithms. So for every cube shape, they count the parity, figure out if it's odd or even. And based on that, they'll do a different algorithm, even if you have the same cube shape. What this allows you to do is then you just use a void parity. You can always do a PBL step. All right, on the screen right now you have Sri Dacharla. He's a SoCal competitor. And yeah, he's kind of demonstrating the difficulty of square one a little bit there as he executes that parity algorithm. 3260. Yeah, that parity is a long algorithm. Square one was the last event I learned to solve officially. Actually, that's not true. I guess Big Blind. I learned how to do it in 2013 as I was riding back from a Michigan competition. That car ride back was 3 hours long. I had nothing better to do. I bought a square one off of a guy at that competition in 2013 and decided to look up on the internet how to solve it. I had my mom print out like the algorithm sheet before we left. Yeah, I just read that alg sheet as I was driving, as I was sitting in the passenger seat driving back to Central Ohio. It's a very interesting puzzle. I recommend everyone give it a try. All right, Max Xiao on solve number 3. You can see after he got that second 6, he was pretty disappointed. Let's see if he can pull out a better single here. Bad lockup. Yeah, you can see him. He's just resigned in the back of the chair. 983. Yeah, that's not it. It's not it. Oh yeah, 983 plus 2 it looks like too. So that's going to give him 1183 instead. I mean, almost certainly that time is not going to count. Yeah, and nowadays the hardware has improved significantly. There's some custom hardware out there as well that some competitors have been using. But doesn't change the fact that Square One is still a pretty tough event. Not only in terms of number of algs, but also to execute, it's kind of a little bit awkward. It turns in like a not clear way. The first time you pick up a Square One, you don't really know whether or not you can like do certain slices or not, and that definitely makes things tricky. Yeah, and exactly. This tree solve here kind of demonstrates that being off by just a little bit can turn the cube into like a completely different state than you initially expected it to be in. And yeah, that can really unfortunately mess up the solve. Yeah, very, very unlucky. He's ended up with a 43 now. All right, Caleb Kearney on the other side, 1986. And if you all are tired of hearing my voice, it's because I'm the only commentator right now. I believe Vishwa is competing. And Preetham is running what we like to call the war room in the back, just sitting on production. I think Chai is also running the competition right now. So it's me and you, folks. Hopefully I've stopped peaking as well now that I've lowered my gain. All right, let's watch Ethan Ye on the other side now. I'm not sure if we've seen any other solves from him, or if he's like, sorry, by that, I'm not sure if he's solved off stream, but we only have 785. And actually, looking at the scorecard, yeah, this is actually his second solve. Not too surprising since he was competing clock earlier. Yeah, it looks like he ended up with like yeah, that's no good. 1348. Looks like on that PBL he just had something that was like really, really long. So yeah, that is not good. He started off pretty decently with a 7, but to get 13 is not good. He likely will not be counting that time, as we watch this competitor get a 25. On the other side, we got Kate Graham. Square One, definitely not one of her main events. Much more of a fan of Big Cubes, as you all heard earlier. All right, well, I don't think we're going to be seeing much of her, because now we got Max back on a, but he may describe as a mediocre average. What can he do here? Can he razzle dazzle us a little bit on this Saturday afternoon in San Diego? 5 is 68. I mean, he looks like he kind of paused there quite a lot, and just based on his reaction, not something he's particularly, not a solve he's particularly fond of. You can see the BPA, WPA have populated now. 639 is his best possible average. He can only get that if he manages to get a solve better than 6.21, which is certainly very possible. He is of that caliber of a competitor to be able to do that. Because I see Fubuki on the desk now, that means Ethan Ye is back up to compete. His camera angle is very interesting because it doesn't cover the table at all. I don't know how he expects that this is going to get any of him solving. I think it's kind of silly. It doesn't even have his hands on the timer. In any case, he has it where he wants it. All right, this looks like a pretty easy cube shape. Unfortunately, I know nothing about CSP, so I cannot comment on whether or not it's a good CSP. I mean, that looked like a low slice count, so not bad. Yeah, but it's not quite there on the PBL. 995, so he's gonna count that. Right now he has 9.95 seconds counting because that's in between the best and worst times. But as our production has pointed out, that is indeed a +2 second penalty, which is interesting. I hadn't seen that earlier. That's being that misaligned there. I wonder if he managed to catch that on his little when he was recording. I'm thinking no, but and 680 for Max Yao's final solve, wrapping up a not particularly good average for him, 6.59. That being said, 6.59 still is better than the second best competitor. That is second best competitor at this competition, Calvin Nielsen. His WR24, so that's top 24 in the world average, is 6.67. So it just goes to show that Max has very high standards for himself. He is the world record holder after all, and I'm sure he's looking to kind of improve his distance and just get the best solves he can. Oh no, something appears to have gone wrong for Kate, unfortunately. Done with OBL. Seems like she has a PBL she maybe does not quite recognize. As she's ended up with a 27.17. All right, and here's Vishwa. Off to competing. He has a slightly different color scheme. You'll see a lot of competitors actually replace one of the colors on the Square One for black because black has better contrast against the traditional colors of white and yellow. Oh man, this is a rough round. Looks like only Ethan started off with a good solve, but everyone else has been kind of struggling. Everyone we've seen at least. It is it is decently late into the day. It is currently 4:13 p.m. in San Diego, California. He is, yeah, he's using the Bumblebee colors. Indeed. Indeed. So he's taking his puzzle back. He's headed back towards the booth. So Kate had one more. She had that weird 27 earlier. She's going to hopefully make that not count. And just as a check on the schedule, everyone, after this, we are going to have a short break, just so that all of the organizational staff and everyone can kind of catch their breath a little bit, regroup as we enter into the final block of the day. During that session, we are going to have Mega Minx, Group 1. That's going to be fun. I love Mega Minx. There's some good stuff to talk about there. Then we are going to do 6x6 and 7x7 finals, where you will see people such as Kate Graham. And, of course, Max Park can always set the world record. And after that, we will have one-handed groups 3 and 4, and that will wrap us up for the day. So one more group of square one, and then we're going to enter the final block of the day. Hope you all have been entertained so far. The stream has been going on for quite a while. But, you know, that's kind of what it is. Western Championships, we got all the events here across 3 days of competing, multiple rounds of everything. So, yeah, it is a pretty long day. All right. I'm going to break a little bit because during the during this second group, we're going to be doing a little bit of an interview going on. So I'm just going to wrangle all my folks together, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Yo, what is good? Welcome back to the Western Championships here,
Hello.
brought to you by West Coast Cubing and SpeedCubeShop,
Yes.
and presented by Cubers Live. So, Michael Chai, how do you think this competition's gone? This is the first competition that is brought to you by SpeedCubeShop under the new deal. What is this new deal that's going on?
Yeah, so we're basically working on, we secured a deal with SpeedCubeShop to have basically a stronger collaboration in all of our competitions. So they'll be sponsoring the majority of our competitions, and there's going to be some perks is what I'll call it, in a sense of being able to have a stronger working relationship. I think that it is a big direction for U.S. sub-ROs. There's a limited capacity to what we can do. But one of the things that we can do is work closer with the retailers that we have at our disposal, because they love working with cubers, right? So, and they want to put their name out there. So I think is a mutual benefit to both of us.
Yeah, so one of the things that I've really loved about West Coast Cubing for the most part is just kind of the innovation. I mean, you're one of the first people to really get live streaming, like really going with Cubers Live. And also now you've kind of pioneered in a new way where it's like, hey, an RO can actually go out and just get a sponsorship deal with a company. Like, if you're looking at other ROs and other leaders and stuff, it seems like West Coast Cubing is kind of pioneering the path. But what advice would you give to other people who are kind of like in charge of other ROs and sub ROs? Like, what do you kind of envision, that like those kind of people, like, what do you think they should kind of do, and that sort of thing going forward?
I think the best piece of advice that I can give for people that are dealing with sub-ROs in general or wanting to do things in the space of cubing is to just do it. A lot of the times people spend a lot of extra time trying to figure out all the minor details and all the nooks and crannies of what it means to do something and all the side effects, right? For me, sometimes it's a flaw, but I tend to just do things and figure out the consequences later. Perfect is the enemy of good, right? You want something to kind of show up instead of nothing. A lot of the times people will want to make a decision, want to do something, think about what are the repercussions, and never do the idea they set to do. Like Mark Zuckerberg, right? He didn't create Facebook thinking that he was going to connect the world, right? It turned into that. But it's not like that's his 18-year-old dream, right? You have to do something. You have to start with something, and you'll become inspired to do new things. Unfortunately, usually what happens is people think too much about the side effects.
Yeah. So you not only started West Coast Cubing for the most part, along with some other people, but also you're now one of the board of directors on the board of the World Cube Association. So can you kind of describe some of your experience with that, and then also how do you kind of like use that mentality using like for the board of directors where it's like, hey, let's just start doing stuff, something that I think historically in the past people have maybe critiqued the board for, maybe like, oh, people always kind of make fun of, oh, WCA is so slow on this.
Yeah.
There's some people that talk about that. So do you think you're bringing that new fresh mentality to like even just the WCA as a whole?
I definitely think I am. I also think that the board is a lot different than it used to be before as a whole, right? And we're a lot more, we work together a lot better to come to some, very important decisions a lot quicker, right? The WCA is an extremely large organization, thousands of competitions that you have to oversee and like have to deal with, right? And there's a lot of volunteers and staff members in the WCA. So working in the board of directors, it's not just one person, right? As far as like a sub-RO is concerned, it could be one person, but the board is a board. It's going to be a collective of people. We have to have the conversation, discussion. I would say overall as a whole, I would like to believe that I do very much so bring myself into that sort of conversation, being that I want to just see certain things, just try it out, like try things, right?
Yeah.
And that's where it's good to have positive dialogue and to be able to hear other people's opinions, right? Because a lot of the times, even the dialogue is missing.
Yeah, one of those kind of like risk it all type moments we kind of saw a couple weeks ago with NA All-Stars, where it's like, hey, let's just try this. Let's go to the Mall of America. There's going to be noisy. There's going to be a lot random people there. it's going to be expensive, but, let's just risk it all. And
Mhm.
what do you think kind of was the result of that, where we kind of had, like, a little bit of, like, let's just kind of see what happens?
Like, as much as I want to take credit for it, right? Ultimately, at the end of the day, all the credit in the world goes to Midwest Cubing Association and Lisa Kukala and Carter Kukala for even, like, having the wherewithal to try something like that, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's not like it wasn't the first time that All-Stars happened, because it happened in Canada, but not at that scale and not in that sort of project, not in that environment. So it was very innovative. And that's exactly what I think is an example of let's try something new and kind of see what happens later. Like, if they were so worried about what the feedback of All-Stars would be, it would have never come to be. And obviously, I think most people really loved it. There's going to be people that didn't enjoy certain aspects of it, right? And, I don't even know if people knew this watching from home. We had hecklers. We had hecklers in the venue, which is like the first I've ever experienced that to some scale. But it's just new and interesting, right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, that is a perfect example of just trying something, but it was done almost to perfection.
Yeah, and the thing that's kind of shocking is, like, how well, like, organized it was too.
Yeah.
Like, there was everything. It was so nice to being like 3x3 only. Like, everything just kind of ran on time, and I hope for something like Rubik's and stuff. Like, what do you guys think for as like a proof of concept for like more sponsorships and things going forward? Like, what do you think of that kind of format and as like the WCA as a whole? Is that something that WCA might be wanting to move more into? Or is it something where it's like, hey, we're still kind of just experimenting with this?
Yeah, so pretty much I actually think it's going to be worth it to like cut this up at some point and bring it out as like a piece of advice. But at some point, we got to understand that if we want people to support what we do, we need to have a portfolio to show them. We need to show them this is who we are, this is what we do. In fact, that's exactly what Cube Camps does. This is what we are, this is what we do, right? And in my approach to this is we haven't been able to grow our broadcast sector in the grassroots space until I would say the last year, with no thanks to like obviously thanks to you, right? But what is really important for us to really work with those organizations, can we lock in a viewer in the first 3 seconds?
Yeah.
And if you can lock in a viewer in the first 3 seconds, it doesn't matter what, right? And I could argue like whether or not we're there for this comp, and I don't think we're there. But we're trying to get to that space. Can you lock in people's eyes for the first 3 seconds? And if you can, we have a shot. We have a shot in like really, really having people and big players join us in the cubing community.
Yeah, totally. Obviously today, this just kind of in general, like cubing in the media, but it was just happening on like ESPN, the Ocho and stuff
Right,
too.
yeah.
Where it's like people are taking notice of cubing, and it's really cool to see cubing kind of make it into more of that mainstream, and hopefully it gets more into like capturing people's attention in those first 3 seconds. And yeah, totally. So kind of on that All-Stars note, is there anything like, obviously we got Worlds in Seattle, and people have talked about like, oh, when's the next All-Stars going to be? Is that something that you think that like West Coast Cubing would be interested in doing? Like, what's your guys' kind of plans, like knowing now, like,
Yeah. So to clarify, like I think All-Stars as a format is here to stay.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that it has to be executed under certain circumstances. So like for example, like the obvious answer to why a lot of people register for that specific competition is because they were going to go to NAC.
Right.
Right. And then you're gonna need to create some incentive if you're gonna do it in the random months of November, right? To just have it. And I'm not saying you can't do it.
Right.
But I'm saying there are gonna be some other complications. So like the obvious answer is we do the same thing next year as we did this year and have an event like All-Stars right before Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that there is a lot of interest from cubers as well as organizations to deal with it. Of course, West Coast Cubing would love to see it. I do think that very similar, if you're familiar with WCA Newcomer Month, how there was an entire month dedicated to newcomers in terms of like advertisement, how competitions were ran. It should be done again, but it should be done with refinement and made better. Right? And the All-Stars, I think it can be made better, right?
Yeah.
And we don't really know exactly what that looks like, but it has to be done again. I don't think it should be ran exactly the same way. But in that environment, like the Mall of America, I'm going to be honest, in the States, it's pretty hard to find that exact environment. The Mall of America is a great spot to do it.
Right, 100%. And I guess kind of like going forward, like we're kind of at like this cool spot for cubing where it's like, hey, we just kind of realized like, yo, this stuff like kind of worked. Like it was cool from just like, I remember like doing an instant replay on like T-Mon's 392 and like while the replay was going on, I like look up and there's just like crowds of people everywhere and people cheering and stuff. Dylan Miller even talked about how he like went to get lunch and like basically two people just randomly stopped and like, dude, like those were amazing solves you were doing. And it's just like, wait a moment, like non-cubers are actually kind of interested in this when it's presented in like a very digestible format of like, you know, we just got like the fastest people here. It's like actually entertaining to people. And it's cool to see that. Where do you see like in just regards to like, you know, cubing growing in terms of viewership, in terms of like non-cubers getting into the sport? Where do you think cubing's going to go in like these next like couple of years here?
So I do have I don't want it to like get taken out of context because people assumes everything I say might be, you know, part of the board's vision.
Okay,
but what I will say is that in my humble opinion, I believe cubing is going to be absolutely like something big is going to happen in cubing in the next 2 years. Like I just feel it in my spidey senses. Like 2025, 2026 is going to be a big year for cubing in general. You can even tell, like even outside of the WCA, like these professional cubers, dude, they are crazy. Like they are like Timon's traveling full time, like and just having a great time. And you know, obviously he has his whole mission with like trying to, you know, win worlds and be the best cuber in the world for sure, stuff like that. But you can sort of see everything kind of come together, like how the WCA has grown and become what it is today, how the professional cubers have really grown and developed.
Yeah.
And 2025, 2026 is definitely going to be, I think it's going to be game-changing. Like, I think that's the timeline we have currently for the WCA for, like, something to pop off. You know, in my opinion. Like, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, totally. Something that kind of intrigues me a little bit is like, what is kind of, you know, you think the story going into Worlds, this upcoming World Championships? Like, what do you think, like, the main theme is? Because I know you've talked about a couple times how, like, you know, Felix kind of had his story. Max kind of just finished his story where he, like, won Worlds 2023. What's the World story going into 2025?
Right, and to essentially to recap a little bit. So Felix, you know, his career is decorated, and he has his story on how his cubing career has gone. And he's on the, I wouldn't call it the last chapter, but it's the new chapter of his cubing career where he's kind of taken on that cube camp, like figuring out where his cubing life fits in his adulthood, right? And Max's story, for me personally, was extremely emotional to sort of witness in person. Because in 2019, he was the odds-on favorite to win 3x3, and he dominated like all the events. That was essentially how the Netflix documentary like came to be. And just showing all the emotional, and he lost, right? Showing all the emotional connection that happened in that competition. And then, you know, Worlds 2021 didn't happen, and Worlds 2023 rolls around, and in that last year, there's this up-and-coming cuber in China. His name is Yiheng Wang, right? Looking to take over, essentially, like. Felix took over instantly. Max, he took over when he was like this tall, right? And this is the same thing that's about to happen. And Max and Yiheng, they go, and on Yiheng's last solve, was not able to secure the victory, and he loses by 0.01 seconds, and Max gets to redeem his 2019 loss. That is a script. That is that is the Cinderella tale, the storybook ending, right? Like, you couldn't have written it any better. There's a world where maybe, like, you know, if Max repeats, that's awesome, right? But at the end of the day, sometimes you need a little bit of that failure to kind of really enjoy that success, and I love that. And Timon, the problem is with Timon, he's right in the middle between where Max and Yiheng are, like, kind of transitioning. And while Max was dominating, Timon was coming up. And then Yiheng just comes out of nowhere. Right? And now Timon is he's on the clock to try and win the World Championship and really be crowned officially the best cuber in the world. Of course, he's had world records, right? Like of course he has. But that elusive title, right? In the history books, Timon Kolosinski. That's what I'm interested in seeing. And if that's his story, he's able to
to secure it
and win one for the boys, right?
Yeah. See, My question is then to you, because you're talking about how, you know, he has world records and stuff, but he doesn't have that world championship.
Yeah.
So to you, and do you think for kind of just cubers going forward, I know Matty Oroto Inaba has talked about this, how like when you started out with just golf originally, everyone's like, oh, let's just get the lowest amount of, you know, shots on this course or whatever. But then people started realizing like, all right, now it's like we got to the point where it's physically impossible. Now it's like in Masters and golf, it's like whoever can win in those same conditions against each other, against those kind of like in cubing same scrambles against each other, that's the best thing, which is kind of like, you know, a championship, like a world championship. Do you think it's like, you personally, like right now, do you think it's more beneficial to have a world championship for your resume, like in your legacy, than a world record? And do you think it's going to be more coveted going forward too?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have different opinions about this, but I have a very strong opinion that championship wins are going to be what's most important. People just can't see it yet because technically speaking, the world records are, I wouldn't say breakable,
Yeah.
but you could envision someone breaking 436 or 439, what was it? Yeah, you could envision someone breaking 313 at this stage. There's going to be a point where, you know, Maddie mentions, there's at some point you're going to hit a round of golf where you're like 13 under par, and
Yeah.
it's not even world record, and it's never going to be the best round ever. Because at that point, anyone has the skill set to do what they need to do.
Right.
It's just a matter of who has the best state in that day.
Yeah.
And I think that combines the physical skill set with the mental skill set, which is crucial to crown the champion, the best cuber in the world. Right, Max Park got his reputation for being so cool, calm, and collected, and being super consistent, and he has very low variance. And I just think that's the thing that's most interesting to me. And if you tell me I'm a back-to-back world champion, to me at that point, that means more than I've won world record.
Yeah.
It's so competitive at some point. Like, these new kids are going to have a really tough time breaking world records, you know? It's going to be too fast.
Right. Yeah. Something that it's kind of interesting is I know I don't know like how much like control people have over like certain things, but like some things where I've noticed like major championships that are like kind of in these convention center buildings and stuff, and they were first I heard they started like in hotel rooms and stuff, and they moved to convention centers.
Yeah.
And now they're getting bigger and bigger, and now we're kind of looking at like, hey, it's a little more spectator friendly.
Yeah.
And Mayuro Naba's talked about like, hey, we want them in like maybe like he's like, I could be cool to have them more in auditoriums like World's 2019.
Right.
And stuff.
Yeah.
Do you see like a world like? Do you think cubing's gonna become built more for the spectator than for the competitor in a way?
I think absolutely. The only problem is you have to connect. How are you going to get people who are not cubers to buy a physical ticket to watch a live event? Now, of course you can, but that's going to involve, to me, that's going to involve a lot of in-person like marketing. So like basically these local competitions are that marketing. Like this is where the grassroots is and what the real community is. And then you have to combine that with some amazing digital marketing. Like, you gotta have a way to show, how do I get Joe Schmo from Oklahoma to buy a ticket to travel to Kentucky for an event that's held inside an auditorium?
Yeah.
I would have to have a very enticing argument. Or if you provide like the best stream in the world, you know, then you have another way of getting people engaged in it and wanting to go in person. It's gonna involve word of mouth PR and digital marketing with our portfolios, or else you're never gonna get there, really.
Yeah, totally. Do you think the landscape of cubing as it is, like, I mean, now you have SES like joining deals with West Coast Cubing and stuff. Do you see people kind of getting more into like those major events and stuff?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just begging. It's just begging to be unlocked at this point, and it's not a matter of like who does it first. It's a matter of who's going to be the vision? Who's going to be the first person to be willing to make mistakes?
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to like really try something new in that space and want to, you know, like I'll give you a classic example. You were not scared. I will give you credit. 10 times out of 10, you were not scared to bring in the top-down cameras because you knew the vision. The vision was you need to be able to see everything. You need to be able to see your solution. If you have a front-facing camera, you can't see the solution and you can't understand the solution the same way if you go top-down, right? And of course, there are some drawbacks. Like, you can't necessarily see the time while you're on the GoPro, but you can work around that. But then if you always had that mindset, you wouldn't have done the GoPro in the first place.
Right.
And then, of course, like, I'm sure you would say this, that, like, not everyone was on board with them at first.
Yeah.
But it's unequivocally the direction that it's headed towards.
Yeah.
That's the type of people that we need. Be okay making mistakes and be okay, like, honestly not presenting the best thing possible, right?
Yeah.
Try something. These special events, like more of these all-star events need to happen. More interesting things need to happen. And I think it will.
Yeah, totally. Do you see kind of just like a culture shift in general going on in cubing? I hear people talking about that maybe a little bit, where we're kind of breaking out of our shell a little bit. We're breaking out of our sphere. Do you think cubing's moving into a culture where we're like, hey, maybe we're kind of getting a little more extroverted. Maybe we're getting a little bit more, you know, like entertainment. Like, do you think that's kind of like a culture shift you see cubing going into?
I don't know if I would call it a culture shift. I guess I would say, like, our community has gotten bigger.
Yeah.
So we have more types of people.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I would say, like, we have more types of people that we need to serve. And then that's going to be an interesting situation where if you have a larger pool of people, more people have more opinions.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have to draw which opinions are going to be the ones that are really, really important.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the right opinion is not always the majority one, you know?
This is something that's kind of just intriguing about you in general. People might not know this about you, but you're a Starbucks general manager. Right?
Yes, I am, yeah.
You manage a lot of people for a living. What do you think, just like real quick, what do you think is like the biggest differences you see between managing employees that you pay, and then you kind of have the giant volunteer management side too? Because I kind of noticed, it's probably one of the people I know that best manages people, just because you do it for a living, and then you have to do it here in the World Cube Association, but it's all volunteers. What do you think the main difference is between the two?
Yeah, so in terms of, to answer your question directly, there isn't too many differences in managing in the retail space versus managing in volunteer space, in a sense of my philosophy.
Yeah.
A lot of the times when you have to do management, it's managing people. And when you're managing people, it has nothing to do with the actual task at hand. It has nothing to do with your idea or your vision. The only thing that matters is how do you convince these people that this is in their best interest.
Yeah.
Right? And how do you inspire them to want to listen to you? And that's really the key, right? And that goes for volunteer versus going for payment too. And sometimes the money is what's inspirational, but if you've been in management and you pay people, it doesn't inspire them anymore. Sometimes they're lazier than people that are volunteer. Like, only people that manage people know that.
Yeah.
And then the other thing about cubing is that a lot of people don't realize that. I think a lot of people view, like, cubers in adulthood, like, they're in decent situations. Like, a lot of them are actually software engineers, but they don't have that managerial skill. And that's something that I'm really, really strong and passionate about. You got to understand how to connect with people in a different way. And sometimes that means, like, being very approachable. Sometimes that means being very direct. At the end of the day, all it means is how do you inspire people to want to believe in your vision.
Yeah, totally. And I think for everyone listening at home, I think the biggest inspiration you can take from this all is kind of just do the thing that you want to do, and don't really worry about the reaction. Don't worry about the consequences, you know, initially, like, off the bat, and, like, try something, you know?
Yeah.
You know, if you think it's a good idea in, you know, the cubing space, if you have an idea for your next competition you're organizing, if you have an idea, you know, there's resources available and stuff for that. And I think, you know, maybe it won't work at first, but it could be something, you know, that ends up becoming, like, something that greatly changes the community over time. So, yeah. Thank you, Michael, for coming on, and hopefully you guys feel inspired by this inspirational man here.
All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you. And also thank you for being here. Appreciate it, Matthew.
Yeah, 100%.
Awesome.
All right.
And we're back. So we had a bit of an intermission where we were just chilling, taking a break, and now we are on to Megaminx. I think round 1, Group 2 is happening.
No, it's currently Group 1, but
Group
I
one.
think
But Group 2 is
we're
happening in a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think you're actually competing in Group 2.
Yeah, I'm in Group 2.
So,
we'll
the
see
second that
myself.
happens, you probably have to get up and bounce. But
Yeah, I don't know if I'm on stream, but let's see who we have as our top players.
yeah, Megaminx, one of those fun events. I think similar to like 4 and 5 in terms of time.
It's in between.
It's nice because I feel like there's a lot of really fast events. 3 square, 1 clock, all of those pure minx.
And now we get
all
an
the
event
events
with
that-
like a medium speed.
Yeah, exactly. So 4, 5, and Megaminx are all in that range. I feel.
Yeah. So
fun to watch and quite different from other events, like the basic cube events, like 3x3 and 4x4. This is going to be a little different because it is, I mean, as I'm sure you know, a dodecahedron. Is that the shape?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we're also going to see in the next group Nico, who has a 35 average, and in the third group we'll see Kyungmin Choi, who has a 30.39 average, which is 10th in the world.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. So, we're getting started, or rather not really getting started, but getting finished with Group 1. Just watching this last solve. While Manu is back on the stream, having just competed.
Yeah.
So tell me a bit about those solves. I guess you.
Oh,
can
my solves are awful.
Theoretically, talk about them. I mean, not about the solves, but about how you did.
Oh yeah, I did terribly.
Yeah.
So bad. I counted 109, 112, 112. It is a terrible average for me. Yeah, it just feels bad. Just bad. Need to be better.
Megaminx, not exactly your main event, I think.
It's one of my mains.
It is?
I like
Okay,
Megaminx.
never mind.
Yeah. I suck. Like I should get like 105 average, so it's
Yeah.
quite awful. But it is what it is. I'm more excited of the slate of fantastic Megaminx solvers we have
Yeah.
yet to see.
Michael.
Yeah, Mr. Michael Chai, he's in the next group as well.
Michael and Ruby, two of our like main delegates, I'd say, from
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Ruby from the San Diego region, and then
Yeah.
Michael, just our classic WCC representative.
Yeah, most certainly. That's gonna be really fun. Of course.
Speaking of Megaminx, I like your hoodie.
Yeah, so yeah, this is from Euros. This is a really fun hoodie. You could customize your hoodies at Euros. If you saw Taj on the stream earlier, she has like one of those like customized shirts. Basically, they like let us. They had like they were like basically pressing these at the competition.
Wow.
So they had like the little sheets with like the various different designs that you could get on. This was one of the designs, and then on the shoulder I got the U.S. flag. Yeah, you can see it right here.
Oh, that shoulder.
Yeah.
You're pointing to
oh,
it.
I see, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you could get a bunch of different designs. That was really cool. You could customize it. Yeah. So it was fun. The reason why they have it like this, by the way, everyone was confused. They're like, 3x3 is like the main event. Why did you put a Megaminx? This like structure that they have is like in the shape of a fort. This fort exists. So that fort exists in Pamplona, and it is in the shape of like this pentagon. And so it was a perfect place to put a Megaminx because it's one of the official events, and a fantastic puzzle, by the way.
Yeah. But sounds like you didn't do too well.
No, I did too. Yeah.
Are there any other events that you're competing in today that you're kind of excited about?
There is one-handed.
OH. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll compete in that. I have no expectations for one-handed, which means that it could go, like it can't really go badly, like because it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like Megaminx.
No, I cared about Megaminx and I did horribly.
Maybe you shouldn't care.
I think it's fine. Next, I have literally another competition in 4 days that has Megaminx. Oh, yeah, in 4 days that has Megaminx. Then next week I'm going to a competition in Chicago that has Megaminx as well. So it's all good.
You're traveling a lot.
I am traveling a lot.
And a competition in 4 days, that would mean like
It's
a
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday competition?
It's Wednesday night going into Thursday.
Interesting.
South
I've
Bay
never-
South Bay weeknight, number 4.
Never heard of weeknight competitions, but that is
No,
pretty
no,
cool.
they're
I like
they're
them.
big.
I like the idea of that.
So I'll tell you what, the weeknight competition has become much more popular recently. Not only has South Bay been doing them, we've had 4 of them this year. Berkeley did a weekday competition as well that just had 3x3, OH, and 3 blind.
Is that part of the South Bay weeknight, or is that
No, that was
different?
that Berkeley one was completely
Okay.
separate. San Diego did one,
Oh,
and Ohio is going crazy with them.
okay.
They have them way too often, in my opinion.
Okay.
And Bolivia, or sorry, Colombia. Colombia has an insane number of competitions because they hold FMC every week.
Dang.
It's
They're-
absolutely
the delegate
absurd.
there must love FMC.
I think a lot of them just really like FMC.
Yeah.
And they hold them a lot. If you look at the number of, if you look at like the world ranking of people who have competed in the most competitions this year, I think the top 3 are Colombian.
That's cool.
It's kind of absurd.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the weeknight comp is kind of nice because instead of having like a full day where you have to like do all these events,
Yeah.
you just kind of get together with some people after hours, and yeah, you just close out the day by doing some cubing.
Yeah.
And it's kind of
Cubing
nice.
After dark.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because one of the things is that because there are less people who are going to show up because people have like dance recital or work or something.
It's a tighter group, I assume.
Yeah, it's a little bit tighter. The other thing that you can do is you can actually make the events a lot easier. Like you can make the cutoffs and stuff easier.
Yeah.
So one thing that we did, well, not we, one thing that they did for the upcoming South Bay competition is the Megaminx time limit is actually a cumulative time limit of 20 minutes.
Oh.
So you have 20
wow.
minutes to do all 5 of your solves. As long as the combined time is less than 20 minutes, you're good to go. That means that you could do one solve that takes 10 minutes and still get an official result.
I guess.
You get a single, but
single,
you
right,
at least
right.
you get something that goes into the
I mean,
database.
You could theoretically have a solve that takes 20 minutes
Yeah.
to get a result.
Yeah, exactly,
okay,
exactly.
yeah.
So it's just it's an opportunity to get more people into the database with the results, which I think is cool.
That's cool.
That's
a good way to get newcomers in. We see Vishwa and Chai now
Yeah.
sitting next to each other, having a bit of a friendly competition, friendly talk.
Oh, they're setting up a race.
Yeah, they're setting
setting up a race.
They're setting something up, so I'm excited.
All right, who do you all think is gonna win in the chat? Vishwa Sankar or on the other side, Michael Chai?
Yeah.
Put it in. I actually think this is
Put
gonna
in
be
your money.
kind of tight because Chai has Vishwa has the better official result. So, and Chai has not been practicing as much
But
recently.
Chai did say that he is Chai is a veteran.
Yeah,
He's
true.
a Megaminx. He's been doing Megaminx.
He's been around the block, you could
Yeah.
say. All right,
Right.
Megaminx is such
They
a great
started
puzzle.
Pretty much head and neck and neck.
Well, I think it's because they
decided to.
They decided to.
Yeah.
I think they counted down 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
So one thing that's going to be a bit different to compare because Chai is a green star solver, same as what he started off with 3x3 green cross, and Vishwa started off with a white. So because of that, they're going to be in completely different stages, and they're going to have completely different solutions.
Yeah. They do seem to be using the exact same Megaminx though.
No, I don't think so.
Never
So
mind,
Chai's
never
using the
mind.
GAN Mega,
Yeah.
which I think is like the best
same
Megaminx.
colors.
It's very expensive, but it's good. And I think Vishwa is using the YJ.
Yeah.
Vishwa finished first. It looks like they actually both got a 46, 46, 20 for
Wow.
Vishwa, and 46, 69.
So
That was tight.
Vishwa getting the first out of that too. Bit of friendly competition. You can see it's all smiles.
Yeah.
Although
That's
one
good.
of them is going to be losing their house and will have to put down a second mortgage. So that
Stakes are
is-
real.
Yeah.
Stuff just
pretty
got
bad.
real.
Anyways, I know that Michael was talking about having a friendly
No,
competition
that's
with
good.
Ruby as well.
No, that's a really good solve actually because
Oh, yeah?
yeah, no, that's really good for him. Because so Ruby and Chai are competing. Ruby having a 47 official average, Chai having
Yeah.
a 45. That 45 is really old. But recently both of them are more like low 50 solvers. So they're like trying to go at it, but
Yeah.
Chai's like starting off with a 46 is strong.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I mean, even like in the days where he was like 45 average, that's a strong start. And not too bad from Vishwa either.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Nico Harper. He's one of my friends. As you can see from the blue shirt, he's one of the staff. He is a great Megaminx solver. He's the top 50 in the world with a 3558 official average. He made Megaminx finals at North American Championship, ending up, I think he got 6th in that competition. Pretty good, right?
Yeah. Definitely going to have a better result than that given the competition he has here today. He's in the top 3, specifically top 2 at this competition.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to kind of be knocked out of that top 3 spot. I think he's almost certainly going to lock up a podium.
Yep. But again, anything can happen.
Yeah, kind of anything can happen. He's going into that PLL 41. Actually, not a fantastic start.
Yep.
He would have wanted a sub 40 to start things off.
But definitely enough to get him into the finals. And again, anything can happen. That could even be his worst solve.
Yeah.
So it might not
Oh yeah,
even
yeah.
count.
I mean, yeah. It's very very possible. And yeah, he's a good competitor. He's a good competitor. He's very very good at Megaminx in particular.
Yep. And it looks like we have Vishwa coming back up onto the stream.
Yeah, on the other side.
On the other side. So
did you all chat a little bit about like Megaminx methods and kind of how like Megaminx works?
We were talking about pretty much everything besides Megaminx until you showed up.
Okay, so I'm just the nerd now, huh?
So you could tell us a bit about Megaminx. It's basically like 3x3. We were talking more so about the times. I'd say Megaminx it fits into that category somewhere in between like 4x4 and 5x5 in terms of how long it takes to solve.
Yeah, totally. And I think that makes it one of the most interesting. I think it's like one of the most interesting events because you can really see the Megaminx come together.
Yeah.
The other thing that you'll see, especially once Kyungmin gets onto the stream, is it's a very creative puzzle. You don't have to solve it in the same order every single time.
Exactly.
Because there are so many pieces, you can do things out of order, and it might actually be optimal to do that. So sometimes you'll see that people have like a general flow, but they may skip a step here and there because they see something like a really easy insert that's going to save a bunch of moves later.
That's true, because unlike events like 4x4 and 5x5, where what you're doing is just scaling up the number of pieces, but the method pretty much remains the same, Megaminx is a very different method, which allows us to segue kind of into what you wanted to talk about, Manu, which is the Megaminx method.
Yeah. So as you just saw from Vishwa there, the way that the Megaminx method kind of works, it is similar to a 3x3. What you do is that you're going to build the first 2 layers of the Megaminx first. That's going to be star and then the 5 F2L slots around it. Then you're going to do this step called S2L. S2L is the most unique part of Megaminx. It involves building the entire second layer and leaving just that last layer unsolved. The way that that's done nowadays is almost entirely done using one method. It is called the Westland method. It is a block building method. You basically solve one color, one of your side colors first, and then you rotate either east or west. If you go west, it's Westland. If you go east, it's something called Eastland. This is like something that the kids are inventing these days. Basically, you pick a direction and you basically block build around in that direction until you get to the last layer. What you will see when you get to the last layer is most people are going to do a couple of pieces and then they're going to pause. That pause is going to be for recognition of PLL. So Megaminx is also broken up into OLL and PLL. Most competitors do not know full OLL. There are a lot of OLLs. I don't even... I
know how many.
At some point I knew how many, but it is hundreds of OLLs. There are 151 PLLs. The only reason I know that is because it's the same as the number of first-gen Pokemon. So you'll watch Nico, who knows full PLL. He's going to pause as he finishes up his last phase here. It's on to OLL now. Wow, that was an OLL he knew. And so there's that big pause. He's trying to recognize all of the pieces that go into PLL. Unfortunately, he misrecognized it, so he has to redo a PLL. He's going to get a 41 here.
Yeah.
Oh, 40.
Another 40-plus second solve.
I mean, he should have gotten a 36.
Yeah, I think it's a little better. It is a little better than his previous solve, which was a 41. So that 40 is going to be counting, but, you know, maybe you can get something a bit faster. I think this is Michael's second solve, it looks like.
I think so as well.
So we'll see if he can beat that 50 that Vishwa got. I think he has a good shot of it.
Yeah, I mean, based on his first solve, he does have a good chance of it.
And he has supposedly been practicing.
Yeah,
So
no,
we'll see how it
he's
goes.
definitely been practicing a lot more now that Ruby has challenged him. So
Yeah. And again, 2 houses on the line.
yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. So there's a very interesting trade-off right now in Megaminx, in like you want to call it the meta, if you will, between kind of like turn speed and efficiency. Obviously, the best is to do both, but most people are not good at doing both. the North American champion, Nicholas Nyang, he is notorious for turning very slowly but has extremely efficient solutions. He doesn't do a lot of unnecessary moves. Chai is more of an efficient solver. He's not necessarily turning extremely quickly here, even though his turning is looking really, really smooth. As he knew that OLL, he's doing some recognition. Look, I think what he did is he's actually did a 2-look, so it's not that he misrecognized it.
Yeah.
Although that corner solution did not look good.
I'm going to get a little bit over Vishwa's solve right there, which is unfortunate. Again, losing out by just about a second or two.
Yeah.
Very unlucky. As we go back to Vishwa.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, even in this view, Vishwa is turning a lot faster. And, you know, the TPS is like kind of it's a game of like both efficiency and turn speed. You need to have a good efficient solution so you can reduce the number of moves you need to make. But you also need to be able to turn fast because, you know, if you have a 10-move solution and you execute at 1 move a second, you're going to 10-second solve. But someone who executes at two moves per second is going to get a 5-second solve.
Yep.
So that's like the trade-off that we have here. And yeah, at the top level, it's really interesting. People are really split. Nicholas Nyang is a slow turner. Whereas if you look at Timofey Tarasenko, he's like a very, very fast turner. He has some insane solutions that don't make any sense, that are very clearly inefficient, but he'll still do them, and then he will still break the European record.
I mean, speed makes up for everything.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent.
Well, as long as it's not completely inefficient, just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, Timofey is just, I think Timofey is an outlier. I think the kid is insane, but, you know.
Yeah. Vishwa currently beating Chai, but he did end up there with a 54-second solve. So who knows if Chai could take him on there. I think 54 seconds to not beat that would be a little rough.
Yeah,
for
I think
Chai.
I think he
Chai
could
has
probably do
a
that.
really good shot.
Yeah,
that,
I think so.
As long as he doesn't choke. But you know what they say, alliteration is the only rule that matters in Chai and choke are they both start with C.
That's
so
a good point.
CH. So
it almost writes itself.
Yep.
So 2-look OLL into PLL. Hopefully not a misrecognition
And
this time. Yeah, he got it.
Did get it with the 34. So that's something that we would expect more from Nico.
Yeah, much better. Much better solve.
Yep. So one or two more of those, and should be good to go.
Yeah, looks like we
just lost both of his solves.
Okay, that's okay. We know he has a 41 and a 40.
35 and a 40.08.
That sounds right.
Yep. So if you want to get those back up, and
all right, as Vishwa sits back down into the seat, Vishwa started off with a 46, then got a 50, and then 56. Hoping that he does not count the 56. I mean, he's a 44. He has 44 PR average, so you know he's looking for a sub 50s.
Yeah. Which I think he should have a pretty good shot of getting.
Yeah.
Especially with that first solve.
Yeah, being that 46. Yeah.
Pretty rough.
If he could count that 46, that'd be good. But the 46 also allows him to count like a 48, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
So. Yeah, he's looking decent in this solution. I feel like he's pausing a little bit more than he was in the previous ones.
Right, but
yeah, doing a lot of moves
very
also.
Efficient. I mean, he is definitely going to get a low 40, it seems.
That's a good out.
43, and I think that
43 is good.
Not particularly his best time, but it is definitely better than his PR average. So.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, he's going to count the 46 from earlier, so that's good.
And on the other side, we see Michael now at the 20.
Ooh, that was a pretty big pause to try and recognize what was going on there. Just finding out. Yeah, no, this one is not nearly as good of a good solve as.
Finishing up his last face on that second 2 layers. And that
this is
like
easy PLL. Easy PLL.
42.
Nice.
That is his best solve for today.
Yeah, that was good.
Better than his
that was good.
Average.
Yeah, good comeback in last layer.
So it seems like he's doing quite good, barring that 50-second solve.
Yeah.
54-second
54,
solve.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Good to see. Good to see.
Ruby's
got an uphill battle.
Yeah, because so far he's gotten, what was that, like a 40?
He counted the 46.
46,
so.
and then 42, 43?
He just got a 43.
Memory loss.
He just got a 43.
43, yeah. So, back to Nico.
Yeah, so
Um,
Nico's, I think we lost the times for Nico, but he has a 41, a 40, and a 36.
Yeah, so yeah, he did get
36,
yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
So he's on solve number 4 now. Going on to the last layer. OLL, recognizing PLL, doing some little bit of rotation. Correct
Very good,
recognition,
35,
34.
34, 9-4.
Yeah, basically a 35. Yeah, so good 2 solves from Nico back to back after starting off not super great.
Not super terrible either. It's
Yeah.
the kind of thing where
Yeah, it's
it's,
not bad.
you know, it's not going to destroy your average. We can't see his best and worst possible averages because the display
Because
isn't set up, but
was
I
someone that guy back there in that blue shirt, he lost
Whoa,
him.
I'm wearing a blue shirt too.
Oh, not you. The other guy in the blue shirt. He's trying to hide from the camera right now.
Yeah.
He lost him.
No need to, you know,
To
okay,
rag a little bit.
Yeah, look, for the record, Matthew Marinek, the production team,
The production guy.
the production guy who is
The entire
running
team.
The entire team.
He's the entire team.
Yeah, it's doing so much work. to
Oh,
get
yeah, yeah,
all
yeah.
these graphics up, all of the switching, like every single cut that you see, it's him. So, you know, big shout out to him. Also, big shout out to Vishwa and Chai, 2 other people helping out with the stream
Yeah.
setup, and also both solving right now. So technically not helping out, which is
That's fine, you know. We got to compete too.
like a little SMH. Well, we don't have to. I mean,
We got to
some
compete.
people don't.
They got to compete, dude. They're good, dude. They're good
good.
at this
They
one.
are good. Yeah, that's fair. So tell me about this solve. Give me the
play-by-play. All right, play-by-play it
so
is.
we're on the second 2 layers here.
Yes, we're very solidly into S2L. Vishwa has already finished that that backside that you can see there. He has what looks like his last face now. He was doing quite a bit of pausing and rotating earlier, but I mean this is still going to end up being pretty decent.
Yep.
Probably not quite sub 50, but
I think that was also a 2-look PLL. It seems.
yeah, I think 4-look last layer overall, 51-28.
So not ideal.
Yeah, I mean I feel like it was just the pausing at the beginning that
Yeah, let's
that
see
really
how
kind of ended it here.
Michael can do here.
So actually, funnily
Vishwa's
enough,
looking at his average, I'm not sure what his exact average was.
it is Michael, but it's a different Michael,
Sorry.
Michael Young,
saw
which
that
is funny.
Pink shirt, and I was like, oh, it's
Yeah,
Michael.
I was like, oh, it must be Michael Chai. No, we got Michael Young here.
That's not Kevin.
Not Kevin. Yeah, he is not Kevin indeed. Delegate from Southern California. Good to see that he got some time on the stream.
Yep.
All right, time to move on to Nico Harper. He has 2 mid-30s, and he's also counting a 40 right now. 41 as the worst time. That means his best possible average is going to count 41, 30, 36, and 34. So best possible is going to end up being what, like 37, I think?
I guess so. Yeah. 235s. Could even be lower. A little lower.
Maybe a little bit lower, yeah. And I think he had a bit of a slow start to his F2L. Interestingly, it looks like that, that back slot is not solved. But no, I see. But that was part of his last phase. So we're good there. Finishing that up, going into last layer. Is this one he knows? Yeah, okay, nice. So 1 look that OLL, 1 look PLL, 2 look last layer. 40.6
with the plus 2.
with that plus 2. So that's a
That's gonna be
42.
his worst solve, which
Yep.
does mean he's actually getting his worst possible average. And we see Michael Chai showing us that 2-finger plus 2.
Plus 2, so that means he counted at 36, 40, and 41.
All right. Wiping his hands, getting some of those nerves out. This is his last solve, or fourth solve.
Yeah, hits his 4th.
So, does have a chance to come back and take Vishwa down with the last 3, because Vishwa did end up with
He counted a 51.
and a handful of slower solves towards the end. So
Chai doing delegate duties, that's indeed the case. Good to see a noob in the chat. Chai's pausing a lot more, but I feel like he's still on,
yeah, he's kind of started.
Is it decent pace?
Oh,
It actually is pretty okay
the
pace.
last 2
Last 2 faces were good.
Yeah.
If he can
although
recognize this, then he's got
bit
himself a sub 50.
slow there.
Okay, just
Will
a 2 look.
Oh, does look like he did beat the 51. I don't know what Vishwa's 4th solve was, though.
I've forgotten. We lost the footage.
We
So
lost it's the lost footage, the archives.
yes.
Yeah.
49-37 for Mr. Michael Chai on solve number 4. He's going to count that. He's looking pretty good for... So he counted that. He's going to count the 46 from before. So he's looking on pace to get a sub 50 average. So
Yeah, so I think his best possible right now is about 46, 47.
46 sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Which is a good comeback for him. Like,
Worst possible average would be a bit worse because he has a 54.
oh, he's a 54?
Yeah, wasn't it?
I kind of want to say it was a 52, but I don't really remember, honestly.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, there we go. It was
52.
It was 52.
Yeah,
Okay.
never mind.
Yeah. So
I think who was it? Vishwa got a 50.
Vishwa got a 54. So actually, Chai's locked himself into a sub 50 average. So I mean, this is pretty good result from him.
Yeah.
I think he should be pretty pleased with
happy
this.
With that. I mean,
Yeah.
like you said, he was kind of averaging 50, low
Like
50s.
low 50. Yeah.
So getting a sub 50 average, I mean,
Yeah. No, that's great.
definitely better than his at home.
Look, I rag on him all the time, right? But I think this is actually like quite good.
You know, it proves that Chai is not just a great,
No, he's not washed.
great
he's-
delegate, not just a great person, but also not just a great cuber. Sorry, like
He is a great
stream-
keeper.
He is a great.
Oh,
cuber.
okay. I see. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. We got
Yeah.
there. We got there in
He's-
the end.
Let me pump him up a bit.
Yeah.
you know?
No. I'm
Yeah.
I'm down for it. I think this is good.
Mhm.
I think it's bad news for Ruby though.
Yeah, well,
Because
we
she's
didn't see
also
any-
been.
We did not see any of her solves.
So I think she's in group 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
So the other thing to note is I was in the Airbnb when they were making like the bet. They were trying to figure out like how to actually rank each other. They're gonna do it based on finals placements. So this actually doesn't really matter as long as they both make finals, which I think they should both make finals without too much
Right.
of a problem. But wonder if she's gonna practice a little harder today.
Yeah. Seeing Chai, kind of smoke her.
Well, we don't know. It's not guaranteed he's gonna smoke her. She could still get a 50 average. That'd be pretty good too.
Well,
All right, fair
okay.
enough.
But
But more
I
more
rest my case.
more interestingly, I think in this next group we are going to get one of my favorite cubers of all time, one of my favorite people of all time, Kyungmin Choi. He got 3rd at North American Championships 2 weeks ago. He's an absolutely fantastic Megamix solver. He helped me actually a lot do some commentary preparation. Taught me a lot about just like the current state of Megamix and stuff like that. He's great. So I'm looking forward to see his solves. We are also going to get another Michael on this string, Michael Muthing, who is also from California, although I don't know where, which probably means they're from SoCal. Also top 100 in the world, 38.22 official average. They are ranked 3rd on the psych sheet, actually, so
Yep.
might be cool to
And
get him on.
Lastly, it seems like Max is also in this group. Max Xiao,
Yes.
who is 5th on the psych sheet.
Yeah.
So
The ever talented Max Yao.
So we're gonna be seeing a bit of 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Sorry, yeah, 1st, 3rd, and 5th seeds.
And
That's
we
great.
got number 9 on the stream right now, trying to
Yeah.
close out his guaranteed to be sub 50 average. But if he can get to 47, that would put him 2nd in the results that have been entered so far in our beautiful little live ranking.
Yep. So far we can see Vishwa Shankar in 3rd overall. I mean, we certainly haven't entered all of the rankings
Correct.
yet, but clearly shows that he's got some good times. And if anything, I think that means that Michael with that 48
Is
would
actually
also
this is going to
be
be
in the top
tight.
3.
He should be in the. Is he
I
or is he
think
going to get just worse? Let's see.
Ah.
Let's let the average populate
Yeah.
here. 48.
Whoa,
Oh
wow,
no! So he
yep.
actually got number 2.
Yeah, number 2 with the results that have been entered so far.
That's correct.
Obviously, okay, Nico Harper, obviously number 1.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm sure about that. Kyungmin,
Mini should get number 1 overall.
Yeah.
Because he's just ahead of everyone else.
and then again like Michael, Max. There's just so many amazing keepers.
There's a
who
lot
are
of
out there.
permutations of the competitors that are left.
Yeah.
So it'll be cool to see.
Mhm.
Now I don't have a picture of Michael Muthing, so this might be them. It may also just be a different competitor. It's
Well, it depends because Michael is coming Group 3. I don't know if this is.
No,
from
Group 3 has started because
Group
there's
3
there's
started.
Max Xiao.
Okay. Yeah, and this is a fresh scorecard.
Yeah, this is Michael Muthing. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So yeah, so as you mentioned, 38-second official average.
So
They got some good
look out
TPS
for
here.
Their solves.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely
Um,
one of the favorites to make it into finals and get onto the podium.
Yep. We also have Max on the right. So we should be watching out for their solves. Michael, onto last layer. Just finished.
Ah, interesting. There you go. That's a 39-second solve. And
Yeah.
for those who may
That's a
not
bit interesting. What was that?
at the
PLL?
end there, yeah. So that was not a PLL. That's actually that's like a beginner's method algorithm that you can
Yeah.
use, where you basically take out a corner, do a U, and then put the corner back in using the inverse. So it's basically just a commutator. It's very beginner's method like. If you know the Dan Brown method, it's very similar to that. It is not an actual algorithm. As we see Max Xiao get a 44. That's a good start. It's very interesting because that is like it's like the first thing that you learn when you want to do Megaminx, when you're
Yep.
just permuting the corners around. And so he's really showing off that you don't even need algs, like 4-look last layer algs, to get a time like 39.
Yeah.
That's why algs are not everything, especially when it comes to Megaminx. Megaminx is like completely different puzzle in that regards. There's a lot of ways you can get good at Megaminx without just spamming algs.
Although I would say, I'm pretty sure he does know the Alex, right?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know much about him.
That's fair. I mean, are
Um,
you saying that you can get like a top 100 ranking in the world without knowing?
Obviously,
the
you need to know
last year algs?
you need to know some algs,
Right.
but he's showing that like he got a 39 and he didn't know
Yeah.
and he didn't use
Use the Alex.
he
Yeah.
didn't use that like corner alg,
I just
right?
wonder if maybe for that specific case he looked at it and I was like, yeah, let's
Yeah.
just use the beginner's method. That's like
Yeah,
the
maybe-
most efficient way to
Yeah,
do this.
it may have been. Anyway, enough talk about Michael Muthing. Let's show Kyungmin Choi.
Our #1 seed and certainly the person who is poised to win this.
Kyungmin is a very interesting solving style. He's actually in between. He's like kind of in the middle of the spectrum of efficiency and TPS. He told me a couple weeks ago it depends on the day for him. If he feels like his turning is particularly good, he's gonna try and turn fast. If he feels like it's not that very good, he's gonna be a little bit more efficient in his solutions. Looks like he's combining both worlds right now. He's gonna get the best time we've seen so far. He's gonna get a sub 30, a 29:40. This is why he's ahead of the pack right now. It's just automatic for this
Yeah.
guy.
When you can just knock out a sub 30 like that, and we've seen other people's solves. It's not like there are easy scrambles happening here.
Yeah,
Like,
Megaminx is an interesting puzzle because the scrambles are allowed to be incorrect as
Yeah.
well.
which is interesting actually, because do we even allow that for 5?
5x5 it is recently
Yeah.
allowed, but it is a delegate discretion type thing, and many delegates will choose to scramble 5x5 correctly anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Megaminx is just really interesting because the number of possible states is actually so large. I actually heard from Calvin, so I don't know how true this is, but apparently the number of states that T-Noodle can generate using the Megaminx Scrambler is actually a pretty small fraction of the total. It's not a large
Interesting.
fraction of the total number of states there are.
That is surprising. I wonder why is that?
I don't know. The puzzle is just complex.
Yeah.
As we see, Elijah Brown, fellow Southern California delegate, get a 104. Interesting, because he did an OLL, an OLL that I don't really know. I
A
wonder.
one-look?
Yeah, I think so. I think it looked to me like he one looked it.
So, see Max getting up onto the other side there.
Yeah, this competitor they got a 54.
4.
Good. They got a good puzzle too. The puzzle that competitor had, that was the Diane Pro. I recommend that puzzle. It's cheap and very good.
What do you use?
I use the GAN Megaminx. I think the GAN Megaminx is a little bit better, but it's very expensive.
Because you're balling.
No,
You're flexing.
I just like it. It's just kind of good.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got my best times on it,
Weird,
so
weird flex, but okay.
all right, fair enough.
Is that meme a little
It's-
little dated?
It's very dated. let's put that.
Like what, 5 years?
probably older, no?
Yeah.
All right.
Keep calm and carry on.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Now we're getting to like the Facebook meme era.
Iken has cheeseburger.
Oh, Max Yao got a corner twist, sadly, but it looks like he actually didn't have. What's interesting is he had a 2E2E case at the end of, as we watch Michael Muthing. Max Yao, he had a 2E2E. It's like an E-perm, so you can execute it the same way as you do on 3x3. There's actually a lot of Megamix algorithms that are like that. He chose to execute it like an E-perm. Kyungmin suggests actually there's a better one. So
And looks like we just see them.
that's a PLL.
Moving through that all
3362.
That last layer was smooth.
That looked good. That looked good.
Yeah, the PLL recognition was also like almost instantaneous.
It was pretty fast. Yeah. Not as much of a big pause. I wonder because they like. I wonder if they like narrowed down the subset perhaps.
Yeah. Maybe they had like an easier OLL and they're like, I kind of know.
Yeah, maybe
what's
if you can.
intuitive.
Yeah. It's very possible. Yeah, and there are a lot of algorithms on Megaminx that are very similar to 3x3. Soon, for example, still exists. It's a little bit different, but it exists. Anti-Soon still exists. Double Soon still exists. F-Sexy F-Prime. There's loads and loads of algorithms, and which is kind of nice. That's why you see a lot of competitors who are good at 3x3 also just kind of naturally be good at Megaminx. But it is very different because you do need to maintain the spatial awareness of where all the pieces are. Just storing all the pieces is kind of nutty.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things about Megaminx too. Is like there's just so many more pieces that you're all solving, and like you have to look at so much more surface area.
Yeah.
Versus a 3x3 or 4x4 where you're kind of just like it's either here or it's here or it's here. Like there's only a handful of faces that you have to look at.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hiding spots, if you will.
Yep.
All right, Kyungmin mentally preparing for solve number 2.
Yep.
2940, solve 1. What do you think we're going to see here?
I would like to see another sub 30.
Yeah.
Put him on pace for another PR average.
Yeah, totally. So I'll check later once he's done with the solve. I'm pretty sure his PR is also the Korean national record.
Oh. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, so could happen here. Yeah, so Kyungmin, I feel like he's accelerated his turning a little bit. Looks a little bit faster than what I recall. But because of that, it does look like he is pausing a little bit more. This is not going to end up being a sub 30.
But maybe probably a sub
Good
35.
PLL recognition, though.
Oh.
33.
But yeah, 33.8. Not terrible.
I liked his PLL recognition.
Yeah.
It looked really good. It looks like he just like stopped a little bit. Unfortunately, I think because of the increased turning, he did have to pause a little bit more. I think that ended up costing him a little bit more than it helped him.
Yeah. It wasn't as smooth as his previous solve.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, here's Max Xiao, starting off with 44 and a 40 flat. He has an official 41, so getting that 40 is putting him closer to PR pace. It's so fun watching competitors shoot for their PR.
Yeah. Also, a nice thing about, or interesting thing about Megaminx is just the amount of turning or cube rotations competitors do. It's just like, it's like they're playing with a ball almost.
It is very ball-shaped in that way.
Yeah.
Another 2E2E for Max Xiao, 3771. He had some good cases there. Soon as his OLL, I believe he had J-perm in order to permute edges, and getting a U-perm lookalike to permute corners. Solid solve.
See Michael now, kind of on pace for like a sub 45.
Yeah, so you can see there he's moving a lot of those layers around. That again is doing the permutation of the corners. 4305.
It's a little slower than his other solve so far, but nothing to scoff at. And we also see Max there with kind of that same 40 second, 47 that Nico had. So he's on pace for a pretty solid average as well.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good.
In fact, I think if they have a good next solve, they might even be getting a PR average.
Yeah, perhaps.
So fingers crossed. It's not
Yeah, at least on pace. So that's really exciting. I like to see competitors chase PRs.
Yeah.
That's one of the cool things that we have in cubing. It's not just about like can you win the event. There is also self competition if you can try and beat your own solves. I think that's really cool because doing that is going to improve your world ranking.
Yeah. And then there's this idea of like nemesizing, which is neat. Don't know exactly how it works, but something like the number of events that you're better than someone else had, or something.
Yeah.
You
So
would know better.
so someone who's competing right now, Elijah Brown, he nemesizes me. What that means is that he has a better result in all events compared to me. So pick Megaminx for example. He has a better official single and average than I do, and that's true for all of the events. So it's very interesting to be nemesized by someone, but you only need to beat someone in one event in order to lose your nemesis.
So,
It's hard to nemesize people. It's easier to not get nemesized.
but then again, if you're such a good cuber, that just is a testament to how good you are. Like,
Yeah. I think at some point when the Nemesizer first came out, I think Jaden McNeil had the most. He nemesized the most people at the time.
yeah.
All right, we got a fun one here. Matchup against two of the best competitors, Max Yao
Including
and
Pete.
Michael. Yeah,
Jaden McNeil?
yeah,
Oh, I don't know.
yeah. He was good.
He was a beat person.
I'm gonna get onto Megaminx.
I didn't mean it like that.
You're not recovering from this. All right, so starting off with a 39, 33,
be
and
fair.
43. Michael Muthing here on his solve number 4. After this, he's going to populate his best and worst possible average. You can see he also started off with the white star, and now going through. Switching over to Max Xiao now on this red side, and switching back. Looks like he's onto his last layer. It's like so there you go. So that was a case where he did not do the beginner's style where you take the corner out, replace it with another one. That was the same E-perm that Max Xiao had done earlier. And 41.66 for Max Xiao.
So still pretty good. Let's look at his best and worst possible averages there. I think he is.
Wow, he's on PR. Wait,
Yeah, he is almost on PR watch as long as he does not get his worst possible time, which again could very possibly happen just because the rest of his solves were so good.
Yeah. The rest of the solves were good. His
he
worst
will
solve was only 44.
Probably like a 42 or 43.
Yeah,
to-
I think a 43 should lock it up.
Yeah.
So he's looking good. He's put himself in a good spot.
But again, a 43 is still not the easiest thing in the world to get. So it is a little spooky.
Yeah, definitely. But that's cool. That's cool. I think he's putting himself in a good spot. All right, here's Kyungmin now. You can see the first two solves that he's done, 29 and 33.
Yep.
Just going to calm his mind, enter a little bit of Zen mode as he goes into solve number 3. I'm sure he was not particularly happy about getting that 33. So he's looking for a sub 30 most certainly. He recently got a 23, like unofficially, on a pretty good scramble for what it's worth. But he's hoping he can replicate something like that.
Yeah.
Looks like not a great start to start off with.
But it does look like he is turning a little slower and a little more smoothly here.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
That's definitely going to help him out because that seemed like something that hurt him a little bit in his previous solve.
Yep. So yeah, you have to wonder if he's just kind of going to dial it back a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he was thinking about while he was, just preparing for his solve. As he gets to OLL, finishes out
Not going to be
very
a sub
quickly.
30, I think, but going to be pretty close, 32?
Yep, 32.
32.05. He's
Must be
disappointed.
a little disappointed.
The
just
reason
'cause-
why is because his execution on this PLL was a little bit sloppy. If he would have done it a little bit better, he could have gotten a mid 31, 31.50 probably. So for that's why he's disappointed here.
Yeah. And we can see the live rankings right now. Ruby.
Whoa, she got a
With
46.
46?
She PR'd. Dude,
That's
she's insane.
crazy.
She's insane because what's insane about her, right, is like she doesn't really practice before competitions because it hurts her hands. And then like she'll like get like some like 50 average or something, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm just going to get a 55." And then she shows up and gets a PR. I don't know how she does this. It happens so often.
That's wild. I didn't even see any of the other names. I was just focused on like.
That's
wait,
crazy.
Who's in second?
That's crazy,
wild.
dude.
But again, all of those rankings probably subject to change, especially because we were seeing Kyungmin and Michael's time so far.
Yep.
Michael is like already on pace to beat that.
Yep. So here
And,
he is on
Kyungmin
solve
too.
number 5. He is guaranteed to get a sub 40 average, which is, I mean, as we've mentioned, extremely solid. Max Xiao on the other side, he's just finished inspection. He's going to start doing his solve. We'll cut over to him once Michael is done. Max Xiao on PR pace as well.
Yep.
This is looking like a bit of a longer solve from Michael, though. I actually like, even though he's turning fast, he actually isn't really like pausing a lot. So that's looking pretty decent. But
Yeah,
not.
you can't really see the timer here, so I don't know
Man,
what his pace is.
I feel like he had a really long last layer. 44, he's going to WPA.
Yeah. But still sub 40 like he needed.
Ooh, no, Max is so far behind,
Yeah,
isn't he?
that's unfortunate. I don't think Max
He's going to
will be able to get
WPA.
it. Yeah.
He's going to WPA by a lot, too.
Which is just such a shame because he was so close.
Yeah, man. He needed to only not WPA. That's all he needed.
Yeah.
Darn.
Already past
Tough.
that worst possible time. At this point, he's just like.
I mean, you can see him. He's like
just getting those reps in. I
misaligning,
think he
corner
did a corner
twists.
twist, yeah.
Yeah,
And
56.
Not the solve he wanted.
And he's just shipping it to the next round.
Yeah, he just knocked his GoPro down.
Yeah.
Disappointed. But
Darn.
definitely
Tough.
going to make it to the
Tough.
next round. And he's still got that 41, which is super impressive. But I'm sure he's disappointed that he couldn't close out the best possible average that he wanted.
Yeah, unfortunate. WPA from both competitors there.
Yeah. But we should see the standings change a little now.
Yeah, once
Max-
the results are entered, at
Max,
least.
Michael, and Kyungmin all, barring something crazy happening here, should be in the top 5 at the very least.
Yeah, I think they'll be in the top 5. All right, Mr. Number 1 at the top of the psych sheet, turning very quickly is Kyungmin Choi.
Yeah. And also seems to be pretty efficient solve too. I don't see anything kind of wrong from him.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's like overturning. It doesn't
Yeah.
look like he's making extra moves.
And this
Fast
might
PLL
be
recognition
sub
as
30.
well.
There we go. That's his
28.91.
best possible time so far, which
Nice.
I believe puts his best possible average.
Probably
at
31?
Yep, 30.
30. 30
a
and
worst
WPA
possible at
31.
So, yeah, getting a counting sub 30 there,
So he's going to get first.
almost certainly.
Like,
I
no,
mean,
like actually,
no,
no one,
yeah,
no one
you're
could beat
right.
him. No one could beat him.
I didn't think anyone even got his worst possible average as a single. Did we see that? Did we see a 31?
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we've seen a 31. I think the best solve from anyone else has been a 33.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's Kyungmin Choi for you.
Right. So it looks like he's out of contention for his PR average, but you could still see
Yeah.
a PR single from him. That 28 was just knocking on the door of
Yeah,
his
pretty
PR
close,
single,
pretty
which
close.
Was a 27.2.
Yeah, so well done. And that 27, by the way, 27.2, that's 11th in the world.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. Like when we say that he's a world-class competitor, I'm not joking. Like
To put things in perspective, his average is top 10. His single is top 11. He's just,
yeah, he's knocking on the door of WR top 10.
Yeah.
So he's got one more. So once he's back, we'll show you that.
And Kyungmin's one of those solvers. Like you will see a lot of him. I think he is pretty much
Oh,
in the
yeah,
top
yeah.
10 in pretty much every event we have here.
Yeah. He's a great competitor. Very very versatile. Very well rounded. And he's classy.
Oh yeah.
I think it's tough to be both good and classy.
Have we gotten him on the stream for an interview or anything?
So I interviewed him as part of my Meet the Delegate series. So that's a series I'm currently editing. Obviously, it got kind of delayed because I was in Europe and everything as well. But yeah, those are going to continue to be released. They are on the West Coast Cubing channel. So if you want to see some of the ones that we've already released, Chris Martin, Michael Chai, Matthew Dickman, they're all available for you on the West Coast Cubing channel. Should be linked in the description if you'd like to check that out.
Yeah.
All right, let's go over to Kyungmin. All right, there we go.
And I
Second
think
time's the
that's his
charm.
Last solve. So looking for that sub 27, not even a sub 27, just a sub 27.2. Manu with a bit of sass there to the production team.
So he actually can BPA. If he BPAs, he PRs.
Oh, right. So he could get
So he's on good pace.
PR single and average.
Yes,
at the
he
same
could
time.
double PR right here.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I forgot about the fact that he had 20 and a 29. So
Yeah.
both of those are really good times. Yeah.
So buckle up, everyone. Let's watch one of the best cubers I know
Yeah.
do his final solve of Megaminx.
So it looks like he's off to a pretty good start so far.
Yeah, good F2L. Looks like he's just wrapped that up. Onto S2L. He's turning fast, so he's feeling confident.
Oh, a little bit of a pause there. But hopefully that doesn't hurt him too much. He is kind of on pace. He could make it happen.
Still needs to do his last phase. He's a little bit behind. I don't think this is going to happen.
Yeah, never mind.
31-16. He was actually
Yeah.
closer than I thought.
So that will put him probably around, yep. 30
Solidly
point.
middle. 30-87 average. That's better than, that's literally just better than everyone else.
I mean, literally, just save a second on that, and you
He
peel.
did have that pause, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe.
I mean, 1 second is all it takes. But
It-
when you're talking
yeah.
about people, cubers this fast, 1 second is an eternity.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So
1 second is a lot. Megaminx is a crazy puzzle because, like, the range of times on Megaminx is, like, really, really absurd. You can have, like, the same people at this competition who average, like, a minute 30, and then you got this guy who's averaging 30 seconds. It's pretty wild. And as someone mentioned in the SCS chat, it is kind of magic. You could look away for a second, and there's, like, 3 or 4 blocks built. Like, half the puzzle is done.
yeah.
It's very, very interesting. I even had someone in Spain as I was watching the train, or I was in the train, they were watching me, they're like, how do you do this in a minute? I was like, oh, I don't know. I wasted a lot of time on this puzzle.
Yeah, I think another event that's kind of like that, which we already watched, is Square One.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
I think because there's people who can solve Square One like close to 3x3 times,
Yeah.
and then there's
Yeah.
other people like me who take like twice as long to solve a Square One than I can solve 3x3.
Yeah, it's
So.
Square One is a very it's an interesting puzzle. There's a lot that goes into it at the high level. A lot of algorithms,
Yeah.
and a lot of hard work that goes into it as well. It is a weird puzzle. It's hard to turn also. A lot of so pretty mad respect to anyone who's a top player. It's not easy.
Yep.
You gotta be good. Gotta be good out here on the cubing streets.
Well, I don't know if we're really on the streets right now.
Yeah, not quite. Not quite.
We should have an outdoor cubing competition.
So there have been
Would that
some
be a-
camping competitions that have been done.
Okay,
Yeah, there was one in the Grand Canyon.
that's cool.
There was one actually not too far from here, Anza Borrego. We were going to do one in Yosemite Valley, but it snowed that weekend. And not only did it snow, it actually snowed a ton, so we had to actually cancel that.
Yikes.
They needed chains. So once there was the
Chain warning.
once the National Weather Service was like, yeah, you need chains out here, they were like, yeah, no, it's just not safe.
Yeah.
But more outdoor comps planned.
Mhm.
Michael Dickman is the guy for that.
Yeah. I like all the kind of unconventional competitions.
Yeah, they're fun,
Outdoor
right?
comps, weekday comps, weeknight comps.
Yeah.
You have like, for the weeknight comps, you just do them at someone's house. Do you get a proper venue and everything for them?
It depends. You can. So we did a good amount of them in my apartment.
Okay.
But the last one that was done in South Bay was in like it was like in an apartment recreational area. Yeah, it was in an apartment recreational area. So that one was like a little bit more legit. So yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
All right, on the PA system, they just announced that they're going to go into 6x6 and 7x7 finals. So with that, we're going to take a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. Max Park and more coming up.
We gotta go.
All right. Speaking of Max Park and more, we have Max Park already up. We are just jumping into this.
All right, so right now, Preetham, we're going to be going into what I believe is 6x6 finals. Is that correct?
Yeah, 6x6 finals. Max Park jumping right straight into a solve. Let's see how fast he can get it. I mean, Max Park currently has a. Let me just try to get up his times.
Yeah, just so you know, his single is a sub 1 single. It is an incredible solve.
Also
Yeah.
with a 105 mean that he just broke not too long ago
Yep.
at AC.
And from what I can, the only person with the sub 1 single.
Correct. All right, Max currently working on his edge pairing right now. The split is about 31, 32 seconds to complete the centers. So this is a very fast solve, but of course with 6x6 you have to worry about that triple parity situation.
So anything can happen, but doesn't look too terrible for him so far.
Yeah.
Uh,
The edges are a little bit difficult here, but currently on 3x3 stage, it will probably be a 110 if there's any sort of parity.
yeah. But doesn't look too bad.
Oh, there is that one PLL parity. Max
1-9.
kind of skated away with that one. It could have been a lot worse, yeah.
Yeah. So again, this is a mean, which means cubers get 3 solves,
Mhm.
and they're trying to get the best 3. Really no room for error.
Yeah.
And again, this is the finals, so really no room for error because whatever they get here is their last solve for the competition.
Correct, yeah. All right, so we also have a Vishwa that's going to be on the red camera.
Another person up there for podium contention. I think he just beat his PR single and average, so some of these stats might be a little bit outdated.
Yeah.
I think his average is a 124 or something.
Yeah, Vishwa doing very well currently, and I believe he was the 2nd seed coming into this competition.
He is the 4th seed coming to this competition. We still have Kate and Max doing a bit better than him.
Right, but Vishwa on pace once again, because in the first round, he got a
But
124.74 mean.
Yes, the 2nd seed coming into this this finals. That's right.
Wow, impressive. Vishwa is
And
on fire right
Another
now.
124, so that's basically the average that he got in the last round.
Yeah, that was very impressive. Vishwa much more cool, calm, calculated. Not too long ago, 120s were the absolute top of the 6x6 game.
Yeah.
It's a little bit faster now. I would say most of the top players are around the 110s, but Vishwa
Yeah.
is breaking in right now.
But that puts him like squarely in like the top 30
Yeah.
in the world. So
Yeah, for sure.
still a very, very high level keeper.
All right.
And we're doing a kind of in place. Forgot the term for it, but basically competitors don't have to move around.
Yeah,
which is nice.
stationary. So stationary solving,
Yes.
yeah. All right, so Max finishing up his white-yellow currently, and yeah, doing his last 4 centers already. Wow.
So I believe what you will be seeing for all the finals will be 1st and 2nd seed in the 2 stream spots.
Right.
Last 2 centers.
Last 2 centers, green and
super
orange.
smooth.
Pretty consistent to last time. I see a lot more blocks on these edges. He might be able to select, for example, that green-white. There's a lot of blocks on these edges that he might be able to take advantage of.
Yeah. And that seems super fast, like last 4 edges.
Yeah, finishing up last 4 edges right now. It's definitely going to take some time to do last 4 edges on
That's
6x6.
Yeah.
And looks like he's on 3x3 stage currently.
With parity, unfortunately, so.
I mean, still very fast solve.
Again,
Yeah.
very consistent. Another
Wow.
109. I don't think we're going to be seeing anyone beating these times.
No, probably not. But we could see something very interesting with Vish in a sense that if Vish were to get lucky with no parodies,
Yeah.
it could get interesting with singles, right? You never really know.
That's true.
6x6, that's what makes 4x4 so interesting to watch to me, personally, in that the parodies have a lot of say into what the final podium can look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It adds a little more variance, but also a bit more like, intrigue into the solve.
Yeah.
So Vishwa getting started with his 2nd solve here. Started off with a 124, which was so far better than his previous time, his previous mean that he got in round 1. So Vishwa looks like he is starting off with white and yellow. Seems pretty classic for most cubers. The solve seems to be going pretty smooth so far. Don't see too many pauses, although, I mean, when you compare it to Max, everything seems like a snail's pace.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's interesting to watch them use the wide R rotation, wide R moves when solving these Yao solutions on big cubes.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit, what do I call, unnatural at first.
You're more used to slice moves.
Yeah, for sure.
Onto edge pairing stage. Seems to be pretty good pace. I mean,
Yeah. It also looks like Max Park is going to be solving on the other stage pretty soon. We might be able to catch.
I think he's already started.
We should be able to catch the end of Vish's solve right here because Vish is wrapping up.
Yep, and Vish did end up, or will probably end up with a pretty solid time here, barring any crazy parodies.
I mean, Olol parody.
Yeah, unlucky.
You know, Vish is technically able to break PR again.
Yeah, 126.
Oh, this is a fast solve because he was on centers already at 26.
Yeah.
All right. Oh wow, these edges are a lot faster than the last solve.
Yeah, this is more like what you'd kind of be accustomed to with Max.
Oh wow. Okay. Last 4 edges right now. He's
And
right
he's
around. He
about
just broke
finished
the
it at
50
50.
mark right now.
So
What
really do
in
a
the
10
world? He's doing
second
blue
3x3.
cross. He's got the OLL. Oh my goodness! 58.03! Let's do it, baby! Maximus Park with the 58.03 world record single and a double world record mean!
That's insane. How is that even possible?
I don't know! Preetham, what did you see?
I don't know. I was just watching the end of Vish's solve there.
Oh.
Completely, switch over. And then here we see Max at 25 seconds, basically done with center, starting with edges.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
And
we knew he was on good pace too, because by the time we saw him finish his centers, it wasn't just that his centers were good. His edges were a lot faster than the previous 2 solves.
And then we saw him, get started with that 3x3 stage.
Yeah.
And didn't really have anything bad happen with him. That's what you're saying with that parody. Anything can happen towards the end. So you were, on your feet, waiting for something to happen, and then you're like, is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? Boom.
Boom, it happens.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that was impressive. And mind you, this is the second sub-1 single in the world for 6x6. My best time in 5x5 is like 1:11.
So he destroyed your best 5x5 time in all 3 of his 6x6 times.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all 3. That is unbelievable. Congratulations to Max Park. Assuming that everything will go through the official, portions of it.
But I didn't see anything unofficial. You're a
No.
delegate, right?
Yeah, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Now, what are the odds it was a same scramble? Impossible, I would say. Yeah, but very impressive. Congratulations to Max Park, and now that I'm thinking about it, before we pan, because Vishwa is about to solve, right? Before we pan back, we were wondering, would we see a world record?
Yeah.
Shout out to SpeedCubeShop because they asked the
predicted
question.
Those 70% of you guys who guessed something would happen today, I hope you you feel good about yourself.
Yeah. Look, congratulations.
Yeah.
By the way, I actually thought 6x6 was definitely not the world record to beat. Like, of all the events.
Because the record was already so crazy. And not only did he beat his average, he beat a single too. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was actually wild.
He got another sub-1.
Yeah, that is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm speechless.
I'm almost sweating. We still have Vish to go, actually,
Yeah.
now that I think about it. I wonder where his cube
So I
is.
think that probably locks down number 1.
Yeah, you know, there's always this outside possibility that Vish could get a great single.
Yeah. All he needs to get is like a 40-second.
Can we get do you think, Preethan, we could get a calculation of
What
the time
single
Vish
you
would
need to-
need to get first place in this comp?
So let's see. 105 is the time to beat.
105.66, right?
105.66.
Okay.
So 125.
Okay.
125 or 126.
Okay.
Let's just say add those two up. It was a 250.
Okay.
So in order to get a 105, he needs to total below 315. That's like 25 seconds, right?
Yeah.
25 seconds to solve a. I don't think it's gonna happen.
You know, anything can happen for you.
I think anything can happen within reason. That might be impossible. I think it would be more likely for a meteor to strike this venue right now than for Vish to get a sub 25.
I suppose so. I suppose so. I do see that Vish is going to be starting his solve soon.
so-
In all seriousness, Vish is on PR watch.
Yeah.
Because we are calculating on mean, so every solve counts, right? I don't think we need to give you guys the tutorial on that, but I'll give you guys.
6.2. Yep, Vish needs 26.29 to win. So let's see if he can make that happen. Really.
Vish.
So I did say 25 would be impossible. 26 does give him a little bit of breathing room.
I would say that that extra second means a lot to the stakes of his competition.
Yeah, but I mean, in all seriousness, Vish does still have a very solid chance of getting on the podium, if not second place.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So let's hope for another really good solve
Oh,
here.
he had an internal pop at the very beginning, Preethan. But
That's
for
gonna slow him down a little bit.
For 6x6, especially for internal pops, you're able to make up the time a lot easier in 6 and 7.
Yeah, but again, like, it is a mental game. If you have that pop, you're more likely to be like, I gotta turn carefully.
Right, are you
turn a bit
flustered?
slower. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct.
Because you can see him, like, he did like a U2 there. That's not something you'd normally want to see.
You kind of called it. He is turning a little bit more particular right now.
Yeah. So we'll see how well he can do this. On to his last 3 edges. 3 centers there. If he was on his last 3 edges, that would have been insane.
Preetham, I'm pretty sure this is off pace. I think
Yeah.
Vish is not really going to get this done here. He could prove me wrong, but the flip to his edge pairing is a lot slower than his previous solves.
Yeah, I mean, already past a minute and not even close to 3x3 stage.
Well, if he told me right now that he was on last 4 edges, which he's actually getting pretty close, it would be closer to PR watch. I don't think he's going to be able to get it done here, unless a miracle happens.
But again, it's not just about PRs. He could, get second place, which is not really a consolation prize. It is the prize. So
Right.
Let's see how well he can do here. Last solve, not doing too well with parity, 135.
135.
So
That solve, Preetham, might actually kick him out of second place because it was a very competitive field for second place currently.
That is true. I mean, so far Kate's not been having the greatest day.
Yeah.
So maybe she might not beat him, but there's always Max, Varun, who have a really solid chance of beating him, and even Paul.
Yeah, I guess that's a possibility as well. So we are going to be wrapping up 6x6 pretty soon. I believe we should be taking a short break, and we'll be back with the next event, which is 7x7?
Yeah, we do. I was just wondering, did we manage to get live data entry or anything just to see what our standings are?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So far, we only know Max, amazing, got world record, average and single. So probably taking first place.
Yeah.
And we know Vishwa got, I didn't catch that average there, but I think it was a 129 or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be starting 7x7 shortly. So if you guys want to watch more World Record Watch, be back in a minute.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are going to start 7x7 finals. You all just missed the 6x6 world record being broken, double world record. Michael Chai was on the broadcast for that. Tell me that experience. Absolutely wild from the production side.
Yeah, so Max Park, initially speaking, he wasn't really on the best track. He started off his first and second solves with 109s each,
Yeah.
right? And of course, he was on pace to win the competition, but we had really no idea what he was going to, pull out on his third solve. But immediately, his splits on his centers, he finished centers around 25, 26 seconds, and then he was blazing through those centers at that those edges. At that point, it was very reminiscent of his world record that he broke at 5x5 in U.S. Nationals last year. You just sort of knew. You had this, like, spidey sense that something good was going to happen. The thing about 6x6, the parity is what makes it to where, like, you kind of know, but you can't really know. Right?
Yeah.
There's too many variables, especially with the edges. When you see the amount of blocks that exist with the edge pairing,
Yeah.
it creates a lot of good and bad cases.
Yeah. I mean, from the production side, I didn't have a good angle of to, like, exactly what was going on. I'm just, like, watching there. I hear you say, oh, this is, like, really fast centers.
Yeah.
He's onto edges. We already know that Max is the best in the world at, of course, everything, but edge pairing in particular, I think, is one of his strongest suits.
Yeah.
So for him to be able to take it from there, get it into the end, I assume 0 out of 3 parodies on that last one.
Yes, I believe so. At that point, it was super fast. And he was, I was trying to pay attention. He definitely didn't have PLL parity too because he had the UOLL, and I believe he did a ZB. I can't say for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't say for sure.
Wow. All extremely exciting.
So for 7x7, we're going to be hosting that very shortly. So, as Manu said, if you guys missed it, I'm going to assume that you guys didn't miss it. I'm going to give you guys the benefit of the doubt. But Max Park in the pole position, currently in 7x7. It's expected, right?
I mean, no one other than Max was ever going to win this competition. It was just never going to be a doubt. He is by and far the best in the world at 7x7, recently breaking the 7x7 single world record 2 weeks ago at North American Championships.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really a race for second place, but the second place race is a bit more interesting. Kate Graham, unfortunately, not getting a good mean in round 1.
Yeah.
We talked to her about this during her interview. She was quite upset with this. So she was looking to recollect herself and try and lock in to get more times closer to that last time that she got there. We'll see if she can pull it off. Vishwa Sankar.
The second place is really interesting because Vishwa has been on a tear with personal records recently.
Good.
And he got a personal record on 6x6 in round 1. And same thing for 7x7.
I mean, by a huge margin. A 7-second PR on average, right?
Yep.
But that means he, collectively over the 3 solves, he did 21 seconds better. That's not like a random thing.
Correct.
He's locked in.
Yeah, correct. And then at the end of the day too, you have to not forget that for the battle for second place, Max Xiao is right in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Max Xiao is, a main staple and sort of like the dark horse underdog to take second place here at this current juncture.
Yeah, so I got those three people in the mix. Paul, of course, Paul Mavi is an excellent competitor in and of his own right. A big cube specialist himself. He is also top 100 in the world. He was just behind Vishwa until Vishwa just broke his PR today. He's going to move up handsomely on that world rankings list. He might get to top 50, actually.
I think that's definitely a possibility here. Vish is very, very impressive. But yeah, what are we going to expect out of Max Park with 7x7? Because I'm going to be honest, his 7x7 results are extremely impressive.
They're just so insane. I mean, if you look at his round 1 results, right? You got 148 mean compared to the world record, right? That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's 9 seconds off of the world record on average. But he's just so far ahead of the pack. I think the thing I'm going to be seeing the most is when he gets his centers done. Because and how much he's pausing during edge pairing. Because we know that he's really good, but I feel like in round 1 when we were watching it, he was pausing a lot more than I would have expected.
For 7x7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to see if he's going to improve his speed on this one.
He might be able to lock in just because 6x6 he was coming off. You could say that he was riding off of momentum.
That's a good point.
Right?
Good point.
He might be able to do really well there. We're just going to have to see. I don't imagine the 139 being breakable at this point.
No, I don't think
but
so.
The 134,
it's up for grabs.
It's up for grabs.
It's up for grabs.
Especially with the consideration that there's no OLA or PLL parity.
Yeah, exactly.
You will see it happen in real time.
Yep. Vishwa is going to get us started here as Max does not have his cube yet.
Correct. And, I think Vishwa is Oh, turning very meticulously. I wonder. I didn't watch his round 1, but definitely taking his time, just turning slowly, having good look ahead.
Yeah, I mean, all of those fundamentals are super critical. Like, even when you get onto these bigger puzzles, Max, for the longest time, was just a really fast turner. And it's something that Kevin Hayes pointed out during the NAC commentary, that, you know, Max would be Max. He would just turn really fast and kind of just destroy the competition that way, but not have particularly good solutions. His solving has changed over the years as well.
Correct.
And yeah, we'll see what he can pull out here. Solve number 1, 7x7 finals, Western Champs.
Yeah, we're just going to have to take a look and see what happens, Manu.
Big difference also between these two competitors. Max, Redux Solver, Vishwa on Yao. Max, one of the mainstays of reduction. As I was talking to Kate earlier, she mentioned that a lot of the world is moving towards Yao, even on 7x7.
Wow, Max is very, very impressive so far with his first 2 centers. I did see a big white bar earlier, but he started on yellow, so.
Yeah, 23 seconds on that very first center. He's looking pretty good. I feel like his centers are also looking quite smooth. I don't see he's pausing a ton. That was a little bit of a weird lockup that happened as he's finishing up green center now.
You can definitely tell with the hardware, he's getting a little bit more stuck on the 7x7 hardware than 6x6 hardware.
Actually, I was wrong. Apologies. He was actually on orange center. Actually, whoa, these last two seemed really fast, right?
Yeah, this was pretty
total.
Good. So 53 on the flip to edges.
And now here, this is the difference between Yao and Redux. He's going to need to do all 12 of his edges here, and so that means he is going to have to rotate doing like these Z2 turns.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be on pace for anything significant. It might still be in the. I feel like this is going to be a typical solve for him so far. There's just a lot that he has to work on, and 7x7 edges are just a beast to deal with.
I mean, you never know. Looks like he's about to wrap up his last 4 edges now.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, this is what he did when he got the world record. Kevin Hayes was very shocked to see that he got the world record in the fashion that he did.
Oh,
I mean,
he did it so fast,
yeah,
those last 2 edges. Yeah.
It was insane. This one definitely behind the pace as he goes into 3x3 stage at 140.
You could say behind the pace, but he's faster than round 1. And he did an OLL into a PLL. You know, that was a very easy OLL to also recognize what his PLL was going to be.
Yeah.
I think that's one of those cases, correct me if I'm wrong, L OLLs, especially with the top unoriented colors matching, there's an entire like great ZB set for it, and instead of learning,
it's a pretty good set.
Instead of the L's, and instead of learning the set, you'd be able to just recognize a case and cancel into PLL.
Yes. Especially if you know some of those. If you know the stock CLLs for both of them, they are 9 movers.
Yeah.
So if you know that you're gonna end up getting a U-perm, then you can just do an RUD alg into another RU alg.
Yeah, that's so interesting on how to learn algorithms. So I was talking to Dylan Miller about this, and he said if you can recognize the case, so if you can recognize a ZBLL case, just learn the alg. Like rather than do the OLL PLL and be like pauseless, just do the alg, learn the alg, like make your life easier, stuff like that.
I feel like there's a caveat here. If your execution on that ZB is not very good, then it may
it's
be
tough.
advantageous.
Not every ZB has great ergonomics,
Exactly.
and that's the secret because ZBLL is still a developing method, and there's gonna be continuously better algs to support every case.
That's a good point because you can gen ZBs.
Yep.
Which is something I didn't know until relatively recently.
It's
so
still a thing.
yeah, we'll see if people can generate some new ZBs for some cases that like aren't so great. We might see like I want someone to do a ZBLL tier list. That would be kind of fun, right?
A ZBLL tier list.
At least among common ZBLLs. Like,
Okay.
forget about the Soons. Like, only, like, Juliet really knows those. But I would, like, love to see, like, L, U, and T.
Well, you would almost certainly have to do the tier list based on each set, right? Because unanimously,
Yeah, I guess
everyone
that's
would
true.
say T sets are the best.
I think that
And then they would argue that U is after, and then L.
The utility of the U sets is insane because if you just did like a CP, the CP on that one U case alone is so bad. The one that's a Y perm case,
Right.
That one is so awful that at that point you either just give up on the CP or you just learn the 72. No, however many ZBLLs are in that specific subset. 12 maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
12 sounds right.
The interesting thing about using ZBLL on 7x7 and 6x6 is
you know, you have to actually recognize the PLL parity, whether or not it exists. So if you're going to look ahead for ZBLL, you have to consider that. I have talked to TalkCubers, and they said it's not as difficult as it sounds. Yeah.
That's impressive.
But, I mean, who am I? I'm definitely not the one to say that something like that is easy.
I feel like 7x7 it's a little bit easier, though.
It definitely is, because there's no
'Cause
parity to
PLL
deal.
parity.
Yeah, of course.
Instead of getting double the number of cases, right?
Right.
You just get your stock 493. Just a little 493, not that many.
Shout out to LML for learning Megamix ZBLL.
No way, really?
That's what I hear.
What?
Yeah, we might need to confirm that
We
one.
need an intervention. That's what we need.
Okay, so Max starting with his second solve here.
147.43 to start things off. Nothing too fancy, but let's see if he can find something good here. Did you see anything particular in the start?
No, I would have probably gone like white-yellow.
White-yellow is what I thought.
Just in terms of like, there was a lot of nice patterns, but there wasn't anything great. A lot of checkerboard between white-yellow too.
Checkerboard cases feel like they're not particularly good. Seems like you need to do a lot of slice moves.
It's nothing bad. It just more so means that the color you're focused on, the pieces are separated, and there's less blocks to build off of.
I see, okay.
A lot of these things for building centers, you want to block build a lot more and build 2x1s, 1x2s, 3x2s, stuff like that. Especially for the first two centers, I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, and that kind of lines up 25 seconds. It looked like on the first two center execution. These two centers also don't seem as fluid to me compared to the last one.
No, but he's still decently on pace so far because he's just about to wrap up last two centers here, and he's on pace just like last time.
It's actually at the same. Yeah.
Flipping at 54.
Yeah, so only like maybe a second behind at most.
I do like these edge cases so far. There's a lot of 1x2s that he can work with.
Yeah, that is like one of the things that's crazy about 7x7 is there's so much flexibility when it comes to the edges that you make and how you make them. There's just a lot of different things you can try, and to be able to evaluate what is going to be the best thing to do across so many pieces, across so many edges, is very, very impressive.
You know what's also interesting is Max is definitely struggling with this hardware more than 6x6.
Yeah, I agree. Like his movements are just not as fluid here as we cross the WR single threshold, and he's on last four now. No, he's finished with.
Yeah, he just wrapped up.
So we're looking at what, like a mid 140 here, probably.
It's approximately the same time, 145. Yeah. Oh, on the
Wow.
dot too. Yeah.
Put a pin in that one. 147, 145. In order to get the world record average,
it would have to be ungodly. Like
you would need
the
to break
single
a
would be
by like 5.
a
plus
decent
seconds, I
amount.
think.
So here's the thing: I'm watching Max solve, and I had this revelation that I think if he had the right hardware, he could lower the times.
Interesting.
He's definitely inhibited by the hardware in a way that he's not in 6x6.
Do you know what he's using?
I don't, but you can just sort of tell he's just not as confidence-inspiring in his turns.
Tentative. That's the word.
He's
that
a little
comes
bit
to
more
mind.
tentative.
He's turning slower and he's not turning as smoothly.
Yeah.
There were some like weird like flexes it kind of looked like at times.
Vishwa is doing
Same
pretty
thing
well
here.
here. Yeah.
I mean, he's also flexing a little bit as he goes on to his Yao fourth edge. And I mean, this is the difference between, and Vishwa is a top solver.
And Vishwa is completely lost here. He's not going to be able to. I think he just started turning for edge pairing. That was a solid 3-4 seconds that he just paused.
That's the difference between Max Park and everyone else. Everyone else is turning at a speed like this. Not to rag on Vishwa because he's a top solver too. It just shows how insane Max is at these big cube puzzles. He can just see so much more than everyone else can.
You know, in layman's terms, Max Park is a juggernaut.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to say it because he just doesn't stop. You can't stop Max once he started turning.
Yeah, and Vish is slowly running out of PR pace here.
Oh no, he messed up.
This is a struggle, and not only is this PR pace, this might open the door for Max Xiao and K Graham.
Yeah, no, he's leaving the door wide open, as Philip Lewicki would say. Second place is a little bit open now. 222 is pretty far off. Now we only have cameras on these two stations here, watching Vishwa and Max because they were the top two seeds going into this round. Everyone else's time, we're just going to have to wait and see as they populate in.
We're just going to have to see, and I'm going to be honest, I wonder if Max Park is just going to send it for this third solve.
I feel like he just might.
I want to see him send. I want him to turn more aggressively and see what he can do.
I just really hope his cube doesn't explode.
Yeah, that would be quite unfortunate. I do see quite a few blocks he could work with on a lot of different colors.
I mean, that green 3 looks like something that's worth starting off
There's
with.
a lot of blue that you can work with as well. Let's see what he ultimately chooses. He is doing green and blue currently.
Whoa,
yeah.
that was big. That
Yeah.
was a 3x5 that he had made in 8 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see any more yeah, I don't see any more green, so he's just going ham on the blue now.
The blue's going a little bit slower than the green for sure.
Yeah, he's similar center's pace, 24 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not anything spectacular coming out of the first two. This the rest of these E-layer centers is something he could make up some time on. But I feel like I don't really see him. Well, I don't see anything out of the ordinary. It just looks very standard.
Yeah.
I don't see him losing time. I don't see him gaining time here.
No, but he's losing pace on that last 3 centers. Right now he's on last 2 centers and just a little bit slower than his previous time here. It's not too bad. He flipped at 57. Yeah. There, that red-white edge was pretty good as well. There's some stuff that he can work with here.
Yeah, I see a couple of the 2x1s already made as well. So that's going to be a good jumping point for him to continue to make centers.
I will say, I think he's trying to turn faster. It looks like a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely feels like he is turning faster. He also feels pretty fluid here.
Yeah, it's not as locky, but that might be
bad,
yeah. As the caster's curse calls it, he wasn't locky until that very moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on last 4 now. Just gonna wrap things up here. As soon as I say he's on last 4, he's done with that.
Of course, has to deal with the edge parity, right? Leaving at the end.
We're gonna see another mid 140 here, 140, but almost 145 on the dot.
The best solve of the mean.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like that'll get the job done.
That will indeed get the job done. That will almost certainly be the winning mean, 147, 145, 144 for 145.73 here in San Diego Western Championships 2024. He's locked it up. He's almost certainly going to be the Western Championship. I don't see anyone getting a sub 2.
Well, we could also think about, technically it doesn't mean where every solve counts. So there is a world where Vishwa does have the time he needs to win.
Maybe.
I don't know how fast it would need to be.
I mean, it would need to be something.
But we calculated on 6x6 that he needed a 26-second 6x6 solve to win.
He might need a 26-second solve here to win.
Oh,
I think so. I think first place out of the question. But for Vishwa, the big thing going through his head: how can he claim second place? Because as the results come in for 6x6, Max Yao has actually gotten second place. Vishwa getting third place instead. So what does that mean? Especially in this mean, he's gotten 222 in number 2. That means on number 3, he needs to get something like that 207 again to give himself a trot.
I think the only way he's going to get this done is if he gets his best single right here. Because
I agree.
Having a mean be any slower than 214 might not cut it for second place.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because if you look at the other competitors, I mean, Kate has a 201, and she got 220 in the first average, so that was.
And she's almost certainly going to do better. That's the other thing too.
Yeah, I mean, I think she did better in 6x6 at least.
Yeah.
She also told me this. She is a little bit of a momentum cuber. So if she feels like she's solving a little bit better, she feels like she can carry that in. Obviously not as strong as if she does worse. She feels like, if she's really behind, then that like really messes with her. But if she's feeling good, she might be able to pull something out here and get to the second spot.
Vish was a very funny finger trick, using his left ring finger to turn 2 inner slices.
Yeah, that was definitely very interesting to see. I don't think I could pull that off. You have to be really confident to do that. I mean, on hardware like this.
He is turning better on edges. I would say that he's actually almost on last 4 edges now that I think about it.
Last 4.
Yeah, he's on last 4 now. And this is going to be, that is probably not going to cut it. Yeah, especially when you're almost done with these pieces and mostly everything is solved. You can't afford to pause here.
Yeah, that was a bad pause. But it doesn't, so he's going to end up with both parodies here, it looks like.
Oh my goodness.
1 out for both parodies.
And that is unfortunate.
So yeah, he's past 207. Can he get to...
Oh wow, he's using the slice move for that OLL. I'm not sure if that's a great idea on 7x7.
It's very risky to say the least. 215. He's gonna end up with like a 215-ish. He's probably gonna with a 215 mean here as well.
Yeah.
And you know, he's done what he can. It remains to be seen what he can do from here. That actually, so this mean, had he not PR'd in the round previous, would have been his PR.
Would have still PR'd, yeah.
So, you can't be too angry with that. You gotta
No.
say, like, definitely better than he has been competing previously.
Right.
Good
So
work from Vishwa.
yeah, great
He
work
came
from
into this
Vishwa.
competition. He came locked and loaded.
Yeah,
Ready to
shots
show up.
firing. Definitely like the competition for second and third and fourth place is actually very interesting.
Yeah, it actually is. It's pretty open. As we saw with 6x6, the podium being Max Park, Max Xiao, and then Vishwa.
Mhm.
Kate getting fourth place. That means she is. Oh, sorry. Actually, Ari getting fourth place. Kate getting fifth place. So that means she will grab Western's podium.
Right. Shout out to Ari for getting a PR in 6x6 finals as well.
Actually, he edged her out by 0.03. Just
Oh.
0.03 on average. That's nuts.
Ah.
That's nuts. 0.1
that-
seconds. That's a lockup. That's a
Yeah.
lockup difference.
That is a lockup difference.
Wow.
That's hard. That's hard
That's
to fathom. But you know, Vishwa coming in, guns
tough.
blazing for this competition.
Yeah, I mean, excellent solving from him overall. Excellent solving from Max, of course. We saw the world record. And good solving here to claim the Western Championship title and #1 overall. He's going to win some cash with that, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. But, everyone, that is our finals for today. No more finals for today. We are going to spin it up to the last thing we're going to do on the stream, OH Group 3 and Group 4. Some OH has been happening on the side, but we're going to bring that. Then we're going to close everything out. Anything
Yeah.
you want to say, Mr. Michael Chai?
No, but stay tuned because if you forget, we're on World Record Watch.
There you go. Max Park once again, everyone.
We're on World Record Watch again, always.
Always when Max is on. So hope you will stick around for just what are we looking at? About like 30 to 40 minutes more.
Yep, probably.
Stay tuned.
All right.
All right, guys, welcome back to Cubing USA Western Championships 2024, brought to you by West Coast Cubing, but also our primary partner, SpeedCubeShop.
And as we get started with OH, we have a lot of fast cubers that you should be watching out for. Kevin and Max are two people who hopefully we'll see a lot more of. Definitely hoping to see Max.
And Kevin currently going, he's actually a Rue solver, as you'll see that with the classic LSE table abuse.
I think a lot of OH solvers use Rue, although I don't know about Max.
No, Max definitely is probably not. I wouldn't say never, but he's probably not going to switch to Rue anytime soon. Definitely a CFOP dominant solver, and that's his trademark way to do OH solves. You know, do RUF touch table, RUF touch table, RUF touch table, right? So
it's a very patented Max method.
It's a patented. I would say that before Max Park, table abuse was not the meta, and I would say that a lot of people adopted that, and even just you know, at some capacity, Rue is table abuse.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you can't really do OH Rue without abusing the table.
Yeah. I mean, no. But I mean, most people do Rue with no table until LSE, and then obviously you have to use a table to complete it. But Rue, for a lot of reasons, has been adopted because of its move count. So what's interesting about CFOP is you could have the absolute best solution for OH, finish your OLL, and end with an F perm.
Yeah.
And an F perm is not even a terrible case, but it's just so many moves, and there's a physical limit to your TPS in a way that you can't experience with two hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ergonomics of OH is just so different.
Correct. So this is David Corrali, who is a delegate in Northern California currently.
So we see him, I think, starting with white.
Yeah,
naturally.
So white
finished
cross.
up at 12 and didn't have a terrible PLL. Got a 14-second solve.
It's not so bad. It was a pretty smooth solution.
Yeah. I think he seemed pretty happy about that.
He had a great last layer case. So he had the square OLL in addition to JA perm. JA perm, you could argue whether or not it's great for OH, but objectively speaking, low move count. And low move count is what you want.
Yeah. And then that OLL, I think that's like an 8-mover or something. So.
Fat anti-soon? Fat double soon? I'm trying to remember. But something like that.
It's
very fast.
Yeah. It's like very quick. So.
Yeah. Very, very impressive stuff. And in OH, what we're going to have to be looking out for at some point is obviously Max Park will be competing pretty soon. And he has an average that is second in the world with an 862. And a single of 620, which he actually set in the Bay Area a long time ago that used to be the world record.
So he's held the OH world record for quite a while.
Yeah. He was the person to really inherit the world record from Felix's heralded 6-second solve back in the day. And we got Krish, also quite a fast OH solver. Ooh, he's got a really nice case there.
Although he did pause for quite some time, I think.
Yeah.
Messed up a little bit.
16:28, it's all right.
Yeah.
You know, doing the classic Cuber head shake when you're not satisfied with the result.
I mean, anything that isn't a PR, you're like, oh, man, come on.
Yeah. That's really how it feels sometimes.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing is, like, there's competition records and then at-home records.
Yeah.
And people's at-home, I'd say, a lot of the time tends to be better than their competition. So they're always aiming to improve their official records. And when it doesn't happen, they're might be a little disappointed. As we see Kevin coming back, our patented trademark Rue solver.
Kind of going off of, riffing off of your PR comment in regards to getting PRs at home, you'll see a lot more people get overall PBs in competition for longer events like 6, 7, even 5x5 and Mega Minx. Just because you're able to kind of like zone in and tune into your solve a lot more. With these shorter events, it's a lot more difficult to clear your mental headspace. You
Yeah.
can't get into flow state, as you call it.
Yeah, it's a lot more like, I would say luck dependent, but not like scramble luck.
Yeah.
More so like, how's your head feeling in that moment? How are your fingers feeling, like, in those few seconds?
Kevin with a 1380 stats,
Yeah.
you know, cook solve for him. Also noticing that he does Rue with his right hand too. So not only is it Rue, it's right-handed.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Most people, I think, tend to use left hand for OH.
Yeah. So
Although I never really understood that fully.
yeah.
I think, theoretically, if you're right-handed, your right hand is strong, you know?
Yeah. It's mostly because when you're a right-handed solver, most of your algorithms and understandings of the cube, you know, are RU-gen.
Yeah.
So you you can't really do RU-gen with your right hand in the same way as you can with your left.
Yeah. But I guess I feel like maybe if you're solving Rue, you're not really...
No, it's a little different for sure.
It's a little bit different.
All right, so Crit also solving with his right hand. I'm just noticing this for the first time
Yeah.
here.
Not a Rue solve, though.
Not
as
a
he
Rue
almost plus 2'd that.
He did get a pretty nice solve, though.
Yep.
1669.
I think this is close to some of the other solves that he had today.
Yeah.
He had a 16 and a 13, or was that?
No, it was also a
That two
14.
16s.
14. something like that,
14?
yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't too bad.
Mhm.
Overall, it was nice.
Yeah. Don't think we're seeing Max in this group, so it's probably going to be coming up
Yeah.
in the next one. Any other interesting solvers we should be watching out for, or is it mainly just Kevin for this group?
I would say definitely pay attention to Kevin for sure. And then it's just more interesting to kind of like, not only are we paying attention to Kevin, but just the way that people are solving OH in general. Like OH is very interesting in that it's one of the few events, I would argue, that have a very divided methods. Like you could argue that Yao has somewhat taken over, right? But a lot of people still use Redux. And it's hard to say. For CFOP and Rue, it's divided.
Yeah.
And LSE is coming up right now for Kevin, 1244.
So it's pretty consistent there. I think the rest of his solves were around 14, 13, 12 seconds. So quite consistent. You can look at his scorecard just in the corner there. But yeah, not much you can really say about those solves. Just decent execution.
Yeah, I would say that Kevin has a lot of potential, especially with Rue, that we'll be able to see some great times from him down the road. I would love to see like a sub 9 from him for sure, but obviously that's asking for a lot.
Yeah. Another thing about having that divide between different methods, it means that when someone's using CFOP, they might see something that the Rue solver wouldn't see, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So you can easily get a super different time for the exact same scramble.
Yeah.
Just because that Rue solver sees something which, you know, is super efficient and completely trumps the CFOP solver.
Correct. Yeah. So Jeremy also not doing particularly well for what he normally averages. He has an overall, a personal record of 1021, which is definitely up there, 49th in the world.
Yeah. Although if you look at a single, it's he's definitely got a much better PR average than a single, which I think says a lot more about his consistency, which I guess we haven't really seen in this competition so far.
Yeah.
You do get 5 solves though, so, and potentially a second round. So we have a lot more in store for us, especially tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
As Kevin finishes himself super efficiently, getting
a pretty bad pause in LSE.
But he still ended up with an 11-second solve, which is his best time for the day.
And Nolan, you also, I believe, solving on Rue, another delegate from Northern California, actually lead organizer for this competition. He started adopting Rue, from my understanding.
So he's switched methods recently, is what you're saying? Okay.
It's I would say it's the Antonio Cam effect.
You see someone doing it, and you're just like, I'm gonna try that.
Antonio, it's somewhat of a cult following.
Mm.
Yeah. You'll see us flashing our CCFF00 colorways.
Interesting pauses there.
Yeah, Chris struggle busting on that Olo case.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you might have executed the wrong out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a little disappointed. Actually, a lot disappointed, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so for sure.
Yeah.
That's what we call tough pickings, Preetham.
Some you win some, you lose some.
And
I think he was on pace for having a pretty good average overall. I think like 16.
It was okay. It's probably obviously it's enough to make the next round.
Of course.
But you know, not quite the top of the crop currently.
Yep.
So if you guys are tuning in for the first time, just a couple minutes ago, I want to say 15, 30 minutes
Probably
ago.
like 15 to 20.
Max Park broke the world record for 6x6 mean and single.
In one solve, just casually.
Yeah, so he actually on his first solve got a 109 and his second solve got a 109. And mind you, the mean world record is 105.
Yeah.
105.88?
So in order to beat that, you would need to get a sub 1, which is only ever happened one time in all of history.
And was the world record at the time.
Yeah.
And he proceeds to bust out a 58.03.
Yeah. Beating that by the previous world record by, I think, a full second.
Are you talking about the single or the mean?
The single.
Yeah, a whole second.
A whole second.
And a half.
A second and a half?
Yeah, I think it was 59.70 something.
That's wild. And
it also looks like Vishwa got edged out of second place by Max Xiao.
But still makes it onto the podium with a 128.59, just barely hitting that third place.
Yeah,
super close, super tight.
Congratulations to Max, and Vishwa for our 6x6 podium.
Yeah.
And Max Park, who is our Western champion.
And that would be Kevin's, I think, 5th solve and final solve of OH with a 12.32. Think that was a decent average, not breaking any records.
That was right above his PR.
Yeah.
And as we're wrapping up this group of OH, also wanted to shout out that 7x7 results are in. Max Park once again, the Western champion. And rounding out our podium is Kate Graham, who redeemed herself in 7x7.
She had some tough solves in the first round. Didn't go great.
I think this mean is over 10 seconds faster than her first round mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Max Xiao rounding it out on third place with a 2:13.48 mean.
And you were talking about Vishwa Shankar's second solve, which ended up being a 2:20.
It cost him.
Cost him quite a bit. I mean, just narrowly. If he had a solve like his third solve or even his first solve, he would have easily gotten into the podium, but missed out by quite a bit. And then the gap between Max and second place is...
the gap between Max and second place.
We won't talk about that.
Is an average 4x4
It's
solve.
not a gap. It's more of a chasm.
Yeah. But, very impressive. It goes to show the dominance that Max has. And that'll probably carry over all the way through until Worlds as well. Very few people are in the realm of him in 7x7 and 6x6. You know, Timon is up there. Songhak Nam is up there as well for these big cubes. There are some other contenders, obviously. But Max Park definitely leading the pack.
Yeah. Especially in, like, Southern California competitions. If Max is coming, you know he is probably going to win.
It's game over.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's playing for second?
Yeah. Oh, Jeremy with a, let's call it a soon ZB yellow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Terminology there.
Yeah, let's call it a soon ZB.
So, I think that rounds out Group 1.
Yep.
So we should see both Maxes coming up.
Yep.
And, a few other great solvers. Is Kyungmin, did he do staff yesterday or?
No, there was no OH yesterday.
Oh, there was no OH?
It was just square 1 o'clock, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll be seeing the definitely the 2 Maxes for sure. Alejandro we should be catching as well, who is quite fast. And, I believe Alejandro was also at North American All-Stars.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you guys didn't know, we got a lot of All-Stars in general, which is great. I do think it'd be really cool in the future if like there was like multiple All-Star events, like let's say once a year, just like the NBA,
Mhm.
and we could say Preetham, 2-time All-Star.
Two-time
Yeah,
All-Star.
wouldn't you like that? Would be a really cool
Yeah.
title to have.
Yeah.
It would be electric, as we call it. Yeah, but very impressive. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and pan to break, and we're gonna start the last group of one-handed.
Which
we are
will probably also be the last event for the day.
Correct. So
Mhm.
tune in for the last event for World Record Watch.
Yeah.
All right, guys, welcome back to the final round and group of Cubing USA Western Championships Day 2 on Saturday. We're doing 3x3 OH Group 4 featuring Max Park.
Always on the world record watch, Max Park, one of the greatest competitors of all time. World record 2 in both single and average. 862 single, 620 average. Both of those are in jeopardy here, as is the world record itself. Max going to start us off here. What do you think? That No, never mind. The green is a bit worse than I thought.
It wasn't particularly great, especially the cross wasn't oriented correctly.
Yeah.
He starts on white.
Wow. This is that execution at the very end of the
yeah,
apron,
he was
man.
pretty upset at the end, but he finished his F2L so fast.
Yeah, that was
solve.
it looked efficient too, not just
Yeah.
like fast solving, like speed wise, but the number of moves did not seem like
For
that
me,
much.
I felt like I blinked and his F2L was done.
Yeah. No,
But
no, that's actually how it was.
The last layer was a little bit tough, unfortunately.
Man, that's really unfortunate because that is the worst A-perm. I think the worst of the two A-perms to get.
Yes.
For OH, I think.
Yeah.
So that is a little bit unfortunate that he ended up with that. But still, it should not have been that bad.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't really be frustrated with a round 1 10-second solve, right? Like, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
And was it really going to make or break, like, world record single, world record average?
No.
You never really know.
No, almost certainly not.
I would say that it plays a part in, the solve was probably not going to be that great either way. He did as well as he could.
I mean, if he wasn't going to get 10-2, what was he going to get? I think 9-2 was probably the best he could have gotten there.
Probably. But again, very efficient. He's on a tear right now. He's solving very well. He's in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, Max is, I feel like, definitely one of those competitors that is a little bit momentum-y.
Yeah.
So getting that 6x6 world record earlier almost certainly has played into it a little bit, improved his mood.
Certainly.
So hopefully he'll come up with some good solutions.
Yeah. We're on. He used to be the world record holder for OH single, which was 620.
Yep.
Also broken in the Bay Area
Yep.
a way long ago. It was a very old standing record. And, yeah, he's looking to take it back at some point. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I mean,
the Revolution is real.
Yes. Yes. Stay tuned for a very special video about the Revolution. But, man, dude, the Europeans
We have a video about the Revolution.
I got a good one coming up.
Oh, you do?
The Europeans are not joking.
Oh, really?
Worlds next year is going to be absolutely absurd. We are going to see, I think we're going to see 10 sub-10 averages every single round.
Yeah, the Europeans are very impressive at 08.
They're looking really, really good.
All right, Max. Oh, fumbling the cube. Wow, that, I'm not going to lie. That looks suspiciously familiar to Max's solution.
It did, right? But Max did
Yeah.
white cross. And, Max Park did white cross, and Max Yao did yellow cross there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe
it was just
some
suspiciously,
similarity.
like, fast.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That blue is the only thing that I think has a chance, but no, it's not permuted correctly.
No, the permutation's all wrong. I don't know what he will ultimately choose here. Looking to opt towards what I believe is yellow.
Yeah. But, I mean, the fumble there is already kind of counting this one out.
I think what's interesting to
That was a
analyze.
ZB.
Yeah, it was a very fast solve. The end was a lot better than the start.
The ZB saved that one.
The ZB did, but honestly, at the end of the day, when you're doing OH, you gotta learn the ZBLLs.
I kind of wish we could look back at it because I kind of feel like it was kind of a stock, because that was RU.
Yeah, so it was
Was it H?
It was an H OLL,
Okay.
and
Do you think
then it was the matching. So it was, I believe it was the super soon.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
Now we call
So even
it.
though it was ZB, it was stock. I think Max was going to do that regardless of whatever the ZB was.
Yeah, you could argue that, but he probably also is skilled enough to recognize that it's going to be
That's
the
a good
solved.
point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
But ZBLL knowledge in OH is very important.
Extremely so. I
Mhm.
mean, one of the reasons Juliet is as good as she is because she knows full ZB.
Yeah, and the whole idea, I was mentioning this earlier with Pretham for Ru, is your move count is extremely low in comparison, and CFOP is really hard, especially with the table beats that is necessary and all the
rotations,
different.
man.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, and there's so many moves. Anything to reduce your move count. That's why, like, even to an extent, ZZ for OH is still interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the ZZ had two things it was good at. Feet which is no longer an event.
Yeah.
And OH, why? Because the move count is the most important thing. You
So
need to be efficient.
What's interesting about that second solve for Max Park is that we saw his start become a lot like his start was a lot worse than his end, right?
Yeah.
And what was interesting is he actually didn't even hold on, like he wasn't holding the puzzle. He was leveraging it against the table.
Yeah.
And then he only attempted to pick it up halfway through the solve, and that's where he fumbled the cube.
Yeah. It's very interesting, and it's something I think we only see from Max Park. None of the other top solvers are like this. He keeps, honestly, the cube's on the table as much as it is in his hand.
Yeah. Oh, wow. He's actually, Max Xiao is starting off pretty quickly. Great Aryu-Gen solves. And then
yeah,
U-Perm.
good job recognizing
Not
that
bad.
the Soon was going to give him a solve CP there, so he could directly go into a U-Perm.
Correct. What's also worth noting is that OH, you're turning slower. So at that level, you can kind of know what your PLO is just from your last couple turns of OLO.
Especially with these guys who have so much experience.
Yeah. You talk to these guys and ask, like, how do you recognize PLO from OLO? And they just say, oh, I just know. I've done enough solves, you know?
Again, I don't see nothing super standing out to me.
Oh, he's really dialing in on that orange-green.
Huh. I wonder.
Oh, wow. What in the
it
world
was blue
is
instead.
happening
I just
here?
had no clue what was going on there.
He
What was that
did-
last layer?
He went orange. That
no, he didn't go orange.
no, the red was the last layer.
Was red the last?
Red
I just had no
red
idea
was-
what was going on
yeah,
there at all.
Red was the last. I had no idea what orientation he was in.
It was crazy.
It also is telling that he keyed in with his hands physically. He was dialing in on the green.
You could
orange
see
cross
that.
piece.
You could see that. Yeah.
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
looking at orange because there was a little L cross.
I saw
pair
that,
over
but
there.
it was
misoriented.
It was
or
green
mispermuted.
and blue.
Yeah. It
So it was
yeah.
just I didn't think that there was much of it, but it did.
Yeah.
I think the other cross pieces were oriented at least, so that means he
Yeah.
didn't need to do F moves in order to do them. And I mean that last layer.
That last
Can
layer
we talk about that last layer?
was incredibly fast. I could not even understand his orientation that he had because everything was on the left, like
Yeah,
or on the right. Yeah.
I just had no clue what was going on. But he ended up with like what 895 there.
859. He went ballistic. pretty much.
859. So
I don't want to put out the caster's curse, but what if he gets a PLL skip?
yeah, the PLL skip would be huge. That would put him probably at a low 8, high 7.
Yeah.
We're on the watch. Call the National Weather Service. We have time to turn this watch into a warning at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. We need solve 3, solve 4 to come out
And
first.
it looks
Same scramble.
like Max has the same scramble.
Well, this looks like the one that Max Park just did, which was Scramble 3.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he got Scramble 3 on number 2 instead. And he has not gotten the number 2
We're
Scramble.
probably going to need to take a look at this.
But I do want to point out to everyone, this is the intended protocol.
Yeah.
Is when on 3x3 you can be pretty certain that you got the same scramble.
Yeah.
And this is what you should do. You should stop the solve instantly. Let the delegates go back and check and see which one it is. From there, it's much easier to determine what you got rather than trying to look through a video feed, scrolling through frame by frame. And yeah, Max Xiao showing his expertise there, knowing exactly what to do in the case where you get the same scramble.
Yeah, and in that situation where you get a same scramble, you got to consider that you either got the previous scramble correct or the previous scramble wrong.
Yeah.
And then when you got the previous scramble wrong, usually you got the next scramble by accident. So he might have gotten 3, as you mentioned, by accident.
Right.
So what the staff team would do is simply give him 2 and see if he had any qualms with that.
Yep, exactly. So it makes it a lot easier to sort out. So that results screen that you just saw there, that at the very top, Sean Patrick Villanueva, that was the one where he got the world record.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of sets the stage. Sean Patrick is on an absolute tear right now, and Max is playing catch up for once.
Yeah. OH is one of those things. He was dominant for so long, no longer the case.
Yeah, I like that solved green yellow. I wonder if he's gonna go for that. Yeah, it is yellow.
Yeah. Wow. Excellent OLL
His exit
there.
Ooh.
The PLL is where he struggled a little bit.
Overall, great execution. The F2L execution was great.
Yeah.
At the very end, did you see what PLL that was?
I do know the OLL. It was the, what do you call it? So it's like that. It's like a
Okay.
L.
It's like a long lightning bolt.
Yes, essentially.
Yeah.
it kind of looks like Zeus's Thunderbolt.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
It's
yeah.
very easy. So it's like R prime F, R prime F, and then sexy, and then undo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Not bad. That's a 10 move dog.
Yeah, but the PLL is where he messed up the solve.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's so interesting. I feel like out of 4 solves, we've seen kind of a duality from Max. Solve 1 and solve 4, he had insane F2L and kind of sloppy last layer.
Mhm.
Solve 2 and 3, he had insane last layer and kind of iffy F2L.
Yeah.
Makes me think what we're going to see in the upcoming rounds as well, and what we're going to see on this last one.
Yeah, it looks like from the previous group, so we've done up to 3 groups so far in OH. Kevin currently in first place from data entry with a 12-17. Jason Ostick also doing Rue
That's
with
Rue.
a 13-20. So this is currently at the top is Rue.
Rue's at the top.
But obviously, you know Max Xiao is doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, he's
himself.
on pace. So
Yeah, Max Xiao is doing excellent currently, actually.
yeah, I mean, that 992, if he can count that 9, he's on route to getting top 100 WR.
And by the way, this is certainly a different scramble, and I believe this to actually be number 2.
You can see he's also kind of employing the table to do his rotation for him. Huge slip up.
But, like it's still a salvageable average.
Yeah.
But this is the type of stuff for OH. And we saw this with Max. He even dropped a cube a little bit earlier. Like, just the grip.
True.
That's what makes OH so interesting as an event. Like,
Especially as a CFOP solver.
You're physically hindered.
Yeah.
There is a physical limit to your TPS, which is what makes Rue so interesting.
Exactly. Because instead of trying to max out as your speed, instead of trying to think about to do more efficient solution, you just run across a completely different method,
Yeah.
which takes advantage of the fact that M moves are not impossible to do. They're actually quite good to do.
Yeah.
If you can use the table to your advantage.
Yeah. All right. So let's look at what scramble number 5 looks like.
Last solve of Max's guaranteed 9-second
I see
average
big
here.
blue, big green. Remember, Max does bias green blue in general.
And
here.
those two are solved relative to each other, so he can actually do it in 3 or 4 moves.
Oh, he's
Yeah, blue
starting
it is.
off on blue here. Oh my
This is
god!
looking really good.
Ah,
Oh,
with the
U-perm.
U-perm. That Olo, he was a little bit stuck in the Olo, but his F2L again was solved very
F2L
quickly.
3 and 4, I was like, ooh, this is
Yeah.
something special. That could have been a 7. Unfortunately, that Olal also did not look particularly good.
Yeah, it wasn't super hot. At the end, that's where you start to lose a lot of pace with these OH solves, with the last layer specifically, because you could have 20 moves for your F2L. But
Yeah.
you're gonna have 30-something moves for last
Yeah.
layer, and that's
Yeah.
that's the deal breaker.
Yeah.
Like Matty Hiroto Inaba from Hawaii, right? Like he almost had a chance at 3x3 OH world record, but he executed the T Olal the opposite way, and instead of a skip, he got a diag.
Yeah, and
That ruined the solve, right?
it ruins the solve.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I had a point I was going to make, and now I've completely forgotten. But
Yeah.
Max finishing up with 9-second average, he's going to end up top of our rankings once those results are entered.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're seeing
This
hi-
is Scramble 5.
that is scramble 5 right here. So I think
someone's messing up.
I think there's a possibility that we're also missing a solve for Max.
Oh, I guess it's possible.
Yeah, that definitely does look like scramble 5.
Ah, I see. You think maybe he got Scramble 3 as Scramble 4?
Either way, he might also be done. He's done. Yeah.
He's done.
Yeah. So that
He
was
actually got so he counted. So we missed the first solve. He got a
Yeah.
10 on the first solve.
that explains.
So
it.
actually, if we want to pull up our little live tracker again, let's just throw in 1099 and see what his average could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, BPA still works, even
It
though
was
it's
still, yeah.
even though it's like offset. We can still see what he was going to end up getting because he was on pace to get PR.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite close enough.
He ended up counting 10, 11, 11.
Yeah.
So I mean,
It would have been close.
chance,
It
but
would've been close.
I guess 11, 11. It's 11, 11 average. So if you count 2 11s,
Yeah.
they're likely to be mid 11s.
Yeah, it's
and the
it's
10 was probably going to be mid 10, so it was probably going to be just outside, unfortunately. But yeah, not sure what happened there. That's most certainly wrong. In any case, these are what he could have gotten. So he did have a chance, but more than likely, I don't think he actually ended up. He probably got closer to the WPA, I'm thinking.
11:23.
Okay.
There is a chance that he might have PR'd. It's pretty. It's on the cusp.
This thing is goofy, man.
But you know what? I think this is our cue. I think, Manu, we're going to have to wrap up day 2 of Western Championships.
Day 2 of Western Championships, the first day of live streaming. We will be back tomorrow as well. We will be streaming all of the final events, everything going on. It is going to be a jam-packed day. It's going to be back-to-back-to-back action. It's going to be wild. You're going to want to stick right here on whatever channel you're watching, whether that's the SCS channel, the Cubers Live channel, the West Coast Cubing channel. All 3 of them, we're going to bring you the top competitors from Western Championships. We will crown the Western champions tomorrow as well. Do not miss out.
Yeah, and don't forget to tune in tomorrow afternoon for our 3x3 head-to-head finals.
That's going to be super exciting. Man, it's been an absolute blast on this day 1. We saw some great solving. We saw some world records as well. And here's hoping we could see some tomorrow too.
All right.
Sparks are going to fly. Anyway, from Manu Singhal, Michael Chai, Matthew Marinik, Preetham Narayana Yeti, and Vishwas Shankar, wherever he is, have a good night, everyone. We will see you tomorrow.